This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Half a bottle of spoiled milk. The extremely fast falling feeling made Lin Chi suddenly open his eyes. After concentrating for a long time, he could still feel his body slowly sinking downwards. After taking a deep breath, his stiff body slowly regained consciousness. But the numbness, like an electric shock, still hadn't dissipated. Brother Lin, are you awake? The voice coming to his ears made Lin Chi turn his head subconsciously. But it gave him a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Are you Zhao Tuanchuan? Most of his field of vision was blocked, and he could only see the upper half of the girl's face. He didn't recognize her, but the name came to mind. When Lin Chi was about to observe his surroundings and find out why he was in this place, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his mind, as if countless information was pouring in. And there was another spin that almost made him dizzy. What kind of memories do I have? Have I traveled through time? But after the memories were quickly integrated, Lin Chi's face became increasingly ugly. My name is exactly the same as the name of this body, and even my life experiences have many overlaps. It seems that I am another self in a parallel space, and this world seems to be on the verge of Doomsday and has begun to collapse. Brother Lin, let's have something to drink. Tuanchuan's voice was a little strange, and he took out a white bottle from his arms and handed it over carefully. Only then did Lin Chi feel aches and pains everywhere in his body, and even a stabbing pain in the back of his head, making him unable to lift his spirits. This body of mine seems to have been beaten to death just now. Immediately, he didn't care what was handed over to him and drank heavily. This milk has gone bad. After drinking it in one breath, I felt my stomach slowly moving, and a trace of residual energy slowly spread throughout my limbs. Lin Chi licked the wetness at the corner of his mouth, and then carefully looked at the girl in front of him. Zhao Tuanchuan is the daughter of the hotel owner. She has just graduated from high school. She is 18 years old. She has a well-behaved personality and cute appearance. I don't remember that I had much contact with her, even though I stayed in the hotel for nearly 3 months. I didn't communicate with her a few times, but now she looked dirty. Her hair was greasy, and her body was covered in dust, as if she had deliberately soiled herself. I added some water. It shouldn't be a problem if you drink it. Zhao Tuanchuan lowered her head, not daring to let Lin Chi see the panic on her face. Whether it was because of the effect of the half bottle of milk, Lin Chi gradually felt that his body had regained some strength. But when he thought about the environment he was in now, he became more and more anxious. I have been working hard for half my life in another parallel time and space, and I have my own family business. I haven't had time to enjoy it yet. When I wake up again, I will face an even more miserable life. After getting out of bed with Tuanchuan's help, Lin Chi went to the window and took a look outside, feeling increasingly desperate. It seems that all the memories I received are real. It has been 3 months since the end of the world. This small hotel was originally the property of the Tuanchuan family. When the virus spread 3 months ago, it was assigned as a temporary quarantine facility. In the first month, the virus spread severely, and most people could not escape. However, the virus was not serious at first. In the second month, some infected people recovered automatically, but in most cases the condition worsened, and some patients even showed signs of decay. At the beginning of the third month, the virus broke out completely. Countless infected people mutated and turned into terrifying zombies that bit everyone in sight, making the order that had been maintained for 2 months completely useless. Especially the patients who were quarantined 3 days ago all turned into zombies and became unconscious living dead, which completely exposed their humanity. In the past, Tuanchuan's identity as the owner of the hotel was able to keep those people from being arrogant. But with the death of Tuanchuan's family, the long-standing grievances trapped here could even be ignored by those who gave them favors. Lin Chi just stopped them and was beaten. Fortunately, the restlessness of the zombies outside temporarily attracted their attention, and Tuanchuan took him to her room, temporarily escaping the disaster. Outside the window and downstairs, several figures holding simple long weapons were confronting several wandering zombies. Zombies with decayed bodies move very slowly, and some of their limbs even have exposed bones. But they don't need much attack power. Just that ferocious and terrifying state, which is enough to make people sick and unable to use any strength. Be on guard. Everyone, hold still. One of you is going to poke the chest, and the other is going to poke the head. These zombies are easy to deal with. The leader was slightly fat, with a Chinese character face, and gold-rimmed glasses. His voice was slightly deep, but he had a commanding tone. He huddled at the back and leaned slightly backwards, clearly indicating that the situation was not good. There is a tendency to return directly to the hotel. Director Wang. It's easy for you to say it. If you are bitten by a zombie, you will be infected. Although most people have experienced self-healing from the first viral infection, if they are infected by this mutated virus for the second time, they will completely fall into similar creatures in a very short period of time. Even scarier than this rotting zombie. Damn it! When this thing rushes in, we will all be infected. As long as we stop these zombies and wait for federal rescue to arrive, I will definitely take you out of here. Fatty Wang, who looked like a leader, cursed angrily and kicked the man in front of him on the butt. He didn't have the courage to deal with zombies, but against people. His rhetoric was more effective than force. The man holding a simple spear did not resist because of the kick. After all, he still had the courage to face the predicament at hand. What he was afraid of was the uncertain future. At least Director Wang had promised to wait for federal rescue to arrive. They will not be discarded. Otherwise, this spear would have killed this fat man long ago. But who made the whole hotel only have this one related household? There is someone above him. Spicy next door! Lin Chi stood in front of the window and looked at the scene outside. There were only 4 zombies wandering on the street, and there were 8 survivors. But the only ones who were really standing in front were the honest young man who had been kicked, and a strong man wearing a security uniform. The remaining 6 people even held coat hangers, wooden boards, and fruit knives in their hands. But they were all timid and did not dare to step forward. When they come back, we will be in trouble. Lin Chi took a deep breath. He remembered that the fat man was a small leader. He was one of the people in front. The honest young man took his place. There were several zombies lying on the ground on the street. It was obvious that the 2 of them already killed a few. When the virus broke out 2 days ago, he led the people on this floor to take the initiative to clear the virus zombies out of the hotel. So he gained some prestige. But it also aroused Director Wang's dissatisfaction. Even if there will be no changes in a short period of time, after experiencing a dangerous danger, these people will accumulate some unreleased desires in their hearts. The only people who can vent them out at that time are themselves and Xiao Tuanchuan. The sober people are isolated, the weak are bullied, and the degenerates work together. Perhaps it was the overlap of the 2 lives that gave Lin Chi a way of looking at things that was beyond his own. And he quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Brother Lin, why don't we leave secretly? Even if we die outside? I don't want to be killed by them. Thinking of what Director Wang said before, weak women are of no use at all. It is better to let the main force resisting the zombies relax, strengthen their courage, and increase their fighting spirit. And I feel a chill in my heart. Director Wang had a pretty good relationship with the Zhao family before, and he could even be said to have watched her grow up. Unexpectedly, in order to establish his own prestige, he made her a bargaining chip to win over others. It's not that Zhao Tuanchuan has never thought about resisting. But after all, she is just a student who has just graduated from high school. Her parents died of the virus, which has left her isolated and helpless. She can no longer find support. Only Lin Chi stood up for her, only to find a sense of security. But this kind of security cannot last long at all. In this situation, even if you leave, how far can you run? Not to mention there are still those people outside. Lin Chi calmly thought about how to deal with it. Most of the people in the hotel were outside at the moment, so he didn't have any strategies to break the situation. Chapter 2: Making Zombies. Come on. Come down with me. For some reason, after drinking half a bottle of spoiled milk, Lin Chi felt as if he was full of strength. The 2 of them walked one behind the other, and as soon as they walked out of the room, they met a young man. This guy's name is Shan Dong. He is a very shrewd young man. He used to call Lin Chi Brother Lin. But he was the most ruthless person in the past. Give up the weak group and join the strong group. A very wise choice. Lin Chi, aren't you already? Shan Dong saw Lin Chi walking out of the room, with a hint of panic on his face. After all, Lin Chi's behavior in the past 2 days was very special among ordinary people. He dared to kill zombies, which ordinary people simply couldn't do. They had struck too hard before and accidentally beat Lin Chi to death. The fatal blow to the back of the head came from him. He originally wanted to sneak back while everyone was fending off zombies outside. If there was a chance, he might be able to take the lead in advance and extract Zhao Tuanchuan's first blood. A few minutes were enough for him to pull up his pants. The young man's vitality and blood were strong, and he could not relieve his pain by relying only on his left and right hands for 3 months. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Chi waved, patted Shang Dong's shoulder, and put his arm around Shang Dong's back. Shang Dong looked panicked, and his face was a little confused. He didn't know why Lin Chi suddenly changed so much. But the next second, the arms on his shoulders suddenly tightened, strangled his neck, and turned suddenly. There was a crisp click, and Shang Dong felt the crisp sound pass into his mind, and his body went limp uncontrollably. Lin Li's body trembled slightly, and he slowly lowered Shang Dong's body, took a deep breath, turned around, and covered Zhao Tuanchuan's mouth. He just fell asleep. You know? Tuanchuan's eyes were full of fear, and a warm feeling was transmitted to Lin Chi's palm. His chest rose and fell violently several times before slowly slowing down. It wasn't until Zhao Tuanchuan nodded silently that Lin Chi let go of his hand, dragging Shang Dong into a nearby room. He searched around and found a dagger on him. The two of them went down the stairs and stopped at the corner. There were many people in the hall at this moment, but in the face of the zombies outside, no one dared to go out. After the murder, Lin Chi's heart was somewhat disturbed. After all, in the memory of this body, he had killed many zombies. In addition, the special feeling of two lives overlapping made him feel as if he was staying away from the incident. Go back. Lin Chi whispered a reminder and slowly waved his hand to signal Zhao Tuanchuan to retreat. His original plan was to see how many people were in the hall. If they all went to the streets, he would have the opportunity to lock them all out. After all, during the previous quarantine, a steel fence was reinforced outside the hotel's glass door, leaving only a small door. But now the plan has changed. After returning to the third floor, Lin Chi glanced at Shang Dong, who was pulled into the room by him. At this moment, his body had stopped twitching. Several rooms in the hotel were completely sealed because the people inside turned into zombies. Although the corpses had been cleaned out, they were not disposed of. Lin Chi's first thought was to turn Shang Dong into a zombie and throw him into the lobby on the first floor to create chaos from within. Although this method is very inhumane, in the face of such a predicament, this is the only solution. Pushing open the door, a putrid smell hit his nostrils. Lin Chi endured the stench, searched the room, and found a bloody towel. Although the blood on it has dried and turned black, the power of the virus cannot be underestimated. Picking up the clothes hanger on the ground and picking out the towel, Lin Chi motioned to Zhao Tuanchuan to guard the stairs. The dagger was inserted into Shang Dong's mouth several times, and Lin Chi stuffed the brown towel into his mouth. After being scratched or bitten by a zombie, the speed of mutation is different. The lower body is the slowest for injuries, but if it is above the neck and hands, it only takes a few minutes for the virus to invade the brain and completely transform into a zombie. And it is still relatively powerful. The powerful kind. Lin Chi dragged Shang Dong's body to the entrance of the corridor. In less than 2 minutes, black lines spread on Shang Dong's face, and his skin turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. He placed the body in the corner of the corridor. Fortunately, the movement was not noticed by the people in the hall. But Lin Chi still felt unsafe. So he returned to the second floor, and with Tuanchuan's help, he lifted a table out of the guest room and blocked it at the entrance to the corridor. 5 minutes later, Shang Dong, who was lying at the corner of the stairs, twitched and slowly stood up. As if he sensed the scent of prey, he opened his bloody mouth, and the brown towel fell to the ground. The survivors who were infected by zombies had no flesh and blood to rot. When they first mutated, they had extremely strong attack power. He stumbled down the stairs. Before the survivors in the hall could react, one of them was hugged. The neck was chewed wildly. Zombies! There are zombies! There was a panic in the hall, because the zombies happened to be at the stairs. The remaining people swarmed towards the hotel door, begging for help from men with fighting ability outside. In just a moment, except for the unlucky guy who was bitten, everyone else ran out. Don't panic. There's just one zombie. Let's all come together and kill him. Director Wang's scolding sounded outside. At this moment, he didn't care whether it would alarm the zombies nearby. After all, if zombies appeared in a safe shelter, anyone would panic. But although he yelled loudly, he quickly retreated and did not dare to step forward. Although Shang Dong's head was twisted off by Lin Chi, after he turned into a zombie, he became even weirder. A head was tilted, and the mouth opened by Lin Chi was larger and more ferocious than ordinary zombies. It roared and rushed towards the door. Lin Chi had been hiding at the top of the stairs to observe. After seeing the zombies chasing away, he quickly went downstairs, rushed to the iron door, closed the iron door, fastened the latch, and hung up the iron lock. All in one go. For a time, everyone was rushed to the street. After the iron gate was closed, these people became even crazier. Damn it! He closed the door. The person closest to him finally screamed, and no longer cared about facing the zombies. He was the first to run to the door, and push the door open with all his strength. The lockable latch, coupled with the resistance of the sofa, could not be pushed even half an inch with his strength. At this moment, people outside rushed over, and in an instant, only the security guard was left, facing a group of zombies. He was instantly in danger. Open the door quickly. Lin Chi. How dare you lock us out? You are killing someone. You are committing a crime. Director Wang scolded sternly. The fat on his face trembled, and he stretched out his hand from the gap in the iron door, preparing to pull the latch open. As soon as the fat claws reached in, Lin Chi kicked him up. The 3 fingers were bent strangely, and even a piece of flesh was torn off. Ah! My hand! Director Wang screamed, and when he pulled back his hand, one of his fingers just fell to the ground. Hack! Don't step on my fingers. At this moment, he was still thinking about retrieving his fingers and finding a way to connect them. Chapter 3 Special Skills. But the people's panic and the only escape route were blocked. So these people didn't notice his curse at all. They just wanted to push open the iron door and rush into the safety of the hotel. The only security guard, who was fending off the zombies, was also retreating. The noise caused by the noise caused more and more zombies to appear on the street. At this moment, more than a dozen of them were slowly appearing on the street. Damn it! I don't care about you anymore. The security guard cursed angrily, turned around and ran away. As long as he hid elsewhere, he could still protect his life. But if he stayed here, he would only die. Lin Chi, please open the door quickly. From now on, you will be in charge of the hotel, and we will all listen to you. You guys, please open the door quickly. The zombies are coming. Although the 2 zombies behind them moved slowly, they were getting closer and closer to the door without anyone blocking them. Especially the smell of blood on Director Wang's hands made the zombies even more restless. Lin Chi, I order you to open the door quickly. Director Wang looked at Lin Chi with a look of resentment and spoke in an official tone again. This way of speaking had always been successful in the past and could intimidate others. I advise you to run away quickly. The fat man's hands are bleeding, and he will attract a large number of zombies. If you wait a little longer, you will all die here. The sound of the door shaking has attracted the attention of nearby zombies. If ignored, these people will attract zombies from several streets even if they cannot break through the iron gate. If there are such mutant zombies, the trouble will be even greater. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Chi's words, some of them reacted immediately, looked back at the approaching zombies, turned around and fled away. Although other rooms on the street have been searched and there are no survival supplies, it is still better than being piled up in front of the hotel and being bitten by zombies. In an instant, the entrance to the hotel was empty, except for Director Wang, who picked up the dirty fingers that had been stepped on and was still cursing. Suddenly, a dirty hand was placed on his shoulder. A rotten head poked out and bit his neck. Help! Help! Help me! Perhaps his trachea was bitten, which made his voice hoarse. Several more zombies rushed up from behind, directly pressing him to the ground and biting him. It only took a moment, and only his body was left twitching slightly. A door away, the sound of zombies biting flesh could be clearly heard. The sounds of flesh and skin tearing and gnawing at brittle bones made the hairs on the body stand on end. Lin Chi resisted the turmoil in his stomach, and for a moment he broke out in cold sweat. He sat on the ground holding onto the wall, breathing heavily. I didn't feel anything at all when I was tense, but when I relaxed, all the symptoms showed up. The cold sweat on his forehead dripped down his cheeks, and his dazed spirit slowly recovered. The sound of zombies biting flesh outside the iron door continued, and even a stench gradually spread into the hall. Lin Chi glanced at Xiao Tuanchuan, who was standing aside, and found that the girl was not as panicked as he imagined. Instead, her eyes were calm, and she looked warily at the person who was bitten to death in the hall. Aren't you scared? Surprised? Lin Chi couldn't help but ask. Xiao Tuanchuan shook his head subconsciously, but quickly nodded again. I'm more afraid of them than zombies. Following her gaze, Lin Chi realized that there was a body on the ground that had not been disposed of. So he stood up, took out his dagger and walked over. If the throat is also bitten, death will not happen so quickly under normal circumstances. But the raging virus will make people lose consciousness quickly. When he regains consciousness, he will become a special zombie. At this time, the only way to solve the problem is to go forward and destroy his head. Lin Chi stepped forward and took a look. The unlucky guy died in a terrible way. Most of his neck was bitten off, and even his windpipe was exposed. At this moment, black lines were spreading on his face, and he would turn into a zombie soon. So he adjusted a suitable posture, held the dagger in his backhand, pointed it at the top of the corpse's head, and inserted it directly. At this moment, the corpse on the ground suddenly opened its white eyes, roared in its mouth, and became completely silent. Fortunately, otherwise, I would have turned into a zombie later. Lin Chi breathed a sigh of relief. He had already seen zombies in this state just now. One person could chase and eat more than a dozen people. If he was completely mutated, he would definitely not be able to defeat him without any weapons. Just as Lin Chi was about to take out the dagger, there was a sudden illusion in front of his eyes, which made him subconsciously think that he was feeling dizzy again. But the illusory feeling disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a transparent light curtain. Use the dagger to kill zombies, and gain dagger mastery. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced conditions. 1. Swing the dagger 100 times. 2. Stab the target's vitals 10 times. Lin Chi tried waving the dagger, and the conditions for the 100 times turned out to be 1/100. This confirmed that what appeared in front of him was definitely not an illusion. Brother Lin, what's wrong with you? Zhao Tuanchuan felt inexplicably worried when he saw Lin Chi's strange behavior. She only has one person to rely on right now. If something happens, it will be difficult for her to survive on her own terms. From the moment she woke up to now, Lin Chi gave her a completely different feeling. But the girl had a special suspicion in her heart. It's okay. I just feel like the dagger is a little easier to use. Lin Chi had used the dagger to skin sheep and kill rabbits before, but now he felt as if he had been using it for many years. Unconsciously, he spun the dagger in his hand, becoming more and more proficient. Brother Lin, are you awake too? Tuanchuan asked cautiously with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Awakening? Lin Chi, who was wielding the dagger, paused subconsciously. Could it be that this girl saw something strange about him? You mean, you've already awakened? It was abnormal for me to appear in this apocalyptic world. Now that I have a golden finger, and I know that there is still awakening, I don't feel so strange anymore. After all, people have mutated into zombies, so it makes sense to have some other abilities. I don't know if it counts, but I can always feel that my body is slowly changing recently. When I was in school, I read about human genes, and I guess it is that genes have awakened some kind of ability. When Zhao Tuanchuan talked about this, there was a hint of confidence in her eyes. Although she only graduated from high school, she knew a lot about human genetics because of her interest. Although she was not as good as those professionals, she could still distinguish simple changes. Then what did you awaken to? Lin Chi looked at Zhao Tuanchuan curiously. Although she acted calmly, she did not have any special abilities. Upon hearing Lin Chi's question, Zhao Tuanchuan showed a trace of panic in his eyes, and seemed a little embarrassed to speak. Chapter 4 Lockpicking Mastery. From a genetic level, everyone's ability to awaken is different. But generally in this case, there are obvious manifestations. For example, if someone is good at running, his awakening gene must be related to speed. Zhao Tuanchuan changed the topic and prepared to give Lin Chi some knowledge about genes. So, what are you good at? Lin Chi was still curious. Zhao Tuanchuan did not show any outstanding performance at all. If anything, it should be because his mentality was different from ordinary people. This should be the change in mentality after awakening. I do not want to say. Zhao Tuanchuan lowered his head almost buried in his chest. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Go get some boards and let's seal the door. Most of the people in the hotel have fled elsewhere. Maybe they will come back here when the zombies outside disperse. The door must be sealed as soon as possible. Lin Chi inspected the surroundings, returned to the second floor to get some tools, removed some cabinets in the hall, and completely sealed the door. His own strangeness seemed to be completely different from the genetic awakening that Zhao Tuanchuan said. While working, Lin Chi asked a few indirect questions. Zhao Tuanchuan did not have that kind of illusory panel, nor did he see anything when he touched the weapon. Tips. I think this method of mastering weapons should be unique to me. The second floor is the usual gathering place for survivors, and the place where supplies are distributed. During the initial quarantine, the hotel already had a lot of supplies, and later the Federation sent a lot of them. But after 3 months of consumption, only a few of these supplies were left. Not much. Lin Chi searched the entire second floor and only found half a bag of rice and a small bag of flour. As for things like vegetables and meat, we haven't seen them for nearly a month. After arriving on the third floor, Zhao Tuanchuan had collected some supplies, which were all plundered from the rooms of Director Wang and his party. They claimed that there was not much food left, but there was a lot of food in Director Wang's room alone. Food. Moreover, in Shang Dong's room, Lin Chi found the spear he had made before. This spear was an umbrella pole that Lin Chi removed from a large parasol. The iron wire was tied to a steel bar with a bevel tip. Although it was not sharp, it could easily penetrate the zombie's head with force. Lin Chi tried stabbing, but no prompt appeared. He guessed that it was because there was no target. In a short time, the two of them collected all the supplies in the hotel. And before they knew it, half of the room was filled. Then Fatty One kept saying that the supplies were exhausted. But I didn't expect that they still hid so much. Zhao Tuanchuan said angrily that she hadn't eaten much in the past few days, so her physical strength was exhausted. People are selfish. Didn't you also hide half the bottle of milk? Lin Chi didn't care. In his memory, he also had a private stash of food. But now, he was too lazy to get it. Zhao Tuanchuan hesitated when he heard this. He wanted to refute, but couldn't say anything. We can't stay in this place anymore. Although it can prevent zombies, it can't contain people. Let's help me move these things downstairs later. Let's leave through the back door. The back door of the hotel was blocked before, but that kind of lock could only keep out zombies. Lin Chi had a way to open it. Where are we going? Zhao Tuanchuan agreed very much with Lin Chi's decision, but he had no idea for a while, and didn't know where to go. It doesn't have to be too far. It's in a nearby residential area. It's best to have a gas stove or something at home. The city is now experiencing water and power outages, but most families have the habit of storing water, which is not very scarce. And water from natural waters is not very harmful to people who have healed themselves. After the two of them carried some supplies downstairs, Lin Chi took out tools and prepared to pick the lock of the back door. This kind of door lock is the simplest padlock. Although Lin Chi does not have a key to open this kind of lock, he only needs a piece of iron wire. After folding the wire in half, he adjusted it to a suitable width and inserted it into the lock core little by little. After inserting it to the deepest point, Lin Chi twisted it slightly a few times and heard a click. Use tools to open door locks and gain unlocking mastery. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced conditions. 1. Use the tool to unlock 10 times. Is this okay? Lin Chi locked the lock again and opened it again with the wire. 10 times turned into 9 times. After turning it on 10 times in a row, Zhao Tuanchuan looked at Lin Chi with a somewhat different look. Brother Lin, what are you doing? It's just a lock. Is it a hint to myself if I poke it again and again? Although Zhao Tuanchuan is apparently a good student and an outstanding class leader, he has been online for many years and has been exposed to some unknown cultures. After thinking about it, his face slowly turned rosy without even realizing it. Let me try to see if this lock is easy to open, so as not to encounter the same lock in the future. I have no experience. Lin Chi casually made an excuse. At this moment, the illusory light curtain in front of him had been updated again. Use the tool to pick the lock 10 times. Completed. Can open any lock type in the world. Lock-picking mastery. Advanced conditions. 1. Open 100 different locks in total. Can you still advance? At this stage, I can already open all the locks in the world. If I advance further, what more can I open? Pushing the door open, Lin Chi took a careful look outside. It was already dark now, and the zombies that had been hidden during the day were gradually becoming more active. However, the zombies near the hotel had been cleaned up before, and the ones nearby might have been missed. Yes, but not much. You wait here. I'll go out to explore the road first. There are no zombies in sight. As long as you pass through the street through the back door, there is a residential area opposite. Because of the initial centralized isolation, most people infected with the virus were sent to the nearest ARC hospital. It can be said that the residential area is full of 10 rooms and 9 empty rooms. Lin Chi carefully crossed the street with a spear. When he arrived at the residential area opposite, he happened to see a zombie slowly wandering inside the iron gate. So he raised his spear and placed it on the iron door. When the zombie noticed the movement approaching, he stabbed the opponent's head hard. This is an old zombie with a stooped body and wearing dirty pajamas. He thought he had lost the ability to move before he was alive, but he didn't expect that he could move around again after becoming a zombie. Lin Chi pulled hard and pulled the spear out of the zombie's eye socket, and the thick blood and brain slowly flowed out. The next moment, an illusory panel appeared in front of me again. Use a spear to kill zombies and obtain basic gun skills. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced conditions. 1. Hold the gun for 3 hours. 2. Kill 10 targets with a spear. Really? Lin Chi calmly retracted the spear and shook off the slime on it. He only needed to use tools or weapons to activate the attached skills. Without enough time to study the subsequent changes, he quickly took out the iron wire, inserted it into the door lock, and twisted it gently. There was a soft click. The door lock popped open, and the iron door automatically opened a gap. It's so simple. Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh when he saw the prompt for adding 1 to unlocking the door. The lock of this iron door is not a simple padlock like just now. It has a relatively high degree of anti-theft, but it still cannot hold an iron wire and directly pierce the insurance film. The nearby residential areas are all old-fashioned buildings, most of which are 3-story square meters. There are only 3-unit buildings in this small courtyard. Lin Chi chose the nearest building, opened another lock, and entered the stairs. Chapter 5. Where did she get her breasts? There were 4 residents on the first floor, but the doors were all closed. Lin Chi did not open the doors, but followed the stairs to the second floor. After searching layer by layer, he found that all the doors were locked, which made him relax a little. I'm afraid that if some of these doors are opened, it proves that this place has been visited, or that there may be zombies inside. Even so, Lin Chi did not take it lightly. Instead, he found a room with a security door on the second floor and stopped in front of the door to observe carefully for a moment. The door lock was a handle lock. Lin Chi inserted the wire into the keyhole and twisted it slightly. He heard a click, and the door was opened. Carefully opening the door, the room was well lit and looked bright. The floor was clean and tidy, and there was a plate of rotten fruit on the table in the living room. This is it. There were various signs that there was no one living in this house, but Lin Chi still carefully searched all the rooms. This is a standard apartment with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, with an area of about 100 square meters. There are some supplies piled in the corner of the kitchen, and there are 3 barrels of pure water in the living room. However, the refrigerator has long been powered off. As soon as Lin Chi opened a gap, he smelled something. A stench. There are induction cookers and gas stoves in the kitchen. I turned them on and tried them. There was still a lot of gas. So I took out a cigarette I just collected from the study, lit it, and took a deep breath. Compared with daily necessities, although these mental supplements are not necessary, they can temporarily relieve psychological stress. After smoking a cigarette, Lin Chi didn't dare to delay. Quickly closed the door and went downstairs. After exiting the corridor, the sky outside had darkened. It is now late autumn, and the temperature during the day is more than 20 degrees. But at night, the temperature will drop sharply, down to about 5 degrees. Crossing the street, several zombies could be seen wandering in the distance. Lin Chi couldn't help but quicken his pace and ran towards the back door of the hotel. Zhao Tuanchuan had already opened the door before she even called out. The sweat on her forehead had wet her hair and stuck to her cheeks. With a hint of blush, "Brother Lin, I have moved all the supplies upstairs." Zhao Tuanchuan wiped the sweat from the corner of her eyes. She was not like ordinary girls, who only knew how to hide in the corner and cry. She just wanted to show her due value. "You did a good job. You don't need to bring too much tonight. It won't be too late to pick it up tomorrow when you have time. Half of the house's contents could not be moved in 1 or 2 trips." I'm afraid this girl had to go back and forth more than a dozen times without taking much rest. Lin Chi only picked a few things, and the 2 of them walked out of the back door and prepared to cross the street one after the other. At this moment, the zombies in the distance on the street are getting closer and closer. But fortunately, they are the earliest infected zombies. They move slowly and are not a big threat. The 2 of them crossed the street smoothly, entered the iron gate, locked the door tightly, and ran all the way to the second floor. After closing the door, the room instantly became dark, and Zhao Tuanchuan slumped down on the sofa, gasping for air. Although she had awakened in some aspects, such physical exertion almost prevented her from recovering. I saw her chest rising and falling with her breathing. And suddenly with a bang, the tightly buttoned collar burst open, and a hole flew to Lin Chi's body. Plot against me? Lin Chi couldn't help but joke. He didn't know how Zhao Tuanchuan's body developed. Despite being malnourished, he seemed to be 1 size larger than before. "Brother Lin, I'll go back to my room and take a rest first. Xiao Tianquan's face turned red. He quickly stood up and ran towards a bedroom. After entering the house, he closed the door directly. She's a little girl after all. She can't stand teasing. Lin Chi was completely relaxed at this time. But if he wanted to have a good night's sleep, he had to wash up thoroughly. The water in the bathroom has stopped long ago. But some of the 3 buckets of pure water in the living room can be saved for daily washing. Lin Chi found slippers and the host's clean clothes, and found several sets of unopened underwear from the closet. He carried a bucket of pure water and walked towards the bathroom. Materials must be put to their best use. Instead of making yourself uncomfortable, it is better to adjust your body to the best condition to face the dangers outside. More than 20 minutes later, Lin Chi walked out of the bathroom. Although he couldn't see clearly in the dark, he still washed his body after consuming a bucket of water. It was already dark in the living room. But after getting used to the darkness, I was able to see a little more clearly. Lin Chi sat on the sofa, dried his hair, and lit a cigarette. Under the flickering firelight, the room finally had some light source. At this time, Xiao Tianquan walked out of the room and came to Lin Chi with his hands behind his back. There are 2 buckets of water. You can take 1 bucket to the bathroom and wash it in a while. Have a good sleep tonight. Lin Chi didn't raise his head. Although he couldn't see anything clearly, the girl was relatively reserved after all, so she still wanted to save some face for others. Drink this. Xiao Tianquan moved the hand behind his back to the front and handed it to Lin Chi. What? Lin Chi moved the spark in his hand a little, and then he saw clearly what Xiao Tianquan was holding. The familiar white bottle. Milk. I had half the bottle. Thank you for saving me today. In the darkness, it was impossible to see Xiao Tianquan's expression clearly, but Lin Chi always felt it was a little strange. Her voice was hesitant, as if she was a little embarrassed. Isn't it expired? Why don't you drink it? It's just half a bottle of milk. Why should you use it to thank yourself? Wouldn't it be the same if I changed it to something else? What's expired is fresh. I'm lactose intolerant and can't drink milk. Xiao Tianquan put the bottle in his hand on the table, carried a bucket of water, and walked towards the bedroom. There was a small bathroom in the bedroom she chose, so there was no need to go out. Still lactose intolerant. Squeamish. It's the end of the world. Who is still used to this kind of problem? When they are really about to starve to death, even if the milk is poisoned, there will be people who are willing to take a sip. Lin Chi happened to be thirsty. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, he picked up the cup and took a sip. Warm? After 1 sip, there was a hint of fishy smell in the sweetness. But for some reason, Lin Chi didn't dislike the taste. What brand of milk is this? In the 2 memories, I have never drank such sweet milk. It slowly penetrated into my stomach like a warm current, making the original hunger disappear immediately, and even made me feel more energetic. Lin Chi picked up the drink and drank it all in 1 gulp, with endless aftertaste. After finishing smoking a cigarette, Lin Chi walked towards the 2nd bedroom. Feeling relaxed, he lay on the bed, but still couldn't fall asleep. This night was the first night he came to the end of the world. He was not frightened, but was extremely quiet. No! Where did she get the milk? An hour later, Lin Chi suddenly opened his eyes, still unable to understand. Chapter 6. Beautiful and delicious. In the early morning of the next day, Lin Chi was awakened by the noise outside. After a night of deep sleep, the 2 memories in his mind finally merged together. After Lin Chi's consciousness merged with the memory of this parallel space, Lin Chi's spirit felt much more spacious without realizing it. Even the previous neurological tinnitus has completely disappeared. Are you awake so early? Opening the door, he vaguely saw busy figures in the kitchen. Lin Chi lay on the sofa and stretched. Brother Lin, why don't you have any sense of crisis? I've almost made breakfast, and you just woke up? Xiao Tianquan's voice came out. Quite warning. It's rare to have a good place to rest. And you're here. Lin Chi said nonchalantly that this was his first day in this apocalyptic world. Subjective consciousness occupied most of his thoughts. It was normal to have no sense of crisis. But as you gradually adapt, things will change in the future. Not long after, Xiao Tianquan brought out 2 bowls of rice porridge, a plate of pickles, and a few pancakes. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. Not to mention that Xiao Tianquan, who is only 18 years old, can make these breakfasts with simple ingredients, which is already very good. But this is already the most sumptuous breakfast in a month. Today, Xiao Tianquan only wore a simple ponytail, and her clean face looked particularly fair. She was dressed like the hostess of the house. a sportswear, and an apron, which made her bulge high. It was impossible not to say it was heartwarming. So much so that Lin Chi ate an extra large piece of cake. It's really beautiful and delicious. After breakfast, neither of them deliberately mentioned the zombies outside. But Lin Chi still took out all his equipment and organized it in the living room. The dagger would not cause much damage to zombies, but Lin Chi still carried it with him. The top of the spear had some signs of bending. After all, it was just an ordinary umbrella pole. If used as a gun pole, it would not last long. Lin Chi reinforced the steel joint, tried swinging it, adjusted his center of gravity, and then took back the tool. "Brother Lin, do you want to go out?" Zhao Tuanchuan watched from the side, and did not disturb him from beginning to end until Lin Chi stood up. "We don't have much water. I'll go next door to see if there are any supplies. I'll also clean up the zombies on the surrounding streets, and transport all the supplies back to the hotel." Although the panic caused by the coming doomsday will put ordinary people into desperate situations, as long as the federal government controls the overall situation, it will definitely spread to small cities. With the strength of the federal government, it will soon be able to clear out areas suitable for human survival. What's more, the awakening thing Zhao Tuanchuan said seems to have a deeper secret. In his current state, he didn't know if he had awakened the power at the genetic level. But Lin Chi always felt that his perfunctory skill advancement was different from what Zhao Tuanchuan said. He must try his best to improve his own strength before the accident comes, so that even if an awakened person appears by then, he will not appear too weak. So I took a look at the skills of the spear, and first completed the goal of killing 10 zombies. After putting on simple armor, Lin Chi walked out of the room under the watch of Zhao Tuanchuan. The corridor door was locked and the zombies outside could not get in. Lin Chi decided to search slowly, and slowly starting from the 3rd floor. There are 4 households on each floor of this old-fashioned residential building, and the doors of several houses on the 3rd floor are closed, which also shows that the building was completely isolated at that time. However, Lin Chi still adhered to the principle of politeness first. He knocked on the door first, and made sure that there was no movement inside. Then opened the door. The field of view was better during the day, and he could see the general outline of the room clearly at a glance. But Lin Chi still smelled a rotten smell, and had to be cautious and alert. After entering it, I saw an iron cage in the corner of the living room. Inside was a withered puppy, stuck to the ground, its fur rotting, and its bones exposed. Lin Chi poked it with a spear, and made sure that the puppy was completely dry before looking into the other bedrooms. It was supposed that during the quarantine, the pets at home were not taken away, and they starved to death in the cages. Throughout the morning, Lin Chi searched the entire residential building, but did not move all the supplies back. As long as he was sure that the building was not dangerous, he could get supplies at any time when he needed them. After a short break after lunch, Lin Chi set out again to explore a nearby residential building, rather than moving the entire building to the Ark for isolation. In some special circumstances, home isolation will be adopted. At first, there were zombies wandering around in this residential courtyard, which meant that there must be missing people nearby. After opening an iron door again, Lin Chi subconsciously took a step back. There was a pool of black mucus on the ground, exuding a stench, as well as a few broken bones and damaged clothes. It seemed to be a dismemberment scene. As the iron door opened, a rotten atmosphere spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye, like an evil ghost, emitting a wailing sound. The stairs were covered with bloodstains, and under the sunlight, they actually reflected a crystal red light. Lin Chi hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should continue to investigate. Forget it. The spear won't have much advantage in the corridor. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chi decisively locked the door, turned around and walked outside. Not long after he left, a harsh scratching sound suddenly came from behind the iron door, as if a sharp weapon was cutting on the door. The door of the other building was open. Lin Chi kindly closed and locked the door, and then came to the iron gate of the compound. Compared to the unknown zombies inside the building, the slow-moving ones outside are the easiest to deal with. There were still zombies wandering on the streets, all of them slow-moving rotting zombies. Lin Chi unlocked the door and walked towards the nearest zombie with a spear in hand. After acquiring basic spear skills, Lin Chi could judge the distance of the attack with just his naked eyes, and when he raised his hand to stab, he would aim at his left eye without inserting his right eye. A shot broke through the air, and the spear steadily broke an afterimage in the air. There was a pop, and a stream of dirty blood spurted out from the back of the zombie's head. Lin Chi swung the rotting zombie aside. Kill target 1 out of 10. Seeing the improvement in progress, Lin Chi was very motivated. After killing a few zombies, he actively searched the streets without waiting for the slow zombies to approach. At this time, a gap was opened in the curtains of a nearby residential building, and a pair of eyes stared at Lin Chi's figure on the street. More than a dozen people escaped from the hotel. Although most of them were killed by zombies, a few were lucky enough to hide in a safe place. Seeing Lin Chi dare to slaughter zombies on the street, instead of feeling any regret, they were filled with resentment. Brother Liu, that kid is so brave. He dares to go out on the street alone. Several of them hid in this building yesterday and have been afraid to go out. After discussing for a long time, they still did not decide on the location and deployment of the combat team. No one wanted to stand at the front. Chapter 7 Kill 10 Zombies. Brother Liu, how about we go and join him? Several people at the window couldn't help but feel jealous when they saw Lin Chi stabbing a zombie to death again. If there were such powerful teammates in a doomsday crisis, the safety factor would at least be greatly guaranteed. Do you want to die? When you squeezed him out before, it was your pleasure. Besides, Shang Dong seems to be a relative of yours. He turned into a zombie. Maybe it was this kid who did it. Liu Bo was the security guard before. After Director Wang died, he felt repentant. The people who followed him to escape were now led by him. Although there was no supplies at this time, the feeling of being supported by everyone already made him a little intoxicated. If he goes to Lin Chi at this time, even if the other party ignores the past grudges, who will have the final say when the time comes? The ninth one. Lin Chi had already reached the corner of the street. There were several rotting zombies lying on the ground behind him. At this moment, he was relying on several cars as cover. After luring the zombies over, he could easily kill them with the help of the terrain, and taking advantage of the opportunity to kill zombies. Lin Chi also moved all the supplies from the back door of the hotel to the residential courtyard. As long as you kill one more, half of the advanced conditions will be completed. This combat skill is most suitable for killing zombies, and the attack range is far enough. If advanced, Lin Chi will greatly increase his strength. After checking the sturdiness of the spear again, Lin Chi locked his eyes on a zombie in the distance. Huh? It looks familiar. When the zombie got closer, it became clear that it was Director Wang who was bitten to death yesterday. Director Wang's clothes were torn into strips at this moment, and there were a lot of bite marks on his body. One leg was torn off, and only bones were left. There was even a big hole in his stomach. As he slowly moved, the intestines were stretched on the ground, dragging like a rope. He moved faster than ordinary zombies. But before he could take a few steps, his intestines got caught on an obstacle, causing him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. Taking advantage of Director Wang's movement being restricted, Lin Chi stepped forward quickly, using the momentum of his trot to stab forward with the spear in his hand. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and the top part of the spear broke directly. The steel head just stuck on the zombie's mouth, and only a sharp tip was inserted. Such an attack makes the zombies completely furious. The infected zombies are different from the previous virus zombies. Their muscles are still active. Under the control of the virus, they can explode with 2 to 3 times the strength of ordinary people. Director Wang's zombie swung his palm over and hit the umbrella pole. Lin Chi immediately felt his hands tremble. His wrists ached from the shock, and he almost dropped the spear in his hand. So powerful. Lin Chi subconsciously took a few steps back, and after returning to a car, he was ready to use the car's obstruction. Without the sharp spikes, the spear could cause very little damage to the zombies. If he didn't think of a way, he would have to make another choice if he wanted to complete his last goal. Director Wang had a steel rod stuck in his mouth, all the way to his throat, so his roar was extremely hoarse, and even streams of red mucus flowed out. But the desire for fresh flesh and blood made the virus in his mind completely violent. Under the influence of the virus, his body trembled violently and exploded with all his strength. The intestines wrapped around the ground were torn off. It dragged its remaining leg and limped towards Lin Chi. Even so, Director Wang's speed is much faster than ordinary zombies. If Virion zombies are the slow-moving ones from The Walking Dead, this infected zombie is a zombie from Resident Evil, and even has the ability to run when attacking. We do not rule out the possibility of evolution in the future. Lin Chi circled the car twice, and tried to attack a few times with the broken-tipped spear in his hand. Even if it hit the zombie's head, it would not hinder his actions much. This kind of zombie is still extremely powerful even if its arms and legs are severed, unless the control center in his head is destroyed. Lin Chi held the umbrella pole and jumped directly onto the roof of the car. After chasing him, He found that although the zombies moved faster, their body flexibility was very poor, and they could not climb or jump at all. Director Wang, who was very close, kept slapping the car with his hands, leaving bloody fingerprints on the smooth body. His nails actually grew sharp in just one day, leaving scratches on the car's paint. Close at hand. The zombie looked up and glared at Lin Chi again, opening its mouth just in time to reveal half of its steel head. Good chance. Lin Chi held the umbrella pole in his hand, accurately poked the head of the half of the steel bar, and then stabbed it in suddenly. With the force of downward pressure, the steel head was directly pushed out by the umbrella pole, popped out from the back of the zombie's head, and fell to the ground with a clang. The zombie's struggling movement slowly stopped, and he collapsed weakly on the car and slid to the ground. The fat body trembled a few times, but there was no movement again. Lin Chi felt his hands were sore. Killing this infected zombie was even more tiring than killing the 9 virus bodies before. Fortunately, the number of 10 has been completed at this moment. When I go back and advance my basic spear skills, it will be much easier to encounter the same zombies again. I jumped out of the car, found a torn plastic bag to wrap the steel bar head, and quickly ran towards my residence. It was almost dusk at this moment, but this contrasting feeling of silence did not make the dusk scene more soothing and relaxing, but instead made it more urgent. Arriving at the iron gate, Lin Chi quickly took out the iron wire and unlocked the door. He didn't relax completely until he entered the family's courtyard. A nervous and exciting psychological gap made his heart beat violently, and his forehead was unknowingly covered with sweat. Sitting under some landscape trees in the courtyard, Lin Chi rested for a long time before calming down the excitement in his heart. The landscape trees in the garden are very dense, with green branches and leaves covered with sharp thorns, and the red fruits are like lychees, but much smaller. Shishu? Lin Chi suddenly remembered that he had picked this kind of fruit to make wine, and the fruit tasted pretty good. So I reached out and picked 2 of them, blew the dust off them, and stuffed them directly into my mouth. I haven't eaten fresh fruit for many days, and this wild fruit can just add some nutrients. And the eucalyptus tree has more than just this effect. This kind of wood was an excellent material for making bows and arrows in ancient times. If it were in the past, I would never have paid so much attention. But now I have a golden finger that allows me to acquire skills using tools. If I have a handy bow and arrow, I won't even have to get close to zombies in the future. Shoot an arrow from a distance, and with the power of the bow and arrow, you can easily penetrate the zombie's skull. Although the main trunk of this eucalyptus tree is a little curved, it is long enough and just about the thickness of an arm. With such a diameter, with a little processing, a log bow can be made, which is enough to be used for a period of time. After picking a handful of fruits and putting them in his pocket, Lin Chi stood up and walked towards the 2nd floor. In fact, when he returned to the small courtyard, Xiao Tuanchuan in front of the 2nd floor window had already noticed it. When Lin Chi's footsteps approached, she opened the door and took the initiative to welcome him out. Chapter 8. Who says you can't kill someone without a spear? I see you've been sitting in the yard for so long. Are you too tired? Xiao Tuanchuan was about to take the plastic bag from Lin Chi's hand, but was dodged. After all, the head of the steel bar was still stained with a large amount of zombie blood and brains. If his finger was cut, no one could save him at this stage. I have a lot of corpse odor on my body. I let it out outside. This bag is full of zombie blood. Don't stick to it. Lin Chi placed the bag at the door. He had already searched it in the morning. The room next door was also very safe. When repairing the spear or making weapons later, he could do it next door. It took several more trips to move all the supplies from downstairs to the room. And then the day's work ended. Lin Chi carefully washed away any blood stains that might be on his body. Even with all kinds of protection, he still did not dare to gamble on the unknown. Brother Lin, don't go outside anymore. It's too dangerous. As long as we wait until federal rescue arrives, we should be safe. A few days ago, before the power was cut off, the federal government announced a regional rescue plan. In just a few days, the search team sent by the federal government would be able to reach the city. By then, all the survivors left in the city would be gone, able to successfully evacuate to a nearby quarantine area. It's better to believe in others than to believe in yourself. Whether the search and rescue team can come is still one thing. Lin Chi took out the mulberry fruits from his pocket, placed them on the table, and began to pack away the broken weapons. After many uses, the umbrella pole has several cracks, especially at the tip of the gun. After the break, a crack appeared, which spreads for more than 10 centimeters. In other words, if it is to be repaired, some must be cut off. And then the gun will be used. The advantage is gone. Then with a thought in his mind, an illusory panel unfolded in front of him. The task of killing 10 targets had been completed, and the 3-hour task of holding the gun was more than half done. After all, Lin Chi spent most of the time outside today in a state of gun readiness, which invisibly reduced the progress of the mission. In about half an hour, you can advance your basic spear skills. After the lock-picking skill was advanced, he could open all the door locks on the market, which made Lin Chi feel a little outrageous. He didn't know what his basic gun skills would be like after he advanced. While Zhao Tuanchuan was cooking, Lin Chi came to the balcony with the broken gun, maintaining a posture of slowly improving the progress. Brother Lin, it's time to eat. Zhao Tuanchuan brought out 2 large bowls of rice, a basin of seaweed and egg drop soup, and a plate of scrambled eggs. Although there were no vegetables or meat, the nutrition was sufficient. Wait for me 10 minutes. Lin Chi responded, looking at the 10-minute countdown, and decided to wait a little longer. Oh! Zhao Tuanchuan did not urge him. After wiping his hands, he took off his apron, sat on the sofa for a while, got up and walked towards his bedroom. 10 minutes later, Lin Chi put down his hand and cut off the gun. He looked at the new panel that was refreshed and was speechless for a long time. Basic spear skills advancement, advanced spear skills. Who says you can't kill someone without a gun head? When you don't have a gun head, you have an indestructible gun head by default. Special skill, Yu Long throws the world to pieces. High-level gun skills can be advanced. Advanced conditions. 1. Kill 100 targets with a spear. 2. Kill 3 mutated creatures. 3. Obtain 3 gene crystals. Looking at the 3 advanced conditions, Lin frowned slightly. Mutated creatures. Genetic crystals. I've never even heard of these things. At this time, Lin Chi couldn't help but think of the theory of genetic evolution mentioned by Zhao Tuanchuan, which might have made her analyze the key points. At this moment, when he shook his hand and was hit by the barrel of the gun, Lin Chi felt an inexplicable force pass through his hand, as if he had mastered the art and had 10 years of experience. The special skills described in high-level spear skills seem to be imprinted in the mind and can be used at any time. As for the broken gun head, there was a faint feeling of aura extending, like an illusory gun head. Lin Chi held the gun and scratched the wall. Although it did not touch the wall, a deep mark visible to the naked eye appeared. The most important thing is that I didn't feel any resistance at all. This? A magical skill. Before Lin Chi could continue to try, Zhao Tuanchuan walked out of the bedroom at this moment. Brother Lin, let's eat quickly. There was a faint trace of sweat on her forehead, and her cheeks were slightly red. Okay, let's eat first. Lin Chi was planning to ask Zhao Tuanchuan some questions about genetic evolution. So he placed the gun barrel in the corner of the balcony, washed his hands, and sat at the dining table. The steamed rice was very soft and glutinous, but a little cold, along with the salty scrambled eggs. Lin Chi quickly ate most of the bowl. Just as he was about to fill up a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup, Zhao Tuanchuan took out the white bottle from behind. Brother Lin, drink this. It's the same bottle, but there's a lot more milk in it than yesterday, and it's almost full. Where did you get the milk? Lin Chi looked at Zhao Tuanchuan with a serious face. When he entered this room yesterday, he roughly searched it. Everything in the refrigerator stinked, and there was no milk at all. Subconsciously he glanced at her bulging clothes, and felt that it seemed impossible. It was so big that it shouldn't happen at this time. I brought it back from the hotel. I kept it on my person yesterday. Drink it quickly. Zhao Tuanchuan pretended to be calm, served himself a bowl of egg drop soup, and drank it in small sips. However, when he saw that Lin Chi was not moving at all, he looked up cautiously, and then quickly lowered his head. How many bottles have you hidden? The bottle was opened, and the color of the milk was thicker than usual. But Lin Chi could already smell the faint fragrance of milk. No more. This is the last bottle. I thought Brother Lin was going out to look for supplies, so I kept it specially for you to replenish your body. Zhao Tuanchuan quickly explained that she didn't dare to say that she still had a lot. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to do it in a short time if Lin Chi asked her to take out another bottle. You've been hiding it for so long, and you're not willing to drink it. Let's take half of it each. Lin Chi said as he picked up the bottle, poured half of it into his bowl, and pushed the other half back. It still tastes the same as before. A little warm. After entering the mouth, a warm current slowly slides down the throat. and the stomach feels warm, although he didn't know what brand of milk it was. The benefits and changes it brought about after drinking it were obvious. This was why Lin Chi knew that the origin of this thing was unclear. But he was still willing to drink it. I don't want to drink it. It will make me uncomfortable. There was a hint of anxiety in Zhao Tuanchuan's eyes, and she quickly pushed the remaining half bottle over, muttering to herself, "If you drink it yourself, wouldn't you be bringing disgrace on yourself? You're quite a nice person." Lin Chi didn't hesitate, picked up the bottle, and drank it all in one gulp, even licking every drop on the mouth of the bottle clean. This made Zhao Tuanchuan feel daydreaming again after seeing it. When she squeezed before, the mouth of the bottle was just right. Wasn't there indirect contact? For a moment, my heart became more and more panicked. Chapter 9. A small gun is also a gun. After dinner, without electricity or other entertainment, the long night was a bit difficult. Lin Chi thought about genetic issues at this time, so he asked Zhao Tuanchuan. When it came to his major, Zhao Tuanchuan immediately became energetic. He immediately sat up straight and explained Lin Chi from the simplest aspects. The genes of the human body are very complex, consisting of 23 pairs of chromosomes. Among them, the dominant genes determine the growth of ordinary human beings throughout their lives. However, as the recessive genes slowly awaken, humans will be born with abilities beyond ordinary people. Throughout the ages, those special beings in history have all awakened their recessive genes and become heroes and phoenixes among people, leaving a profound mark in history. Zhao Tuanchuan realized that her genetic awakening meant that her body had undergone special changes. Although she was also frightened by such changes at first, the two chatted until midnight. But Lin Chi did not hear the theory about gene locks from Zhao Tuanchuan. There seems to be no such conjecture in the memory of my body. It was long after dawn, the next day, before Lin Chi walked out of the room. After breakfast, he took the umbrella pole and the steel head to the next room. Both of these items were stained with the blood of zombies, and leaving them in the room was also a hidden danger. Fortunately, Lin Chi found a clothes drying rack on the balcony of the next room. It was made of stainless steel and was 1.8 meters long. It was much easier to use than an umbrella pole. With the blessing of high-level spear skills, there is no need to consider whether the gun head exists or not. Finding a handy kitchen knife from the kitchen, Lin Chi went downstairs, chopped off the eucalyptus tree, trimmed the branches, and brought it back upstairs. Originally, if he wanted to make a bow, he had to wait for the wood to dry naturally and prevent cracks. But Lin Chi couldn't wait that long now. Lin Chi spent the whole day resting the branch, smoothing the branch and repairing it bit by bit along the texture. Finally, when it got dark, he got a crude bow embryo. "Brother Lin, can you still make bows and arrows?" Zhao Tuanchuan had been huddled on the sofa, watching the branch changing little by little in Lin Chi's hands, and finally recognized it as a long bow. It's just that this bow is completely different from what she remembered. The shape is not good looking, and the upper and lower limbs are not very symmetrical. Who wants to fight zombies up close when we can attack from a distance? Once the bow is ready, our safety factor will be raised to another level. Next, you only need to weave a bow string and make a few arrows, and then you can try to see how powerful this bow is. Before that, Lin Chi had no plans to go out. After all, there was no need to venture out when there was no shortage of food. He just had to wait for the federal search team to arrive here and follow the large army to the quarantine area. Beside the moat on the edge of the city, off-road vehicles were parked in front of a bridge. On the vehicles, several soldiers wearing protective clothing jumped down and came to the bridge to observe. "The bridge is full of cars, and we can't pass." The first team and the second team gave up their vehicles and moved forward on foot. The third team stayed in place, cleared the cars on the bridge, and pushed them directly under the bridge. The leader looked to be in his early 40s and had a serious look on his face. After he quickly issued the order, he led two teams with a total of 100 people and quickly crossed the bridge. "Xiao Zhang, report the city information." Just after crossing the bridge, a few zombies wandered over. The vibration frequency of the large-scale crossing of the bridge had already attracted nearby zombies. "Gu team, this city is planned as the 32nd district, which is a highly infected area. It covers an area of 82 square kilometers and has a permanent population of 500,000. 150,000 people were originally quarantined and transferred, and now 350,000 people are still there. In urban areas, based on the infection rate of virus zombies, the number of survivors is roughly 70,000. But after so many days, we don't know how many will survive. A three-dimensional projection flashed on Xiao Zhang's arm, presenting the information of the 32 city districts and sharing it with others through the tactical channel. Use the cross plan to open up the cross line in the center of the city. Use helicopters to notify survivors in the urban area. Gather towards the nearest safe area and evacuate steadily from the central cross line. After a little analysis, Captain Gu chose a plan. This was also the precious experience they gained since the end of the world. The so-called central cross line is to use the city center as a cross to open up a main road leading to the east, west, north, and south. The follow-up support team will quickly form a defense line, recruit survivors, and establish temporary positions to stop the virus zombies. It can be said that it is a piece of cake. The mission of their team, in addition to exploring the path first and locking the location of the central cross, is also the mission of rescuing important people. After crossing the bridge, the team moved forward steadily. When encountering small groups of zombies, the members were able to avoid them with their quick speed. But when he couldn't dodge, he raised the specially made silenced rifle in his hand and fired a quick burst to clear the obstacle. Zhao Tuanchuan was very good at craftsmanship. He used the powerful marlin thread found by Lin Qi to weave it into a bow string of moderate thickness. After it was fixed to the bow, it formed a crescent arc. Brother Lin, this bow is so ugly. The skin of the bow was only shaved off and slightly repaired. The fresh trunk was stained with many stains and looked dark. And there were a few uneven places. Don't think it's ugly. It's very powerful. Lin Qi tried to draw the bow empty, but with his strength, he couldn't draw the bow full. If you want to test its power, you also need to make a suitable arrow. When I was cutting down a tree before, I specially cut off 2 long branches as thick as my fingers, and trimmed them just enough to make 2 arrows. What should I use for arrows? If you want a bow and arrow to be lethal, arrowheads are essential. But this material is generally difficult to find and cannot be made without the right tools. Lin Qi was in trouble for a while, so he had to make the arrow shaft first, and finally found some sharp objects to install on the arrowhead. After repairing it several times with a dagger, the branch has not reached perfect straightness, and there will definitely be a huge deviation when it is shot like this. Lin Qi was a little frustrated for a while. Sure enough, everything he made without experience was useless. It would be nice if it was like a gun and didn't need an arrow. After scraping off the last layer of bark, Lin Qi had a sudden idea and trimmed the arrow shaft slightly to make a smaller version of the spear. I held it in my hand and waved it a few times. And sure enough, I felt the illusory fluctuations at the head of the gun. Is this okay? What I just had as a whim came true. And now all I need to do to make arrows is a straight rod. The abilities attached to this high-level spear technique are simply terrifying. Chapter 10. You are hurting your body by doing this. When he knocked the bow and drew the arrow, the wet bow body made a crunching sound when squeezed. Lin Qi took a deep breath, stretched the long bow to the limit, then let go, and the arrow shot out with a whoosh. Zhao Tuanchuan hugged her head tightly and huddled in the corner of the sofa, fearing that the arrow would bounce back and hit her in the head. But after the sound of the bow string, there was a snap, and the arrow made from the twig shot directly into the wall, the tail of the arrow trembling slightly. Brother Lin, I remember you didn't install the arrow, right? Zhao Tuanchuan jumped off the sofa and stepped forward to pull out the arrow. With her strength, the arrow that shot into the wall nearly 5 centimeters was actually quite strong. Draw out of it. If you look carefully, you can see that the arrow shaft is not damaged at all. I don't know why, but I feel like my power is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Qi was also quite shocked. He didn't expect such a simple bow to be so powerful. Although it has the blessing of default arrows, it is a concrete wall after all, and so many shots can be shot into it. If you were facing a zombie, you would just pierce through it without leaving any arrow tail. Lin Qi couldn't put it down and played with the bow and arrow in his hand, eager to find a zombie to try. He didn't know what would happen if the bow and arrow skill was activated. This is all my fault, Zhao Tuanchuan murmured in a low voice. Looking at Lin Qi's smiling face, a special light unknowingly appeared in his eyes. Just as Lin Qi was about to go out, a whistle suddenly sounded outside the window, like an air raid siren. It lasted for a long time before dissipating. Survivors, please note that federal rescue has arrived. Please follow social rules and evacuate on your own to the central streets in 2 days. The federal support team will clear a safe passage to cover survivors' evacuation from the city. The sound in the sky was passed over and over again, from far to near, and then gradually faded away. You can even hear the roar of helicopter propellers flying not far away. Help is coming. In my memory, the federal government was similar to the government agency in Lin Chi's previous life, but it was more rigorous. There are 4 major federations and 18 small countries in this world. Since 1999, the world structure has been cleansed. It seems that 2 roads have branched off from Lin Chi's original memory experience, becoming increasingly different. The people have an inexplicable confidence in the Central Asian Federation. When they learned that rescue was about to arrive, they felt as if they had been given a shot in the arm. But the 2 people in the room were somewhat silent. Because Lin Chi dominates the memory, he doesn't have much sense of belonging to the Federation. But he doesn't have much resistance. After all, in the apocalypse, it is really difficult for a person to survive. Human beings are social creatures after all, and they have been isolated from the world for a long time. Most people can't bear this kind of loneliness. Zhao Tianquan was also uneasy, compared with Lin Chi, who still had the confidence to deal with the unexpected incident. She was full of fear about the future. If it was a normal genetic evolution, and it was known to the Federation, it might be reused. But she was different from ordinary people. If her abilities were noticed by someone with a heart, it would be horrifying to think about what she would become in the future. It is very likely that she will be trapped in a dark place, with her body fixed, and she will be receiving high-protein nutrition every day. 2 tubes are connected to her body to continuously absorb her juices. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianquan suddenly shuddered. We are now quite far away from the central street. We have to go through almost half of the city to reach the rescue area. Then we will follow the federal team to the nearest isolation area. After learning that mutated creatures would appear in the future, Lin Chi always had a shadow in his heart. After all, the unknown nature of mutated creatures was too great. And if he wanted to know the theory about genetic evolution, he needed official news. There are still 2 days left. Let's get ready. You go and make the food into dry food. I'll go explore outside first and find a safe road. Lin Chi didn't notice Zhao Tianquan's nervousness, and prepared himself. With his current strength, he could break through the zombies. But the unknown mutated creature had no idea of its strength. Lin Chi cut down all the viewing trees in the courtyard, made a total of 30 arrows, and made a simple quiver. After breakfast that day, Lin Chi picked up his equipment, and when he was passing by the kitchen and preparing to go out, he glanced at it inadvertently. Although the kitchen door was closed, the gap allowed Lin Chi to see the scene inside. Zhao Tianquan was seen bending over, lifting up his clothes and squeezing hard. The white liquid sprayed out like a shower head and fell into a large bowl. That touch of soft white is very eye-catching. Lin Chi silently stepped back, stepped harder, and walked through the living room again. Brother Lin. Wait! Zhao Tianquan came out of the kitchen in a hurry, holding a big bowl in both hands. I've warmed the milk for you. Drink it. The bowl was so full that it was almost overflowing. Tuan. You are hurting your body a little bit like this. At this time, how could Lin Chi not guess where these breasts came from? Recalling the first time he saw Zhao Tianquan in his memory, her figure was not so outstanding, although she had always worn looser clothes. But the scale is getting bigger and bigger, coupled with the genetic evolution theory she mentioned and the deliberately hidden information. The warm milk that appeared many times had to remind Lin Chi of certain aspects. Why are you hurting your body? This is the milk I left for you. I have another bottle in the house. If you don't believe me, I'll show it to you. Zhao Tianquan's face turned red, and he gave Lin Chi the hot milk in his hand, then ran into the bedroom and took out the white bottle. The mouth of the bottle is tightly closed, and a full bottle of milk can be vaguely seen when shaking. I see. It seems I misunderstood. Lin Chi picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Under deliberate perception, the warm current rolled in his stomach and gradually spread to his limbs, becoming more obvious than the previous times. Give me this bottle too. I might not be back at noon, so I'll take it with me for lunch. Lin Chi took the white bottle from Zhao Tianquan's hand, stuffed it into his pocket, then turned and walked out. Since Zhao Tianquan was unwilling to tell the truth, Lin Chi simply did not make it clear. After all, this kind of thing was too embarrassing for an 18-year-old girl. Oh, what should I do next? He must know. In the room, Zhao Tianquan was lying on the sofa, pulling at random with his hands, and squeezing. He suddenly felt wet on his chest. So I quickly got up and went to the kitchen, took an empty bowl, and after a while, squeezed out half of the bowl. After Lin Chi went downstairs, he did not go to the street, but came to the 3rd residential building. Only 2 of the 3 residential buildings were explored. The inner corridor of the last one was full of bloodstains, which stopped Lin Chi in his tracks last time. But after changing to new equipment this time, I don't care much about this danger. Opening the iron door, a smell of blood filled the air. There was still a layer of black mucus on the ground, but there were a few fresh footprints on the mucus. Have any zombies come down? Lin Chi remembered the last time he briefly opened the door to check, and his heart suddenly became awe-inspiring. So he held a long gun and slowly explored the corridor. The doors of the 4 residents on the first floor were all locked. Lin Chi did not open the door without permission, but slowly came to the second floor. As soon as I entered the second floor, I felt a stronger stench, almost nauseating. Sure enough, I saw the open door at the end of the corridor. There was a pool of blood on the ground, extending all the way to the door. Chapter 11: Killing Mutated Zombies. Lin Chi took off his long bow and stood by the wall, placing the arrows one by one. Then he held the long spear and tapped it gently on the ground. Amidst the clanging sound, a low roar came from the room at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, Lin Chi immediately put on his bow and arrow and aimed at the door. The sound of heavy footsteps was getting closer and closer. Only a bang was heard. The door shook violently, and a strong figure walked out of the room, breathing heavily. This is also a zombie, and it is an infected type. There is no sign of decay on his body. The clothes on his body seem to be torn, revealing bulging muscles. It's just that the color of the muscles is extremely pale for some reason. Even the joints have cuticles. The hands are like claws with extremely sharp nails. Mutant. Even though he was well prepared, Lin Chi was shocked when he saw this mutant zombie for the first time. In his panic, he didn't even aim at the zombie's head. He let go of his hand, and the arrow shot out of the air. Boom! It was like the muffled sound of an arrow shooting into leather. Although it hit the zombie's chest, the arrow was broken into 2 pieces and fell down after being flicked by it. Roar! The mutated zombie seemed to be feeling pain, and after roaring, it quickly rushed towards Lin Chi. The illusory panel in front of him flashed away, and Lin Chi had no time to fire the second shot. He discarded the wooden bow in his hand and picked up the spear to prepare for the attack. When the zombie came close, he raised his gun and hit the spot where the arrow hit again. The powerful impact made Lin Chi slide backwards. In terms of strength alone, this mutated zombie was too much better than Lin Chi. Fortunately, with the advantage of long hands, the zombie's waving arms could not hurt itself. Zombies don't seem to be very intelligent. As soon as Lin Chi had this thought in his mind, he felt the force on the gun loosen. The mutated zombie stopped rushing forward and slapped the gun barrel. The spear was shot away in an instant, leaving a deep mark on the wall. The stainless steel pipe was dented, but the zombie couldn't help but take a few steps back. A huge gash was opened on his chest, visible beating of internal organs. With the force of the zombie's swing, the indestructible spear head directly lifted off most of its chest. Although this attack was not fatal, it also temporarily delayed its pace. The zombie, who only had hunting instincts, seemed to have yet to figure out how such a large wound could appear on his body. It raised its hand to stuff the leaked internal organs back, and suddenly grabbed Lin Chi with its other hand. Lin Chi retreated again and had reached the corner. At this moment, the zombies exploded with ferocity, and the threat was far greater than before. If the corpse blood was contaminated, not only would they be infected, but the nausea would make people lose their fighting ability. Wandering Dragon throws the world to pieces. Lin Chi held the gun in both hands and spun quickly, and saw a dragon suddenly transforming from the body of the gun, circling around the gun. When the rotation reached the extreme, the gun flew away from his hand, turning into a long dragon and spitting out. The powerful energy instantly penetrated the mutant zombie's chest, and this force even shook its entire body back, pushing it all the way to the end of the corridor. With a bang, the bricks and stone shattered. The spear was like a thick nail, nailing the mutated zombie to the wall. Its chest collapsed completely, and its body was almost broken into 2 sections, with only some flesh remaining connected. After the blow, Lin Chi followed closely, grabbed the wooden bow on the ground, knocked an arrow and fired quickly. Holding the wooden bow in his hands again, a familiar feeling suddenly arose, as if he had several years of experience in using it. Lin Chi understood the performance of this wooden bow just by drawing the bow and setting the arrow. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air, and the arrow stabbed firmly into the eyes of the mutant zombie, nailing its head to the wall. The head was broken, and the last vitality of the mutated zombie quickly faded away. The body that was originally trembling and trying to break free slowly became limp. At this time, Lin Chi had time to check the archery skills he had just obtained. Use bow and arrow to hit the target and obtain basic archery skills. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced conditions. 1. Use bow and arrow to kill 100 targets. With just basic archery skills, Lin Chi felt like he could hit every shot within a range of 20 meters. He also had a very deep understanding of the bow. He didn't know what changes would happen after he advanced. If it was the same as basic spear skills, it would appear special skills are much more promising than firearms. After all, ordinary people have no chance to come into contact with firearms. Blood stains slowly dripped down the spear. The blood of this mutant zombie was completely different from those of infected zombies. It was more bright and solid, as if it had vitality. If you look carefully, you can see that the front end of the gun barrel has exploded, and the newly acquired weapon is completely useless. The killing of a mutated creature has been completed. But where can I get the genetic crystal? Looking at the zombie's bloody body, Lin Chi felt it was difficult to take action. After much hesitation, he took out the dagger and slowly cut open the zombie's flesh. Vomit! I vomited while rowing. My stomach twitched as I kept vomiting, and I slowly got used to this feeling. This skin is really tough. The zombie's chest was cut open, and a stream of shattered internal organs fell out. Lin Chi fiddled with it a few times with arrows, but couldn't find anything that concerned him. After the head was broken open, Lin Chi couldn't help but retch while leaning against the wall. The brain mixed with red and white was even beating slightly, and the bright red veins were like a spider web. It was a pity that there was nothing special inside. It seems that there is no such thing as evolutionary crystals in this mutated zombie. Lin Chi really didn't want to look for it anymore. So he lifted the zombie's head and pressed it on his neck, correcting his posture. Excuse me. In the room where the mutated zombies appeared, just like the corridor, the ground was covered with sticky blood, and the room was in a mess, as if it had experienced a battle. Lin Chi carefully came to the innermost bedroom. The door had been destroyed, and he saw a pile of flesh, blood and bones piled up in the corner. There were 4 or 5 heads, large and small. It's so exciting. Lin Chi just took one look, then beat his chest and retreated. After suppressing his nausea, he exited the room. There was only this mutant zombie in this building. The doors of the other rooms were either closed or had been ravaged to a terrible state. However, Lin Chi found the same steel pipe on the balcony of another room. The equipment was replenished again, and the combat power was directly improved to a level, making up for the shortcomings of long range. This time Lin Chi really took a step out and walked up the street. Because of the helicopter shouting, the zombies hidden in the city went into complete riot. Most of them wandered into the streets, aimlessly looking for the source of the sound. Just as he left the street, Lin Chi saw a few wandering zombies. An arrow was shot, and the arrow pierced directly through the zombie's head, inserting half of it. Use too much force. If the arrow is stained with too much zombie blood, it cannot be recycled. Otherwise, if it is used again, it will inevitably leave zombie blood stains on the bow. After several attempts, Lin Chi gradually found the right strength. He went out. In a building in the distance, hidden by the curtains, a person saw Lin Chi walking out of the courtyard and quickly alerted the people in the room. After he finished speaking, several people gathered around and looked through the window to see what was going on outside. He actually has a bow and arrow? In just a few days, this guy actually had another weapon. After he leaves, let's go to where he lives and have a look. There must be a lot of supplies hidden there. Lu Bo threw the cigarette, but in his hand, to the younger brother beside him with a gloomy expression. Yesterday, they went to the hotel. After prying the door open, they found that all the supplies inside had been plundered and only found a little. They wasted a day in vain. Since he became the boss, all he has to consider is the food, drink and eating of a group of younger brothers. But these people are not useful at all, and do not even have the courage to face zombies. Chapter 12: A Group of Unlucky Ghosts. Most of the dozen or so people who escaped from the hotel that day died tragically at the malice of zombies. The 5 of them were lucky enough to hide in this building, relying on the supplies left in the room. So they did not starve. However, after seeing the horror of infected zombies, no one dared to face them. After all, they were not slow-moving virus zombies, but infected bodies chasing people and biting them. The threat level was not at the same level. Come on. Let's go downstairs. Seeing Lin Chi gradually disappearing at the end of the street, Lu Bo immediately gave the order and led the 4 of them outside. It seems that they were influenced by Lin Chi in the hotel. All 5 of them made a long gun. Especially Lu Bo. He was holding a 1.8-meter long steel drill in his hand. It didn't need to be polished deliberately. The power of vulgarity. He also deliberately wrapped linen around the steel drill to increase the durability. The weapons of the remaining 4 were a bit shabby. Some were modified for mops. And some, like Lin Chi, were a clothes rack. The 5 of them carefully went downstairs. Lu Bo still taking the lead. When they got downstairs, they saw a zombie slowly wandering over from the street. You two come and practice your courage. Lu Bo is not afraid of this kind of viral zombie. To him, it is just bullying a terminally ill patient. He has already overcome his psychological barrier. But for a few others, facing such zombies requires great courage. Boss, it's up to you to do it. We'll just help you from behind. The honest young man turned pale with fear. 2 days later, the rotting state of the virus zombie became more and more terrifying. Even when walking, the rotten flesh on the body was falling off. Damn it! If you have 1/10 of that guy's courage, I dare to take you to the streets. Lu Bo cursed and took 2 steps forward resignedly. He raised the steel drill in his hand and stabbed the zombie in the face. The drill head penetrated directly through the zombie's head. With a quick push, the zombie fell to the ground. Now that it's dead, you all come over and give it a little poke and get over some mental barriers. Lu Bo knew that if he continued, these burdens would drag him down sooner or later. So it was better to train him carefully. If someone still dared not face the zombies, then he would have to find a way to give up on him. Such people would also be held back. Although the zombie was dead, the stench emanating from its body made it difficult to approach. The 4 of them moved for a while before slowly approaching. They raised their spears and stabbed them a few times with their eyes closed, feeling the soft greasy feeling when the spear came into contact with the rotten meat. Even one person couldn't help but vomited directly. There seemed to be a chain reaction. So one person followed the other, holding onto the wall and vomiting acidic water. In the end, even Lu Bo was deeply affected and couldn't help but retch several times. It wasn't until I lit a cigarette and took a deep breath that I suppressed the nausea in my stomach. Boss, give me a bite. Seeing Lu Bo squatting aside and smoking, the honest young man closest to him wiped his mouth and stepped forward with a flattering look on his face. Lu Bo took another deep breath before throwing away the half of the cigarette. Damn. I'm so disgusted. Stop spitting out your shit and leave quickly, or the zombies will smell it and come over soon. Lu Bo looked at the ugly behavior of these people with a look of annoyance on his face, wondering why he had agreed to lead these idiots in the first place. Seeing Lu Bo walking away, the remaining 3 people didn't dare to vomit anymore and chased after him with their spears in hand. It was only 100 meters away, but they walked for nearly 10 minutes before arriving in front of the residential compound where Lin Chi was. There were several rotting zombies in front of the iron gate, exuding a disgusting stench. But fortunately they had almost vomited. Boss, there's a lock. What should we do if we can't get in? The honest young man is called Chen Xiaobo. Although he is not very courageous, he knows how to watch people's actions, look for problems, and create trouble. The lock is broken. Break it open. With a dark face, Lu Bo pushed the person in front of him away, picked up the 8-pound steel drill, and swung it with all his strength. There was a loud bang, and the iron door trembled several times, but the iron lock was not broken open. Lu Bo's eyes twitched wildly, and he shook his hands without leaving any trace. You stay away. It affects my performance. After the 4 of them took a few steps back, Lu Bo did not dare to smash anymore. He inserted the steel drill into the lock and pried it hard. With a click, the iron lock was pried open. Before he could pull out the steel drill, the 4 of them impatiently pushed the door open and hid inside. During the past few days of observation, they already knew that this residential compound was a very safe place. Even if there were zombies, they had all been cleaned up by Lin Chi. They subconsciously stepped into a safe place to feel calmer. Damn. He ran so fast. Lu Bo couldn't help but curse again, pulled out the steel drill, and chased after him. After walking around 3 residential buildings, the doors of both buildings were locked, and only one was ajar. Zhao Tuanchuan, who was in front of the window on the 2nd floor, had already noticed the movement outside. She hid behind the bed curtain and secretly looked at the people downstairs. At this moment, only the closed door could give her a sense of security. Brother Lin, come back quickly. Zhao Tuanchuan huddled on the sofa, his eyes full of panic. Boss, the door of this building is unlocked. That boy must have forgotten to lock the door when he came out. Chen Xiaobo seemed to have discovered something, and ran back quickly, claiming credit. It's not like I don't have eyes. I've seen it a long time ago. At this moment, Lu Bo disliked his little brother more and more. So he strode forward and arrived in front of the building. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a layer of dark brown blood on the ground, and subconsciously took a step back. There are footprints on the ground. It's unmistakable. It's this building. Based on the clues on the ground, he quickly made a judgment. So he took a step, and when he was about to go upstairs, he stopped again. You two go ahead. Lu Bo pointed at the other two people with a steel drill. As the boss, he must always maintain the majesty of the boss. How could he take the lead in taking the lead? Boss, we are not as powerful as you. If we encounter zombies, we won't be able to defeat them. These two people were so scared that their legs were trembling. They followed Lu Bo out, which was already the greatest courage. How could they dare to face the zombies alone? What are you afraid of? How could there be zombies where he lives? He has cleaned them up a long time ago. If you don't have the courage, you two should stop following me in the future. Lu Bo had a sullen face and had the urge to kill these two losers. The two of them thought about it and understood. After looking at each other, they plucked up the courage to walk into the corridor. The dark brown mucus on the ground made it feel as if something was pulling on the feet when walking. With every step they took, the fear in their hearts grew. However, Lu Bo was pressing behind them step by step, and the two of them did not dare to retreat. Fortunately, all the doors on the first floor were closed, so there was no danger. When they arrived on the second floor, as soon as they came out of the corridor, they saw a bright red blood mark on the ground. They were so frightened that they could no longer lift their steps. Boss, there is blood on the ground. Bright red blood. The dark brown blood was far less frightening than the bright red blood. The two of them scrambled to retreat into the corridor, as if there was a monster in front of them that chose to devour people. A puddle of blood scared you like this? Damn it! Lu Bo pushed the two of them away, and walked out slowly with a steel drill in hand, following the blood marks on the ground. His eyes gradually shifted. When he saw the skinned zombie nailed to the wall, his pupils shrank slightly. Mom! Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Bo was frightened and screamed. When the four people behind him heard the scream, they ran downstairs without looking back. When he looked back, the four of them had already disappeared. Damn! This place is so weird. Lu Bo was the only one left, and he did not dare to continue exploring, so he had to retreat carefully. Chapter 13. Heading to Central Street. After watching the four people outside the window leave the yard, Zhao Tuanchuan breathed a sigh of relief, still holding the kitchen knife tightly in his hand. Even if you run fast, I will chop you to death if you dare to come. The girl's eyes were full of ferocity. Her heart had accepted the cruelty of this Doomsday, and she was already ready to kill. At this age, people accept new things much faster than adults. It wasn't until the afternoon, when he saw Lin Chi's figure from the window, that Zhao Tuanchuan relaxed his guard and put the kitchen knife back in the kitchen. When Lin Chi walked to the iron gate and saw that the door lock was broken, he couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. No, someone has come. In the current stage of the apocalypse, zombies are not the most terrifying thing. With the weapons at hand and the courage to fight, facing zombies is just a little dangerous. But people are unpredictable, and no one knows whether someone will send a cold arrow secretly, or steal the house secretly, so that the supplies and loot they have worked hard to search for will be in vain. Without any time to think, Lin Chi quickly ran towards the residential building. He was relieved when he saw that the door lock of the building where he lived was still intact. After going upstairs, he went straight to the room. As soon as he opened the door, Zhao Tuanchuan ran over. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, then stretched out his arms to hug Lin Chi's waist. Brother Lin, can you take me with you next time you go out? I can help you get your things. Today's incident has kept the girl on tenterhooks, although it was just a false alarm. If those four people broke in, she would not be able to resist at this stage. Feeling the thick touch on his chest, Lin Chi took several steps back and was pressed against the wall. Under the force of the countershock, the contact area became larger, and Lin Chi even felt it bounce a few times. Let go first and then talk. Lin Chi gently patted Zhao Tuanchuan on the back. After spending a few days together, the two of them had shared weal and woe, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. But after knowing where the milk came from, I felt awkward in my heart. The guys from the hotel broke in, but luckily they didn't enter this building. I suspect they must know we live here. Zhao Tuanchuan's eyes were full of worry. The unknown danger was the most terrifying. Don't worry. We will set out to evacuate towards Central Street tomorrow. When he went out today, Lin Chi only explored half of the way, because of the warning sound of the helicopter flying over. The zombies in the whole city became restless, and the number of zombies on the street was obviously more. After appeasing Zhao Tuanchuan, the two began to pack supplies. During the day, because someone broke into the yard, Zhao Tuanchuan had no time to prepare. He just sorted out the supplies and put them in the kitchen. The two boiled all the remaining dozen eggs, steamed the rice into rice balls, and made steamed buns from flour. They also sorted out some lightweight supplies and stuffed them into their backpacks. He was busy until late at night. Under the pale yellow light of the vegetable oil lamp, Zhao Tuanchuan's weak body seemed to have great energy, without any trace of fatigue. Okay, these are enough. We can't take any more. 2 large backpacks full of food would be fine if they were traveling on a regular basis. They would just be a little tiring. But they also had to avoid the zombies outside. Too much weight would undoubtedly become an obstacle to escape. Zhao Tuanchuan thought about it and realized something was wrong. So he took out some of the items and put them into his backpack. Brother Lin will carry a light one tomorrow, and I will carry a heavy one. Don't worry. I will definitely be able to keep up. If it were a few days ago, Zhao Tuanchuan would never joke with her life. But when she was nervous today, she unknowingly realized a new ability of hers. At that time, when she saw Lu Bo and the other 4 entering the courtyard, Zhao Tuanchuan had already had the idea of desperate efforts. Under the excitement, a force slowly spread from her chest to her body, allowing her physique to be comprehensively improved. And now, she can feel that her physical fitness is slowly changing at any time. Maybe it won't be long before she can surpass strong men in strength. Actually, you don't have to worry so much. Most of the zombies in the city are virus bodies. As long as you are careful, you will not be in danger. Although the mutant zombie he encountered in the next building today was a bit special, he could easily deal with it with the special skills Lin Chi had acquired. And the longer you practice the skill, the more powerful it becomes. And you will only slowly become stronger. I believe Brother Lin. Zhao Tuanchuan encouraged with clenched fists. She didn't know much about Lin Chi's strength, but after feeding her the high-energy nutrients she had condensed several times, she believed that Lin Chi's physique had also been greatly improved. Seeing Lin Chi's strength improving little by little, Zhao Tuanchuan I was also very pleased. After finishing their work, it was already midnight. The two of them said good night to each other and returned to their rooms. It wasn't until the next morning that the two of them packed their luggage and walked out of the room. Lin Chi was carrying a backpack, holding a long bow in his hand and a quiver tied to his waist, while Zhao Tuanchuan was holding the steel pipe for self-defense and carrying a lot of food on his back. After leaving the building, they saw 2 zombies wandering in the courtyard. The iron door was pried open yesterday. Lin Chi did not close it when he came back. Unexpectedly, a zombie wandered in. Don't be afraid. Let me come. Lin Chi drew out his arrow, raised it and shot. With a distance of less than 20 meters, it was a perfect shot for him. Before the 2 zombies could react, the arrow had already hit their heads and penetrated 3 points straight into their heads. Lin Chi recovered the arrow and inserted it into the quiver again. After making sure that there were no more zombies around, he led Zhao Tuanchuan forward. Yesterday, a few of the 30 arrows were scrapped, but now there are only 25 left. They must be used with caution. Otherwise the advanced tasks of basic archery have not been completed, and all the arrows may be scrapped. Brother Lin is so awesome. There was a hint of doubt in Zhao Tuanchuan's bright eyes. She still hadn't figured out what the genetic enhancement of Lin Chi's awakening was. And how could this crudely made arrow be so powerful? Just sharpening the arrow shaft could shoot through the zombie's head. You must know that the skull is very hard. Follow closely, and don't fall too far behind when you cross the street later. Just when he went out, he encountered zombies, which made Lin Chi feel a little heavier. Under normal circumstances, it would be unfavorable to go out, and the whole trip would not go smoothly. Sure enough, after leaving the compound gate, there were obviously more zombies on the street, and the roars from the infected zombies could even be faintly heard. Lin Chi had already planned the route of action yesterday. If he were alone, he could easily avoid the zombies. But with Zhao Tuanchuan, he had to ensure her safety. Walk close to the wall, and stay as far away from the zombies as possible. They won't attack as long as the movement is not too big 10 meters away. Lin Chi observed the surrounding environment and looked for a suitable route while sharing the information he had with Zhao Tuanchuan. Most of the eyes of the Virion zombies have rotted away, and they have no vision at all. The method they use to find prey should be magnetic field induction between living things. Of course, if the vibration is too strong, the position will be locked. Chapter 14. Let's take advantage of the heat. Just as they crossed a street, Lynchie stretched out his hand to signal, and the two stopped. Listen carefully. Is there any sound? There is no other noise in the silent city, so the subtle sound breaking through the air can be easily detected. While the two of them were listening, a roar suddenly came from the nearby building. It's a mutated zombie. Lynchie was extremely sensitive to the sounds of mutated zombies. This roar had a shocking aura. As the voice came out, the zombies that were wandering aimlessly on the street seemed to have been summoned. They turned around and walked towards the building, even though their speed was slow. After a while, most of them had already gathered there. There should be someone there who has attracted the attention of the mutated zombies. Let's go to the other side. Near the building was the path Lynchie explored yesterday. But he didn't encounter the terrifying mutated zombie at all yesterday, so he had to change his route now. All the nearby zombies were attracted away, which gave the two of them a safe passage. So they quickly crossed a street and turned into a group of buildings. Not long after entering, I saw several people walking in a hurry not far away. They also had the same purpose and moved towards the central street as quickly as possible. When they discovered Lynchie and Zhao Tuanchuan, those people did not stop, and even looked at them with alert faces. Lynchie didn't want to interact with these people, so he stopped silently and waited for them to leave first. Boss, they have weapons. There are 8 people in this group. 5 men and 3 women. The men are all strong and the women are of good looks. Even in ordinary times, it is difficult to meet such a high-quality person. I didn't expect that when the end of the world comes, we will meet together. I saw how powerful a Bao made of wood can be. The leading man was tall and strong, with a shaved head and a rather fierce look. He stared at the backpacks carried by the two of them. Thoughtfully, they must have food with them. We'll check it out later. If you dare to resist, our women just don't have enough points. That little girl is quite tender. There was a hint of lust in the bald eyes. Even though they were 40 or 50 meters apart and could not see each other's appearance clearly, their figure could not betray anyone. Boss, you can't eat alone. Brothers haven't tasted anything fresh for a long time. Hearing the bald head's words, the remaining 4 people laughed. Before the end, several people were good citizens who abided by the law and abided by the law. But the future was bleak, and without the restraint of the law, people's hearts were completely corrupted. In order to enjoy more before dying, I unknowingly revealed the evil in my heart step by step. A group of them were trapped in the building. There were originally more than 20 people, but most of the remaining ones were old, weak, sick and disabled, and were considered a burden. This time, they used the excuse of going out to look for supplies, and only brought the 3 most beautiful ones. Woman, abandoning everyone else in the building. Don't worry. If I eat meat, I will drink your soup. The bald man waved to several people to hide in a corner, waiting for the two to approach. Brother Lin, there seems to be something wrong with those people. Zhao Tanchuan's eyesight was very good. Those people just kept looking back at them frequently, and they must have some special thoughts. A girl's sixth sense is very sharp. There will be a few normal ones in the apocalypse. Be careful later. Lynchie took out an arrow and put it on his bow, ready to attack at any time. As he walked along the street, the 5 people suddenly appeared from the corner and ran towards them. Brother, are you going to Central Street too? How about we go together? The bald man did not speak, but asked a man in a suit with glasses to come out to negotiate. The man in the suit had a kind face, and his first impression did not make people wary. No need. The fewer people there are, the smaller the target. We don't want to be chased by zombies. Lynchie raised his bow and took aim, preparing for the worst in everything. At this moment, he already regarded these people as enemies. Little brother, please don't. You see, the 5 of us are strong men and have weapons. Even if zombies come, we can protect you. You will be very safe if you follow us. As the man in suit spoke, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Tuanchuan, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's not very clear when viewed from a distance, but at such a close range, Zhao Tuanchuan's cute face still has a hint of baby fat, and the shoulders tightened by carrying a backpack make the high chest more prominent. Compared with the 3 beauties in his team, they pale into insignificance. My last warning is to get out of here. When Lynchie saw the looks of several people, he felt more and more disgusted. Unknowingly, he regarded Zhao Tuanchuan as the person closest to him in this world. This kind of person, who obviously has a special purpose, may not be his purpose. Boy, if you don't drink a toast, you'll have to drink a fine drink. Do you think you can scare us with a branch? You don't even have an arrow. So why are you pretending to be an archer? There was a hint of ferocity on the bald face, and the flesh on his face was pulsing. He held a fire axe in his hand, pushed past the two people in front of him, and walked over. There are still brown blood stains on the fire axe, which proves that it is a weapon that has been fired. Normally, he can scare most survivors as long as he shows a fierce look. This innate temperament allows him to survive after the end of the world. It is very easy to gain the fear of everyone. Whoosh! The arrow broke through the air and directly pierced the bald man's neck. The exposed arrow tip was 3 fingers long from the back of his neck. The 4 people behind him trembled in fear and subconsciously ran away several meters away. Who is the next? Lynchie drew his bow again and aimed at the remaining 4 people. Seeing the arrows locked, the remaining people completely panicked. They didn't even dare to say a word. They ran across the street in the blink of an eye and disappeared around the corner. Brother Lin, you killed someone again. Although Zhao Tianquan's tone was trembling, there was no panic expression on his face. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. These people are obviously waiting for us, and the weapons have zombied blood on them. Their motives are not pure. If I don't take action in advance, I will definitely suffer a loss if I fall into passiveness. Lynchie stepped forward and pulled out the arrow. At this moment, the bald man's body had gone limp. Although he was still twitching, he could no longer exert any strength. Then why not kill all those people? Zhao Tianquan seemed to have slowly accepted the murder. After changing his mind, he was afraid that these people would retaliate, so he might as well kill them all. They have already run away for some distance. I am not sure they hit the target. Moreover, there are only these arrows left. It will be very troublesome to recover them. Lynchie's way of doing things while watching from the sidelines made Lynchie feel no guilt at all for killing people. It was like killing indiscriminately to vent his anger in a game with a high degree of freedom, without considering the impact of reality at all. It's not dead yet. I should be able to give it a try while it's still hot. So he pulled out the dagger, pointed it at the bald head, and stabbed it. The advancement of daggers is very difficult. Lynchie will naturally not let this opportunity pass him by. Moreover, destroying the bald head's brain would prevent him from turning into a zombie. With his physique, he might have the potential to become a mutated zombie. Chapter 15: The Clear Road. The closer you get to the central street, the more survivors you will encounter. Those who dare to explore the road at this time have the courage to face zombies, and are fully armed. Lynchie even saw someone holding sophisticated bows and arrows, extended machetes, and even someone holding a double-barreled spray gun. It is unimaginable that in the Central Asian Federation, which strictly prohibits guns, ordinary people would have firearms in their hands. When there were more people, the two of them seemed less noticeable. Zombies don't seem to be as scary as imagined. Lynchie was in a daze. In the Doomsday movies or novels he remembered, whenever a zombie crisis broke out, almost everyone would be in danger, and the city would fall into chaos in a short period of time. But the crowds of survivors out on the streets at the moment gave him an unreal feeling. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Zhao Tianquan saw Lynchie stop and look thoughtful, so he couldn't help but ask. It's okay. Let's just follow them. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the end did not come directly, but after 3 months of changes. Perhaps the Federation had already known about this possibility and had planned everything in advance. From the initial isolation, the survivors witnessed the changes of the virus zombies step by step. Some people were even ready to face the Doomsday 2 months ago. Someone in front spontaneously formed a guard team, always on guard against approaching zombies, especially those survivors holding crossbows. Whenever a zombie approaches, they will run forward, and you can even see the excitement on their faces. Men have hidden hunting genes in their blood. In peaceful times, playing with a slingshot was restricted everywhere. Now that the weapons in hand finally have a use, how could they not show off their skills? Seeing that the team was getting bigger and bigger, even the survivors hiding nearby saw the crowd appearing on the street and joined in. Unknowingly, the number of people had exceeded 100, making the originally empty street become lively. There's a big wave of zombies ahead. Anyone with long-range weapons, come and support. Someone at the front of the team shouted, and the originally quiet team suddenly became lively. Most people felt a sense of fear about infected zombies. After all, this is not the kind of unlucky ghost who died of illness, but a living person who was infected and has powerful attack power. I have a crossbow. Me. I have a slingshot. How big is the wave? The survivors who were originally guarding both sides of the street in the middle of the team opened their mouths to support and ran forward quickly. At the end of this branch road is a large roundabout with 8 intersections around it, which can be said to be the intersection of half of the city. Therefore, the density of zombies here is far higher than that of ordinary streets. And it is not surprising that infected zombies appear. Zombie wandering is an irregular activity, but for some reasons, they will slowly gather together to form a tide of zombies. And an open place like the turntable in the center of the road just forms a closed loop of the road, allowing a lot of zombies are trapped here. Lin Chi and Zhao Tuanchuan also came forward and looked at the zombies surrounding the carousel, feeling extremely surprised in their hearts. No wonder there are fewer and fewer zombies in the streets and neighborhoods. They all come here. The circular road around the turntable was actually filled with dense zombies, and they were spinning in a clockwise direction. Judging from the muddy blood under their feet, they probably walked for a long time. And some zombies were trampled, turned into mincemeat. If you want to go to the central street, you have to go through this roundabout, or go around both sides of the road. But no matter which way you go, you will face many zombies. Lin Chi quickly made a judgment. To the left were urban shops, and the population was denser. To the right was a newly built building area with wide roads, and a few isolated areas. Fearing that there would be more zombies, only after passing through the roundabout. This street is relatively empty, and can lead directly to the central street. After a short pause, the crowd slowly divided into 3 groups. Some people bypassed the zombie group and split to both sides without waiting for negotiation. Brother Lin, which way should we go? Before Lin Chi could make a judgment, the roar of helicopters was heard again in the sky, and helicopters were seen flying quickly in the sky, seemingly inspecting the situation in the entire city. One of the helicopters had already noticed the survivors near the turntable. The helicopter turned around in the air and quickly locked onto the zombie group on the turntable. The third flying team discovered a large number of survivors and requested support from nearby ground teams. The pilot on the helicopter saw the survivors on the ground, counted the number of people, and quickly passed on the news. Hundreds of survivors were enough to attract the attention of the rescue team. Help is coming! We are saved! The crowd was cheering, and some people even forgot that they were still in danger and shouted for help. The sound became louder and louder, so that the zombies wandering near the turntable became alert. Some slowly turned around and walked towards the survivors. Just when everyone was panicking, a 6-tube Gatling slowly appeared from under the helicopter in the sky. As the sound of rotating gears sounded, flames sprayed out. The huge roar startled most people and squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Some people even quickly found shelters to hide. Only when they felt the vibration in the air did anyone dare to poke their heads out and take a look. The zombies around the turntable were instantly submerged by the flames, and the blood mist filled the air and sprayed the entire turntable. The hard road surface was riddled with holes, and broken limbs were piled everywhere on the ground. Under the gathering of flesh and blood, a bright red stream slowly flowed out. All sources of fear are due to insufficient firepower. Survivors, follow the main road to the central block, where a rescue team will pick you up. When the roar disappeared, a loud sound came from the helicopter. Its wings circled and slowly lifted up. However, the helicopter did not move away. Instead, it hovered nearby, its machine gun spitting out flames from time to time to clean up the approaching zombies. Let's go! Lin Chi pulled Zhao Tuanchuan through the crowd quickly and approached the edge of the turntable before the people around him could react. As the crowd crowded, those who were brave had already taken steps, and some even crossed the turntable road through the muddy blood. Even if there were any missing zombies, their bodies were torn apart, with only half of their bodies left crawling on the ground, posing almost no threat to those who moved quickly. Some people even stepped forward to add another arrow and enjoy the thrill of killing. Sure enough, everything on TV is a lie. If people go crazy, they are much scarier than zombies. If one person is timid, many people are bold. After passing through the roundabout, there is a spacious avenue. Although there are many obstacles on the road, they are only for the passage of cars, and can even effectively prevent the movement of zombies. The intersections on both sides were blocked by iron bars, and zombies could even be seen trapped outside the iron bars, with their arms stretched out and grabbing at nothing. At first, the survivors were a little panicked, but gradually they looked at the empty street and saw that there were no zombies coming out on both sides, and they slowed down unconsciously. The federal government installed guardrails on both sides of the main road 2 months ago and banned the road. Is it just to prevent the spread of zombies? In the middle of the crowd, A middle-aged man pushed up his glasses and analyzed his guess. Teacher Zhang. Who would have thought at that time that the virus would turn people into zombies? It should be to prevent isolated patients from running around and causing the virus to spread. Teacher Zhang was accompanied by several young people. Judging from their appearance, they should have a teacher-student relationship. It's not that simple. There should be something we don't know. Lin Qi was not far away and happened to hear their conversation. He had also experienced the spread of the virus in another parallel world, and the isolation at that time was vivid in his mind. In comparison, I really found some differences. Strong guardrails have been installed at the intersections of the main roads, and even the gaps in the green belts have been installed with steel mesh, almost blocking the main roads. This appears to be creating a clear path through the city. Chapter 16 Mutated Dog. Helicopters were circling in the sky, and gunshots were heard from time to time in the distance. Under the heavily armed federal rescue team, even the mutant zombies could not withstand a round of gunfire. The crowd was still running at a trot at first, but after gradually feeling that there was no danger, the speed slowed down, and even those with weaker physical strength fell out of the team. How are you? Are you tired? Lin Qi deliberately kept walking in the center of the road, so that if there were changes in the road on either side, he could make timely adjustments. It's not tiring. It's much easier than when we were camping before. Zhao Tuanchuan was leaning on the steel pipe. At some point, she smeared some black dirt on her face to cover up her cute face. She was indeed not tired, and she even felt a warm current spreading from her chest from time to time, making her body stronger and stronger. Occasionally, 1 or 2 zombies appear in front of them, before they can sense the presence of humans. There are people with bows among the survivors, who can't wait to take aim. Some unlucky zombies survived several arrows, and were squirming on the road like hedgehogs. Suddenly, a scream came from the edge of the crowd, and a yellow shadow jumped out of the green belt and bit the nearest person on the neck. The people around him dispersed in a hurry, and when they saw the yellow shadow clearly, the man on the ground had already been torn open with a wound on his neck, and even a section of his trachea was exposed. Dog. It's a dog. The yellow thing was a half-grown dog with a slender body and yellow hair, especially a pair of dog eyes that were scarlet in color. Mutated creature. When Lin Qi, who was not far away, saw the dog at first glance, he knew that this dog was extraordinary, and not a stray dog in the city at all. When the city was under lockdown, the city dispatched a professional team to capture the animals in the city, almost killing all the stray dogs and cats in the city, and even all the animals in the zoo were transported to other places. A man slowly approached with a homemade spear. Before he could attack, he heard a whining sound coming from the throat of the yellow dog. The yellow dog that was licking the blood suddenly raised its head and glared with bared teeth. Damn! You scared me. The man trembled all over, and goosebumps instantly crawled all over his body. When he reacted, he felt that he couldn't lose face anymore, and suddenly stabbed the dog's head with the spear in his hand. Be careful. This dog has mutated and its eyes are red. The reminder from his companion did not make him stop. Instead, he moved closer. His sleeves tightened instantly, and the spear in his hand almost turned into an afterimage before he stabbed it. However, the mutated yellow dog just jumped a few meters and moved away a few meters. The spear stuck straight into the ground, and the tip broke instantly. The mutated yellow dog seemed to be shocked by the blow. It slowly clamped its raised tail between its legs and retreated slowly. But he still grinned and his eyes were fierce. Even though he has become a mutated creature, dogs are still subconsciously afraid of humans, especially those with weapons in their hands. A dog is a dog. How dare you bare your teeth with me? Seeing the yellow dog being knocked back, the man's aura became stronger and stronger, and there was a faint feeling of being different. At this moment, Zhao Tuanchuan nervously held Lin Qi's hand and moved closer. Brother Lin, this person must have awakened his genes. He is very powerful. The man's sleeves were tightened just now, and Lin Qi also noticed that at the moment when he exerted force, the muscles at his arm swelled, which was indeed different from ordinary people. With him holding the front, several more people with long weapons surrounded him. At this moment, they were not only driving the mutated yellow dog out, they were even considering killing it. Boom! The air trembled, and the huge impact caused the mutated yellow dog's body to fly instantly. Half of its body exploded, and blood sprayed all over the ground. At this moment, everyone's hearts tightened, as if they felt the breath of death. It's all gone. Don't get close to the mutated beasts. There were shouts in the distance, and a heavily armed combat team ran out of the intersection, with a clear division of labor to block everyone from the corpse of the mutated yellow dog. You are so brave. You dare to provoke mutant beasts. Fortunately, it is a dog. If it had been anything else, it would have bitten you to death. A member of the combat team quickly stepped forward to disperse the crowd. One of them walked up to the mutated dog, took out a dagger and scratched the corpse a few times, then poured some liquid on the corpse and lit a fire directly. The bloody smell of mutated beasts will attract other similar creatures. These creatures are more difficult to deal with than zombies. If the number exceeds a certain level, it will be difficult for us to stop them. You must speed up and head to the central street, where a strong defense line has been built. The squad leader shouted loudly in the crowd, urging everyone to move forward. Only by sending this group of people to the central street could they free up their hands to help others. Brother Lin, did you see that man cut something from the mutated beast? Zhao Tuanchuan had been staring at these rescue teams just now. From where they were standing, they could just see the soldiers' movements. I saw it. It should be something unique to mutant beasts. It seems that the federal government has hidden a lot of secrets. Lin Chi subconsciously thought of something like genetic crystallization. Lin Chi had not found it in the mutated zombies. Maybe it was something unique to mutated creatures. With the urging of the rescue team, everyone unknowingly quickened their pace. Every 50 meters, a rescue team was guarding the edge of the road, guarding against intersections along the way. The firearms they are equipped with have been silenced. Even if they are fired at close range, the sound will not travel very far. The sound of the sniper rifle that had just killed the mutated dog was also very dull. It only caused the tremor in the air to make everyone feel shocked. Ordinary people may never feel the impact of a sniper rifle at close range in their entire lives. After half an hour of uneventful journey, everyone finally arrived at the central street. Before they even got close to the core, armored vehicles appeared on both sides. Heavy machine guns with a mechanical feel were arranged in rows at the intersection, blocking the central block. Airtight. The buildings on both sides had long been requisitioned by the federal government and used as temporary military camps. Heavily armed soldiers guarded the streets, and simple fortifications were built nearby. At this moment, there were many survivors near the camp. These people were closest to the central street. When they noticed that the rescue team was building fortifications here, they immediately entered the safe zone. Some more survivors are coming. Someone will guide them and let them go to the isolation safe area. A busy officer saw a large group of people approaching and waved to the soldiers beside him to help. The soldier performed the military salute, quickly got out of the queue, and ran towards the crowd of survivors. Everyone, please be quiet. This is a special period. Please abide by the rules and do not move around at will. After everyone reads the announcement, if anyone has any questions, I will patiently answer them. The soldiers came to a huge billboard, which had already laid out the city's defense plan and the route to the isolated safety zone. Everyone crowded forward and gathered around the sign to study it. This is a city planning map, a very clear satellite map, and the name of the city has been named District 32. 30 miles east along the central street is the federally planned isolation safety zone. That location used to be a factory, and it was surrounded by tall walls, which basically prevented ordinary zombies from entering. Chapter 17. Leaving the team. Lin Chi didn't have much impression of that factory, but he could imagine that if tens of thousands of people entered the factory, it would definitely cause great chaos, especially in the initial period. Personnel management and material distribution were a huge problem. At this moment, I felt a little hesitant, wondering if going to the isolation safe zone was the right plan. Brother Lin, I don't want to go there. Zhao Tuanchuan just spoke at this time and looked at Lin Chi pleadingly. To be honest, I don't want to go either. Now, with my own ability, as long as I don't encounter a creature more powerful than a mutated zombie, I can almost wander around the city, and I can live wherever I want. If I go to the isolation and safety zone, not only will my freedom be restricted, but I will even be limited to 3 meals per day. Meals are not guaranteed. He didn't even have to drink milk. But Lin Chi still took note of the size of the 32nd city district and prepared to find a suitable area as a temporary foothold. People around the bulletin board were talking a lot, and most people had different opinions on the safety of this isolated safe zone. Lin Chi and Zhao Tuanchuan squeezed out of the crowd and joined the group of survivors at the front. The federal rescue team established a security fortification of about 10 kilometers in the center of the city. In addition to guarding the central command, the remaining teams radiated in all directions in a fan shape, clearing away the zombies in the city bit by bit. As long as there is enough time, Hundreds of thousands of zombies in the city can definitely be cleared away. Don't underestimate the power of thermal weapons, especially for experienced warriors. As long as they guard the safe streets, no amount of zombies can break through the defense line under the suppression of heavy firepower. The two walked for several kilometers, climbed over a blocked intersection, and quickly disappeared into the street. Lin Chi easily killed several wandering zombies with bows and arrows. When he arrived at a locked store, he poked the keyhole of the rolling shutter door a few times with a wire and easily opened the door lock. Can you open this kind of lock? Zhao Tuanchuan looked at the wire in Lin Chi's hand in surprise, knowing that the lock cylinder of the rolling shutter door had a cross shape. As long as you poke it in the right place, you can open any lock. Lin Chi didn't have time to explain. After the two of them entered, he pulled the door down and locked it again. The store is small, and what comes into view is a messy pile of goods. It was obvious that things had been moved here at the beginning of the virus outbreak. However, there are still a lot of usable materials left behind, such as cans that can be stored for a long time, gifts with a long shelf life, and a large number of snacks and drinks, etc. This place is nice. I'll go up to the second floor and see if there's a place to rest. Generally, this kind of 24-hour store has a second floor attached. Some are used as warehouses, and some are private resting places. Going up the stairs from the back to the second floor, it turned out to be a separate room. Although the room was small and well-furnished, it just had a musty smell. It was obvious that no one had lived in it for a long time. Tuan, come and clean up. I'll take stock of the supplies below. Lin Chi couldn't do this kind of delicate work, so he let the attentive Zhao Tuanchuan arrange it. After arriving downstairs, he took out a pack of cigarettes from the cabinet, opened a box and lit one. This small shop is open 24 hours a day. It is located at a crossroads, 2 blocks away from the central street. At this moment, you can still hear the constant gunshots coming from the city and the noise of helicopters flying over. Lin Chi stacked all the supplies in the store at the back, cleared a clear space, and sat on the chair in front of the counter. I opened a bottle of beer and took a long sip before relaxing. This Doomsday is completely different from what he imagined. There are no overwhelming zombies, and there are no survivors running around aimlessly with their heads in their hands. Although there are not many people who dare to come out at this moment, almost everyone has faced zombies. Courage. Of course, there must be more people hiding in their homes waiting for rescue. Brother Lin, I've packed up. You can come up and have a rest. At the top of the stairs, Zhao Tuanchuan poked his head out, his ponytail hanging down to his chest. Just a moment. I'll finish this bottle of wine, Lin Chi replied, looking at Okamoto 001 on the shelf in front of the counter and falling into deep thought. I must be able to use this thing myself. In the parallel time and space, I have experienced everything from innocence to devotion, and then indulgence and enjoyment to boredom. As for beauty, I have always liked young and beautiful types. The two of them had been getting along for the past few days, and although there was nothing charming like a growing affection, it was perfectly normal for a man and a woman to live together in the same room, relying on each other, and letting something happen naturally. After drinking a bottle of beer, Lin Chi opened another box of Xianmai, unable to stop at all, and then walked upstairs. Zhao Tuanchuan made the bed neatly, and now she was sitting on the bed, sorting out the food in her backpack. There is only one bed in the house, which indicates that the two of them will sleep together tonight. But this bed is big enough. Brother Lin, let's eat something first. Zhao Tuanchuan handed over a pair of chopsticks and took out 2 portions of the prepared food. Let's wait and see here for a while. If the isolation and safety zone stabilizes, we can then find a way to join in. Lin Chi actually had selfish motives. Once he joined the federally planned isolation and safety zone, his skills would be useless. If he wanted to quickly advance his skills, he could only do so in an unsupervised city. Zhao Tuanchuan nodded. She had no ideal place to go now. Only when she was with Lin Chi could she feel truly at ease. After dinner, it was now afternoon, and the room was still bright with sunlight coming through the window. Lin Chi planned to continue going out. With abundant supplies, most people were unwilling to go out and take risks. But there was no way to pass the time. After sitting on the bed for a while, the two of them stared at each other in boredom. Brother Lin, why don't we go out and teach me how to kill zombies? Zhao Tuanchuan said in a hopeful tone. She didn't want to be a burden, especially in such a doomsday disaster situation. Only after trying it for the first time could she have an excuse to follow Lin Chi when he went out. You want to kill zombies? Lin Chi looked at the girl sitting on the bed in surprise. At this moment, she took off her shoes, crossed her legs together, and stretched out her thighs, which fully showed the youthfulness of the girl. Don't you have a bow and arrow? Let me see if I can pull it apart. Zhao Tuanchuan felt that his strength had increased a lot, and he should be able to draw the bow and arrow made by Lin Qi. But he didn't have an arrow, so he didn't know how lethal it would be. You can't use a bow even if I give it to you. Only I can use this kind of thing. Lin Qi took the bow that was placed on the table and motioned to Zhao Tuanchuan to pull it open and try it. This bow was extremely long, so Zhao Tuanchuan had to stand up, imitate Lin Qi's way of pulling the bow, and pull the bow string with all his strength. There was a squeaking sound of wet wood being squeezed, and the wooden bow was gradually pulled into an arc. A small face turned red instantly. Obviously he had exhausted all his strength. Your movements are irregular. Come, and let me teach you. After acquiring the bow skill, Lin Qi already had a deep understanding of bows. He could know the capabilities of any bow he held in his hands. He also got on the bed immediately, stood behind Zhao Tuanchuan, and helped her adjust her posture. Lean forward slightly and raise your buttocks. As the movements changed, Lin Qi taught him step by step, and the two bodies unknowingly fit together. The fragrance of the girl's body, with a special milky smell, passed clearly into Lin Qi's nose, making him take a deep breath. Yeah, that's it. Then aim. As the bow string was released, a spring force shook their bodies. Zhao Tuanchuan lost all his strength and lay in Lin Qi's arms. This bow is so heavy. My hands are already sore. Zhao Tuanchuan rubbed her hands. She saw Lin Qi shooting so easily. But when it was her turn, it was so difficult. I'll find you a compound bow later. That way, it will be much easier. The two put down their bows. But Lin Qi did not let go. He still held Zhao Tuanchuan in his arms and lay down on the bed. Chapter 18 Mutated Rat Swarm. Zhao Tuanchuan was a little nervous at first, but after being quiet for a while, he slowly relaxed. In the apocalypse, when two people who are like duckweeds come together, they will unconsciously develop a sense of dependence. After a while, the breathing of the girl in her arms gradually stabilized, and she fell asleep unconsciously. Can you fall asleep here? Lin Qi pinched Zhao Tuanchuan's soft face. At such a close range, one could even see the ruddy blood vessels in the skin that could be broken by a blow, as delicate as white jade. Zhao Tuanchuan frowned, curled up tightly in Lin Qi's arms, and fell asleep again. These days, she has never had a peaceful sleep. Even in the past few days, she often woke up in the middle of the night. Under the darkness of the night, the fantasy of zombies breaking out of the door always appeared in her mind, and she could no longer fall asleep. But when she was lying in Lin Qi's arms, the sense of security made her forget all the dangers. Looking at the sleeping girl, Lin Qi lost all desire for a while, and his mood became calmer and calmer without any disturbance. After a moment of silence, he began to think about the changes in this doomsday. Although the federal government has officially begun to control the city, the mutated dogs seen today indicate that animals have also begun to evolve, and no one knows how many animals are hidden in the city. While thinking about it, he didn't notice that Zhao Tuanchuan was huddled aside and hugged his arm tightly, reluctantly pulling out his arm. And after much hesitation, Lin Qi never woke up Zhao Tuanchuan, but got up and went downstairs. The particularity of gene awakening gives humans the possibility of evolution, but most people are not aware of it at first. Only those special changes will attract people's attention. Just like Zhao Tuanchuan, who is still at the age of blooming, has such a strange ability, which makes her body even more strange. Therefore, when she realizes that she has this special ability, she will fall into a state of self-protection and dare not let people discover. Sitting back at the counter on the first floor, Lin Qi lit another cigarette, thinking about where to go next in the mist. With the skills of unlocking, he could come and go freely in all places in the city. He only had to avoid the wandering zombies. However, the news of the emergence of mutant beasts forced Lin Qi to face it with caution. If there are dogs, there will be cats. And if there are cats, there will be mice. If everything flies in the sky, runs on the ground, and swims in the water, if they all mutate, it will be a disaster for mankind. The zombies on the surface can be cleaned up with thermal weapons and even devastating blows. But the dangers hidden underground cannot be killed even after the roar of artillery fire. This had to make Lin Qi raise his crisis awareness to a higher level. With the abilities he currently possesses, he simply cannot face the crisis that will come in the future. Gunshots continued to be heard outside. On the central passage 2 streets away, Survivors were still moving towards safety. But as night fell, the Doomsday under the dark night became more and more ferocious and terrifying. The rescue team has been escorting the advancing survivors. As the sky gradually darkens, the team's progress becomes slower and slower. Everyone, walk faster and try to reach the isolation safety area tonight. The federal government has arranged accommodation and food for you. It is absolutely safe there. The heavily armed soldiers urged him from time to time. But it could be seen from his expression that the nervousness was becoming more and more obvious on his face. I'm freezing to death. Why is it getting colder and colder at night? In the team, a young man with a simple face shrank his neck and cursed. Brother Lu, do you still have cigarettes? Give me one. Chen Xiaobo walked next to Lu Bo, who was wearing a coat, and said with a flattering smile, No more. I just finished smoking the last one. Lu Bo sucked the remaining cigarette butt to the holder, and then handed it to Chen Xiaobo. The 5 people had heard the sound of the helicopter before, and came out to check with hope. After understanding the broadcast information, they followed the survivors to the central street. Due to lack of preparation, most people were hungry and cold. And even if some people hid food, they would not reveal it. An armored vehicle drove past the team, and the lights on the vehicle illuminated the road for everyone, reducing the depression in the dark night. But at this moment, there was a sudden chaos and screams from behind the team, and the crowd was instantly panicked. Rat! A rat crawled on me. Lots of rats. A large number of rats spewed out of nowhere, spreading rapidly towards the pedestrians on the central street like a tide in the dark night. These mice vary in size. Some are the same as ordinary mice, and some are as strong as domestic cats. But their common features are scarlet eyes and sharp teeth. At this moment, the pedestrians on the central street have been regarded as prey. After the rat tide passed, the screaming person completely lost his voice, and even the body that fell on the ground turned into a bloody skeleton. The armored vehicle leading the way also noticed the movement. When the searchlight came over, dense red eyes came into view. Call for support. Call for support. An anxious voice came from the radio. A soldier couldn't bear the oppression. He picked up his rifle and fired at the rat tide. But a bullet and a magazine couldn't slow down the rat tide at all. The person in front ran very fast. But the mutated mouse was faster. Especially in the dark night. The scarlet eyes seemed to ignore the darkness. Run! Get out of here! The soldier took off a shot bomb from his waist, and regardless of whether it would hurt nearby survivors, he opened the safety and threw it directly into the rat tide. With a loud bang, several rats were instantly thrown away. The instant tremor caused the wave of rats to pause for a moment. But the next second it spread towards the crowd again. The sound of gunshots, explosions, and cries instantly boiled the silent night. But after a moment, it gradually became quiet again, leaving only the sound of gnawing bones and the strange movements of animals crawling across the ground. A huge mouse stood up slowly, its hind legs tremblingly supporting the ground, holding a head in its front paws and chewing it. After sucking out the delicious brains, it dropped the head on the ground. The small mutant rats that had been lingering nearby scrambled to get into the head and lick the remaining flesh and blood clean. As the cold wind blew by, the mutated rats all over the place quickly retreated and burrowed into the underground shadows from nowhere. Only skeletons were left in the street, and the smell of blood refused to dissipate. 10 minutes later, a group of heavily armored vehicles came quickly. Under the spotlight, the tragedy that had just happened was completely exposed. The streets stretched for hundreds of meters, and almost all of them were dyed red. Red skeletons were scattered all over the ground, and there was no trace of living people for miles around. Chapter 19 Special Slingshot. 2 streets away, Lin Shi heard the noise and hurriedly went up to the second floor. Zhao Tuanchuan, who was sleeping, was also awakened. Looking out the window, he saw lights flashing in the distance, and armored vehicles passing quickly through the street. What's going on outside? Zhao Tuanchuan rubbed his eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable with the bright light outside. It must be an uncontrollable situation to have so many soldiers supporting us. It seems that something unexpected has happened outside. If such a large number of survivors move together, even if they are protected by a rescue team and there is a clear road, they will definitely attract something. Is it a mutant zombie? Or a mutant beast? Okay. You can continue to sleep. We will leave here early tomorrow morning. I remember there are some villas in the east of the city. Find an unoccupied villa to live in first. We will go out after the Federation has completely stabilized the situation. At this time, the movement outside gave people a sense of security. and the sound of helicopters circling was heard in the sky. Searchlights shone down, searching for suspicious targets on both sides of the central street. Brother Lin, why don't you sleep here? I'm a little scared to be alone. Zhao Tuanchuan had already woken up once in the night. After dealing with his embarrassing problem, he fell asleep again unconsciously. Now, he didn't feel sleepy much. Well, the view is better upstairs. If you encounter danger, you can respond in time. Lin Chi didn't mind. After taking off his coat, he lay directly on the bed. The light from outside shines into the window from time to time, flickering in and out. But you can see the other person's face clearly. Zhao Tuanchuan's collar was a little loose, exposing her fair neck. It seemed that the wet clothes had been treated. She first went downstairs to use the toilet, and when she came back, she got directly into bed and lay down next to Lin Chi. She seemed a little shy and covered her face with the quilt, showing a nervous atmosphere everywhere. When Zhao Tuanchuan woke up before, he had already noticed that his clothes were soaked. He thought that Lin Chi must have discovered it, and he was even more embarrassed to face it now. But lying next to Lin Chi, feeling the aura of safety, he fell asleep again without realizing it. Lin Chi originally wanted to communicate with Zhao Tuanchuan for a while, but after noticing her calm breathing, he realized that she had fallen asleep. So he lost interest. Although there is constant light outside and armored vehicles patrolling back and forth, the more movement there is, the more reassuring it is. Unknowingly, Lin Chi slowly fell asleep. In the early morning, the sun shone in the window for a long time. Lin Chi just wanted to turn his body, but felt that his arms were being pressed and couldn't lift them. Only then did he realize that there was a person lying next to him. The numbness gradually disappeared, and then I felt the warmth and fullness of my right hand, which was almost unable to cover it. A gentle squeeze subconsciously. Zhao Tuanchuan was shocked and woke up instantly. She stood up quickly and took Lin Chi's hand out of her arms. Her face was covered by her hanging hair, and no expression could be seen. I always like to grab something with my hands when I sleep. It's an old habit. Lin Chi quickly explained that he didn't know exactly when and where his hands went. Maybe it was his subconscious desire for fullness. The main blame is that Zhao Tuanchuan didn't take good protection while sleeping. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone deep into it so easily. Brother Lin, I want to change clothes. You turn around first. Zhao Tuanchuan was not angry and did not even chase him away. But Lin Chi still wisely picked up the equipment and went downstairs. After pouring 2 bottles of mineral water to wash, there is still a lingering fragrance on my hands. After a while, Zhao Tuanchuan came down from upstairs and handed the white bottle in his hand to Lin Chi. If you drink this, I will forgive you. Her face was still a little flushed. There was a hint of shyness in her eyes, and her stretched out hand was trembling slightly. Fresh? Lin Chi took it and smelled it. The smell was still familiar, so he drank it in one sip without hesitation. After a bottle of milk entered my stomach, I felt the warmth spread all over my body again, and there was a warm feeling all over my body. I'm going to wash my face. Zhao Tuanchuan took the bottle back and walked towards the bathroom at the back, his steps unknowingly becoming much easier. Is it a milk bath? Lin Chi couldn't help but mutter. But there was fresh milk to drink, so he couldn't just get an advantage and act like a good boy. There were many high-calorie snacks in the store. After Lin Chi collected some, he looked at the things on the counter. There were several boxes of cigarettes. This stress-relieving condiment was even more important than gold in the apocalypse. After Zhao Tuanchuan came out, the two opened some drinks and milk. At this time, Zhao Tuanchuan no longer said that he could not drink milk and directly drink a big bottle. I'll make you a weapon later. At least you can defend yourself. After a simple breakfast, Lin Chi began to search in the store. There was a wooden slingshot fork in the drawer, but the rubber band was old and broke when he pulled it. However, Lin Chi had a sudden idea and found something that could replace it. So I took out a box of Okamoto 001 from the counter, opened it, and poured it all out. Brother Lin, what are you doing with that? Zhao Tuanchuan's face turned red, and he was thinking about it again and again. I'll make you a slingshot. Use this instead of a rubber band. It's still strong. After taking it apart, his hands were full of lubricants. Lin Chi had to consume a bottle of mineral water again to clean all the oil stains on the condom and tie it to the slingshot. I tried stretching it. Because of the larger taper, the stretching effect was very good and it didn't require too much force. Try to see if you can pull it apart. Lin Chi handed the slingshot to Zhao Tuanchuan. Perhaps this was a toy only men were interested in. Even though Zhao Tuanchuan imitated Lin Chi's appearance, his movements were somewhat deformed. Come. Let me teach you. Lin Chi stood behind Xiao Tuanchuan again, holding her in his arms, correcting her posture with hands. After a few times, she had already learned it well, and she only needed to use marbles to aim and fire. Xiao Tuanchuan loves the slingshot, although it doesn't seem to have much power. He finally has some attack methods. After everything was ready, Lin Chi opened the door. After an accident last night, almost all the zombies nearby were cleared away. There were many zombie bodies on both sides of the road. Some with broken heads and lifeless bodies, and some with broken limbs, but still crawling slowly. Encountering these disabled zombies, Lin Chi casually added an arrow. His arrow advancement skills were slowly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Perhaps because of the appearance of mutant beasts, Lin Chi was very careful this time. Every time he crossed a street, he had to find a safe place with a wide view to observe the surroundings. Only after he was sure that there was no danger would he move forward. Wait a minute. Let me come. Xiao Tuanchuan picked up a large handful of stones from somewhere, touched the ones he wanted, pulled out the slingshot, and aimed at the zombie's head with one eye closed. There was a slight vibration from the leather sheath, and the stones flew straight out. But they flew past the zombie's head. You're aiming wrong. It's only 10 meters away. If you raise your head and aim it at the zombie's head, you can hit such a big target with your eyes closed. Lin Chi corrected Xiao Tuanchuan's posture again, helped her adjust the height of the slingshot, and stabilized her backhand. After taking aim, the leather bag in his hand loosened. There was a muffled sound, and the stone directly hit the zombie's face, knocking off a piece of rotten flesh. At the same time, an illusory light curtain also appeared in front of Lin Chi's eyes. Activate slingshot skills. Basic slingshot mastery. Advanced conditions. 1. Hit the target 10 meters away 20 times. Chapter 20. There is electricity. As expected, it was a skill that could be advanced easily. But Lin Chi also gained a lot of insights, and became more and more comfortable with the slingshot. The attacked zombie shook its head, as if it had noticed the enemy, and slowly walked towards the two of them. This zombie seems to be a little faster, compared with the zombie's staggering gait as if paralyzed in the past 2 days. The current situation has caught up with the walking speed of ordinary people, especially within 10 meters of the two people, as if they have sensed the source of the information, and their speed is a little faster. Lin Chi picked up the bow and arrow and shot an arrow. The arrow passed through the zombie's eye and shattered the brain. The zombie's footsteps weakened and fell directly to the ground. Unlucky. The arrows were crushed. Looking at the crushed arrows, Lin Chi secretly thought that there were less than 20 arrows he could use now. Brother Lin, can this kind of zombie mutate? Xiao Tuanchuan looked worried. She had heard a lot about mutant zombies from Lin Chi during this period. If the city was filled with mutant zombies that were extremely powerful and faster than ordinary people, they would be human beings. Disaster. It is very possible that the flesh of the virion zombie is rotten and will not change. As long as his body can move for a day, there is a possibility of mutation. Walking past the zombie, Lin Chi deliberately stopped and took a closer look. The zombie's teeth had changed and became sharp and long. Let's leave quickly and try to find a suitable place to stay today. This change made Lin Chi feel like there was another crisis hanging over his head. So he led Xiao Tuanchuan to speed up the pace. To the east of the city center is a newly planned urban area in the past 10 years. Different from the complicated old city in the west of the city. The planning here is very neat, with spacious roads and many residential areas. In comparison, zombies here are even rarer, because when the virus first spread, qualified people could get quarantine protection quotas, especially when the third month was the most serious. Tens of thousands of people were quarantined in the city in a short period of time. Most of these people were Dongcheng district. However, the two of them had not gone far when they heard dense gunshots in the distance, which seemed to be caused by the federal rescue team. Quick! Surround us. Don't let this thing escape. In the community separated by a wall, the sound was passed into the ears of the two people very clearly, as if they were blocking something. Captain, the target has been killed. The gunfire stopped, and after a while, the movement gradually stopped, and the people inside seemed to have captured the target. In this situation, Lin Chi would definitely not join in the fun. When he saw a convenience store on the roadside, he took Xiao Tuanchuan and hid in it quickly. This convenience store has been emptied of supplies, but through the window, you can just see the entrance to the community. After a while, several special protection vehicles drove out from the gate of the community and drove away into the distance. What are they doing? Are they rescuing people inside? Zhao Tuanchuan asked curiously. The federal rescue team has become more and more mysterious since entering the city. Let's go over and have a look. Lin Qi was equally curious. When the protective vehicles disappeared at the end of the road, the two of them quickly ran out of the convenience store and rushed towards the gate of the community. After entering the community, they came directly to the location where the sound was heard outside. There were bloodstains on the ground, and even the lawn was glowing red. And there were many bullet holes on the wall, proving the movement just now. Following the smell of blood, Lin Qi finally found an animal body in the corner. It was a golden retriever, but its size was completely different from that of an ordinary golden retriever. Its body was as strong as a half-sized calf, and the two fangs in its mouth were half a foot long. The body of this golden retriever was covered with bullet holes. Half of its body was turned into rotten flesh by gunshots. Its bones were exposed, and its 4 legs had been cut off, leaving only its torso. Its head was split in half, and its brains were scattered on the floor, like the mutant dogs before them. They should be looking for something in the animal. Lin Qi took out his dagger and picked at it. The meat was very fresh and looked very appetizing. Brother Lin, why did they cut off the dog's legs? Zhao Tuanchuan's eyes widened, showing no fear at all. He even broke off a branch and followed Lin Qi's example to search for the mutated dog's head. They should be edible. Mutated animals are different from those virus zombies. They have survived the virus infection and have antibodies in their bodies. So far, Lin Qi has not seen a single animal zombie. Animals with virions do not have much mobility at all. Even if there are some, they will probably be eaten by the same kind of mutated animals. Then why don't we get some too? I haven't eaten meat for a long time. When Zhao Tuanchuan spoke, she took a breath and raised her hand to wipe the corners of her mouth. There was a desire for meat in her eyes. Don't you feel sick? Look what's in this dog's belly. Lin Qi pulled a few more times and picked out a finger from the rotten stomach, with a gold ring on it. Hey, this dog has eaten people before. Zhao Tuanchuan threw the stick at the dog in disgust and suddenly lost interest. If it were just a mutated dog, she might be able to force herself to eat it to satisfy her desires. But once this dog eats a human, she will develop a psychological resistance. Perhaps this resistance will slowly disappear. But not now. That's it for today. Let's stay in this community and leave tomorrow. After that, he walked towards the nearest residential building. If you don't know how many secrets the Federation has hidden, you will definitely not be able to cope with sudden changes. It would be better to stay here, get close contact with the Federal Rescue Team, and maybe get some information. Moreover, they have already searched this community, and will definitely not search it again. It's not noon yet. Shouldn't we hurry up and get out of here? Zhao Tuanchuan was always wary of Federal Rescue. But when he saw that Lin Qi had entered the building, he quickly followed him. There are hundreds of households in this community, which is just right for Lin Qi to advance his unlocking skills. After entering the first floor, he started to poke doors. There is an isolation seal outside this building. There should be no survivors inside. Lin Qi has found a pattern. If there is a seal on the door of the unit, the entire building will be quarantined and everyone will move out. If there is no seal, it will be a spontaneous quarantine, and some residents will still exist. There are 8 households on this floor, making a total of 18 floors. One building can allow Lin Qi to advance his lockpicking skills to the next level. Soon, the two men pried open all the doors on the first floor and searched inside and out. The residents on the first floor did not satisfy the two of them, so they followed the stairs to the second floor. Unlock, unlock, unlock. It wasn't until he opened the third room and saw all the supplies piled up in the 2 secondary bedrooms that Lin Qi was sure that he had found the right place. The owner of this family obviously realized that the end was coming, but his luck didn't seem that good. There was no one living in the room. They were either quarantined or died outside. Brother Lin, there is electricity in this room. Zhao Tuanchuan looked at a computer in the corner of the second bedroom and shouted excitedly. Under the computer screen, a green dot suddenly lit up. Chapter 21. I have milk. Do you want to drink it? Is there really electricity? Lin Qi put down his equipment and came to the room Zhao Tuanchuan mentioned. There was a computer placed by the window, and there were 2 batteries in the corner. He immediately moved the keyboard to bring the computer out of hibernation. But after the screen turned on, a series of incomprehensible codes appeared, which seemed different from what I imagined. Huh? Why is there still an internet connection? Zhao Tuanchuan saw the screen on the computer, pulled up the stool and sat on it. She kept tapping the keyboard quickly, and soon many web pages appeared on the computer. Since the end of the second month, The power in the city has been cut off. Without power supply, mobile phones cannot last for a few days and become useless. Even if there is a generator, there is no network. To no avail. Lin Chi stood behind Zhao Tuanchuan, watching her operations curiously. After just a moment, he connected to a strange radio station. Brother Lin, I have never seen the network this computer is connected to. It should not be the two major networks in the world. It seems to be a new satellite network. Zhao Tuanchuan looked solemn. What was broadcast on the radio was news about the end of the world. Moreover, she located the location of the 32nd City District and opened a website. There is a lot of special information on the website, as well as a large number of videos and photos about virus research. Some of the overall data are so dense that it dazzles the viewer. Open this and take a look. When Lin Chi saw the title about the special role of mutated creatures in the apocalypse, his curiosity drove him, and he eagerly wanted to know. As the message was opened, an article appeared, and the two of them read it word by word. A few minutes later, he finally finished reading an article, and most of Lin Chi's doubts were cleared up. Mutated creatures are divided into mutated insects and mutated beasts. 3 months ago, high-level officials in the Federation and even the world were aware of the spread of the virus and began to look for solutions. But as the research deepened, the dual nature of this virus was gradually discovered. With the help of a large number of experimental subjects, the speed of virus change was increased several times, resulting in two different development directions. One is the birth of the virus. The host is defeated by the virus and becomes a puppet-like existence. The other is the evolver. Human beings who heal themselves will stimulate the awakening of certain genes in themselves, thereby evolving hidden power. Insects and wild beasts also undergo similar changes, but their viral bodies are controlled more purely, and their mutation speed is much faster than that of humans. The evolution of these two creatures is called mutants. After devouring a large amount of flesh and blood energy, an evolutionary crystal will condense in the body, thus mutating the bloodline in all aspects. Brother Lin, I found out that this network was opened a month ago. After the network was cut off, the Federation activated a satellite network, covering the entire Central Asia region. However, there was no power later, and none of us knew the news on the network. The speed of this network is very slow, and there is not much information. It was abandoned and rebuilt from the previous complicated local area network. Therefore, the content inside is basically related to what happened at the end of the world. Even the renaming of major cities in the Federation has not been concealed. Even the progress of urban rescue can be checked. Hey, what is this? Lin Chi saw another post and became curious about the title. The sequelae of self-healers? As the infected person recovers, the virus will effectively improve the body of the human host. That is, the host absorbs the energy of the virus, which will lead to changes in certain genes and change the host's personality and habits. The post gave examples that people who evolve with power will become irritable and want to tear things apart at every turn. People who evolve with speed will become restless, and those rare types of special evolvers may even develop special quirks. Lin Chi couldn't help but look at Zhao Tuanchuan's breasts. She was partially evolved and didn't know what special quirks she had. Noticing Lin Chi's gaze, Zhao Tuanchuan not only didn't pay attention, but straightened his back. Ahem. This is all nonsense. Why don't I feel there's anything weird about me? Lin Chi pointed at the post and criticized it. He was looking for excuses for the pressure of the apocalypse. That's right. Nonsense. Zhao Tuanchuan closed the post and then clicked on another one. On the direction and comprehensiveness of genetic evolution. The two of them had watched it late into the night without even realizing it. They didn't even go to dinner. In the end, they squeezed into a chair together and wanted to read all the content at once. Brother Lin, why don't you go to bed? I'm almost exhausted. Zhao Tuanchuan sat on one of Lin Chi's thighs and said weakly. At first, she was full of curiosity about the content on the internet. But in the end, the more she looked at it, the more boring it became. I'll go to sleep after reading this. Lin Chi scrolled the mouse and quickly browsed the content, sorting out today's gains in his mind. Except for the first few essential posts. Most of the rest are conjectures, speculations about the future, and important changes in major cities. Among them, the mutant rat groups that appeared in the 32 urban areas are also recorded. Okay, go to bed, and we'll see the rest tomorrow. Lin Chi felt that his thighs were numb. After Zhao Tuanchuan stood up, he stood up on the chair and limped outside. After a brief wash, when he returned to the bedroom, Zhao Tuanchuan was already lying on the bed, still covered with quilt, like a corpse. For the first time, Lin Chi lay aside consciously, but his movements were gentle and cautious. Brother Lin, are you hungry? Not long after he lay down, Zhao Tuanchuan asked in a low voice. The corner of the quilt was lifted, revealing a small face. I'm really a little hungry, but I'm lying down and too lazy to move. Let's eat tomorrow morning. You won't starve to death even if you don't eat. Anyway, the supplies in the house are enough for 2 people to eat for half a year, and they can feel full just by looking at them. I have milk. Do you want to drink it? Zhao Tuanchuan still kept his voice low, as if his classmates were whispering in class, with a sense of mystery. Ahem. Fresh? Lin Chi almost choked and asked subconsciously. But after reacting, I felt something was wrong. Why was this girl getting bolder and bolder? Could it be that after being touched by yourself, you started to let yourself go? Of course it's fresh. Just tell me whether you want to drink it or not. Zhao Tuanchuan stirred up in bed, stirring up a hot air. Drink. Lin Chi just happened to feel a little hungry. Not just to satisfy his lust. Then slide down. Close your eyes, and don't open them. There was a hint of doubt in Zhao Tuanchuan's tone, and he even pushed Lin Chi's shoulders to ask him to move. When he retreated to her shoulder, he reached out and covered Lin Chi's eyes. Here. Drink. Zhao Tuanchuan put the back of his other hand in front of Lin Chi's mouth. But from the gap between his fingers, a warm current slowly overflowed. Chapter 22 Advancement of Lock-Picking Skills. The whole next day, Lin Chi could feel the taste of milk lingering in his mouth, and his body was warm. The weather was less than 10 degrees Celsius, but he couldn't feel the cold. Zhao Tuanchuan felt even more relaxed, as if he had lost a few kilograms of weight. I'll go upstairs to see if there's anything I can use. You can research the internet first and find some valuable information. After drinking last night, Zhao Tuanchuan rolled to the corner of the bed, wrapped himself tightly, and didn't reveal his head until dawn. Okay. Go ahead, and I'll record anything I see that's interesting. Zhao Tuanchuan waved his hand, turned his back to Lin Chi, and never looked back. When she heard the door close, she took a deep breath and opened the post she read last night. Are the sequelae of self-healers real? Why do I feel like I am becoming more and more abnormal? In the past, the girl's reserve would have kept her at a certain distance from Lin Chi. Even if she needed the protection of the other party, she would not have easily gotten close to him. But the excitement deep in her heart made her sometimes act intentionally. An unexpected move. Zhao Tuanchuan sighed decently and patted his chest gently. It's all your fault. Why did you give birth to milk? After the shot, another strange feeling came to my heart. The chair turned, and the girl began to rummage through the boxes in the room. Lin Chi walked up the corridor to the 3rd floor. In such a narrow environment, he did not bring a bow and arrow, but only a steel pipe and a dagger. First, I knocked on every room on the 3rd floor to make sure there was no movement. Then I took out the iron wire and started stabbing each room. Lin Chi took a general look at each room and left a mark on the door so that he could come and collect supplies later. When we finally reached the 5th floor, we found a compound bow in a house. Rich people have all kinds of weird toys. Lin Chi found a silicone doll on the 4th floor. It had a girlish figure and was so lifelike that he almost thought it was a real person. The pulling force of this compound bow was very light, but its power was not small. Lin Chi tried to stretch it a few times. He felt that it was not as good as the wooden bow he made, but he still took it with him and planned to leave it to Zhao Tuanchuan for use. As for that 20 carbon feather arrows are like a treasure. Lin Chi worked on unlocking all morning, and went all the way to the 18th floor, checking all the rooms, and his lock-picking skills finally advanced to the next level. A total of 100 different locks opened, completed. Advanced lock-picking mastery, perfect level lock-picking. Unlock, can be opened, can be locked. The lock-picking skill has advanced to a perfect stage, and there is no possibility of further advancement. However, a simple description seems to Lin Chi to be very difficult. Can you open any lock? But there is no chance to try now. Lin Chi is preparing to go downstairs with the supplies, from the 18th floor all the way down. When he reached the 3rd floor, Lin Chi felt that his legs were weak. Apparently he had kept going downstairs, and his thigh muscles were a little tired. I'm back. Do you have anything to eat? After a busy morning, Lin Chi didn't rest at all. He put the supplies he brought down from upstairs in the living room and looked for something to fill his stomach. Zhao Tuanchuan poked his head out of the kitchen and brought out a large bowl of food. These were all supplies in the room, including dried bacon, seafood, dried vegetables, etc. These ingredients were valuable before the end of the world. But at this moment, no matter how simple they were, she stewed them in a pot. I found something randomly. It should be delicious. Zhao Tuanchuan took out the bowls and chopsticks and brought the rice up. It was almost sucked dry yesterday, and he needed some nutrition. The two of them quickly consumed a large bowl of food. After eating and drinking, Zhao Tuanchuan took the initiative to pick up the compound bow and tried to practice. Brother Lin, I read some information today, and there is one thing that you must be very concerned about. She stretched a few times and was able to fully draw the compound bow. But the movement was still unclear. Tell me. Lin Chi opened a bottle of beer and drank it slowly while lying on the sofa. At this moment, he completely relaxed and the fatigue in his legs gradually disappeared. After extensive research, the Federation has confirmed that crystals and mutated organisms can promote human genetic evolution. The more powerful the genetic crystal, the better the effect on human genetic evolution. No matter who you are, you will absolutely attach great importance to genetic evolution. In the morning, Zhao Tuanchuan spent most of his time looking for knowledge in this area. In other words, the Federal Rescue Team killed the mutated dogs to obtain genetic crystals? I also need this thing now to improve the advanced skills of spearmanship. And it is very likely that when archery reaches the advanced conditions, I will also need gene crystals to break through the barrier. Yes, and the mutated creature's meat is clean and can be used. It will even slightly strengthen the user's body. But these all have side effects, just like the ones I saw last night. But in the end of the world, who cares about those small side effects? So, that golden retriever is a bit of a pity, considering that there was half a mutant golden retriever corpse outside. If food was in short supply, Lin Chi would definitely not waste it. After resting, Lin Chi took 5 carbon arrows and his 20 wooden arrows, and led Zhao Tuanchuan out the door and walked into the community. After learning about the role of gene crystals, Lin Chi couldn't wait to hunt down some mutant creatures and find a few gene crystals to study. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the vegetation in the community is a bit unbelievably lush. Perhaps it's because no one has pruned it for 3 months. Originally, the paths were covered with vines, and the branches stretched over the railings to the outside. Arriving at the corner where the mutated golden retriever died, Lin Chi suddenly discovered that the original body had disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood. But on the lawn in the corner, a bottomless hole appeared, which seemed to be the cave of some creature. Chapter 23 Zhao Tuanchuan's first time. It was eaten up so quickly. It had only been one night, but half of the mutated golden retriever's body had disappeared. It was obvious that there were other mutated creatures in the community, and the caves on the ground don't seem to be normal either. Brother Lin, why do I feel so creepy? Zhao Tuanchuan held the compound bow in her arms, but this cold weapon did not give her any sense of security. It's because of the sparse popularity. In such a large community, there will definitely be fear among the two of us. The habit of human beings living in groups was revealed at this moment. After just a few days away from the crowd, I felt something unusual. The big hole on the lawn was obviously a cave dug by animals, but I didn't know what kind it was. Lin Chi poked with a steel pipe, but couldn't find the bottom at all. So he found a stone and filled it in. Follow me closely. Let's take a look around. Holding a wooden bow in hand, Lin Chi was on guard, walking slowly in the community. Zhao Tuanchuan also looked presentable, but the compound bow in her hand was obviously a decoration. As winter approaches, the number of animals and insects is very rare. Lin Chi walked around the community for a while without encountering a single living creature, but he still did not dare to relax his guard. After all, being able to drag away a mutated golden retriever corpse weighing about 100 kilograms is certainly no small thing. Come on. Let's go out and look for him in the community. Whether hunting mutant beasts or zombies, this is what Lin Chi must do. He cannot be like other survivors, who just hide in a safe place and wait for the Federation to stabilize the situation and rescue them. When we arrived at the gate of the community, the zombies on the street had been cleared away. But a day later, a few more zombies wandered over from nowhere, slowly dragging their feet. Lin Chi set up his bow and shot arrows, hitting the zombie's head with several arrows in a row, leaving behind the slowest zombie and beckoning Zhao to practice his skills. Here, I leave this to you. Try to see if you can hit it. Speaking of which, Zhao Tuanchuan has never killed zombies before. If he wants to survive in the apocalypse, he must have the courage to kill zombies. However, there was no feeling of resistance on the girl's face, but instead, she was eager to give it a try. She drew her compound bow and aimed at the zombie's head, with a look of excitement on her face. I come! An arrow flew past with a whoosh, passing through the zombie's ear and flying dozens of meters away. Lower it and try again. Lin Chi pointed at the side. The virus zombies were very slow. When Zhao Tuanchuan reloaded his arrows, he didn't even take a few steps. The girl took a deep breath and aimed at the zombie's head again. After the arrow tip coincided with the zombie's head, she released her finger. With a soft pop, the carbon arrow penetrated directly into the zombie's eyes, but did not penetrate through the back of the head. However, this kind of damage had destroyed the zombie's brain, and the walking zombie staggered and collapsed on the ground. How's it going? How do you feel? It was his first time to kill a zombie. Lin Chi was afraid that Zhao Tuanchuan would have psychological shadow, so he quickly asked with concern. It's very exciting. It turns out that human brains are so fragile. Zhao Tuanchuan's face was flushed, obviously caused by excitement. This kind of psychological pleasure was even more exciting than when he was decompressing. She couldn't help but take out an arrow and aim at the zombies in the distance. I'll find you a target to practice with later. Now let's go look for any mutant creatures. Lin Chi quickly stepped forward to recover the 2 arrows, and led Zhao Tuanchuan to search everywhere. Although the stray cats and dogs in the city have been cleaned up in advance, there are still remnants hidden in the dark. After being infected with the virus, some mutants reactivate the wild nature in their bodies and become ferocious hunters. These hunters will hunt down all living creatures, even zombies. But it is still difficult to find these animals during the day in the early days of the apocalypse. We can see a few birds in normal times, but why can't we see any now? After crossing 2 streets, they still found nothing. It seemed that the main task of the federal rescue team was not to rescue survivors, but to hunt these mutated creatures. Have you all eaten and drank enough to hide? Zhao Tuanchuan guessed in his mind that during the more than 2 months of the virus outbreak, most animals were not interfered by humans. At first, many died due to infection with the virus, but those who survived were a blessing in disguise and received a large amount of food storage. Just like the one yesterday, the size of the golden retriever has exceeded its original limit. It's possible what you said. If we really can't find it, we can only kill some zombies first. Lin Chi raised his bow and shot another zombie. He glanced at the requirements for advanced bow and arrow skills, and it was only a third of the way through. Moreover, there are fewer and fewer zombies nearby. If you want to quickly improve your skill level, you must find a place where a large number of zombies gather. Let's try our luck somewhere where the rescue team hasn't reached. Outside the community is a commercial street. During the quarantine period, everything here was sealed off. There were no living people, let alone zombies. The only way to go is to the old city on both sides of the moat, where the population is densely populated. Lin Chi found a shared bicycle on the street and opened the lock with a slight pull. However, the real restriction on the bicycle was to scan the code to operate. This is why no one cares about it even if the end of the world comes. But this was not a problem at all for Lin Chi. As long as it was a lock, he could open it. Let's go. I'll take you. The seat at the back of the shared bicycle was just big enough for Zhao Tuanchuan to sit down. With Lin Chi's riding skills, he could easily avoid the zombies along the way. Zhao Tuanchuan sat astride the back, carrying the bows and crossbows on his back, holding Lin Chi's waist with both hands. Unexpectedly, as soon as he started, his body suddenly leaned forward and pressed heavily on Lin Chi's back. Brother Lin slowed down. It's almost squeezed out. Under the heavy pressure, Zhao Tuanchuan almost couldn't breathe, and he had to lean back to resume his smooth breathing. But even so, Lin Chi could still feel the 2 soft balls pressing against his back. Hold on. I'm going to drive. 2 wheels are indeed much faster than 2 legs, and even if they drive past a zombie, the zombie's zombie body cannot react. Therefore, the 2 of them crossed the commercial street without any danger and came to the old urban area. The bicycle was parked by Lin Chi beside the guardrail of the river. As he approached, Lin Chi heard scattered gunshots. It seemed that the rescue team was also nearby. Let's go in quietly without disturbing those people. Beside a small bridge in the distance, 2 armored vehicles were parked, and a few zombies were wandering nearby. It was obvious that the rescue team had been in there for a long time. Brother Lin, why don't we steal their car? Zhao Tuanchuan looked eager to try, obviously full of interest in the car with extreme armor protection. No, your idea is outrageous. I have a gun. Although the rescue teams have entered the old city buildings, no one knows whether there will be people holding sniper rifles secretly observing. What's wrong with having a gun? I also have a bow and arrow. Look, someone is approaching the armored vehicle. As Zhao Tuanchuan pointed in the direction, There were indeed a few sneaky figures moving toward the armored vehicle. After confirming that there were no soldiers guarding around, those people quickly eliminated the nearby zombies and pried open the door with force. Chapter 24 Little White Head. How could a few crowbars be able to pry open an armored vehicle that was just safe enough to withstand bullets? Those people had been busy for a long time, knocking on the armored vehicle with a clanking sound. But they could not open a crack. Damn! This glass is bulletproof! If he got closer, Lin Chi would be able to identify the people who smashed the armored vehicle. They were the same group they met when they went to the central street. But the bald head was shot to death by him. And the remaining 4 people came here for some reason. If we don't get it, it won't be easy for them either. It will flatten the wheels. After Baldhead's death, a tall and strong man among the remaining 4 became the boss. At this moment, he had a cigarette in his mouth and squinted his eyes with a vicious look. They had met a rescue team on a nearby street, and they wanted to ride in an armored vehicle but were rejected. So they held a grudge. The coming of the apocalypse amplifies people's desires infinitely. And at the same time, even small things can affect people's emotions. If it were normal times, these people would not dare to say a word or even approach such an armored vehicle. These people stabbed the 2 wheels with steel drill axes and daggers for a long time before the 2 wheels were punctured. The strongman pressed the cigarette butts in his hands on the roof of the car gracefully. Just when he was about to say something, he heard a bang, and his head had exploded directly into pieces. The sticky brains splashed on the face of the man beside him. His body softened and he collapsed directly to the ground, his hands quickly grabbing at his face. They shot. How dare they shoot? In the subconscious mind of these survivors, the rescue team is here to serve them. Even if they are insulted, they dare not do anything to them. But the sound of gunshots and the excitement of their heads exploding almost scared them out of their wits. The 3 of them hid behind the armored vehicle, trembling all over and not daring to look up. What to do? The boss is dead again. The tall and strong man who died was their new boss. I'll count to 1, 2, and 3 later, and let's all run away together. One by one. The man with glasses wiped the blood off his face and said shakily, based on the position of the headshot just now, he roughly calculated the direction of the shooting, but did not alert the 2 people around him. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Run. Following his command, when the count reached 3, he made a move to get up and run away. But he only fainted. The other 2 people were already tense. The moment they heard that they were running, they rushed out and ran towards the obstacle at the corner of the street. In the crisis of life and death, both of them broke out at extreme speeds, and they could even feel the strong wind in their ears. But no matter how fast it is still not as good as a senior sniper. Seeing the sauce exploding from his escaping companion's head and his body staggering to the ground, the man with glasses couldn't bear it anymore and crawled towards the street quickly with his hands and feet. He was extremely fast, using the power of his hands and feet to turn repeatedly on the ground, and finally rolled into the opposite wall after the second gunshot. Ouch! He's still a genetic awakener. A few hundred meters away, a soldier raised his head from a residential building with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Did one of them escape? It doesn't matter. These unscrupulous people won't survive long if they don't go to the isolation and safety zone. The captain's voice came from the headset, and the sniper put away his gun and walked downstairs. Killing 3 survivors didn't have any impact on him at all. After all, he killed so many zombies that it was easy to mistake people for zombies. The buildings in the old city are all independent, and each house has its own courtyard. When the quarantine was first implemented, this area implemented home quarantine. So there were zombies in almost every house here, and they were all trapped at home, coupled with captive pets, rats hidden in the sewers, etc. It can be said to be a paradise for mutant creatures. At this moment, their team has killed several mutant creatures and obtained 5 genetic crystals. Near the river, Lin Chi and Zhao Tuanchuan were hiding behind a bunker. What happened just now was seen by the 2 of them. These rescue teams will actually attack survivors? This change made both of them feel fearful. After all, how could mortal bodies dare to compare with hot weapons? Brother Lin, this is the human elimination plan. Zhao Tuanchuan looked solemn. She thought of an article she had seen on the internet before. She didn't pay attention to it at the time, but when she thought about it now, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Are you going to eliminate some of the human race and leave only the elite and lucky people? Right? Lin Chi also read that article, and he quite agreed with that idea. After the end, there will be a new life. If there is no change, it will only be eliminated by the times. At this moment, the two of them did not dare to get close to that residential area anymore. Instead, they followed the river to a residential area on the other side. After opening a gate lock, they entered the yard. The courtyard in the old city has a sense of age. It was the earliest area planned in the city. The courtyard is not big, but green vegetables are grown in the flower beds. The great trellises have long become dead branches, and the dry cement floor is full of cracks. A putrid smell lingered in the air. There are zombies. Be careful. Fortunately, the first family encountered a group of zombies. Lin Chi handed the spear to Zhao Tuanchuan for self-defense, drew his bow and arrow, and aimed at the open door. As if sensing the breath of a living person, there was chaotic movement in the living room on the first floor. Footsteps slowly approached, and a bloody hand reached out and grabbed the door. It's an infected body. Unlike virion zombies, infected zombies are very threatening. Director Wang had been chasing him for a long time. However, as soon as this zombie emerged, an arrow shot out of the air and hit his forehead with a whoosh, and the powerful impact directly hit him back into the room. Lin Chi drew out an arrow again and aimed at the door. Wait, there's more. As the words fell, a zombie slowly crawled out from the door, with long gray hair hanging loose on its head, and its face could not be seen clearly. As a family, please get together, and I will arrange a room for you. At such a distance, Lin Chi hardly had to aim deliberately. As soon as the arrow in his hand was released, the zombie was unable to struggle and fell to the ground. After killing the two zombies, he walked to the door and opened the other half of the door, clearing the entrance space. There can't be only two zombies in a family. There may be more upstairs. After checking the 3 guest rooms, kitchen and bathroom on the first floor to make sure there were no other zombies, Lin Chi focused on the upstairs. Going up the stairs, I heard the sound of the door banging inside. And it wasn't just one. In the room upstairs, 2 doors were closed and one was open. The sound came from the 2 closed rooms, and it was very rhythmic, as if it was scratching and banging. Lin Chi made a gesture to signal Zhao Tuanchuan to get ready. He stretched out his hand and quickly touched the door. Zhao Tuanchuan pushed it with a steel pipe, and the door was pushed open with a creak. There was a pool of blood on the ground, and as the door opened, a clear trace of the floor was drawn. But no zombies appeared for a while. Just when Lin Chi was wondering, 2 small white heads suddenly poked out from behind the door, their scarlet eyes staring at Lin Chi. The little mouth suddenly bared its teeth and split open, almost to the back of the head, revealing a mouthful of fangs that did not belong to a child. One of them screamed, jumped up, and headed towards the forest. Chapter 25 Goodbye Rat Pack. What the H.L. At such a close range, the bow and arrow almost stuffed into the mouth of the little zombie, and the strong force directly pinned it to the floor. However, the other little zombie also jumped up, waving its immature little claws, and raised its legs towards Lin. Catch him! Lin Chimu raised his wooden bow in front of him, and kicked the little zombie out. It turned out to be 2 mutated zombies. Luckily they are just little things. At such a close distance, it was now clear that the skin of the 2 little zombies had turned pale. The little zombie that was kicked rolled around on the ground a few times. When it got up again, it made an attack posture. Its entire body was lying on the ground, like a ferocious beast, its big torn mouth almost to the back of its head, and its mouth was filled with blood. Give me the gun. Lin Chi took the spear from Zhao Tuanchuan's hand behind him. His hand slipped, and the tip of the spear touched it. These 2 zombies have just turned 1 month old. Right? Zhao Tuanchuan stood behind Lin Chi with a nervous look on his face. This kind of weird zombie had a greater impact on people. What? You still want to feed them? Lin Chi didn't dare to relax. These 2 little guys were very agile, like 2 little wild cats. They could jump up and down. Perhaps feeling threatened, the little zombie roared in a low voice, but its body lowered even further. Zhao Tuanchuan lightly punched Lin Chi, his face full of displeasure. The little zombie in the room obviously didn't have enough patience and jumped up again and rushed towards Lin Chi. This time the power of his legs exploded, obviously aimed at Lin Chi's head. With one bite, it could easily bite through a person's trachea with its full mouth of fangs. However, when it jumped to the limit, the spear stabbed it instantly, hit its neck, and smashed it to the ground. My strength seems to have increased a lot. Lin Chi felt obviously different when he used the spear again. The steel pipe in his hand seemed lighter, and he was even more comfortable to use it. After pinning the little zombie to the ground, Lin Chisai stepped into the room to check the situation inside. This is a bedroom. In addition to the two small zombies nailed to the ground, there is also a zombie on the bed. However, this zombie has been eaten and only the skeleton is left. Only the head is still squirming unconsciously. Poor family of 3. On the bed is a female zombie. But unfortunately, there is no trace of female characteristics at all. Lin Chi poked the two little zombies to death, picked them up, and placed them on the bed, thus making the family tidy. Such a small zombie. So pitiful. Zhao Tuanchuan looked closely at the little zombie that was no longer moving, his eyes full of distress. If it were peacetime, these two twins would definitely be lovable children. For them, perhaps death is the best destination. At least they won't experience pain. Lin Chi turned up the quilt and covered the body on the bed to prevent it from being exposed and eaten by the mutant beasts that broke in. Killing these two mutated zombies improved Lin Chi's spear skills a little more. He only needed to find gene crystals and kill 100 of them to meet the advanced requirements. After searching several rooms on the second floor and confirming that there was no danger, Lin Chi moved a chair and sat at the window, looking at the two armored vehicles parked on the opposite bridge from a distance. At this moment, the rescue teams had come out of the residential area and looked around the armored vehicle. Captain, 2 wheels of one of our vehicles were destroyed. A member of the combat team was speechless as he looked at the tire that had been stabbed with a big hole. You must know that this is an armored vehicle, and the tires are different from ordinary cars. How much resentment would it take to ruin the tires like this? Remove the tire. You two take out the spare tire and put it on. Others are on alert. After a while, several members of the rescue team removed the wheel. They had just changed a tire when they suddenly seemed to notice something and quickly raised their guns on alert. It turned out that after killing the 3 survivors just now, the blood stains left behind had unknowingly spread into the sewer nearby. The fresh blood slowly awakened the sleeping mutated creatures. It's a mutant rat. A mutant rat. The soldier who first discovered the mutant rat screamed in surprise and fired a warning shot, only to see densely packed mutant rats pouring out of the sewer, like a black tide, surrounding everyone. So many rats. Standing at the window on the second floor, Lin Chiju could clearly see the surrounding situation from a high position, not only in the sewers, but also in the gaps under the river bridges. A large number of mutant rats appeared, surrounding the 2 armored vehicles. There were constant gunshots for a while, but such heavy firepower could not stop the pace of the mutant rats at all. The death of hundreds of them was no threat to them at all. Get in the car! Get in the car! The captain quickly issued orders. During this period of time, they had never dared to go out to hunt mutant creatures at night. They were afraid of encountering mutant rats in the city. They didn't expect to encounter them during the day today. He knew that his team was no match for the mutant rats. So he quickly called the team members into the armored vehicle and planned to escape. But as the rat swarm spread, each mutant rat jumped up and pounced on the nearest soldier, biting with sharp teeth and easily tearing open his protective clothing. Spray repellent powder. A stream of white powder sprayed out from the special device, briefly blocking the offensive of the mutant rats. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the team members quickly rushed onto the intact armored vehicle, crushed the mutant rats, and drove away from the place. The rats chased for dozens of meters before gradually retreating. In just a moment, the 3 corpses on the ground had been eaten up. Not even the bones were left, and even the flowing blood was licked. It's clean. The dead mutant rats were dragged back into the sewers by their companions as spare food. I never thought before that the mutant rats would be the biggest threat. Lin Chi looked at the dissipating rat swarm with a palpitating expression. If he were to face these mutated rat swarms, he might not have any countermeasures. Looking at Zhao Tianchuan on the side, his face is even pale, and his breathing is rapid. It is obvious that rats have a natural suppression of women. Without humans squeezing space, this kind of creature in the dark will reproduce at the fastest speed and eventually completely occupy the city. It seems that we have to prepare in advance and find a truly safe camp. Originally, Lin Chi thought that relying on his own strength, he could slowly establish a foothold in the city and develop in a low-key manner. But the moment the mutant rats appeared, his illusions were completely shattered. This is no longer a problem that can be solved by personal force. Brother Lin, let's run quickly. What if those rats find us? Zhao Tuanchuan held Lin Chi with trembling hands, her face full of pleading. She didn't want to face that kind of terrifying thing. Even though she was so far away, her arms were already covered with goosebumps. You wait here first, and I'll go see if I can pick up some good things. Lin Chi looked at the armored vehicle still parked by the bridge, his eyes full of surprise. For others, the door could not be pried open. But for him, it was within reach. Maybe there are unexpected gains in that armored vehicle. Chapter 26 What's so fun about guns? After going downstairs and out of the courtyard, Lin Chi closed the courtyard door and rode a shared bicycle quickly toward the opposite bridge. It had been a few minutes since the rat tide had passed. Basically all the mutant rats had returned to their lairs in the sewers to enjoy their feast. Even if there were a few scattered ones, Lin Chi didn't care. When he arrived near the armored vehicle, Lin Chi put down his bicycle and approached cautiously. He did not bring a bow and arrow this time, but only a long gun. Looking around, there were only scattered blood stains on the ground around him. The mutated rat had already disappeared. Lin Chi then cautiously approached the armored vehicle. The tires of the car have been changed, but one tire has not been installed, which is why the car has not been driven away. When he came to the car door, Lin Chi tried to pull it. He heard a click, and the door opened directly. It seemed that those who were repairing the car had unlocked it, so he quickly got in. After sitting in the armored vehicle, Lin Chi breathed a sigh of relief, checked it quickly, then stood up from the driver's seat and entered the back seat. The interior of the armored vehicle was large, with 2 rows of seats extending to the rear of the vehicle. The interior decoration was simple, and the thickness of the steel plate could be clearly felt. There were several firearms that Lin Chi couldn't name hung on both sides, and boxes were stuffed under the seats. So much good stuff. For a moment, Lin Chi didn't know what he had taken with him, and there were many machines he didn't recognize, which must be of great use. Hey, what am I thinking? Why don't I just drive away? After getting out of the car, Lin Chi pushed back the tire that had rolled aside, used tools to tighten the screws, removed the jack, put all the tools into the car, and got back into the driver's seat. The wire was inserted into the keyhole. The ignition was started, and with bursts of roar, the armored vehicle drove quickly towards the direction of Zhao Tuanchuan. But not long after leaving, a voice came from the communicator hanging on the driver's seat. B-13. Who activated B-13? It turns out that every armored vehicle has a positioning system. The rescue teams that left just now have reported the situation to the central camp, because someone was injured. They are driving towards the central camp with all their strength. Sensing that B-13's machine was activated, a quick inquiry came from the command center. And positioning? We must block this kind of thing. Otherwise we will be tracked wherever we go. Lin Chi was confused for a moment, and he must be a little reluctant to give up this armored vehicle with outstanding defense at this time. He must at least take out everything inside. So while driving, I was distracted from studying the machines in the car. Unlock and unlock. It can open or lock. Can I turn off the locator on the car? Lin Chi suddenly felt blessed. After having this idea, his mind seemed to be filled with inspiration. He glanced across the car and quickly found the problem. So he reached out and tapped the machine. And the original voice of inquiry in the communicator suddenly stopped. The armored vehicle drove to the residential area on the other side of the river. Zhao Tuanchuan had already seen Lin Chi driving the armored vehicle from the window, and was waiting at the door in advance. Get in the car. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. The central camp's positioning system couldn't find B-13, so a helicopter would definitely be sent to search, leaving Lin Chi with only a few minutes. Therefore, the top priority is to drive this armored vehicle to a safe and secluded place, and then use it to drive out of the city when the opportunity arises. There's a community ahead. There is an underground garage in the community, which can not only hide the armored vehicles, but also allow Lin Chi to take a short rest. So he turned the steering wheel and turned in. Not long after entering the underground garage, the sound of a drone circling was heard in the sky. After searching nearby for a moment and finding no trace of the armored vehicle, they quickly left. After the armored vehicle entered the garage, Lin Chi slowed down and reached the deepest part of the garage, finding an empty spot and stopping. Brother Lin, you drove away all the federal armored vehicles. You are so powerful. At this time, Zhao Tuanchuan's face was full of excitement. She couldn't sit still in the car and kept studying the instruments on the armored vehicle. In addition to the communicator, the weapons in the car were even more eye-catching. She had already taken off a rifle and was playing with it fondly. Be careful not to let it go wrong. We have never played with this thing before. Lin Chi quickly avoided the gun. He didn't want to feel the incredible odds. After getting out of the vehicle, open the back door of the armored vehicle and inventory the contents bit by bit. There are a total of 2 rifles, 4 pistols, 2 boxes of bullets, 1 box of grenades, a box of special animal repellent powder, and 2 tactical backpacks. After all, firearms are every man's ultimate pursuit. Feeling the heavy and cold weapon in his hand, Lin Chi became excited unknowingly. He wanted to try the weapon right away and experience the pleasure of killing zombies. But he quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart. These guns can be said to be his trump cards. They must not be used until a critical moment. In the apocalypse, a bullet might save his life. But Lin Chi was reluctant to waste it on ordinary zombies. Then he took off the cover of a nearby off-road vehicle and covered the entire armored vehicle to prevent anyone from coming in and discovering the secret. After finishing the work, the sky had darkened. The originally silent city was shrouded in darkness. And unknown dangers came again. Knowing that the threat of mutant rats still existed in the city, Lin Chi did not dare to travel at night. So he had to temporarily live in this community. The two of them walked up the stairs of the underground garage. During the process, they encountered a few zombies in the corridor. But they were easily dealt with. When they reached the 6th floor, they chose a room with a wide view. Come down. This room has a large floor-to-ceiling window, and you can clearly see the outside. However, the entire city is filled with darkness, and only the warning lights of the central camp in the distance are on. The layout in the past few days has opened up a certain range of safe areas in the center of the city. In addition to rescuing survivors, a safe camp has also been established in the 32nd city area, slowly radiating around the city. As long as this method spreads steadily, it won't take long to clean up the entire city and restore the environment for human survival. The end of the world seems less scary than imagined. Brother Lin, I found some snacks. Let's eat some to fill our stomach. The two of them came out this time without bringing any food, and there were no supplies in this residence. Only some snacks. But they were enough for a meal. Okay. Leave it here. Lin Chi was still fiddling with the firearm in his hand. This rifle was equipped with an infrared sight. Through the darkness in front of him, he could see the situation in the central camp area. I couldn't put it down for a while, and kept observing the surrounding environment. What's so fun about guns? Zhao Tianchuan pouted, his face full of dissatisfaction. And he held his hands in front of his chest, raising them higher. Chapter 27. Try using a gun. Lin Chi had been observing for nearly an hour before he figured out the general scope of the central camp. There were also strict sentries around the camp at night, to strictly monitor the surrounding security. Time to sleep. Zhao Tianchuan couldn't help but urge her again. She had already made the bed, and the quilt was warm. Wait a while. Let me see if there are many zombies nearby. Lin Chi made another excuse, zoomed in on the scope, and checked the situation around the community. At this glance, he indeed discovered the zombies wandering nearby, wandering aimlessly on the streets. After night falls, the scope of zombie activities becomes even greater. Any disturbance can arouse their vigilance. Therefore, at night, they will appear in unexpected places due to various factors. Huh? If you don't sleep, I'll sleep by myself. Don't even think about drinking fresh milk in the future. Zhao Tianchuan saw that Lin Chi had no intention of getting up. He covered his head with the quilt in dissatisfaction, as if he was angry. Hearing this complaining voice, Lin Chi was startled. Then he realized something was wrong. So he quickly pulled up the corner of the bed curtain, put the rifle in the corner, and then quickly climbed onto the bed. Go to sleep. Go to bed. The newly laid sheets were a bit musty, but the warm quilt carried Zhao Tianchuan's sweet body fragrance, and the smell emanating from her body became better and better. Lin Chi quickly took off his clothes, lifted a corner of the quilt, and carefully got into the bed. The coolness on his body made Zhao Tianchuan curl up subconsciously, turning his back to Lin Chi. After his body gradually warmed up, Lin Chi slowly stepped forward and pressed his body against Zhao Tianchuan. Tuan. I seem to be a little thirsty, Lin Chi said cautiously, testing Zhao Tianchuan's reaction. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the shoulders in front of him trembled slightly. Brother Lin, I made you drink all the food yesterday. I haven't eaten much today. There was a hint of grievance in his voice. Lin Chi then thought that the two of them had gone out early this morning, because they missed an armored vehicle. They had not rested. They absorbed a lot of nutrients and did not feel hungry at all. But Zhao Tianchuan is different. Her body is in the stage of genetic awakening and needs to supplement a lot of nutrients to improve quickly. She has worked hard all day today, and there is no output. Sorry. We will go back tomorrow and let you rest for a few more days. Lin Chi felt guilty in his heart. He almost regarded Zhao Tianchuan as a backup energy supply station, completely forgetting that she was still a frail girl. So he slowly stretched out his hand, hugged the curled up body, and slowly comforted her. After Zhao Tianquan's mood stabilized, Lin Qi's hand moved to the right position. Come and let me check. Are you hungry? Lin Qi just checked for the pure purpose of checking, and didn't do anything else. He gradually fell asleep without realizing it. Early the next morning, Zhao Tianquan took Lin Qi's hand out and started preparing breakfast. Although the ingredients were limited, she was still able to make some very nutritious food. I removed some wood from the cabinets in the house and made some porridge. Let's make do with it. Except for rice and flour. Most of the food that can be found in ordinary households has gone bad. Only dry goods and canned food with a long shelf life can be stored for a long time. This is what everyone can do independently before the end of the world. Reserve. Lin Qi glanced at the kitchen, and sure enough, it was full of smoke. Unknowingly, he thought there was a fire. Eat quickly. Let's leave here after eating. For some reason, Lin Qi suddenly felt worried, fearing that the escaping smoke would reveal their location. Maybe it's because he has a gun on him, which makes him even more frightened. After finishing breakfast quickly, without fresh milk, he always felt like chewing wax. Lin Qi couldn't help but look at the place where the fresh milk was produced. He secretly swore in his heart that he must let Zhao Tianquan live a good life. Before going downstairs, Lin Qi found a sheet, wrapped the two rifles, and carried them on his back. He went down the stairs and arrived at the underground garage. After checking the armored vehicle, the two carried the supplies and walked outside. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the community, there was a sudden roar. The ground shook violently, and fire shot into the sky in the distance. It's the old town location from yesterday. Zhao Tianquan subconsciously supported Lin Qi. This kind of explosion was something the two of them had never experienced before. It should be the federal rescue team cleaning up those mutated rats. Lin Qi slightly explained with certainty that since a large-scale rat hole was discovered, it must be cleaned up in time. Otherwise, when the rat infestation becomes a disaster, ordinary firepower coverage will not be able to solve it. This community was still some distance away from the old city, so Lin Qi was not afraid of being discovered by the rescue team. However, the two of them still took some detours, and after some twists and turns, they returned to the previous community. Entering from the gate of the community, Lin Qi took a special look at the big hole in the corner and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it had not been dug again. After seeing how special the mutant rat was, Lin Qi was afraid that that kind of mutant rat would also appear here. Back in the safe house, the two placed their rifles in the bedroom and felt relaxed. Brother Lin, if this continues, the federal troops will spread to this community sooner or later. When they find that we have guns, will they shoot us? Zhao Tianquan looked worried. The firepower of the explosion just now attracted many survivors in the city who were secretly observing. When they returned to the community, the two met several survivors rushing towards the direction of the explosion for unknown purposes. In her subconscious, she also believed that illegal possession of guns by people was a serious violation. And the gun was taken from a federal rescue armored vehicle. It's the end of the world. They all have too much time to take care of themselves. Who still has the gun in our hands? Lin Qi played with the rifle. Although he still hadn't fired a single shot, he had roughly studied the functions of the gun. Now his urgent idea is to find a zombie, shoot a headshot with a gun, feel the charm of thermal weapons, and activate the firearm skills. After pressing the silencer, Lin Qi became impatient and asked Zhao Tianquan to make a hearty lunch before going downstairs with the rifle in hand. There was no zombie at all in the community. But after leaving the community entrance, zombies could be seen wandering on the streets. Lin Qi used a slingshot to attract a few of them. And by the way, he refreshed the advanced conditions for the slingshot skill. Basic slingshot has been advanced. Slingshot mastery. There are no false shots. 100% hit on the 30-meter target. 90% hit rate on the 40-meter target. 80% hit rate on the 50-meter target. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced conditions. 1. Use a slingshot to hit a target 30 meters away 100 times. 2. Obtain a gene crystal. Advanced conditions also require genetic crystallization. Lin Qi looked at the skill introduction of the slingshot and wondered whether it would be worth the cost of a gene crystal after the advanced level. But at this moment, he had no intention of studying it, because the zombie whose face was beaten to pieces was already within 10 meters. Chapter 28: The Burden of Exercise. At a distance of 10 meters, Lin Qi's breathing became somewhat rapid, and his hands began to tremble. Fortunately, his archery skills allowed him to slowly calm down his breathing rhythm. Bump! There was a soft sound. and Lin Chi's body shook. His body was tense, but the recoil did not deform his movements. The zombie's head was completely opened. Half of its head exploded, and it fell directly to the ground. I was clearly aiming for the mouth. In order not to miss the target, Lin Chi deliberately aimed lower. Unexpectedly, he was almost embarrassed. But then, the light curtain appeared in front of him, making him quickly forget about it. Basic firearm use can be advanced. 1. Use firearms to kill 50 zombies. 2. Use firearms to kill 5 mutated creatures. In an instant, a clear understanding emerged in my mind again. And the things that I still didn't understand about firearms were instantly understood. The performance parameters of the sniper rifle in his hand all appeared in Lin Chi's mind. And he also had a comprehensive understanding of other firearms. Is it just that the basic usage ability is so strong? The previous skills were all single tools. So Lin Chi was not surprised by the initial application of the skills. After the first shot, Lin Chi pulled back the safety, and did not intend to use the gun again. Although there were many bullets, he had not yet encountered a real crisis. Use bows and arrows to clean up the remaining zombies, and then return to the 3rd floor. Zhao Tianquan was still cooking in the kitchen, and Lin Chi did not bother him. He came to the bedroom, turned on the computer, and studied the information on the internet. From a large amount of information, we learned that at the beginning of the end of the world, the Federation began to establish safety zones. With its strong infrastructure capabilities, in just 2 months, a large number of safety zones were quickly established near major cities. These safe areas were the first to be connected to the satellite network, and they became people who knew the inside story in advance. And they were also elites selected by humans. The safety zone near the 32nd City District was expanded by a large factory. At that time, a lot of surrounding land was requisitioned. Lin Chi did not know the scale of the area. However, it can be seen from the publicity on the internet that the safe zone is already operational and has accommodated many survivors. But propaganda is just propaganda after all, and the real situation is still unknown. Until noon, when the aroma of lunch came from the room, Zhao Tianquan poked his head into the door and smiled at Lin Chi. Brother Lin, it's time to eat. She had been busy all morning making sumptuous food, which gave her a great sense of accomplishment. Okay, let's eat first. Lin Chi turned off the computer and followed him to the living room. The food on the table was very rich, but it was just a few items selected from the supplies. Zhao Tianquan also opened a bottle of red wine, which was full of ceremony. Lin Chi didn't like drinking very much, and even in another parallel world, he didn't have much interest in wine. But in the apocalypse, he felt that drinking some would at least relieve the stress in his heart. I made a little more. Anyway, there are so many things, and the two of us can't finish them all in a short time. Zhao Tianquan's appetite has increased significantly recently, perhaps because of her gene awakening, which allows her to eat a large amount of food and store it in her body. Of course, the price is that it makes her feel unbalanced. We shouldn't be able to live here for long, so we can eat as much of these foods as we can. From today on, I'm going to exercise well. I may consume more food, and try to choose foods with high nutritional value. Without a good body, it is impossible to survive in the apocalypse. When he climbed the 18th floor before, Lin Chi felt the condition of his body. Only by exercising well can he not waste all his hard work. Then I will also train with Brother Lin from now on. Zhao Tianquan clenched his fists, not flinching at all, because he was a girl. The two of them chatted while devouring the food on the table. It took almost an hour to finish the meal. After eating and exercising a few times, Lin Chi opened the door and prepared to train his physical fitness using the stairs. Climbing stairs consumes a lot of energy, and it can also exercise the muscles of the body in all aspects. Without equipment, it is the best way to exercise under safe conditions. Lin Chi took a deep breath and started his first exercise journey. After a while, Zhao Tianquan also followed. In order to exercise, she deliberately changed into loose clothes. However, not long after she followed, a painful expression appeared on her face. In the end, she had to squat on the ground, gasping for breath. Gas. What's wrong? Do you want to go back and rest for a while? Lin Chi only felt hot all over his body, which seemed to have stimulated the potential power in his body. And he didn't feel tired at all. I'm not tired. It just hurts from the fall. I'll go back and get some cloth to wrap it around and try. Zhao Tianquan rubbed his chest. It was okay to go up the stairs, but he moved too much when going down the stairs. The beatings felt like hammering on his chest. After a long time, he couldn't stand it at all. How about I help you with it? It's hard for you to do it yourself at such a big age. When Lin Chi heard this, he immediately became anxious. How could he not help with such an important matter? So he took the initiative to help Zhao Tuanchuan to the nearest door, unlocked the door, and entered this unfamiliar room. This house has been forested before, but I don't have much impression of it. But as long as someone has lived in it, there will definitely be something left behind. The two of them came to the bedroom and rummaged through the cabinets, looking for anything they could use. Ordinary protective gear could not allow Zhao Tuanchuan to maintain the stability of his body, and a special method was required. Therefore, the two found sheets, cut them into strips, and started discussing. Actually, there's no need to go to such trouble. Just find a sports bra and put it on. Zhao Tuanchuan looked at Lin Chi, who was busier than her, and was speechless for a moment. But the two of them rummaged through the closet and couldn't find sports bras. It seemed that the hostess of this family didn't like sports, and the bras were also the smallest. I remember there was a show on TV. It should be able to be restrained by wrapping it with strips of cloth. But I need to study this wrapping method. After tearing off the sheets, Lin Chi laid them out one by one on the bed, while thinking about how to tie them up. Speaking of which, this is also a rare art. Brother Lin, I can just do it myself. Zhao Tuanchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time he saw Lin Chi looking so serious. You can't reach your back with your hands. Besides, we are companions in life and death. If I don't help you, who will help you? Quickly take off your clothes and let me try. After repeated thoughts, Lin Chi already had an idea in his mind, so he couldn't help but urge a few words. But it's daytime now. Zhao Tuanchuan's face turned red with embarrassment. At night, no one could see him. It didn't matter if he was touched a few times, and he could release some pressure in his heart. But if he was seen naked during the day, the shyness would be completely different. How about I close my eyes? Chapter 29. Do you want to take a shower? Lin Chi would never miss this opportunity to promote the relationship between the two. Just like the kind of person who can't get in. As long as he can push forward, he will never back down. Half pushing and half pushing down. It was easy to undress and take off his belt. However, when the last layer was left, Zhao Tuanchuan hugged his shoulders and refused to let go. Brother Lin, you promised to close your eyes. Perhaps because his brain was confused, Zhao Tuanchuan took the initiative to give in and asked Lin Chi to close his eyes to help with the operation. Okay. I'll close my eyes. Lin Chi withdrew his eyes from the unfathomable ravine. Even though there was still a layer of cover, the proud mind almost made his eyes sink in. So he tore off a piece of sheet and covered his eyes. Come on. Here's my idea. Tie it from the waist. Then wrap it around a few times. Then go up through the shoulders. Tie a cross around the body. And it should be fixed. Lin Chi was pleasantly surprised to find that the density of the bed sheet was a bit insufficient. Although it was a bit blurry through the tiny gaps in the cloth, he could still see clearly. That way, it seems okay. Zhao Tuanchuan reacted in her mind and roughly understood what Lin Chi was thinking. She turned her back and released the last trace of restraint, and the tight underwear flew away. She seemed to be relieved, with a relaxed expression on her face. Let's start wrapping it around the waist first. Lin Chi pulled the bed sheet and slowly approached. When he touched Zhao Tuanchuan's waist, he took the bed sheet with a small hand and slowly turned it in a circle. After 3 rounds, it was completely fixed. Actually, I can do it myself. Zhao Tuanchuan muttered in a low voice, still waiting for his help to guide him. And when wrapping around him in the wrong direction, Lin Chi's hand would inevitably touch it a little. This exciting feeling made her body tremble involuntarily. I want to help you. Lin Chi no longer concealed his purpose, and moved his hands quickly, always slightly touching Zhao Tuanchuan's skin, drawing a beautiful arc. Her appearance is an extremely rare water drop shape, and it is a large water drop. It is not out of shape at all, full and round. After wrapping it twice, and it was basically fixed, Lin Chi took off the cloth strips from his eyes. How about you? Try bouncing. The color of this bed sheet is the color of colorful stripes. It wraps around Zhao Tuanchuan's body. Instead of looking ugly, it has a unique charm, especially the 2 exposed arms and tightened lower abdomen, which are more prominent. It really stopped shaking. Zhao Tuanchuan tried jumping twice, and there was only a slight shaking feeling. It was much better than before, and there was no sense of cumbersomeness at all. Okay, let's continue to exercise. Lin Chi reluctantly looked away. After Zhao Tuanchuan put on his coat, his figure was almost tightened, and it no longer affected his movements. going up and down the 18th floor. Lin Chi felt her breathing getting faster and faster after only a few times. On the other hand, although Zhao Tuanchuan did not exercise as much as Lin Chi, her breathing was very gentle. Except for some sweat stains on her face. She did not feel tired at all. And as the amount of exercise increased, a heat gradually emerged from her body. And her breath became deeper and deeper. Why don't you look tired at all? Unconsciously, Zhao Tuanchuan has surpassed Lin Chi. And her physical fitness has surpassed that of ordinary men. I don't know. I just feel that my body is warm and full of power. Zhao Tuanchuan was running in place. As if she didn't want to stop. She wiped the sweat off her face. With a hint of excitement in her eyes. This situation is a bit unspeakable. You can't tell Lin Chi that you are digesting the energy in your body. It should be the effect of genetic evolution. There was a trace of envy in Lin Chi's eyes. Except for Golden Finger. He had not felt the blessing of gene awakening at all. It seemed that this body had not yet reached the moment of awakening. Brother Lin is much better than me. You shoot with a bow and arrow so accurately that you don't even need an arrow. Ordinary people can't do it. Zhao Tuanchuan subconsciously thought that Lin Chi's archery ability was the result of genetic evolution. But she could never figure out what aspect of the gene's power it was. Yes. Why should I envy others? Maybe it won't be long before I can awaken my genetic abilities. Among the information seen on the Federal Network, there are examples of gene awakening. Some people have awakened their abilities at the beginning of the end, while others have just awakened. Although I am a little late. As long as I find a way to use genetic crystals, I will be able to awaken smoothly. After taking a break, Lin Chi was about to continue exercising when he suddenly saw snowflakes falling outside. In just a moment, the window was completely white. It started snowing so early? Zhao Tuanchuan came to the window with a surprised look on his face and looked at the heavy snow outside. After a while, the ground was already covered in white. The temperature has dropped sharply in the past few days. But it is still early for winter. And no one expected the heavy snow to come so early. This seems to be adding insult to injury for humans. For a while, both of them lost interest in exercising. They stood in front of the window and looked at the white sky outside, and remained silent for a long time. The snow fell over a large area, and for a long time. It was not until the third day that the sky became clear. In the past 3 days, the two of them have been staying in the residential building of the community, and they are limited to moving in the corridors and stairs. Fortunately, they have enough food to avoid feeling hungry and cold. However, since Zhao Tuanchuan wrapped the sheets, they have been unable to move in the past few days. None were untied. So much so that when sleeping, Lin Chi couldn't put his hand in at all. It's your own fault. After exercising that day, Lin Chi sat on the steps and smoked a cigarette. He was extremely upset. Although he could drink a glass of fresh milk every morning, he could only satisfy his appetite, not his tongue. We have to find a way. Lin Chi wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. So he got up and returned to the room regardless of his fatigue. Zhao Tuanchuan was preparing food for lunch. In the past few days, she had changed her cooking methods and her cooking skills had become more and more sophisticated. Lin Chi felt that he had gained some weight. Tuan, do you want to take a hot bath? Lin Chi stood at the door of the kitchen, watching Zhao Tuanchuan busy, thinking that neither of them had taken a hot bath during this period of time. She must be feeling more uncomfortable than him. Take a hot bath? Where is the hot water? Although there is some pure water in the room, it would be too luxurious to use that for bathing. Isn't it snowing outside? I'm going to bring back some clean snow and use gas to heat some hot water. If it were a few days ago, Lin wouldn't be willing to waste it like this. But for his own happiness, it is necessary to waste it. That's it. I'll help you later. When she heard that she could take a shower, Zhao Tuanchuan couldn't help but smile. Girls love to be clean after all. She had been exercising with Lin Chi in the past few days. She sweated several times and felt smelly. So she went to bed at night. At this time, he subconsciously kept a certain distance from Lin Chi. The two of them had lunch quickly, carrying 2 buckets, and walked downstairs. The community was covered with a thick layer of snow. When he stepped on it, it almost covered his knees. In Lin Chi's impression, he rarely encountered such heavy snow, and it only happened in the cold winter in the north. Situation. With such heavy snow, I'm afraid those zombies will also be frozen. Right? Lin Chi was curious and asked Zhao Tuanchuan to pretend to be snowy at the door. He walked hard in the snow towards the entrance of the community. The street was completely white. But in the distance, a snowman covered by heavy snow could be vaguely seen. But the snowman was still slowly squirming, leaving a clear footprint behind him. This isn't going to kill you. It snowed heavily for 3 days, and the temperature plummeted to several degrees below zero. If an ordinary person had been freezing outside for 3 days, he would have turned into an ice sculpture long ago. But creatures like zombies have no heat in their bodies. So how can they still have the power to move? It really does not meet the requirements common sense. In order to find out the situation of the zombie, Lin Chi quickly chased after him, drew out his dagger, and poked the zombie in the head. A black liquid slowly seeped out from the wound. In the extremely cold weather, it was not frozen. However, the zombie fell to the ground in the next second, and the black blood flowed out at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Slow setting. What's the principle? Lin Chi didn't believe in evil, so he knelt down to study it carefully, and even used a dagger to completely pry open the zombie's head. After some observation, it was discovered that there was a special membrane in the zombie's skull. It was this membrane that allowed the brain to maintain a certain level of activity. Chapter 30, Opening the Gene Lock. The second time he dissected the zombie, Lin Chi was very familiar with it, and didn't feel a trace of nausea at all. After wiping off the blood on the dagger, Lin Chi quickly returned to the community. While Zhao Tuanchuan had already gone up and downstairs twice, and packed a lot of snow, the two worked hard for a long time, and finally filled a large basin with snow and prepared the largest bucket pot. In order to get enough snow, Lin Chi even brought all the pots from the residence next door. I'll move the gas stove to the bathroom. You can burn it first, and I'll get some snow. After a basin of snow melts, it would be good to have 1/3 of the water in it. To refill the bath, the snow needed can almost build a snowman. So Lin Chi ran back and forth several times before collecting enough of snow. And he only takes the top layer of snow, which is relatively clean. The gas stove is on full fire, and the snow in the pot is slowly melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heat radiated gradually warmed up the small bathroom. It's so slow. How long will we keep burning? Zhao Tuanchuan was bored and added snow to the pot. It seemed that an hour had passed before he boiled a pot of warm water, which was not enough for a bath. It's not that easy. But if you can take a hot bath, it's worth the hard work. You can take a shower first after boiling 2 more pots. Lin Chi knew very well that haste makes waste, and if he wanted to make his brothers happy, he had to pay the price. It wasn't until the sky gradually darkened that the bathtub was filled with hot water, and the water in the pot gradually began to boil. Tuan, you wash it first, and I'll boil some hot water. Lin Chi pretended to be busy and urged Zhao Tuanchuan. Only when she took off her clothes could he take advantage of the situation. Otherwise he would definitely not have a chance in the future. Zhao Tuanchuan was a little embarrassed. The two of them were in the same room. If she was allowed to take a bath, wouldn't it be possible for Lin Chi to keep a close eye on her? But she was embarrassed to refuse. After all, Lin Chi was her savior. Brother Lin, do you think the gas tank will explode? In panic, he spoke without hesitation. What unlucky words are there? If this really explodes, both of us will have to answer here. After changing the topic, Zhao Tuanchuan showed a hint of relief on her face. In fact, she had long thought of such a day. When she was most helpless, she got help from Lin Chi, and she felt a sense of belonging in her heart. In the apocalypse, no one knows whether there will be a life or death crisis tomorrow. It is ridiculous to be reserved on oneself. Just like there are so many supplies in the room. The two of them picked out the food just because they wanted to enjoy it more. So he turned his back and took off his clothes one by one. When the tangled sheets were left, he blushed and said shyly, Brother Lin, help me untie it. I can't reach it. The belt around his waist was very obvious. But at this moment Zhao Tuanchuan looked like he couldn't reach it, and asked Lin Chi for help in a gentle voice. To untie the bell, you have to tie the bell, right? Lin Chi felt slightly excited, and quickly stepped forward to help without even caring about his anger. After the sheet was pulled off, the baby who had been tightly bound for 3 days finally reappeared. Although Zhao Tuanchuan always had his back to Lin Chi, the scale was so large that one could tell it was extraordinary just from the silhouette. She raised her jade feet and slowly stepped into the bathtub, immersing her entire body in the hot water. Her body flushed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let me add some more hot water for you. Lin Chi used the excuse of adding water to come to the bathtub and looked at the girl in the water so close. Her skin seemed to be emitting a faint fluorescence, like carved jade. Being stared at like this, Zhao Tuanchuan's face became even more shy. His legs curled up in front of him, and he did not dare to lower his head to look. Fortunately, the bathroom was relatively dark at the moment, and only the faint firelight could barely make people see clearly, so as not to show the blush on her face. A pot of hot water is poured in, and the mist slowly rises, making it look a bit hazy. "Brother Lin, how about you take a shower together?" Zhao Tuanchuan didn't know how he said these words. His voice was so low that he could hardly hear it. Suddenly there was a sound of water, and when he turned his head, he saw that Lin Chi had entered the water. Lin Chi never thought that he could take off all his clothes so quickly. When he entered the bath, the small bath could just accommodate 2 people. If they didn't have to be reserved, they would fit together. "Let me wash it for you." Looking at the smooth jade-like back in front of him, Lin Chi's blood continued to surge. So he picked up the bath towel and wiped it gently. Oops. It's all muddy. At this point, with the meat already in the pot, Lin Chi was not so anxious and immersed himself in the fun of taking a bath. "Brother Lin, there's no mud on me." After being teased like this, Zhao Tuanchuan also relaxed. He couldn't help but punch Lin Chi on the leg. When his body relaxed, he slowly leaned into Lin Chi's arms. Taking advantage of the hot water, Lin Chi rubbed Zhao Tuanchuan in all directions. Naturally, his hands were not so regular, and he had to make a few gestures where he should touch. "Why do you only wash here?" Zhao Tuanchuan couldn't bear the itching, so he covered his vital parts to prevent Lin Chi from moving any more. After completely letting go, he no longer felt that shy. And when showing off your figure to the other person, there is still a sense of pride in your heart. "Okay, it's your turn to rub my back." Lin Chi then stopped and turned his back, enjoying the girl's tenderness. After the water in the bath was no longer warm, the 2 of them took towels to dry themselves and returned to the bedroom. She got into bed in the dark, and the 2 bodies were already intertwined. Zhao Tuanchuan suddenly reacted and clamped his legs tightly. "Brother Lin, what if you get pregnant with a child? We can't feed him." There was a trace of fear in Zhao Tuanchuan's eyes. She couldn't imagine how terrible it would be if she had a child in the apocalypse. The 2 zombie babies she met in the old city were still vivid in her mind. "I've already prepared it. Don't worry." Lin Chi took out a box of Okamoto 001 from the drawer beside the bed. This was a material he had conveniently hidden in the convenience store, and most of the residents in this building could find some. There was no shortage at all. There was no burden in their hearts, and they started communicating. Zhao Tuanchuan frowned. After her physical condition improved, she had become immune to pain, but it was still difficult to adapt to the pain from her soul. Suddenly her whole body was shaken, and she subconsciously hugged Lin Chi's chest tightly. It has been detected that the opponent has a genetic lock in his body. Do you want to try to open it? Suddenly, an illusory light curtain appeared in front of Lin Chi's eyes. Is this even okay? Immediately chanted silently, and tried to open Zhao Tuanchuan's gene lock. Unlocking progress increased by 1/10,000. Unlock failed. Unlocking progress increased by 2/10,000. Chapter 31. How could he be so depraved? It's not deep enough, and you can't fulfill the conditions? In another parallel world, Lin Chi was very casual and had picked all kinds of flowers. But this was the first time he encountered such a special one. And although my body is young and has sufficient capital, it seems a little unable to withstand it without having been tempered for a long time. So at the end, the progress was only 88/10,000. A very auspicious number. It was snowing heavily outside again, and without heating or air conditioning in the house. The temperature dropped sharply, but both of them were covered in a layer of dense sweat. Fortunately, they had just taken a shower and didn't feel uncomfortable. Unlocking progress increased by 89/10,000. Lin Chi got up from bed near noon the next day. He took a look at the progress that had reached more than 500, and felt that he seemed to be a hero who would work hard in the later stage. He hurriedly prepared some breakfast in the kitchen and brought it to the bedside. After the 2 had a sweet meal, Lin Chi got back into bed. In such an icy and snowy environment, even zombies would find it difficult to move. Those mutated creatures would probably huddle in the corner and refuse to go out. Why should you go and ask for trouble? The top priority is to open Zhao Tuanchuan's genetic lock first and see what changes will happen. The recovery power of Gene Awakeners is very strong. At the end of last night, after only sleeping for a few hours, they were already back as before. 556. 557. In the afternoon, Zhao Tuanchuan came out of the bedroom to prepare dinner with a satisfied face. The sound of clanging in the kitchen and the pleasant accompaniment came from time to time. On the other hand, Lin Chi was standing in front of the window smoking a cigarette. and the cold wind could not erode his will at all. After flicking the cigarette butt away, Lin Chi secretly made a decision in his heart. No! I must go out to hunt mutant creatures tomorrow. And I also want to awaken my genetic abilities. Early the next morning, Zhao Tuanchuan took the initiative to activate Lin Chi. She was the first to activate Lin Chi. She had been looking forward to Lin Chi's initiative last night. But she stayed up for half the night and fell asleep. But she failed to do so. Instead, she felt in her heart more eager. 1025. 1026. In the evening, Lin Chi stood in front of the balcony again, looking deeply into the distance with increasingly determined eyes. Lin Chi. Lin Chi. How can you be so depraved? Tomorrow you must go out to hunt mutant beasts. If not, you must hunt zombies to increase your strength. You can't continue to degenerate. After drinking fresh milk that night, Lin Chi regained his glory. 1883. 1884. At noon the next day, after lunch, Zhao Tuanchuan sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Chi with charming eyes. Husband. Zhao Tuanchuan has adapted to the changed title. But there is obviously an accent in the title. And the intention could not be more obvious. Tuan, you have to be more restrained. I plan to go out for a walk later to see what changes are happening outside. It was a rare break this morning. And Lin Chi felt that his physical strength had recovered a lot. Instead of feeling an increase in physical strength after many days of exercise, he had become a lot weaker. But it's so cold outside, and there's no one around. So it's better not to go out. Although the snow has stopped and the temperature has risen in the past few days, it is still silent outside. No survivors can be seen at all. And even the federal rescue operations at the central camp have not been active. Zhao Tuanchuan looked worried. Although it was the end of the world, it was still safe to live here, and there was no need to go out and take risks. Ahem. The main reason is that we have run out of Okamoto. And I have to go out to find some supplies. Lin Chi found a rare excuse. Although he could find it in rooms on other floors. This was his only excuse at the moment. Then hubby. Go and come back early. I'll find you some thick clothes. Zhao Tuanchuan changed his dissuasion, and quickly got up, and went to the bedroom to search. After a while, he took out a down coat, and helped Lin Chi put it on. Opening the door, a blast of cold air hit his face, almost making Lin Chi lose the confidence to go out. But the man's self-esteem still made him stand up. On this trip, Lin Chi brought a slingshot, a wooden bow, a pistol, a rifle scope, 3 magazines, 30 arrows, and a dagger. As for the gun, it was already languishing. The snow in the community has reached another level. But the weather today is very good. It is a rare sunny day. And there is no wind. After struggling through the snowdrift to the gate of the community, Lin Chi regretted his idea more and more when he saw that the snow outside had turned the cars on the roadside into graves. Forget it. You've already come out. You can't go back empty-handed. Deng Shui's walking was very tiring. So Lin Chi could only walk slowly along the sidewalk towards the corner convenience store where the two of them stayed temporarily. His purpose was not to find Durex in the convenience store, but rather to find the place closest to the central street, where he could check the status of the central camp. But not long after walking, I saw a lot of footprints on the road, and even some places had been crushed to the ground. It seemed someone has come out. Several zombies fell in the snow in the distance. After being killed, their bodies were completely frozen, and some were buried by the heavy snow. After passing a few streets, Lin Chi could feel his legs gradually becoming numb. But fortunately, he finally arrived near the central street. The rolling shutter door of the convenience store on the roadside was damaged and opened more than half a meter high. There were also traces of trampling on the snow at the door, proving that someone had been here. However, Lin Chi still held on to a glimmer of hope, opened the rolling door, and entered the convenience store. As far as the eye can see, there is a layer of snow on the ground. The contents of the store have basically been evacuated, and the ground is full of garbage. It seems that a gang committed the crime. Even the chewing gum was taken away. The items on the table and counter had been completely emptied. Not even a box was left. Judging from this, there would be nothing surviving upstairs. Lin Chi closed the rolling shutter door and slowly went up to the second floor. As expected, the place where he once lived was also in a mess. Through the window, you can see the central street in the distance. But the black marks on the street are very obvious. And there are also a few zombies walking slowly in the ruts. Just when Lin Chi was surprised that the central street was still open to traffic at this time, a troop carrier gradually came into view. When approaching the zombies, It did not slow down at all and directly pressed on them. Judging from the ruts on the road, a lot of cars passed by after the snow stopped. The direction of this road is exactly the isolation safety zone outside the east of the city. The survivors were allowed to walk there from the beginning. At this time, the weather was so bad that military vehicles were used to transport them. Chapter 32 Gene Crystallization. He chopped up the wardrobe and lit a fire upstairs. After briefly warming up, Lin Chi went downstairs and walked towards the central street. It is difficult to find survivors in the city, but there are always survivors wandering around the central streets. Some want federal rescue help and go to the isolation and safety zone, and some have other purposes. Following the footsteps of his predecessors, Lin Chi felt much more relaxed than before. When he came to a hotel, the snow cleared at the door made Lin Chi stop. At this time, to determine whether there is anyone in the building, just look at the traces of snow in front of the door. But when he kept getting closer, no one came out of the hotel. Not even one on guard. Have everyone here left? Lin Chi thought of the personnel carrier he had just seen, and that it might be the people in the hotel that were being taken away. But he still opened the iron gate of the hotel and walked inside. No. The temperature here is a little abnormal. As soon as he entered the lobby, Lin Chi felt that the temperature here was several degrees higher than outside. And it even felt warm. Feeling wary, he slowly pulled out the pistol from his waist and hid it in his sleeve. This hotel is larger than the one in Zhao Tuanchuan's house, but it is also an isolation point, with iron bars installed at the door. Anyone there? Lin Chi shouted and stood next to the pillar in the lobby, covering half of his body. After a few seconds, he didn't hear any reply, so he leaned out and searched inside. Through the front hall, the snow in the backyard has been cleared to create a path that leads directly to the guest area at the back. Anyone there? Lin Chi asked a second time, but still received no response. After taking a few steps forward, Lin Chi frowned at a familiar smell. It was a fresh bloody smell, mixed with a weird rancid smell. Pushing open the door to the guest room, the rancid smell of blood became stronger and stronger, and the temperature here was even higher than in the lobby in front. Lin Chi touched the radiator in the corner, and was surprised to find that it still felt warm. Is there a boiler here? Large hotels like this usually have separate heating systems. Only then did Lin Chi notice that the snow in a corner of the backyard had already melted. The stairs seemed to be covered with a red carpet, which extended to the corner and led to the other side of the corridor. But as Lin Chi slowly approached, he saw that it was not a carpet at all, but the blood-stained ground. The blood marks were densely packed, as if they were the footprints left by some animal, which made Lin Chi subconsciously think of the mutant rat he had seen a few days ago. Why are these things everywhere? In fact, to be more realistic, the number of rats in a city is many times more than the number of humans in the city. They just hide in sewers or hidden places and rarely come out during the day. Seeing these dense footprints, Lin Chi subconsciously wanted to leave here. After all, he had seen a few days ago that mutant rats would come out to look for food during the day. Just when Lin Chi took a step back and planned to leave this dangerous place, there was a sudden noise from the corner of the stairs, and a gray head poked out. Sure enough, a fat mutant mouse slowly climbed down the stairs. Its body, not counting its tail, actually occupied 3 steps. When the scarlet eyes saw Lin Chi, they suddenly showed a look of madness. With a squeak in his mouth, he rushed forward. Idiot! If it were before the end of the world, even the biggest rats would run away in panic after seeing humans. It was the natural crushing of small creatures by large creatures. But this guy's situation is a bit special. His fear of humans has disappeared, and he seems to have regarded Lin Chi as his prey. Lin Chi quickly retracted his pistol, grabbed the wooden bow on his back and shot an arrow. The mutant rat just jumped into the air, and the arrow shot out of the air. It instantly pierced through its head and rolled to the ground. This mouse is bigger than a cat. The fur of this mutated rat was very smooth, and its long tail was like a steel needle, and even had a metallic sheen. After struggling on the ground for a few times, it stood still, but the tail was still curling, moving. Lin Chi stepped forward and quickly walked to the nearest room with the arrow in hand, closed the door tightly, took out the dagger and began to dissect. After some operations, the entire mutant rat was dismembered into pieces, and even its head was cut in half. But the existence of the evolutionary crystal was still not found. In the post I read before, there is an evolutionary crystal in the brain of the mutant rat, but the chance is less than 1%. Could it be that such a big mutant rat is just an ordinary cub? Lin Chi was not disappointed. Even if he found the evolutionary crystal from the mutant rat's brain, he did not dare to use it. After all, he had a psychological resistance and always felt that this creature was unclean. Lin Chi was even more alert when he walked out of the room again. Since a mutant rat could crawl down from upstairs, it proved that there were others of the same kind. The survivors in this hotel were probably all attacked by a swarm of mutant rats. So no wonder they were silent. He carefully climbed up to the second floor. The blood on the stairs felt sticky and stringy under his feet, making him very uncomfortable. Lin Chi slowed down and did not dare to make a sound. When they arrived at the corridor on the second floor, the smell of blood was even stronger, along with the stench of the mutated rats. Under the heat, it felt like they had fallen into a cesspit. As far as the eye could see, there were several bloody skeletons lying in the corridor, and there were a few small mice crawling around on them, gnawing on the remains. Sensing the aura of the stranger, the little mice immediately stood up alertly, staring fiercely at the intruder with a pair of scarlet eyes, as if trying to drive them away. These little mice are all of normal size, but they can still be seen to be different from ordinary mice, giving people a very aggressive feeling. Squeak! Squeak! There was a rattle, with a chain reaction, and the remaining rats screamed crazily, even throwing away the pieces of meat in their mouths, and quickly rushed towards Lin Chi. There are only a dozen of them, so it's not a big problem. As he used bows and arrows more often, Lin Chi's understanding of this cold weapon became deeper and deeper. He quickly drew arrows with his right hand, and the arrow shooting movements became almost coherent. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows shot out of the air one after another, and before the mutated rats got within 3 meters of Lin Chi, they were pinned to the ground, screaming in agony. The vitality is really tenacious. Even if some mutant rats were shot through the head, they were not completely dead for a while, and could still struggle a few times. Lin Chi was not interested in dissecting the small mutated rat next to the arrow, until he found a different guy among these corpses. It was a mutated rat that had lost all its hair. It was far smaller than the one on the stairs before, but it was obviously mutated in a special way. The muscles in its limbs were tight, like an elite rat that had been trained. Its head was as big as a fist. When Lin Chi pulled out the arrow, he could clearly see a bright blood-red crystal inside its skull. Is this the genetic crystallization? The gene crystal was picked out, and there were blood vessel-like filaments on it. This genetic crystal is only the size of a soybean, like a ruby, giving people an inexplicable attraction. Lin Chi crushed it with his foot to remove the remaining mucus and filaments, then picked it up and examined it carefully. Chapter 33: Meeting the Federation Team. In several rooms on the second floor, the doors were bitten into pieces by mutated rats, and some of them were even open. After Lin Chi opened the door, the tragic scene inside the room was even more difficult to look at. The sheets were stained red with blood and torn apart by mutant rats. The floor was covered with broken bones and blood. Several mutant rats were lying on the broken bones and gnawing on the remaining meat. The movement outside just now did not attract them at all. Attention, however, at such a close range, these mutant rats raised their heads one after another, their scarlet gazes locked on Lin Chi. 5? No. There are more inside. He quickly shot the arrow again, before the mutated rats in the room could react. They were pinned to the ground one by one. At such a close range, Lin Chi could almost hit the mark with perfect accuracy. In the first stage of archery, Lin Chi had not missed a target within 10 meters. 5 mutant rats were quickly pinned to the ground, and then 3 more rushed out from the corner of the room. But they were still unable to escape. It's just that these mutated rats don't have any weird characteristics, and they don't have the ability to contain genetic crystals. Is your archery skill about to advance? Taking the time to take a look at the advanced requirements for archery, Lin Chi became even more excited. He was only a dozen or so short of completing the first stage requirements. In such a snowy day, it is very difficult to find zombies, except for the zombies that are frozen in the ice and snow and slowly squirming. Most of the rest are hidden in buildings. After all, viruses can also sense changes in the outside world. It was rare to find a nest of mutated rats. Even if there was some slight danger, Lin Chi would take the opportunity to satisfy his archery requirements. I searched slowly from room to room, and at least I could encounter a few mutant rats. But I never encountered the strong rats that lost their hair. By the time Lin Chi reached the 3rd floor, his archery skills had reached the advanced level, and a new light curtain appeared in front of him. Basic Archery Advancement, Advanced Archery. Example, no false shots. Fixed targets within the range have a 100% hit rate. Special skill, Spiral Arrow. High-level archery can be advanced. Advanced conditions. 1. Use bow and arrow to kill 500 mutated creatures. 2. Consume 30 first-order gene crystals. High-level archery is the same as high-level spearmanship. 2 entries appear, and the hit rate is 100%. Lin Chi can accurately hit the target as long as he is within the shooting range. At this moment, the understanding of archery came to his heart. Lin Chi's fingers twitched slightly, eager to try a shot. After checking the trophies in the room, the heads of several mutant rats were cut open. This time, he was very lucky, and he got 2 identical genetic crystals. 3 of them, and half of the advanced conditions for spearmanship have been completed. After getting bows and arrows, guns were rarely used, but Lin Chi didn't want to give up his melee skills. After all, if he didn't use the gun head, he could just find a stick, and it would be an indestructible spear. Going up to the 4th floor, there must still be a large number of mutant rats. But Lin Chi had no idea of continuing to search at this moment. According to the situation in the hotel, it was probably at night when the mutated rats attacked. After the rat tide devoured the survivors, most of them had returned to the sewers, leaving only a small number still in the building. Only a dozen of his arrows are intact. If he encounters a large number of mutant rats again, he may not be able to cope with them. After a brief thought, Lin Chi decisively chose to retreat downstairs, intending to leave the hotel. When he just returned to the 1st floor, footsteps suddenly came from outside. It seemed like a lot of people, and several red dots moved back and forth, locking on Lin Chi in an instant. Survivor? The voice came from the federal rescue team from the nearby central camp. I'm a survivor. Don't shoot. The first time he saw these people, Lin Chi recognized the familiar equipment and did not dare to resist at all. After all, although the federal rescue team is rescuing survivors, if someone dares to take the opportunity to cause trouble, the guns in their hands are not only used to kill zombies. I am the leader of the rescue team. What happened here? Where are the other survivors? An elite soldier entered the floor and saw the deep blood stains on the stairs, and his expression suddenly changed. This hotel had been cleaned up by the rescue team from the central camp a few days ago and was used as a temporary residence for survivors. Daily transport vehicles transported the surrounding survivors to the isolation and safety area outside the city. It happened to be the turn today. Survivors in this hotel. But when they stepped into the hotel, they noticed something was wrong. Several survivors, who had been guarding the lobby in the past, were missing. After all, they had been informed that they would be transported today, so they should have been prepared. I came from somewhere else. The survivors in this hotel were attacked by a swarm of mutant rats. They should all be dead. Lin Chi felt nervous. He also had 2 pistols and a high-powered rifle scope on him. If he was discovered by the rescue team, there would be no explanation at all. Fortunately, these people did not search, but quickly dispersed and stood guard nearby. As soon as they heard about the mutated rats, the rescue team felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, the only setback they encountered in the city for such a long time was the hateful rats. These guys told me not to let them burn the boilers, as they would attract the mutant rats. But I didn't expect that they still wouldn't listen. The captain complained a few words, but did not take the deaths of these survivors seriously. You 4. Go upstairs and check to see if there are any survivors. After giving instructions, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, took out one and threw it to Lin Chi. Boy, what's your name? You dared to run around the city with a wooden bow on your back. You are very brave. When he was not sure who Lin Chi was, he took out a cigarette to get close to him, which was also a way of letting others down their guard. My name is Lin Chi. Lin Chi did not hide his name. He believed that these rescue teams would not attack honest civilians. After all, even if there is chaos in the end of the world, the military discipline that the Federation should have is indispensable. At most, it is aimed at rioters and hostile elements. Captain, there are many corpses of mutated rats upstairs. Do you want to come and take a look? At this time, a soldier ran down from upstairs and looked at Lin Chi with surprise, especially the wooden bow on his back. Did you kill the mutated rat upstairs? The soldier who was investigating on the 1st floor also dragged out a dissected mutant rat and threw it on the ground with a look of disgust. It's just a fluke. They must have just eaten people and returned to the sewer. Only a few are left. Lin started to light up the cigarette and took a deep breath. The smoke was just in front of him, preventing the captain from looking directly into his eyes. You should also come up and take a look. By the way, let me tell you about the situation when you first arrived. The captain walked directly upstairs, but when he took steps, he called Lin Chi. When he arrived on the second floor, the captain saw the mutant rat corpse on the ground and the holes in the floor, with a hint of surprise on his face. Don't tell me that you shot these mutated rats with arrows. And the arrows were stuck in the wall. Using guns all the time allowed him to see that the holes on the floor and walls were not caused by firearms. But ordinary bows and arrows were not so powerful at all, let alone a crudely made wooden bow. At this moment, the captain became more and more suspicious. Lin Chi didn't even explain. He just drew out an arrow, drew the bow and fired the arrow in one go. With a whooshing sound, an arrow shot into the wall at the end of the corridor. The tail of the arrow trembled slightly, and it hit the wall 3 times. Chapter 34 Mutated Beasts in the Community. Oh my goodness! His arrow just now didn't seem to have an arrowhead. Right? Several soldiers came forward to inspect the arrows on the wall. After pulling them out with force, several of them looked at each other. The captain took the bow from Lin Chi's hand and tried to pull it. Although the bow was large enough, the upper and lower ends were not symmetrical at all, and the arrow shot would definitely deviate. You must be a gene awakener. You actually have such ability. The only people who can be so powerful with this kind of bow are the genetic awakeners who appear after the end of the world. And it's still that special kind of existence. That's right. I don't understand why there is such power. It must be what you said. Lin Chi took the wooden bow and did not deny the captain's suspicion that his situation could only be covered up by genetic awakening. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Shi Chengwang. I am the captain of this rescue team. They are all members of the team, including me. There are 9 people. This time I was ordered to cover the survivors in the hotel and go to the isolation and safety zone in the east of the city. Unexpectedly, such changes will occur. Captain Shi felt that a special gene awakener could be roped in. After all, many awakeners had already joined the central camp to help build the camp or do some logistical work. Some of them had even joined the establishment. I came here at noon. When I entered the hotel, I found that everyone here was attacked by mutant rats. So I took advantage of some of the mutant rats to see if I could get some genetic crystals. Several mutated rats that had been dissected had been discovered by the rescue team. They must have realized something, and there was no need to hide it. The chance of finding gene crystals in the mutated mouse is really low, and it contains viral characteristics. If it is not specially treated, it cannot be taken at all. You have to be careful. Captain Shi couldn't help but remind him that the matter of evolutionary crystallization had spread. Many survivors knew about it and began to try to hunt mutant beasts to increase their strength. In addition to searching for survivors and hunting zombies, their team spent most of their time looking for mutant beasts to improve their strength. However, after winter, most of the animals were hidden, and sometimes it was difficult to see one in a day. I know this. Lin Chi had no intention of taking these 3 genetic crystals from the beginning. After all, under unknown circumstances, the things taken out of the mutated organisms must have been contaminated with viruses. At this time, gunfire suddenly came from upstairs. Several people looked at each other, picked up their weapons, and rushed upstairs. Lin Chi had not yet explored the areas above the 3rd floor. So after the soldiers went up, they encountered several mutant rats. However, with the guns in their hands, they could easily kill the remaining mutant rats. After checking the entire hotel, no surprise, not a single survivor was left. Wherever the mutated rat tide passes, there will be no survivors. Let's seal it here. A hotel building has been ravaged by mutant rats. The rooms are full of blood and bones, making it uninhabitable. The hotel has been completely abandoned. You guys find where the mutant rat comes from and blow it up. Captain Shi gave another order, and then quickly led a few people downstairs. Soon everyone found the passage through which the mutant rat came out. It crawled out of the ground sewer and then divided into 2 groups. One part went up the stairs, and the other entered the room directly through the ventilation duct. The inside and outside should be closed, allowing the people in the hotel to not a single survivor escaped. After installing the time bomb, the rescue team quickly evacuated outside the hotel and prepared to leave the place. Brother Lin, get in the car, and we will take you to the central camp, Captain Shi invited. In his opinion, Lin Chi was near the central camp just to join the camp. After his invitation, he could arrange a suitable position for Lin Chi in the camp. I'm afraid not now. I still have teammates in the city, so I have to take her with me. If I go back late, I'm afraid she will be anxious. If there is a chance in the future, she will definitely come to join you. Lin Chi smiled apologetically and thought of an excuse to refuse. That's it. When you come, tell me your name. Wolf Warrior Team. Sure, Changwang. Someone will notify me then. Captain Sure didn't force it. There were already many genetic awakeners in the central camp. They were not as precious as when the apocalypse first came. Even if Lin Chi couldn't get up, he wouldn't feel much disappointment. It was just a pity. There are more important tasks right now. So there is no need to waste time here. Not far after the armored vehicle drove out, Captain Sure waved to Lin Chi, signaling to stay away from the hotel. After watching Lin Chi walk away, they activated the bomb. There was a roar. The ground trembled a few times, and a puff of smoke rose from behind the hotel. These guys are pretty good, Lin Chi muttered to himself. Turned around and walked back. What he had seen from a distance before made him feel inexplicably alienated from the rescue team. After all, in the apocalypse, the only person ordinary people can trust is himself. He must at least consider Zhao Tuanchuan. Her situation is really not suitable for joining any force. Fortunately, this trip out, the harvest has far exceeded expectations. On the way back, Lin Chi moved very quickly. After passing through several streets, he could already see the floors of the community where he lived. On the road, I met several survivors who were out searching for supplies. After the baptism of the Doomsday, the survivors who are now staying in the city are all people with special ideas. And everyone maintains a certain degree of vigilance. There was still snow on the road. And the further away from the central camp, the fewer traces there were on the road. When approaching the community, Lin Chi suddenly found a few lines of footprints on the ground, which were leading to the community where he was. For a moment, I felt nervous. So I quickened my pace and ran towards the entrance of the community. The open space in front of the community was suddenly trampled, and several footprints led all the way to the inside of the community, following the traces left by Lin Chi. Don't let any accidents happen. Lin Chi quickly ran towards the building where he lived, following the footprints in the snow, and soon arrived in front of the unit building. But the scene in front of him made Lin Chi quickly take off his bow and arrow and be on guard around him. In front of the unit building, there was a stain of blood. There were still mutilated limbs on the ground. Intestines fell to the ground, and there was a stench. Strangely, several corpses on the ground had their internal organs eviscerated. Their heads had big holes opened, and their brains were dried up. Except for the messy footprints and splattered blood, there was no other movement around. After Lin Chi observed it for a while, he slowly retreated to the front of the unit building. When I was about to open the door and retreat into the unit building, suddenly a yellow light flashed in my field of vision, jumping quickly on the trees and shaking off a few flakes of snow. Mutant beast. The moment he saw the yellow light and shadow, Lin Chi drew his bow, took aim, and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out of the air and overlapped with the jumping yellow figure. But it flew past the body and shot down a few hairs. The figure then stabilized its figure and stood proudly on the branch of the tree, staring at Lin Chi with a pair of dark blue eyes. Chapter 35: Killing the Mutant Cat. Cat? The most indispensable thing in the city is stray cats and dogs. Even in winter, they can often be seen out looking for food. Although the federal government had a large-scale capture of stray cats and dogs a few months ago, there are always some that are missed. This big yellow cat was over 2 meters long. If it weren't for the different face shape, Lin Chi would have thought it was a small tiger. The long cattail swept slowly, scattering the snow on the branches. It raised its front paws to its mouth and licked it, slowly cleaning the blood stains on it. It looked so elegant and comfortable. This mutant cat is much weirder than the mutant dog we met on the central street. Lin Chi slowly touched the pistol on his waist. But after thinking about it, he replaced it with an arrow. The use of firearms is only at the lowest level, but the use of bows and arrows is even more comfortable. The pistol also does not have a silencer. If the movement is too loud, it will attract the attention of nearby people. Meow! The mutated cat lowered its head, and a low roar came from its throat. The hair on its body slowly exploded and became fluffy, and its size seemed to have doubled in size in an instant. Whoosh! Lin Chi shot another arrow. The arrow turned into an afterimage, passed through the mutated cat's body, and was nailed to the tree trunk again. A few yellow hairs fell down again. No! Missed. After passing by each other twice, Lin Chi finally noticed something was wrong. At this moment, he watched the mutant cat's fluffy hair gradually close up, and its body only twisted slightly. His arrow hit, but it only passed through its hair, creating the illusion of a hit. Sorry for disturbance. Lin Chi stretched out his hand and pressed it behind his back. The door of the unit opened, and he stepped back in. It was done in one go. Click! The iron door closed, And the mutated cat, which originally had a hint of amusement in its eyes, suddenly widened its eyes and made a buzzing sound in its throat. I saw a flash of yellow shadow, and a few snowflakes fell on the spot. Lynchie rushed upstairs and rushed to the 3rd floor. Just when he reached out and touched the door, a yellow shadow flashed past the window. The sound of shattering glass came from the distance, and the roar of the mutant cat could be clearly heard. But the moment the mutant cat jumped into the corridor, Lynchie had already opened the door and ducked in. In the room, Zhao Tuanchuan was hiding behind the sofa, holding a pistol on guard. When he saw Lynchie coming in, he relaxed his guard. I heard a lot of noise outside. There seemed to be a lot of people. Zhao Tuanchuan ran forward and hugged Lynchie, with red eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to call this period of suffering for her. It's okay. There's no one outside. Lynchie comforted the woman in his arms. But the next second there was a heavy blow on the door, and the sound of metal scraping kept sounding. What is that? Hearing this sound, it was as if something was scratching in my heart, which was extremely uncomfortable. It's a cat. Lynchie comforted Zhao Tuanchuan and took up his bow and arrow again to be on guard. The 2 arrows just now had no effect at all, and it also proved that this mutant cat was special. But Lynchie already had a way to deal with it. After all, it is a mortal body. No matter how strong the reaction speed is, it cannot be stronger than a bullet. The sound on the door remained the same, and you could even see the raised marks of the cat's claws hitting it hard. As the mutated cat continued to attack, cracks appeared on the iron door. Its claws can already tear through metal. Lynchie looked back and forth between the rifle and the bow, and decisively chose the bow. Although the power of the rifle is strong, after penetrating the iron door, the kinetic energy of the bullet will be weakened for the most part. When the time comes, it will have almost no power if it hits the mutant cat. Even if it can hurt it, the effect of missing the vital point will not be great. But after all, my arrows are special, far from being comparable to real bullets. He immediately took out a carbon arrow shaft, removed the arrowhead, and then drew the bow and aimed at the iron door. Spiral arrow. The fingers holding the arrow slightly turned half an arc, and the wooden bow made a creaking sound. It was obvious that it was already a little overwhelmed, but Lynchie still felt unsafe. And then his eyes narrowed, and he saw a small swimming dragon hovering above the arrow. Wandering dragon throws the world to pieces. The special skills of the gun and arrow were superimposed together, causing the black carbon arrow shaft in his hand to emit a faint golden light. When a claw mark appeared on the iron door again, Lynchie suddenly let go and only heard the sound of the bowstring tightening. A swimming dragon bursts out of the sky. Boom! The solid iron door exploded instantly. The iron sheet rolled outwards, and a hole as big as a bowl appeared. A shrill scream came, and looking through the hole, the mutant cat was nailed to the wall. Its chest exploded and collapsed, and the arrow was still trembling violently. Putting down his bow and arrow, Lynchie picked up the steel pipe and rushed out. Regardless of whether the cat was dead or not, he shot it into its mouth. After twisting it back and forth several times, the struggling mutated cat gradually stopped moving. As the spear was drawn out, the illusory spearhead opened its head and picked out a red crystal. The genetic crystal of the mutated cat is pure, like a ruby, with almost no trace of impurities visible inside. It is as big as a peanut, more than 3 times larger than the genetic crystal in the brain of a mutant mouse. Lynchie collected the things as if he had found a treasure. With such pure genetic crystals, his awakening was just around the corner. Husband, this can't be a tiger. Zhao Tuanchuan looked at the big cat nailed to the wall in surprise. Half of its body was limp on the ground. It looked like it was over 2 meters long, not counting its tail. Being called a tiger is indeed correct. This is a mutant cat. It should be mutated in a special way. The previous golden retriever had grown very large. It was after being dismembered by the rescue team leader that it was hard to tell. The two seemed to be mutant beasts of the same level. Such a big cat must be very comfortable to pet. It's a pity. Although Zhao Tuanchuan is not a cat lover, he feels uncomfortable when he thinks that creatures like cats and dogs used to be human pets. But after mutation, they hunted humans as prey at will. Go find a basin. The things on this cat may be useful. Lynchie could clearly see how the cat's claws tore the iron door apart just now. If some weapons were made from this material, they would probably be sharper than ordinary metal. But forget about the meat. He is not short of food now. But he must peel off his soft fur so that he can keep out the cold when he goes out in the future. After thinking about it, Lynchie found a rope and hung the cat up. The tip of the transformed spear in his hand slowly opened along the hole in the chest. peeling off the fur bit by bit. The sharp claws on the limbs, the cat's tail, the fangs, and even the beard that looked like steel needles were all left behind by Lin Chi, leaving only the stripped flesh. After removing its fur, the mutant cat didn't look that big, but its fluffy hair made its limbs appear to be long and narrow, giving it some extra volume out of thin air. It looks like we can no longer live here. Several survivors have died downstairs, and there is the bloody smell of mutated cats. It might attract other prey. Let's go to another community before it gets completely dark. After Lin Chi finished his work, he washed the blood off his hands and felt a little worried when he thought about his current situation. If the blood energy in the community attracts a large number of mutant rats in the middle of the night, there is no possibility of escape for him upstairs. Chapter 36: Lin Chi's Genetic Awakening. The two quickly packed some necessary supplies and carefully went downstairs while it was still dark. To go to the community where the armored vehicle is parked, you have to cross several streets, and the heavy snow has not yet melted, making it difficult to walk in many places. So the supplies in the room can only be left here temporarily. After going downstairs, Zhao Tuanchuan was startled when he saw several scattered corpses near the unit building. Not long after Lin Chi left during the day, she heard the noise coming from downstairs, and was so frightened that she didn't dare to go out. She didn't expect these people to die so miserably. These people were all killed by that mutated cat. Fortunately, we have that guy. Otherwise you would be in trouble if you broke into the building. Ordinary survivors in the apocalypse are still scary, because you never know what they are thinking. When night falls, most survivors will not go out. Even the rescue team in the central camp will all return to the camp to prepare for the fall of darkness. This time is the safest time. The two of them followed the path they had taken before and walked through a passage in the snow. They walked slowly until the sky darkened completely, and then they arrived at the gate of the community. Huh? Is there anyone living here? There are traces of trampling on the snow at the entrance of the community. Judging from the density of the footprints, it seems that there are many people living there. In fact, when the two first arrived in this community, there were several eyes watching from the high-rise windows, full of hostility. Brother Lin, how about we change places? Zhao Tuanchuan was a little worried that if there were other survivors nearby, she would not be able to sleep peacefully. No, it doesn't matter if there are more people. We can also warn you in advance that we won't be able to stay here for a few days. With a gun in hand, most of the survivors can be intimidated, so he was not worried. He led Zhao Tuanchuan around in front of several unit buildings, found one with the fewest footprints on the door, opened the door and left. Go in. There are more than 10 floors in this community, and most of the doors have been pried open. Lin Chi chose a room on the 5th floor with a security door. After entering, he put the supplies he carried in the bedroom and started to look around outside the window. Because this house has a security door, it has not been searched. The house is relatively clean. And most importantly, there are some edible supplies. Zhao Tuanchuan first checked in the kitchen, then came to the bedroom, and walked out in a good mood after a while. You stay in the room and don't come out. I'll go down and see if anyone has discovered our car. Lin Chi was still thinking about his armored vehicle, although it was hidden deep in the garage. It was inevitable that someone would search for it. If it was discovered by others, they would definitely find a way to take it for themselves. Okay, then I'll prepare dinner first and give you a surprise when I get back. Zhao Tuanchuan also knew the importance of armored vehicles. After telling Lin Chi to be careful, he began to take out supplies and got busy. After leaving the room, Lin Chi did not go downstairs immediately, but searched upstairs. Most of the doors in this building have been pried open. If you enter any room, it will be in a mess. It has obviously been visited by survivors, and most of the edible things have been taken away. After walking around and not sure if anyone lived in a certain room, Lin Chi had no choice but to go downstairs and follow the stairs to the underground parking lot. For safety reasons, Lin Chi specially took a steel pipe. If he encountered zombies, he could refresh his marksmanship progress. It was pitch dark in the basement. It took a while for Lin Chi to adapt to the dark environment and be able to see the surroundings clearly. And then, he cautiously groped deeper. After just a few steps, a zombie hiding in the corner came out with staggering steps. When the snow covered them, these zombies also relied on the instinct of the virus to hide, and unknowingly entered the underground parking lot. Lin fired his gun barrel, easily piercing the zombie's head, and continued walking deeper. When he came to the corner, the armored vehicle covered by the car jacket still looked like that. No one had touched it at all, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The roads are blocked by heavy snow. And the vehicles are almost useless. Most of the cars have not been moved for 3 months. And few of them can be used directly. Therefore, many people will not come to the underground parking lot to look for supplies. After all, it is too dark here. It is also extremely dangerous if you encounter zombies. After making sure that his armored vehicle was still there, Lin Chi slowly retreated, deliberately leaving a few zombies unkilled. Back on the 5th floor, Zhao Tuanchuan was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Without electricity and gas, he could only chop wood to make a fire, which made the kitchen filled with smoke. Lin Chi did not bother and sorted out the supplies he had brought in the living room, especially the mutated cat's fur. After stretching it out, he tied it on the balcony to dry. The fur of the mutated beast has good defense, and it is far better than down jackets and cotton-padded jackets in keeping warm. With a simple cut of the fur, 2 pieces of clothing can be made, which can be worn close to the body to withstand the cold winter. Using the hot water that Zhao Tuanchuan boiled, Lin Chi took out the genetic crystal of the mutated cat. After cleaning it, he studied it carefully. I have read a lot of information on the internet before. Most of the gene crystals and the mutant beasts can be taken. Once this special crystal is absorbed, it will stimulate the gene activity of the human body, thus awakening the significant genes. However, there are also certain side effects. Just like mutated mice, mutant beasts whose entire bodies are infected with viruses, their genetic crystals contain huge impurities. If they are forcibly absorbed, it will cause a huge burden on the body, and there is even a certain chance of being infected with the zombie virus. After washing with hot water, Lin Chi put the mutant cat's gene crystal into the wine glass and slowly soaked it in white wine to disinfect it. Husband, let's eat. Zhao Tuanchuan poked her head out of the kitchen. Due to the simple conditions, she only heated some food, but it was enough to meet tonight's consumption. Okay, let's eat first. A dim oil lamp was lit on the table in the living room. It was obviously a very warm atmosphere, but it made people feel depressed. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, the 2 of them finished the food on the table. After drinking a glass of hot water, they felt their bodies warm up. Honey, I'm going to make the bed. Zhao Tuanchuan knew what role he played in the apocalypse. After clearing the dishes on the table, he returned to the bedroom and got busy. In the wine glass on the table, the red crystal gradually lit up with a faint light. This was exactly the same as what Lin Chi had seen in the information. When the light lit up, it indicated that the gene crystal was ready for consumption. So without any hesitation, he took out the gene crystal and threw it into his mouth. A cold feeling slowly slid down his throat and entered his stomach. The next moment, a warm current spread from his stomach and gradually spread throughout his body. In just a short moment, Lin Chi felt hot and hot all over his body, and strength continued to pour out. It's so powerful. It's like taking a tonic. Lin Chi exhaled a breath of hot breath and walked towards the bedroom with the oil lamp. Although he could find the right place accurately just like a black light or a blind fire, Lin Chi still felt that the visual enjoyment was even better. After entering the room and putting down the oil lamp, Zhao Tuanchuan was already lying on the bed waiting for Lin Chi. Husband, do you think this outfit is suitable for me? Zhao Tuanchuan smiled shyly, lifted the quilt, and revealed his mysterious figure. She didn't know where to find a pair of pretty black one-piece cloth strips, which were crisscrossed and only covered the key parts. There was a deep temptation hidden in it. There was even a small white square in his mouth. Chapter 37. I don't want to squeeze anymore. A real man never backs down, especially after taking a gene crystal. The continuous power spreading in his body gave Lin Chi endless energy. The oil lamp gradually went out, and as the bedroom completely fell into darkness, the movement slowly stopped. Early the next morning, a ray of light passed through the window and fell on the 2 of them. Lin Chi opened his eyes on time, showing no trace of the fatigue from fighting in the middle of the night. The progress is almost 5,000. This night, I made more progress in unlocking than in the previous few days combined, and I didn't feel tired at all. I even woke up in the morning in a state of strength, which shows how significant the effect of genetic crystallization is. Lin Chi stood up and moved his body a few times, and he could feel that there was an unusual power hidden in his body. Although this sense of expansion may have errors, the improvement was extremely obvious. My genetic awakening doesn't seem to be special. Is it an overall improvement? Everyone's genetic awakening is different at the beginning. It is based on their own genetic characteristics, making the dominants more special, so as to reach the point where they can be clearly distinguished. Of course, some people are born with defects, and even if they take genetic crystals, they won't see any changes for a while. Lin Chi stretched his waist. And suddenly there was a crisp sound of bones cracking, as if his body had been stretched. Looking at Zhao Tuanchuan, who was still sleeping on the bed with his mouth closed, Lin Chi did not wake him up. Put on his clothes and came to the living room. The mutated cat skin hanging on the balcony has already formed a layer of crystallization. After a night of wind blowing, the moisture contained in it has completely evaporated. It only takes a while for it to be completely dry. Lin lit a cigarette and leaned against the window to observe the scene inside the community. The streets were still completely white, with not a single soul in sight. My eyesight seems to have improved a lot. The changes brought about by gene awakening made him feel as if he had gained a new body, and he could experience endless benefits. After preparing breakfast, Zhao Tuanchuan walked out of the room sleepily. Her hair was fluffy. She was wearing pajamas and slippers. She looked listless, not as satisfied as she was a few days ago. Even if he has a special physique, his body cannot bear it after a night of constant flying. Husband, you have become so powerful. I almost fall apart. Zhao Tuanchuan was eating breakfast with a happy face. His eyes turned into crescent moons with smiles. This kind of thing is addictive for women. I will become more and more powerful in the future. So you have to be prepared. Lin Chi smiled and joked, and handed the empty cup beside him to Zhao Tuanchuan. Even if my husband kills me, I will be willing to do so. Zhao Tuanchuan chuckled, took the cup and was stunned for a moment, then stood up and sat on Lin Chi's lap. It's so troublesome. I don't want to squeeze it anymore. Then he lifted up his pajamas and brought it to Lin Chi's mouth. After enjoying the nutritious breakfast milk, Lin Chi began to pack his equipment and prepare to go out. The heavy snow has shown signs of melting in the past few days, and the survivors in the city have fewer and fewer supplies. They have to go out to search almost every day to replenish their accumulation. Sooner or later, staying in the city will face danger. The top priority is to choose a place on the edge of the city and make other plans under the premise of safety. There are many real estates in the north of the city, as well as hospitals and villa areas. The supplies are far richer than in other urban areas. The most important thing is that the villa areas are single-family houses and are safer. After winter, everything revives and dormant creatures come out to be active. It will definitely be harder to survive than it is now. Taking advantage of this winter, we must collect enough supplies to have enough capital in the apocalypse. After watching Lin Chi leave, Zhao Tuanchuan went back to the house, changed into a pair of sports clothes, and began to exercise in the room. Lin Chi encountered danger several times, but she was unable to help. She felt a sense of crisis in her heart unconsciously. If she still did not have enough fighting power when she faced a real crisis in the future, she would have to be a real nani. After getting out of the stairs, Lin Chi chose to go out from the underground garage and take a look at his armored vehicle. But when I came to the garage, I suddenly realized something was wrong. Even during the day, the garage was pitch dark. But now it felt a little different to him. Although the underground garage was still gray, in his eyes, he could clearly see the surrounding environment. Am I able to see at night? Lin Chi then remembered that among the data recorded in those documents, after taking gene crystals, there might be a very small chance of acquiring certain characteristics of mutant beasts. He did not expect that he would be so lucky. In this case, when looking for genetic crystals for Zhao Tuanchuan in the future, wouldn't it be necessary to pay more attention to cows? Wherever he looked, the zombies hiding in the corner of the garage were nowhere to be seen. But Lin Chi did not kill them. Staying in the garage could also protect his armored vehicle. After leaving the community, still following the original road, Lin Chi immediately rushed towards the community where he lived yesterday. The snow on the road has melted, and the cement floor can be seen from the trampled footprints. There are also a few ruts on the road, but judging from the width of the wheels, it is not an armored vehicle used by the Federation. All the way to the gate of the community, we encountered several waves of survivors who were out searching for supplies, and some even drove off-road vehicles. It seems that everyone is preparing to move outside. I'm afraid that when the snow completely melts, this area will be taken over by the federal camp. Areas under federal jurisdiction will definitely promulgate rules and laws in the apocalypse. Once you join them, you must abide by the rules. And those who have just gained a foothold in the apocalypse, or have enjoyed the taste of rights, are naturally unwilling to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They will recruit survivors, collect supplies, find suitable places, and build their own kingdom. Lin Chi entered the community and cautiously approached the building. From a distance, he saw that the corpses on the ground had disappeared, and the snow was full of drag marks and blood marks. As he expected, these corpses had been killed by mutant beasts. Towed away. The drag marks disappeared at the corner of the wall, which was exactly where the hole was found on the lawn. At this moment, the hole was dug again, and the hole could even accommodate one person. Is it a mutant rat again? The familiar odor in the cave is exactly the same as what was smelled in the hotel. Unlike normal times, animals hibernate in winter. Mutated beasts are extremely active and will continue to go out hunting even in winter, encountering mutant rats so frequently. Lynchy even suspected that the entire city's sewers had been occupied by rats. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Lynchy checked several rooms and roughly counted the remaining supplies. He found that his armored vehicle simply couldn't fit in it and had to discard some of it. But several power supplies must be taken away, as well as computers, gas tanks, etc. Chapter 38 Survivors in the Community. There were many cars parked in the underground garage. Lynchy chose an off-road vehicle with a large space and installed anti-skid chains on the tires. Then I carried supplies one by one and ran back and forth more than a dozen times before the car was full. With a roar, the off-road vehicle drove out of the garage, crossed the main road of the community, and headed towards the street. The roar of the off-road vehicle quickly attracted the attention of the nearby survivors, who all observed from the dark. However, when they realized that there were only ordinary off-road vehicles, they all breathed a sigh of relief. What they were afraid of were the armored vehicles of the Federal Rescue Team, and they paid no attention to such ordinary vehicles. "Boss, that car is nice. Do you want to grab it?" At the entrance of a supermarket in the distance, a man wearing glasses saw the nice off-road vehicle and immediately wanted to snatch it. Hearing this, a man walked out of the store. He was wearing a large mink, with a gold chain around his neck, sunglasses on his eyes, a cigar in his mouth, and walked out with a figure-footed step. "What are you trying to rob? We are law-abiding citizens. It's okay to just buy it for 200 yuan. There was a trace of evil in this guy's eyes. He glanced at the direction in which the off-road vehicle was leaving, waved to call a younger brother, and gave instructions. "Follow that car. See where it goes, and report back to me." There were a few cars parked at the entrance of the supermarket, but they were all small pickup trucks, and a lot of supplies were already piled on them. Hearing this, the young man quickly got on a motorcycle and chased after him. The off-road vehicle turned onto another road and passed through several streets before arriving near the community. At this moment, at the gate of the community, there happened to be a few survivors who were about to go out. When they saw an off-road vehicle approaching, their faces showed a look of alert. Parking. There is a horizontal railing at the entrance of the community, and an additional iron gate is installed. However, one exit was damaged, allowing only one person to enter or exit. There are 5 of them in total, each holding a steel pipe machete and a fire axe, and they all have good fighting capabilities. Lynchy turned off the engine and got out of the car, his hands already in his pockets. "This is our territory. Outsiders are not welcome. Please leave quickly." The young man holding a fire axe at the head stepped forward, his words seeming to drive Lynchy away. "What is your territory? I came here 5 days ago, and there is a companion in the community. Who are you fooling?" When Lynchy first came to this community, there probably weren't many people here. Forehead? The young man was stunned and subconsciously wanted to scratch his head. "Shijun, don't listen to his nonsense. He's trying to coax you," an old man behind him said in a deep voice. When he saw Lynchy getting out of the car was filled with supplies. For a moment, his mind opened up, and he kept making associations. 2 villains appeared in my mind, arguing constantly. One said, "Grab him." One said, "Okay." When the 2 thoughts reached an agreement, he stood up. "This community is our territory. If you want to enter, you must leave half of the supplies behind." He did not explain the robbery, but first wanted to see the other party's attitude. If the other party gave in, he dared to steal the car and everyone. "Yes. Leave half of it to save us brothers from going out to look for supplies." The 5 people quickly reached an agreement, relying on the large number of people, and they also had other confidence. The survivors who dared to survive outside now have some skills. First, they are very ambitious. Second, they feel that their bodies have undergone strange changes, starting the path of genetic awakening, thinking that they are the protagonists in the apocalypse. There are so many things. You can't use them all. You said something to me, and someone immediately came forward, ready to open the car door to see what was inside. But as soon as the man stepped forward, a pistol was pressed against his head. "Back off. Back off." The black muzzle of the gun gave people an inexplicable pressure. With a clang, the machete in his hand fell to the ground, and he raised his hands high. Brother, don't. Be careful of the fire. As soon as the pistol came out, the arrogance of several people was instantly suppressed, and they unconsciously acted like cows. Lin Chi used his pistol to call names one by one, motioning for everyone to squat on the ground, and then leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette. Tell me, when did you guys come to this community? How many accomplices are there? In the apocalypse, it is also essential to understand how difficult it is for others to survive. Just looking at the official rhetoric on the internet means nothing at all. Brother, we came here on a snowy day. We were originally going to defect to the Federation, but our leader said that if we go now, we will face too much competition, and the allocated accommodation is not as good as just finding a community outside. So we are allowed to stay. Come down and recruit some powerful survivors. When the time comes, we will go to the isolation safe zone, and we will give you some preferential treatment policies. First, the young man directly sold his leader. The more cooperative he was at this time, the greater his chance of survival. Although he did not believe that the other party dared to shoot at this time, he did not dare to provoke him again. Lin Chi moved the gun away from his head and moved it to the other person's head. We started with 8 people, and then some were added, and now there are 35 people, all in Unit 2 of the community. Seeing the pistol change direction, the other 3 people quickly raised their hands. You guys open the door for me and get out of here. More than 30 people were already a large group. Lin Chi didn't need to waste his bullets because of this conflict. He planned to leave the community today anyway. The 5 people did not dare to disobey, and quickly came to the gate of the community, moved away the accumulated debris, and opened the iron gate, watching the off-road vehicle drive into the underground garage. The pressure in their hearts gradually dissipated. No. How come he has a gun? After the crisis, a sense of luck emerged in my heart, and I immediately doubted the authenticity of the pistol. Is it possible that the gun was fake? But even if they had this suspicion in their hearts, the 5 of them did not dare to gamble. I had to quickly return to the unit building and report the matter to my companions. The off-road vehicle parked in the garage. Lin Chi transferred all the supplies into the armored vehicle. After moving the last few, he covered the vehicle with clothes again and followed the stairs back to the 5th floor. Zhao Tuanchuan exercised in the room all morning. It was not until noon that he stopped to rest for a while and began to prepare lunch. When Lin Chi came back, she had just prepared the food. Husband, you are back. Seeing Lin Chi coming back, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. Well, I have already transported all the supplies. Let's leave here after lunch and go to the north of the city. Lin Chi had long been familiar with the map of the 32 urban areas and recorded it in his mind. There was also a highway intersection in the north of the city, and a provincial highway leading directly to another big city, which would facilitate future decisions. Okay, you can go wherever you want. Zhao Tuanchuan was naturally obedient to Lin Chi. The 2 of them finished their lunch quickly, packed up and headed downstairs. Chapter 39 Teacher By. At this moment, at the gate of the community, several cars slowly drove into the community and stopped in an open place. Dajin got off the car and looked around, seeming quite satisfied. This place is nice. It will be ours from now on. A group of them had previously controlled a supermarket, but seeing that the federal rescue team was constantly expanding, the supermarket might be included in the central camp in 2 days, so they had to find another temporary residence in advance. Boss, it seems that the off-road vehicle just entered the underground garage. Looking at the wheel marks on the ground, a boy was eager to snatch the off-road vehicle and take credit. You 2 go look for it and get the key. If anyone is willing to join us, we will give you some benefits. If there is a beautiful girl, I will keep an eye on it. Dajin lit another cigar around his neck, leaned in front of the car, and motioned for a young man holding a horn to come forward. People upstairs, listen. Our boss is coming to this community now. Anyone who knows anything should come down quickly. If we don't see anyone within 15 minutes, our boss has said to kill everyone we find. The sound almost spread throughout the community, and even Lin Chi, who was preparing to drive in the underground garage, heard it clearly. Huh? Is there anything going on outside? Lin Chi wanted to drive away in the armored vehicle, but when he heard this sound, he couldn't help but stop what he was doing. Without knowing what was going on outside, an accident would definitely occur if the armored vehicle was driven out. So after locking the door, the 2 quickly arrived at the entrance of the garage. It happened that the two men of dodgy neck also came to the garage at this time. When they saw the two people walking out, they trembled in fright and raised the machete in their hands. Damn it. I thought it was a zombie. The two of them were not like Lin Chi, who could see the environment clearly in the dark. When they realized that they were just two people, their ferocious expression suddenly returned. Especially when he saw Zhao Tuanchuan's appearance. One of them's eyes lit up. This girl is pretty good. The boss will definitely be satisfied if you take her back. As he said that, the man picked up the machete and walked towards Lin Chi, exuding a fierce aura. Boy, our boss has fallen in love with this girl. If you don't want to die, get out of here, or I will chop off your head with a knife. Only those who have killed people will have this kind of ferocious aura. And in the apocalypse, this kind of thing is extremely common. Zhao Tuanchuan's nervous hand slowly reached into her pocket, preparing to take out the pistol. She had practiced the shooting posture countless times during this period. At such a close range, she believed that she would never make a mistake. No need to waste bullets. I'll deal with them. Lin Chi noticed Zhao Tuanchuan's actions and was deeply relieved. As a wet nurse, she dared to attack without realizing it, which was more than most people in the apocalypse. In normal times, when encountering such a gangster, most people would find a way to give in or say something like a warning. But this is the end. Lin Chi put his hand on his waist and rushed forward very quickly. The dagger made an arc in the air and inserted into another person's neck. After the gene awakening, Lin Chi's physique has been greatly improved. Both his strength and speed have increased a lot. Although his dagger skills are only rudimentary, he has already used them with great proficiency. The man in front felt a chill on his neck. His breathing suddenly stopped, and there was a wheezing sound on his neck. He subconsciously covered his neck, and a stream of blood seeped out from between his fingers, and his body fell uncontrollably. On the ground, the other man had a dagger stuck in his neck and opened his mouth with difficulty. Lin Chi pulled hard and his windpipe was exposed. You don't know how to live or die. You dare to molest my woman. Lin Chi shook off the blood on the dagger and slowly inserted it back into his waist. Behind him, Zhao Tuanchuan's eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't help but extend his thumb. Husband was so handsome just now. No woman can withstand such charm, especially if she kills her enemies in a rage just for her own sake. They are generally handsome, but these two guys are too weak. The two walked around the corpse, and not long after walking out of the underground garage, a mutant rat hiding in the dark seemed to smell the blood and slowly crawled out. At this time, many people in the community had already gone downstairs, and both parties were confronting each other in front of the community park. Hey, there are quite a few people. Dajin looked sideways at the crowd going downstairs. Although there were far more people on the other side than he brought, he was not worried at all. Being able to become the boss when the apocalypse comes, with a bunch of subordinates following him. How can it be a simple master? Who are you? The leader of the community was a middle-aged man wearing a black trench coat, and his tone of voice was slightly condescending. It seems that he is either a small leader or the owner of a private company. He looked at the golden neck next to the car with a trace of disgust in his eyes. No matter when. This kind of upstart was very annoying. You are the one in charge, right? There are many people under you. And there is also a beautiful woman. Dajin walked forward with a dangling neck. And when he saw the last woman in the crowd, his eyes immediately straightened. Even in the previous peaceful times, he had rarely seen such a graceful woman. Just standing there attracted the attention of most people. I am the manager of this community, Song Yupeng. This brother. Please give me some face and evacuate. Otherwise you will take action later, and everyone will be harmed. There was a hint of gloom in Song Yupeng's eyes. This big golden neck really had a sharp eye, and he immediately fell in love with the female teacher he had long admired. If you hurt your harmony, what qualifications do you have to hurt your harmony with me? Dajin snorted, reached into his arms and took out a pistol, looking at the people in front of him with disdain. When the pistol was raised, seeing the frightened and panicked expressions of these people made him feel particularly satisfied. Damn. There are so many guns. They are fake. This one must be fake. Among the 5 people who met Lin Chi before, the young man did not believe in evil. Perhaps because of his previous retreat, he felt that he had lost face. So he walked out with a machete. Are you trying to scare me? If you dare, just shoot. Bump. As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot shocked everyone, and some even screamed on the spot. Stay still. I will kill anyone who touches you. Dajin's face turned red instantly. His flesh jumped, and he pointed his pistol at everyone's heads. Has this kid always been so brave? Doesn't he know that a gun can kill someone? The corpse on the ground made everyone afraid to say anything, especially the bloody hole on his head, which indicated that he was already dead and could not even become a zombie. Brother, if you have something to say, please don't do anything. You are committing a crime. Song Yuping's hands trembled. At first, he thought that the other party was just a few gangsters who wanted to get some benefits. With the strength of the crowd, he could send them away, but he never expected that the other party actually had a gun in his hand. Crime? I've already killed people. Why do I care about committing crimes? Today I stopped talking. This community belongs to me. You are all mine now. Send me that woman. Dajin pointed his neck at the female teachers in the crowd, while establishing his authority. He also wanted to completely defeat the justice in these people's hearts. As long as you back down once, you will find a suitable excuse for the pressure you encounter later. Teacher Bai. Don't worry. We will protect you. Song Yupeng tried his best to maintain his last bit of dignity, but his trembling feet did not take a step. The crowd parted automatically, as if to make way for the female teacher. Chapter 40. Leave the gun to me. It's Teacher Bai. Behind a flower bed in front of the garage, Lin Qi and Zhao Tuanchuan were hiding here, just enough to see the scene ahead. Your teacher? Lin Qi didn't expect to meet an acquaintance of Zhao Tuanchuan here. From the looks of it, he must be in a bad situation. She was my class teacher in high school. I haven't seen her since the holidays. I didn't expect to see her today. Teacher Bai has always cared about me. Zhao Tuanchuan did not ask Lin Qi to help, but he still expressed his intention. Well, since we are people with good connections, it doesn't hurt to help. At this moment, everyone was intimidated by the gun into Jin's neck and did not dare to make any move. Teacher Bai frowned slightly, already understanding the thoughts of the people around him. She had to look at the few colleagues with whom she usually had good relationships. But at this moment everyone was avoiding her gaze and did not dare to make contact. Sir, even if the social order changes in the apocalypse, murder is an unforgivable sin. When the federal government takes over the city, they will definitely be liquidated one by one. You can't escape, Teacher Bai said calmly. She has a scholarly and elegant temperament, and a temperament that is neither humble nor arrogant. Therefore, when she spoke, almost everyone listened carefully. I've already killed people. Why do I still care about this? What can the Federation do? In troubled times, heroes emerge. So why can't I? De Biao separate himself and become the king? Dajin yelled with disdain. Although he looked fierce and arrogant, his mind was very careful. Now in the apocalypse, the federal rescue team can only regain those major cities, and some remote towns cannot be taken into consideration at all. As long as he leads people to find a remote place, he can become a local emperor. Maybe when the time comes, he will respond and change his identity. But during this period, he could enjoy so much. His words aroused the disdain of those intellectuals, but no one dared to laugh out loud. When faced with the end of the world, honest people can only accept the consequences. Dajin's neck swung one step at a time, and when he came to Teacher Bai, his eyes were even more gleaming under such a close observation. Teacher Bai is wearing a black down jacket, although there are some stains on it. The stain-resistant color is not visible at all. The generous down jacket does not feel bloated at all when worn on her body, but instead reflects her exquisite figure. The low ponytail is a little fluffy, but the face is very fair. Under the silver eyes, a pair of big eyes are particularly bright. My skin is really white, and I'm really good looking. The top pics I ordered in the club before are not as beautiful as you. From now on, follow me, and I'll make sure you're as beautiful as heaven. How about that? The rude man didn't know how to speak beautiful words. It was originally a good intention for courtship, but in the ears of these intellectuals, it was so vulgar. Teacher Bai's face became more and more ugly, and he subconsciously took a step back. But this only further fueled the Jean Neck's arrogance. Damn. Educated women are reserved. You two open the car door and flatten the back seat for me. Now I'm about to enter the bridal chamber. The more Dajin looked at his neck, the more he felt his breathing became short. He grabbed Teacher Bai's arm and dragged him towards the car, passing by everyone. No one dared to step forward to stop him, and even subconsciously stepped aside. This scene made Teacher Bai feel even colder. But now I can only rely on myself. The car door was opened, and Dajin grinned from the corners of his neck to his ears. Just when he was about to declare his sovereignty, there was a sudden whoosh, and an arrow flew at high speed, instantly piercing his big fat head. Such a change shocked everyone, But Teacher Bai was the first to react. I saw her quickly snatching the pistol from Jin's neck and aiming at the people beside her with vigilance. Put down your weapons and step aside. Teacher Bai's posture when holding a gun was very standard. It looked like she might have used a firearm before. She leaned against the car and didn't leave her flaws to anyone. But at the same time, he was also looking around, hoping to find out who killed Jin's neck. Teacher Bai, are you okay? Only then did Zhao Tuanchuan appear in the distance. But after seeing Teacher Bai grab the pistol, his face no longer looked worried. Round and round? Teacher Bai saw the man next to Tuanchuan holding a wooden bow in his hand, and immediately reacted. He was probably the one who shot the person. Lin Chi drew his bow again and aimed at the men under Jin's neck. However, the deterrent effect of the bow and arrows did not seem to be as powerful as the pistol. Even though he had just killed one person, you should leave quickly, while there is still a chance to go to the central camp and change your ways. Teacher Bai pointed at those people and moved the pistol slightly. She did not want to kill these people. After hearing her words, the boys fled out in a hurry, even daring not to drive any more cars parked in the community. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. You go catch up with your teacher, and I'll go get the car out. Lin Chi didn't want to get too involved with these people. So after telling Zhao Tuanchuan, he turned and walked towards the underground garage. Only when the ruthless man with the bow left did the remaining people dare to take a deep breath. That guy actually dared to kill someone. He doesn't seem to be a good person. There were murmurs from the crowd, but the voices were very low. Yes, we have to be careful. Fortunately, Teacher Bai took the gun away. He will definitely not dare to make mistakes. Song Yupeng put on a smile and walked to Teacher Bai. He was about to say something, but Teacher Bai ignored him and walked straight towards Zhao Tuanchuan. Tuan, why are you here? Teacher Bai was very concerned about his student before. He was cute and well-behaved, good at studying, and polite. Before the two of them could reminisce about old times, Song Yupeng came over and whispered to Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai, the man who dared to kill just now must not be a good person. We have to be more careful. Why don't you give me the gun so that you can be prepared later? Song Yupeng was very concerned about that pistol. Only with a gun could he truly frighten the people around him. Just like the big golden neck just now. You are not a good person. Brother Lin just saved you. Before Teacher Bai said anything, Zhao Tuanchuan couldn't help but retort. She had no tolerance for anyone who dared to slander her husband. What do you know? Little girl. He just killed someone. Song Yupeng's face was stern, and he scolded him in a scolding tone. In his opinion, he was the only one qualified to use this gun. Teacher Bai glanced at Song Yupeng with disgust and pulled Zhao Tuanchuan behind him. I had military training in college, and I can achieve 10-ring hits at close range. This gun can only be most useful in my hands. Teacher Bai looked at Song Yupeng warily. After spending this time together, she knew the nature of this kind of person. The atmosphere was deadlocked for a while. At this moment, there was a roar in the underground garage, and a military green armored vehicle was seen driving out of the underground garage. It roared like a giant beast, scaring everyone and quickly dispersed. The armored vehicle parked in the open space of the community. The windows were opened, and Lin Chi glanced at everyone. Tuan, get in the car and leave. Zhao Tuanchuan opened the passenger door without any hesitation. Teacher Bai, will you come with us too? Although she is not old, she can still distinguish the changes in interpersonal relationships. After the recent incident, Teacher Bai has created a gap with these people. If she continues to stay here, she will definitely be ostracized everywhere. Teacher Bai did not hesitate at all, nodded, and prepared to follow Zhao Tuanchuan into the car. Brother, are you going to the central camp? Take us with you. Song Yupeng didn't expect that there would be an armored vehicle in the underground garage of this community. At this moment, he regretted it. Why didn't he check the underground garage carefully when he came to this community? Sorry. My car is full, and there is no room for anyone. There are still many cars in the garage. You can leave on your own. What the HL? You want to ride in your own car? Ignoring the few people who came forward to show their friendship, the armored vehicle quickly drove out of the community with the roar of the accelerator. Teacher Bai, you left the gun with us. Song Yupeng chased him all the way to the gate of the community. When he saw that the armored vehicle had no intention of stopping, he stamped his feet angrily, and his face became more and more gloomy. Chapter 41 Bai Su's Villa. Thank you for saving me. Teacher Bai looked grateful, although the nervous look before gradually disappeared. The redness on his neck had not completely faded away. You're welcome. If I hadn't taken action just now, you should have been able to grab that gun. Right? Lin Chi's vision had improved a lot. And when he took aim just now, he carefully observed it for a while. Teacher Bai was not at a loss like ordinary people, with a frightened look on her face. Instead, she was very calm in her eyes. And she even looked at the pistol around De Jin's neck many times. Although I can succeed, I have to pay some price. The consequences are not something I can bear now. Teacher Bai shook her head. It was a fact that she was saved, and she would definitely remember it in her heart. Where are you getting off? As soon as they turned onto the main road, Lin Chi asked. Teacher Bai and Zhao Tuanchuan were sitting in the passenger seat, which was a little crowded. But fortunately, there is no control now, and those rules will not be ignored. Aren't you going to the central camp? Teacher Bai did not ask where the armored vehicle was obtained, but he became more and more curious about Lin Chi. Zhao Tuanchuan glanced at Lin Chi first, and when he didn't get a clear hint, he opened his mouth to explain. We are going to the villa area in the north of the city, not the central camp. If they are ordinary people, joining the central camp and having them escorted to the isolation safe area is the most appropriate choice. However, both of them are gene awakeners, so they will get better resources outside and their strength will increase faster. The villa area in the north of the city? Teacher Bai seemed to have thought of something and was a little surprised by the two people's decision. When the armored vehicle came to an intersection, Lin Chi slowly stepped on the brakes. Keep walking along this road, and you will reach the central street. You may encounter a transport truck from the central camp on the way. You have a gun in your hand, so you should be able to arrive smoothly. We won't send you away. Although Teacher Bai was beautiful and had a unique temperament, Lin Chi knew that this woman was special. I'm not going to the central camp. Can I go to the north of the city with you? The temperature emitted by the air conditioner in the car gave people a very comfortable feeling. Teacher Bai pulled the hair hanging down by his ears, glanced at the direction of the central camp, turned his head, and looked at Zhao Tuanchuan seriously. She also knew that the person who really made the decision was Lin Chi. But if she wanted to take this ride, she had to rely on the words of her students. Okay. After all, you are Tuanchuan's teacher, so you still have to give me some face. Lin Chi agreed directly, without waiting for Zhao Tuanchuan to speak. When going out, he must give his woman face. If he refused, although Zhao Tuanchuan would not say anything on the surface, he would definitely feel awkward in his heart. The brakes were released. The accelerator was kicked, and the armored vehicle roared again. Going north could lead to the north of the city, but the target Lin Chi chose was in the northeast of the city, just at the angle. So we drove eastward for more than 10 minutes before turning onto another road. There is no trace of footprints on the snow here, and it has not been visited by anyone since it started snowing. Let me meet you. My name is Bai Su. I am a high school teacher. I have 2 doctorates. I specialize in biotechnology and computers. Bai Su stretched out his hand and introduced himself first. At the same time, he was also showing his heritage and value. Female doctor? Disrespectful. The female doctors in Lin Chi's impression all had the appearance of the exterminator. Hearing the name of such a double doctor, he took a closer look in surprise. After a simple handshake, I also introduced my information. Lin Chi, master of lockpicking and shooter. Bai Su was stunned by this introduction and couldn't react for a while. Teacher Bai. What Brother Lin means is that he can open locks and shoot arrows. And he can shoot very well. Zhao Tuanchuan suppressed a smile and explained that it was fortunate that he knew both of them. Otherwise, he would not have known how to introduce his profession. Naughty sounds too unpleasant. Should I call her supplier? I have learned archery before. I guess your bow is homemade. I didn't expect it to be quite powerful. The arrow that shot through De Jin's neck shocked Bai Su at first. Fortunately, she blocked her fear in time and didn't panic. As a knowledgeable person, Teacher Bai Su is actually an awakener. And there are already signs of awakening before the end of the world. The armored vehicle has traveled a certain distance and has entered the north of the city. Especially if there is no traffic jam. It can save almost half of the time. As a high-level intellectual, joining the Federation should receive special attention. Why do you want to follow us to the north of the city? Lin Chi asked about his doubts. Although he had a relationship with Zhao Tuanchuan, it was not good enough for a teacher with 2 doctorate degrees to accompany him. I have my own concerns. And Song Yapeng is not a good person. If we meet him in the future, we must be careful and guard against him. Obviously he is the victim. But those people will feel different. They did not come forward at the critical moment. It would be fine if Bai Su died, but he was saved. whenever this matter is mentioned in the future. It will be a humiliation for them. Especially Song Yipeng. If he didn't ask for a gun, he would most likely hold a grudge. It's so ridiculous that it's unbelievable. It depends on whether those people can survive. I encountered a lot of mutated rats in the underground garage. Plus, there are 2 corpses in the community. If they don't take care of them, they will be busy tonight. When Lin Chi returned to the garage to drive, he happened to encounter a few mutant rats eating the 2 corpses. This kind of social creature, one will be followed by the second. And with a large amount of bloody air permeating the air, it will definitely cause irritation. When a large group comes, at night, they will slowly search the entire floor for the scent of living people. Lin Chi could almost foresee the tragic situation. Just like the hotel near the central camp. Although the armored vehicle was equipped with anti-skid chains, it was still not very fast. Finally, an hour later, it arrived in the northeast of District 32. There are high-end restaurants and entertainment venues on both sides of the street. Such places can be used as temporary settlements. However, Lin Chi still found that there were footprints of pedestrians walking on the snow. And they were very dense. Lin Chi spread out the map and took a look. His ideal safe base was only 3 streets away from here, which was the villa area across the river. When the time came, he could choose a place at random. And the villa had a private courtyard wall, which would at least avoid most dangers. The armored vehicle drove near the villa area. When Lin Chi was about to choose a place, Bai Su in the passenger seat pointed to a villa road ahead. Go to that villa. The villa is in a good location, and is relatively large in scale. There is also a protective net placed on the high wall. Lin Chi took a look around, and saw that the terrain of that villa was indeed better. So he turned the steering wheel. When it stopped at the entrance of the villa, the armored vehicle turned off. The 3 people got out of the vehicle, and looked around. This villa is more than 600 square meters. 3 stories high. There is a parking room underground, which is also 3 stories. It has its own power supply system, so it should still be usable. Bai Su reported the situation of the villa in detail, and even went to the gate to check it out. How do you know so clearly? Lin Chi asked curiously. And he also stepped forward to open the door, and let the woman show off his unlocking skills. This villa belongs to my family. Bai Su pressed his hand on the door, and heard a beeping sound. Verification successful. Welcome home. A gentle mechanical sound came, and the door clicked, slowly extending to both sides. Don't be stunned. Just bring the car in. Chapter 42 Comparison. Just make peace with what you have come. Among the several villas around, this one is obviously not suitable. The armored vehicle drove into the villa, and under Bai Su's guidance, it drove into the underground garage. When he walked out of the garage, Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. The hobbies of rich people are really different. There are 3 cars parked in the underground garage, and there is a studio next to it with various tools, and a small machine tool. This is only the first underground floor. There are 2 and 3 floors below. I'll show you around later. I'll go change clothes first. Bai Su saw the surprise in Lin Chi's eyes, couldn't help but smile slightly, and went upstairs along the spiral staircase. Although there is still electricity stored in the villa, only what can be saved at this time is as much as possible. Tuan, who is your teacher? Can you afford such a villa? Although Lin Chi didn't know the price of this kind of villa, the various facilities showed that it was expensive. I don't know either. Teacher Bai never told her about her family background, but she is from the capital, and goes back every year during the holidays. Tuan also looked surprised, although her family background was not bad. Compared with this kind of villa, it pales into insignificance. Lin Chi was visiting the studio. Most tools had an inexplicable attraction for men. Sometimes they would even find a way to take a straight stick back for collection. The machine tools in the studio are the dream of master craftsmen. After a while of visiting, Bai Su had changed into clean clothes, and returned to the basement level again. I have prepared the room for you. You can take a shower and eat later, before the Doomsday comes. Some people already know the inside information in advance, but it is only about what will happen. Bai Su was unlucky. He happened to be trapped in the city when he went to school to get materials. At that time, he was supposed to go to the central camp with the school teachers, but he encountered some troubles on the way, and accidentally left the team, and had no choice but to join Song Yuntao's community. Teacher Bai, let me cook. Zhao Tuanchuan consciously took over her task. During this time, she has learned survival skills. Okay. The kitchen is on the first floor. You can see it when you go up. Bai Su did not refuse. After Zhao Tuanchuan left, she had some things to find out from Lin Chi. After Zhao Tianquan went up the stairs, Bai Su's eyes slowly walked into the studio and started the studio. Originally, it was just a simple lighting equipment operation. After it was started, there was a roar of machine operation. I'm very curious. Tianquan seems to trust you very much. What is your relationship? While speaking, Bai Su kept staring at Lin Chi's expression. From the subtleties, he might be able to judge something. I saved her life. And then she followed me. Naturally, she trusted me very much. Lin Chi visited the tools in the studio one by one, and finally stopped at some materials in the corner. The black metal rods are just about the thickness of a finger, and seem to be very suitable for making arrows. Ordinary arrows are made of wood or carbon fiber. In the pursuit of lethality, they will try to maintain an appropriate weight. But Lin Chi is different. With his bow and arrow skills, he does not need to worry about the material of the arrows. So I picked up one and started studying it. I seem to be as lucky as Tianquan. You must have awakened your genes, or have learned about some changes in the apocalypse. Do you have any plans for the future? Bai Su didn't take it to heart at all about the previous killings. If you still abide by the rules in the apocalypse, you won't be able to survive for long. Moreover, such people are really not suitable for survival. So staying away as far as possible is the best choice. In her opinion, Lin Chi's handling at the time was very good. If she had just stepped out and made a noise, the hostages would have been threatened again. Even if she had a way to escape, the price she would have to pay would be even greater. A plan? If you don't just want to live a good life, what else can you plan for? Lin Chi looked at Bai Su curiously, wondering what her purpose was. Gene awakening is not as simple as you think. You will know it later. Bai Su shook her head, seeming a little disappointed. She didn't see that kind of ambition in Lin Chi. But right now, most people don't know the secret of the Doomsday, and they still have too much to think about. The water and electricity in the villa were still supplied, so the supplies he brought were of much less use. However, Lin Chi still opened the armored vehicle and took out some important supplies inside. When Bai Su saw the two rifles, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Before the end of the world, firearms had become extremely strictly controlled items. Even she couldn't get one. She didn't expect that Lin Chi actually had two in his hands. Thinking of the unknown origin of this armored vehicle, I roughly guessed what it was. What a lucky guy. You showed your trump card so easily. Aren't you afraid that I will take away your two guns? Seeing Lin Chi put the gun on the table without any hesitation, Bai Su couldn't help but ask. In this crisis-filled environment, anyone with a gun in his hand would hide it for fear of being taken away by others. Instead, Lin Chi just put it aside, as if he didn't worry about losing it at all. Don't you have a pistol? To me, pistols and rifles are the same, and they are the same deterrent. The power of firearms is fixed, but bows and arrows are different. Lin Chi always feels that using bows and arrows has greater potential. Of course, guns cannot be given up. Indeed, for most people without training, a rifle is not as useful as a pistol. But thank you for trusting me. Bai Su was very grateful for Lin Chi's trust. These two rifles played a vital role in the protection of the villa. Go take a shower first. After dinner, we will discuss the rest. There would be more opportunities for contact in the future. Bai Su was not in a hurry. After taking Lin Chi to the third floor, he led him to his room. The last time he took a bath, he boiled snow water, and it took a long afternoon of hard work. But there was a hot water supply in the villa, so Lin Chi thoroughly enjoyed himself. After taking a bath, he changed into new clothes and came to the first floor. Bai Su was busy in the kitchen, doing the finishing work, and the meal was almost ready. Tianquan went to take a shower, and we'll have dinner together when she comes out. Not long after, Zhao Tianquan came downstairs freshly dressed. She changed into pajamas, completely revealing the majestic breasts. Bai Su looked at his former student in surprise. Three three-dimensional images seemed to appear in front of his eyes. One is myself. One is the past Tianquan, and the other is the current Tianquan. From graduation to now, which is less than 5 months. How come Tianquan has grown so big? For a moment, even with her IQ, she couldn't figure out this physical change. So she had to look at the two of them curiously. Teacher Bai, why are you looking at me like this? Zhao Tianquan's face turned red. He immediately reacted and quickly pulled his collar. It's okay. Let's eat. For some reason, there was a slight fluctuation in Bai Su's heart, which had always been calm. Chapter 43: The Crisis at the Beginning of Spring. After dinner, Bai Su took the two of them to visit the facilities of the villa. The third floor on the ground was the living area. The rooms where Lin Chi and Zhao Tuanchuan lived were on the third floor. The second floor is the area where Bai Su works. The entire floor is a laboratory, which contains a large number of precious instruments. The first basement is a garage and studio, and there are a lot of supplies on the second and third floors. After Lin Chi finished the visit, he returned to the studio on the first underground floor and got busy. The materials he brought were also moved to the second underground floor, as well as the mutant cat's fur, which also needed to be further processed. The materials on the mutated beasts are very special. In fact, when the virus first spread, the Federation tried an intensification experiment on this virus. Bai Su turned on the projection screen in the basement and displayed the content on the wall. That was the data recorded in a laboratory. And it seemed that she was involved. You mean you started researching the virus when it first spread? Then why didn't you stop it or develop a treatment? Lin Chi had always had speculations in his mind. After all, the parallel world in which he lived had also experienced the ravages of various viruses. At the worst time, he was quarantined and banned for a year. What the Federation has done seems to have been prepared for it. Even when zombies appear, they have made preparations to deal with it. Isolated streets running through the center of each city, and safety zones established around the city. Even moved a large number of human elites one step ahead. It's not that easy. If a specific medicine could be developed, the next thing wouldn't happen. Bai Su opened a file again, and after opening it, there were all kinds of mutant beasts inside, from the original ordinary form to becoming mutants after being infected with the virus, and then mutating twice, or even 3 times. The Federation and even other countries have used animal intensification experiments to promote the evolution speed of mutant animals, and have obtained detailed experimental results. A special gene chain will be formed in the mutant animals, and these gene chains will be condensed in the mind. Constantly promotes the evolution of the body, and will also change according to the external situation. So the evolutionary direction of each mutant creature is partially different. Before I came to the 32nd City District, the federal government had intensified the third-level mutant beasts, and obtained very special and valuable research information. If the second-level mutant beast still has its original characteristics, but its body part has mutated, the third-level mutant beast has completely surpassed the shackles of its original body and reached a new level of life. There are only a few information about third-level mutant beasts, and a few of them are very eye-catching. A 5-meter-tall creature is imprisoned in a cage. Its body is covered with bone spurs, and countless tubes are inserted throughout its body, constantly transporting special energy. Liquid. There is also a body that is tens of meters long, shaped like a giant python, but with 4 claws and scales like steel. Isn't this a dragon? Seeing this special creature, Lin Chi's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Yes, it is a dragon. There was a hint of pride in Bai Su's tone. Unexpectedly, unknown creatures that existed in history would reactivate their recessive genes and reappear in the human world after biological mutation. Doesn't that mean that most of the once extinct creatures can appear, as long as the current creatures contain ancient genes? Although Lin Chi didn't understand biology, he could still figure out such obvious changes. This is not only true for animals, but also for humans. It's just that there seems to be a special restriction on the human body. No matter what level of genetic intensity it reaches, the shape will not change much. Bai Su felt that it was necessary to popularize some genetic knowledge to the two of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain this issue in professional terms. Not much will change. Zhao Tuanchuan looked down at the side, with his sight blocked. He couldn't see his toes at all, so he breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that if she continued like this, she would turn into a big cow. Actually, this is not the scariest thing. Bai Su hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell Lin Chi the truth. So he opened another file. What is displayed in front of you is a dense swarm of insects, with all kinds of forms. Insects are the species that benefit most from mutation and evolution. Most insects have a special ability to turn into cocoons and be reborn. In this process, they will recombine their genes to form a new life form. Fortunately, they have now entered the winter. There are hardly many insects. When winter passes and flowers bloom in spring, it will be the biggest disaster for mankind. When Bai Su mentioned bugs, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. In the process of biotechnology, she studied bugs the most. But in the end, she found that the most mysterious ones were still bugs. Most of them were even beyond common sense, and no one could predict them. What kind of monster will appear after mutation? In other words, After this winter, humans will encounter greater dangers, far more terrifying than zombies and mutant beasts. Lin Chi suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't imagine how much harm the insect plague would cause. The mutant rats were already a headache. If all the hundreds of millions of bugs mutated, the entire planet would be ruled by the Zerg race in a short time. Even if we use large-scale weapons to wash the ground, it won't be able to clean it completely. If it is only the first stage, humans will still have the ability to fight. When the bugs evolve for the second time in the second year and the genetic strength increases again, it will be unpredictable at that time. As long as humans can keep up with the pace of evolution, we will be able to survive the end of the world, occupy a place in it, and will not be eliminated from the root. Baisu looked at Lin Chi's nervous look, and there was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. This guy feels too lazy and has no sense of crisis. He must give him some encouragement. I don't dare to think about it. I don't dare to think about it. Lin Chi couldn't help but shook his head. He originally thought that the mutant rats were his biggest threat. Now that he had a solid fortress, he should be able to rest easy. But Baisu's words made him feel worried again. It's only November now, and in 4 months' time, spring will bloom and everything will revive. Not only will a large number of mutant beasts be out and about, but those bugs will also break out of the ground. There has been no human interference for nearly half a year, and it is unknown to what extent the insects have multiplied. It seems that I can't slack off even a little bit throughout the winter. I must seize the time to improve my strength. Baisu looked at the fighting spirit gradually appearing in Lin Chi's eyes with satisfaction, and then continued, I have some research data here. If you want to know, I can tell you in detail another day. She paused and continued. We only have 3 months. After 3 months, we must leave the 32-city district and go to a larger safe haven to avoid the harm caused by the resurgence of the Zerg. Baisu gave Lin Chi a specific time limit, hoping that Lin Chi could make further progress and have strong combat power within these 3 months. Chapter 44 New Bow. Sure enough, the more you know, the greater the pressure. The apocalypse will only come in about 10 days. Except for some lucky people who can stabilize and have a safe place to live. Most people are still facing the future in fear and confusion. There is no doubt that Lin Chi is lucky. After working in the studio for several hours, he was already familiar with how to use most of the tools. In another parallel space, Lin Chi had been busy for half his life. He had also driven screws in a factory and was familiar with the use of machine tools. After just a little exploration, I understood the operation control. After making the first arrow shaft, Lin Chi grabbed it in his hand. The heavy feeling gave people a very lethal feedback. He held it in his hand and waved it. And sure enough, an illusory light and shadow appeared on the tip of the arrow, turning into the shape of a spear tip. Are my abilities not developed enough? Previously, a change in his mind allowed the arrow to possess the characteristics of a gun, thus giving him the ability to transform into a spear tip. But Lin Chi never seriously thought about the extended change. 3-edged? 4-edged? Spiral spikes? As Lin Chi's thoughts changed, the illusory spear tip also changed, and even extended into a large arc like a crescent moon. Lin Chi picked up the wooden bow beside him, placed a metal arrow on it, pulled it open hard, and aimed at the wall. After the gene awakening, his power was greatly enhanced. The wooden bow that originally felt a bit heavy could be drawn directly to the full bow, and it still felt effortless. I don't know where the limit of my strength is now. Without any testing, Lin Chi could only feel it roughly, so he took a deep breath and prepared to release. Crack! There was a sudden crisp sound, and the wooden bow in his hand broke instantly. Lin Chi withdrew his power in time to prevent the broken bow from flying up. This bow is no longer suitable for me to use. Although cypress is the best wood for making bows, it is not shade-dried after all, and it is not perfect if it is made in a hurry. After repeated use, it has reached its limit. Coupled with the increased strength, the weight of the arrow increased, and eventually it was overwhelmed and reached the limit of endurance. After putting down his things, Lin Chi walked upstairs. He had been busy for a long time tonight. As for the idea of making a new bow, he would continue to study it tomorrow, and asked Baisu if he had any materials for making the bow body. After going upstairs to wash up, Lin Chi looked at the empty big bed, turned around and went out, heading towards Xiao Tuanchuan's room next door. It's time to drink milk. Baisu has always been paying attention to Lin Chi. In fact, there are all-round cameras in this villa, and even the most secret corners are under her surveillance. Watching Lin Chi go back to his room and prepare to fall asleep, She was about to go to bed when she suddenly saw Lin Chi walking out of the room again. And out of curiosity, she zoomed in on the screen. However, the next scene made Teacher Bai's cheeks blush with embarrassment, and her heart was restless. Shameless. Why is Tuanchuan so big? As a doctor in biotechnology, Bai Su also has in-depth research on the reproduction of life, and has even watched documentaries on human reproduction. But the tricks these two guys played were so unsightly. Why is such a well-behaved kid like Tuanchuan so wild? It must be this guy's fault. Bai Su felt the blood flow in his body speed up, and his body was restless. He took a deep breath, turned off the surveillance screen, and lay on the bed. Half an hour later, Bai Su, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and hesitated for a while before turning the monitor back on. Two soft white masses that were constantly rising and falling were immediately projected in the pupils. The next day, Lin Chi appeared in the studio early and continued his research. Brother Lin, let's have breakfast. At the entrance of the spiral staircase, Zhao Tuanchuan stuck her head out and shouted. The new environment did not make her feel uncomfortable. As long as Lin Chi was there, she could feel a sufficient sense of security. Okay, it'll be done soon. Lin Chi saved the drawings, packed up the things on the table, and quickly went upstairs to wash up. When he arrived at the dinner table, Bai Su sat aside with a strange look on his face. Looking between the two of them, during the observation in the middle of the night last night, she always felt that when she looked at the two of them, she would automatically remove the clothes on her body, and that kind of scene would emerge. Teacher Bai, do you have any materials for making bows in your warehouse? My bow is broken, and I want to make a new bow. Lin Chi drank the milk that Tuanchuan had warmed in the morning, and suddenly felt a familiar smell. When he looked carefully, his milk seemed different from the two of them. Zhao Tuanchuan noticed Lin Chi's doubts and blinked, almost unable to hold back the smile on his face. She specially added ingredients to Lin Chi's milk in the morning. There is what you want in the warehouse, on the second floor of the basement. Go find it yourself. Bai Su put down the bowl and chopsticks and left the table. He couldn't eat the breakfast at all. The sausage in the bowl was too weird. Then what happened to your teacher? Lin Chi was surprised and said. He was fine yesterday. Why has his personality changed today? I don't know. It was like this when I woke up in the morning. Did something happen yesterday? Zhao Tuanchuan gave Lin Chi a piece of fried egg. Without the teacher around, he felt more relaxed. No. I stayed in the basement until midnight yesterday. And then I went to your room. You know that. Lin Chi thought about it for a while, then simply stopped thinking about it. After eating breakfast quickly, he went to the basement to get busy again. There are a lot of materials in the warehouse next to the studio, which Bai Su bought before the end of the world. They are basically food and daily necessities. The basement of the villa occupies a large area and can almost be regarded as a small supermarket. Lin Chi searched shelf after shelf and finally saw what Bai Su was talking about in the corner. There were several bows on the shelves, as well as a large number of accessories and arrows. Lin Chi knew that these bows were valuable without looking at the brands. After all, his understanding of bows had reached a new level. So I picked up a recurve bow and shook it slightly. Even though the bow is not strung, the trembling sensation when it swings can tell whether a bow is good or bad. Although compound bows are the most lethal, can be used for continuous shooting, and are easy to carry, they are definitely not as good as lightweight recurve bows and traditional bows. However, Teacher Bai Su does not collect traditional bows here. After all, you can't just buy this kind of thing if you want it, and if you have requirements in terms of lethality, it is even harder to find. Therefore, after choosing, Lin Chi chose a recurve bow, picked up the carbon arrows on the side, and aimed at the far wall. An arrow was shot, and the arrow turned into a black light and was nailed directly to the wall. But Lin Chi was very dissatisfied. His strength had been increased, and ordinary bows could no longer meet the extreme needs. After taking a look at the weight of this bow, he saw that it was only 50 pounds. If it were before, it would be fine, and it would even feel a little difficult to use. But now his strength has been greatly improved, and he can now use more powerful bows. Bowed. So I picked some more, and looked for all the bow limbs with larger weights to find the one that suits me best. Finally, after repeated attempts, a pulling force of 80 pounds was chosen. It's not that 100 pounds can't be pulled, but 80 pounds is more cost-effective. Chapter 45. I'm more interested in measurements than secrets. After a few arrows, Lin Chi was already familiar with the performance of the bow. So he loaded 20 arrows and returned to the studio on the basement floor. Xiao Tuanchuan was busy cleaning the mutated cat's skin. She had nothing to do but help Lin Qi in this regard. After being soaked in chemicals last night, the fur has been degreased. With just a few simple treatments, Lin Qi can make a piece of protective clothing that has excellent effects on warmth and defense. Tuanchuan is very ingenious. Although he has never learned any skills in this area, he already has an idea after fumbling around. As the saying goes, men and women work well together. And the work is not tiring. The two have a clear division of labor. And laughter can be heard from time to time in the studio. At this time, Bai Su, who had finished his busy work in the laboratory, came down and saw Lin Qi and Tuan Tuan in the basement. Seeing Tuan Tuan handling the fur of the mutated beast, he couldn't help but give some advice. Tuanchuan, the fur of mutant beasts is different from that of ordinary beasts. If treated in this way, it will directly damage the structure of the fur and cause slow decay. It must be treated with a special potion to maximize its toughness and strength. The Federation has conducted in-depth research on the use of mutant beasts, from genetic crystals to fur, and even teeth, bones and claws. They all have special functions. Potion? What potion? Lin Qi signaled Tuanchuan to stop. This piece of fur could be used to make 2 protective leather armors. It would be a pity if they were scrapped. It's hydrochloric acid. Use hydrochloric acid to decompose gene crystals. And you can separate 3 special substances. One is a crystal. The other is a viscous colloid. And the third is gene fluid. Crystals have many uses. And that viscous colloid, after being diluted and applied to the mutated animal skin, it will form a protective layer, making the skin more flexible and less susceptible to decay. And the genetic fluid can be absorbed directly. What Bai Su explained were the scientific research results of the Federation. And most people had no idea of their effects. Hydrochloric acid? I remember you had that in your warehouse. Right? Lin Qi remembered that when he visited the 3rd floor of the basement yesterday, there was a lot of hydrochloric acid there. Yes, I have hoarded a lot of materials for research before. If you have gene crystals that are too impurity heavy to be taken, I can help you break them down. She is so attentive for nothing. And she must be asking for something else when she takes the initiative to help. Do you want the decomposed crystals? Or the genetic fluid? Lin Qi didn't expect that a genetic crystal could have so many functions. My research naturally requires them all. And as the research progresses, more genetic crystals are needed. Bai Su pushed up her glasses. When she was in the Federal Research Laboratory, there were a large number of gene crystals available for use. So there was no need to worry about insufficient materials. But now the situation is different. With her own strength, it is difficult to obtain enough materials. Can you produce research results that are useful to me within 3 months? Lin Qi thought for a moment and then asked. If Bai Su's research is really beneficial to him, then he doesn't mind contributing some genetic crystals for the other party to study. 3 months is too short. I can only copy and record the data based on the previous data. If I want to really achieve results, I must use a larger laboratory. Bai Su shook his head and continued. Researching new energy materials is a great contribution to the entire Federation and mankind. If we don't study it just because it takes a long time, when the crisis comes again, mankind will face catastrophe. Bai Su is not an alarmist. This is the result of big data calculation. According to humankind's current technology, it can last for up to 10 years without using nuclear weapons. Teacher Bai. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't think too much about it at all. If there is a suitable genetic crystal, I will choose to take it as soon as possible to enhance my own strength. Your kind of research seems not worth investing now. There was no return for 3 months. And no one knew how much genetic crystal had to be invested in the process. Just for the benefit of mankind. Lin Qi really couldn't do it. But at the same time, he admired such people. No. Since you need so many genetic crystals, why didn't Teacher Bai go to the central camp before? I think the Federation will support your research. Lin Qi suddenly thought of a question. When Teacher Bai followed them here, he had some doubts. Later, when he learned that her villa was here, Lin Qi eliminated his doubts. But enough genetic crystals must be more valuable than the things in the villa. Actually, since the early stage of the spread of the virus, I have obtained a sample of the source of the virus and have been keeping it in the school laboratory for research. This time I was trapped in the 32nd City District just to return here to retrieve the sample. Moreover, this thing cannot be they know. After knowing Lin Qi's thoughts, Bai Su breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of disregarding the overall situation, focusing on oneself, and only considering the people in front of him, would not reveal his secret even if he knew it. Then I'm not interested in knowing either. As soon as he heard that there was a secret, Lin Chi would subconsciously avoid it. I have no intention of telling you. Knowing too much will not do you any good. Bai Su curled her lips. She had already revealed half of her biggest secret. But the other party showed no interest at all. It was like a punch hitting cotton, which was quite uncomfortable. You really don't want to know? Seeing Lin Chi busy making arrows, Bai Su couldn't help but ask. Instead of telling me this secret, you might as well tell me your measurements. This will arouse my curiosity more. Lin Chi joked and diverted the heavy topic away. But after the words came out, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Tuanchuan pinched Lin Chi's waist hard from behind. He was his teacher after all. How could he make such a joke? 88. 60. 89. Bai Su looked at Lin Chi seriously and said 3 sets of numbers. The hand behind his back became stronger and stronger. Lin Chi took a deep breath before freeing himself from the ball of pliers. I'll go outside to see if there are any zombie mutants or anything like that. After saying that, he picked up his bow and arrow and prepared to escape from this place of right and wrong. I'll go too. Wait until I change my clothes. After Bai Su finished speaking, he went upstairs. After all, he was just searching near the villa. There was no need to drive. The two of them could just walk there. Tuan, why don't you wait at home while your teacher and I go out and be back soon? Lin Chi still didn't want Tuanchuan to go out and take risks. After all, as a wet nurse, she still focused on supplies before she had enough combat power. Don't be angry with Teacher Bai anymore. She was serious just now. Tuanchuan looked at Lin Chi strangely. She didn't care about the secrets leaked by Teacher Bai, because they were not as big as her anyway. Okay. You have to believe me. After Lin Chi warned him, he stepped on the quiver, inserted the featherless metal arrow into it, picked up the bow, and quickly went upstairs. When he walked out of the villa, Bai Su was already waiting at the gate. Lin Chi couldn't help but quicken his pace and catch up. Why don't you get a gun? Bai Su saw the bow on Lin Chi's back. In her opinion, firearms were the most powerful weapons. They could easily deal with any unexpected situation. Under normal circumstances, bows and arrows don't cause much noise. And I carry a pistol? Lin Chi took out his pistol and showed it, then stuffed it back. The crisis he was facing at this stage was not worth solving with a gun. Bai Su had also seen Lin Chi's archery skills, so he didn't say anything more. After closing the door, he walked towards the outside of the villa community. Outside the community is a park along the lake with a beautiful environment. As the snow begins to melt, the general environment is revealed, and footprints can be seen on the snow from time to time, indicating that there are also zombies here. Bai Su held a small shovel in his hand and rummaged under the soil on the roadside from time to time, seemingly looking for bugs or other small things in the soil. Occasionally, he would dig up something he cared about and put it in his bag. What's going on with you and Tuanchuan? Bai Su found another insect egg. After putting it away, he took the initiative to ask. After all, Tuanchuan is her student, so she must ask clearly no matter what. Teacher Bai, you also know that it is not easy to survive in the apocalypse. At that time, the two of us depended on each other and encouraged each other. It was easy for us to develop a good impression, and we slept together after a while. But don't worry. I am absolutely sincere to Tuanchuan. As long as she is still alive, she will not suffer. Lin Chi finally understood why Bai Su looked like that in the morning, and he probably knew his relationship with Tuanchuan. Having been a teacher for a day, you can be considered an elder. When you learn that your lovely student has become someone else's woman, you will definitely not be happy in your heart. I hope you can remember what I said today and keep your heart. Tuanchuan is a good girl. Don't let her down. Bai Su, you said seriously? Since the two have confirmed their relationship, she can only have the best plan and cannot separate them. After all, she still needs Lin Chi's help for what she is doing. Lin Chi smiled, feeling like he was meeting his parents. When I was a child, I was afraid of teachers when I went to school. Now that the world is ending, I still have an inexplicable fear of teachers in my heart. The two of them arrived at the lake unknowingly. Bai Su walked around the lake as if he wanted to collect some water creatures, but there was no place to stay around. Teacher Bai, do you think the fish in the water will also mutate? When Lin Chi saw a zombie body floating by the lake, he knew that the water here was also contaminated, and the creatures in the water might have been exposed to the virus. It will definitely mutate, and the degree of mutation will be faster than that of creatures on land. Bai Su stared at the water for a while, then gave up the urge to go down and walked in another direction. At this moment, suddenly there was a hoarse bird call in the distance. and a big black and white bird landed on a branch, shaking off a piece of snow. Is that a magpie? Magpies are omnivorous medium-sized birds. But the size of the magpie that landed on the tree has changed a lot. Many of its feathers are missing, and its size has almost tripled in size. If a bird mutates, its feathers will continue to fall off and grow. This mutated magpie is about to complete its transformation. Let's be careful. Baisu's eyes were solemn. He was not afraid of zombies. He could even kill mutant beasts with a pistol. But such flying creatures were very difficult to deal with. The magpie was originally very aggressive, but after the mutation, it became even more violent. From its scarlet eyes, you can tell that it is a being that is not easy to mess with. Baisu made a gesture, and the two of them slowly retreated, hoping to avoid the sight of the mutant magpie. But the eyesight of birds is so outstanding. Just at the moment when the two of them moved, the magpie's head moved and its eyes were already locked. Gaw! The mutated magpie's wings trembled, and its body dived downwards. Its claws were blood red, and it grabbed Baisu's head. The hunting instinct will make it choose weak prey. In its eyes, Baisu looks much weaker than Lin Chi. Originally, the magpie's flying speed was not very fast, but after the mutation, its shape became closer to that of a predator, and it swooped like a cannonball, almost in the blink of an eye. Baisu reacted very quickly and had already pulled out the pistol from his waist, but he didn't even have time to raise it and shoot. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, a muffled sound, and the huge magpie fell from the sky, struggling and twitching slightly. With this arrow, Lin Chi used the ability of a spiral arrow, giving the arrow the penetrating power of extremely fast rotation, completely piercing the mutant magpie's heart and even turning its chest into mud. The advantage is that he is killed in one blow, but the disadvantage is that the arrow passes through the body and flies to no one knows where. Baisu looked at Lin Chi in surprise. She had seen Lin Chi kill the golden neck with one arrow before, but she had never thought that Lin Chi was so powerful in his bow and arrow skills. Chapter 46 100% causes infertility. There should be genetic crystals in this kind of bird. Right? A bird with such obvious mutations must be different. If all the feathers on its body are fully grown, it will definitely be faster than it is now. Birds are different from general land animals. Those that cannot complete the mutation are basically eliminated. There will definitely be some in their bodies. Baisu is very familiar with the habits of living things. The Federation has produced detailed data before, among various living creatures. As long as birds survive, genetic crystals will condense in their bodies. Lin Chi used a dagger to dig open the mutated magpie's head, following the prompt of adding one to the vital attack. He found a red genetic crystal, only the size of a mung bean, but much purer than what was found in the mutated mouse. Let's leave quickly. The smell of blood from mutant beasts is very attractive to the same kind. Baisu watched Lin Chi put away the gene crystal and quickly urged, "Wait a minute. I want to take this bird back. Maybe I can use it as bait to lure more mutant creatures." The feathers of the mutant crow are also very special, and even the wing feathers are sharp to a certain extent. If such feathers are used as arrow feathers, the effect should be better. So he carried the huge bird carcass and quickly retreated towards the villa. Not long after the two left, a group of magpies landed on the treetops and screamed non-stop. Magpies are gregarious birds. When you find one, there will definitely be its companions around. When the bloody aura spreads, the first to be noticed are the same kind. Back near the villa, Lin Chi nailed the dead bird to a tree stump, which was only about 50 meters away from the door of the villa. Then he took off his bow and arrows and prepared them silently. "You want to attract other mutant beasts? Are you sure?" Baisu looked at Lin Chi's preparations and already guessed what he wanted to do, and couldn't help but become worried. If a special mutant beast is attracted, it will be impossible for one person to solve it. Don't worry. There aren't any large animals around here. They're just wild dogs and cats at most. After changing to a new bow and arrow, Lin Chi has strong confidence in his improved strength. At this stage, ordinary mutant beasts are no match for him. As long as they occupy a favorable position, they can even defeat one man. As the two talked, a mutated magpie appeared in the sky. Several huge birds were circling around. After discovering the corpse of the mutated magpie, they started to scream noisily, feeling the death of the same kind. Even the screams became sharper. "I'll get the gun." Baisu took a breath of cold air. If these mutant birds swooped down together, they would tear people into pieces in an instant. No need to bother. Just a few birds. However, Lin Chi's voice was not heard by Baisu, who had already quickly ran back to the villa. It's just that the entrance to the villa is quite far from the ground floor. By the time Baisu returns, these mutated magpies will have already begun to attack him. Strike first is the strongest. Lin Chi grabbed an arrow and aimed at the mutant magpie that was about to land on the tree. Whoosh! When an arrow was shot, there was no need to check whether it hit or not. He quickly knocked the arrow and fired. The arrow was like an afterimage. In a few breaths, all 8 arrows were shot out. Mutated magpies fell from the sky one after another, and some were even nailed directly to the tree trunks. The undead poo flapped its wings and struggled, and the surrounding snow was covered with blood. Lin Chi stepped forward and replenished a few more arrows, then took out his dagger and split open the birds' heads one by one, taking out the gene crystals. Just after cutting down a few, the illusory light curtain appeared again, and the original dagger's skill advanced. Until now, there were not many opportunities to hit the vital point, and it had to be done with a dagger. Only this dying mutated creature had the chance to achieve this condition. Dagger mastery has been advanced. Obtain skill, dagger mastery. When using a dagger, ignore vital defense. Special skill, kidney shot. When hitting the kidney, it will 100% cause infertility. Current skills can be upgraded. 1. Use the dagger to attack the target's vital points 10 times. 2. Use the dagger to kill 10 mutant beasts. Why is this special skill so outrageous? In the future, only a dagger will be needed to perform sterilization surgery on people. After all the gene crystals were taken out, Baisu and Tuanchuan came to the door with their rifles in hand and looked at Lin Chi, who was busy at the door of the villa. Brother Lin. What a big bird. Lin Chi subconsciously glanced at his crotch. Come and help pluck the bird's feathers. These things are useful. The parts on the mutant creature's body are all special. Those bird feathers and sharp claws are all rare materials. Even bird meat can be eaten at critical moments. Oh, I'll go back and get a bag. Tuanchuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran back to the villa. After a while, he ran back with a big bag. Baisu did not reach out to help, but was on guard around with her rifle. From time to time, she looked at the arrows stuck in the mutated magpies, and wondered how Lin Chi used this kind of bow and arrow to kill so many mutated birds quickly. More powerful than a gun. After a while, most of the hair on the 9 magpies was plucked out, leaving only the plump bird body, and the meat was very full. Can this meat be eaten? Lin Chi poked the bird's wings. He had not eaten fresh meat during this period of time. It was all dried or frozen meat. This kind of fresh mutated animal meat should be a great supplement. Theoretically, it's edible, but they've all probably eaten zombie meat. If you're not disgusted, you can ask Tuanchuan to stew it for you. Baisu was alert to his surroundings, and several zombies wandered over unknowingly. They must have been attracted here by the smell of blood. After he noticed the 3 living people, he moved obviously faster. These zombies are all wearing security uniforms or cleaning staff near the villa. Even before the Doomsday comes, these people must stick to their posts. Baisu picked up the rifle and fired in a very standard manner, hitting the heads one by one. Such a waste. Lin Chi looked at the zombies whose heads were shot, his eyes full of pity. But now that the spear was not in his hand, he could not meet the advanced requirements. Brother Lin, it's better not to eat it. This kind of bird has eaten even humans. Tuanchuan looked disgusted. Last time he saw a human finger in the dog's belly, and he felt inexplicable resistance in his heart. I know. I'll find a place to dispose of these dead birds later. The corpses of mutated beasts could serve as bait, and Lin Chi would not throw them away in vain. After letting Zhao Tuanchuan and Baisu take the collected materials back, Lin Chi walked away with a few birds. After walking for nearly 500 meters, there was a car parked on the side of the road, which could be used as a temporary trash can. Lin Chi opened the car door and threw all 9 birds into the back seat, leaving a gap in the window to let the smell of blood disperse. Go out. When we come back the next day, this place will definitely attract a group of zombies, and then we can just brush up on the advanced requirements for marksmanship. Before returning to the villa, Lin Chi deliberately dragged the zombies away from them and threw them into the drainage ditch. The blood stains on the ground were simply dealt with, but it still smelled like bird. So I went back to the garage, took a bottle of animal repellent powder, and sprinkled it around. Chapter 47 Motivation to Move Forward. In the studio, Zhao Tuanchuan was arranging bird feathers, while Baisu had returned to the second floor to process the sample she collected outside. Lin Chi took out the genetic crystal obtained from the mutant magpie's head and placed it in a bottle on the workbench. Just taking one pill last time made his physical fitness improve a lot. I don't know how he will improve after taking it this time. Tuan. Go and boil some water for me. Gene crystals must be processed first. It is better to follow the method Lin Chi got from the internet. First wash them with boiling water. Then soak them in alcohol. After they start to glow, they can be taken. After Tianchuan boiled the hot water and brought it out, Bai Su also came to the basement. Seeing Lin Chi cleaning the 9 gene crystals, he couldn't help but join in. You want to use high-temperature disinfection and alcohol disinfection? Seeing what Lin Chi had prepared, Bai Su immediately understood. This was a method that the Federation had figured out when they first studied gene crystals. Very simple, yet very practical. I tried it once and it worked. Thinking of the changes brought about by taking the gene crystal last time, Lin Chi felt a burning sensation in his body. This kind of thing could almost be used as a little blue pill. Better quality gene crystals can indeed be used in this way. But for some special mutated beasts, the gene crystals are turbid, and hydrochloric acid decomposition must be used to remove the impurities inside. Gene crystallization can not only bring great benefits to human beings, but also to mutated organisms. The original intensification experiment required a large amount of gene crystals to facilitate it. Bai Su's research is inseparable from this kind of thing. She knew that this kind of thing was very precious. So she no longer asked Lin Chi for it. Let's do this. I have 3 genetic crystals of mutated mice here. There are a lot of impurities in them, and they cannot be taken directly. Please break them down for me. You can keep the crystals for yourself and return the genetic fluid and viscous gel to me. Lin Chi took out 3 genetic crystals of mutated mice and gave them to Bai Su. Anyway, the crystals had too many impurities to be taken directly. It was better to let Bai Su be fully decomposed and used. With the bait, he can continuously attract mutant beasts, and he will not be short of genetic crystals in a short period of time. After distinguishing the pros and cons, Lin Chi is still willing to be a dedicated person. Well, I won't disturb you anymore. Bai Su put away the gene crystal and went upstairs with satisfaction. Something was better than nothing. After soaking in the strong wine for a while, the 9 gene crystals began to emit red light. At this time, Lin Chi took them all out and handed them all to Zhao Tuanchuan. You should keep these things for now. Let's try taking them tonight. In broad daylight, Lin Chi didn't want to have nowhere to vent his hot body after eating this food. He could only wait until the dead of night, and then cooperate with the lock-picking technique. And he should be able to open the genetic locks in one fell swoop. Then I'll save it for my husband first. Zhao Tuanchuan happily put the gene crystal into her pocket. She naturally knew the preciousness of this kind of thing, and Lin Chi's trust made her beautiful eyes tremble with emotion. I wish I could get tired of it now. However, after hanging around in front of Lin Chi a few times, he didn't arouse his interest, and he felt depressed for a while. Tuan. Tuanchuan, my husband is working hard. Why are you just thinking about doing that? You are so ignorant. Zhao Tuanchuan muttered to himself, watching Lin Chi busy controlling the machine on the workbench, feeling very annoyed at his irrational behavior. So he sorted out the pile of mutated bird feathers and started sorting useful feathers. After finishing his work, he went to prepare lunch. Lin Chi was making a gun shaft. Among the materials piled nearby, there was a steel pipe of suitable thickness, and it was also the kind that had been rifled. He just did some simple processing, sealed the 2 ends, and a tipless gun was ready. After making 4 spare ones in a row, he stopped. Zhao Tuanchuan had already prepared lunch and called out at the top of the stairs. Lin Chi simply asked her to bring the meal down and had a quick meal on the work table. Teacher Bai also asked me to serve the food. You two are so busy that you don't even want to eat. Tuanchuan looked helpless. She was the only one in the entire villa who had the most leisure time. She didn't have to do anything except cooking. Tuan, if you are okay, go to the 2nd underground floor to practice archery. It will help you when you are in danger. Zhao Tuanchuan will definitely be someone who will accompany him for a long time in the future. If she is too weak, it will be somewhat of a drag. Lin Chi feels that it is still necessary for her to master some skills. Okay. Then I will practice every day from now on. Zhao Tuanchuan nodded. In fact, during this period, she would exercise whenever she had time. With her special physique, her physical fitness was almost better than that of ordinary adults. But she never had the chance to show off. Watching Lin Chi devouring the food, he performed a milking technique on the spot and squeezed Lin Chi a large cup of hot milk. Drink it while it's hot and let it cool down later. Looking at the almost overflowing milk, Zhao Tuanchuan carefully picked it up and brought it to Lin Chi's mouth. What kind of cup are you using? What a waste. Lin Chi quickly took a sip, and then didn't spit it out. We'll wait till night. I can't stand it now. Tuanchuan rolled his eyes at Lin Chi, without clearing the dishes on the workbench, and quickly walked towards the second underground floor, ready to start training. This little girl is becoming more and more seductive. Lin Chi smiled to himself, and said that women are one of the driving forces for men to move forward in the apocalypse. The second is weapons. After making 4 gun shafts, Lin Chi began to try to make a knife. After all, the ability you have discovered is to use tools or weapons to activate skills, and it has a certain degree of randomness, so you naturally need to try more. I didn't have time and energy before, but now I even have things like machine tools. If I don't make good use of it, God will come out and scold me. The first time he made a knife, Lin Chi had little experience. He took a piece of alloy steel plate, cut and polished it, and worked for 3 hours before making a knife blade. After wrapping the handle with leather, he simply sharpened it. Although it is not a weapon made by normal forging and quenching processes, the materials collected by Baisu are all high-quality steel. Both hardness and toughness are at the top stage. The sharpness of this knife is naturally extraordinary. It just looks ugly. Lin Chi tried swinging it a few times. The handle of this long knife was 1.4 meters. It felt very heavy, and could be used to chop and stab. It was the best among knives. So he took the arrow and the gun shaft, walked out of the basement, and came outside. Animal repellent powder was sprinkled outside the villa, which could effectively block the smell left behind, and also make the mutated beasts reluctant to approach. However, there were already several zombies surrounding the car 500 meters away. It was crazy. Pulling down the car window, the smell of mutant beasts' blood is extremely attractive to zombies. Lin Chi quickly stepped forward. After noticing that there were no other mutant beasts nearby, he picked up the long knife in his hand and slashed the zombie in the back of the head. Use a knife to kill zombies and obtain basic knife skills. Current skills can be advanced. 1. Swing the sword 100 times. 2. Kill 10 zombies with a knife. The lowest advanced requirements can be easily completed. Chapter 48 Tuanchuan's unlocking status. However, there were far less than 10 zombies in front of him. Lin Chi stuck his long knife on the ground, replaced it with a long gun, and quickly eliminated the remaining zombies. Then he searched the area again to make sure nothing was missing before returning to the villa. Teacher Baisu was still in the research room on the second floor, seemingly not coming out all afternoon, while Tuanchuan was practicing archery on the second floor of the basement. Lin Chi took a look but did not disturb him. Everyone is doing their most important thing and never wastes an opportunity for improvement. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Chi returned to the workbench, took out the materials, and started making metal arrows with the feathers of these mutated magpies. The previous featherless arrows can be slightly modified, and their power will change dramatically because of the characteristics of spiral arrows. Lin Chi made the arrow feathers into spiral feathers to further increase the force of rotation, and the power was not increased by a tiny bit. After being busy until the evening, Tuanchuan went to prepare dinner in advance, washed up, and returned to their rooms. Baisu is still busy in the laboratory. Today he collected some samples outside and put them into the petri dish. He must always pay attention to the changes. Lin Chi and Zhao Tuanchuan were already on the bed in the bedroom. They took the gene crystal and swallowed it into their mouths. A warm current flowed into the body. Tuanchuan's face instantly turned red, and his body exuded a fragrant heat. Husband, I'm so cummed. Originally, this afternoon's exercise had almost exhausted her own reserves, but this gene crystal entered her abdomen, making her body tremble again, and she could even feel a stream of heat gathering in her chest. Seeing it getting bigger and bigger, it even bulged out of my pajamas. However, what surprised Lin Chi was that after swallowing the gene crystal, Zhao Tuanchuan's progress in unlocking the gene lock increased by 1,000, and there was not much left to reach the requirement of 10,000. Could it be that if you take gene crystals to a certain extent, you can open the gene lock even without my help? Lin Chi was confused in his heart, but his body involuntarily helped speed up the progress. 8,365. 8366. In the laboratory, Baisu looked at the surveillance screen and almost got the wrong medicine several times. This kind of visual impact directly overturned her previous understanding of the traditional reproduction movements. Is it really that comfortable? Baisu whispered, put away the tools on the experimental table, turned and walked upstairs. As she left, the entire laboratory slowly fell into darkness. The next morning, Lin Chi woke up early, opened his eyes, and looked around, and found that Tuanchuan had woken up earlier than him. When they were getting ready to go to bed in the middle of the night, they suddenly found that the entire bed was soaked, so they could only cautiously go to Lin Chi's room. This early in the morning, Tuanchuan should have gone to deal with the traces of the battle. By the way, I don't know what will happen after the gene lock is opened. Lin Chi suddenly thought that the progress of 10,000 had been completed last night. But at that time, who would care about what changes would happen after the gene lock was opened? And there was no time to study it. So he didn't bother to wash up, and quickly left the room, looking for traces of Zhao Tuanchuan. The traces of the battlefield have been restored in the room next door. The news sheets are neatly laid out and clean, and even the splatter marks on the wall have disappeared. Where is this going? Lin Chi had a puzzled look on his face, and went downstairs. There was no one in the kitchen, not even Bai Su. However, when he came to the basement, he suddenly noticed a subtle sound. So he quickly went down to the second floor of the basement. And sure enough, he saw Bai Su and Zhao Tuanchuan in an open place. What are you doing here? For some reason, Lin Chi saw a hint of solemnity on the expressions of the two of them, as if something important had happened. Brother Lin, my body seems to be a little abnormal. When Zhao Tuanchuan saw Lin Chi, his eyes flashed with confusion, and he quickly disappeared. She ran over quickly, her face full of worry. After reaching the critical point last night, Zhao Tuanchuan noticed the changes in his body. But at that time, he was still experiencing the mysteries of his body, and had no time to pay attention to it. When he woke up in the morning, he realized something was wrong. He saw that Lin Chi was still sleeping, and did not disturb him. After cleaning up the battlefield, he met Teacher Bai on the first floor. Then the two of them went to the second floor of the basement to figure out the changes. What happened? Lin Chi looked at Zhao Tuanchuan carefully, but there was no change at all from her performance. She unlocked the genetic lock. Teacher Bai's tone was cautious. Previous federal scientific research projects had conducted in-depth research on human genetic evolution. But at first, they all stopped at a certain genetic restriction. Later, after studying a large number of mutated organisms, a way to break through this limitation was found. After the gene awakens, if you take about 10 more gene crystals, you will hit the genetic restriction. However, under this restriction, no matter how many more gene crystals you take, the gene will not evolve at all, as if it is blocked. Average. Later, through extreme research, someone finally broke through this restriction, and this process was called unlocking the genetic lock. Bai Su informed the two of them about the gene lock in detail, but she was very confused because Tuanchuan didn't seem to feel any sequelae after opening the gene lock. You must know that of the 10 experimental subjects who participated in the experiment, 2 of them could not bear the backlash and died on the spot. The remaining few took several days of rest before they recovered. Moreover, every time the gene lock is turned on, it will bring an extremely heavy burden to the body. Tuan, please open it again and let me take a look. Lin Chi was very curious about gene locks. After all, he knew that the power of gene locks reached a certain level and could almost destroy the world. But he didn't know how strong the genes in this world could be. When Zhao Tuanchuan heard Lin Chi's words, she took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her momentum suddenly changed. The pupils of his eyes were slightly dilated, and Zhao Tuanchuan just adjusted his standing posture, which gave Lin Chi a feeling of invulnerability. Husband, I feel like I'm very powerful now. Even more powerful than you. The opening of the gene lock gave Zhao Tuanchuan blind confidence. His eyes flashed as he spoke, and there was an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time she called Lin Chi this way in front of Bai Su, which proved that after opening the gene lock, it not only changed her body, but also her personality. Better than me? Then let's compare. Lin Chi looked eager to try. He really wanted to know how strong the Tuan he had broken the genetic lock was. So he pulled away and threw his coat to Bai Su, who was watching the fun. In that case, then I will be the referee. You two will stop it, and don't hurt your body. Bai Su looked like she was watching the excitement, just in time to understand the extent of the strength of the two people. For her, this was an extremely important thing. Chapter 49 Foreign Convoy. The fight only lasted a few seconds before the two decided the winner. After activating the gene lock, Zhao Tuanchuan, who had instinctive fighting skills, subdued Lin Chi in just an instant. His fingers pressed on the vital points of Lin Chi's neck, completely suppressing Lin Chi's resistance. I'm not ready yet. What's going on when you come up and pester me? Lin Chi was careless and did not dodge. If he had been prepared, he would not have been so quick. Of course, with an all-out explosion at this moment, you can easily break free from the shackles of the group. But it is no longer necessary. Zhao Tuanchuan, who had turned on the gene lock state, had a strong figure. He climbed onto Lin Qi's back just by looking at him, leaving him unable to react at all. Brother Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this. It was just a subconscious reaction. I had no choice but to do that without hurting you. At this moment, the pupils of Zhao Tuanchuan's eyes have shrunk. The sharp aura just now has become gentler, and there is an embarrassing smile on his face. Forget it. It's different when the gene lock is turned on. Let's compete again when it's night. Lin Qi didn't feel embarrassed. After all, although his strength had improved a lot, it was all thanks to the weapons in hand. In terms of fighting with bare hands, he was not even as good as a well-trained soldier. He lost to Zhao Tuanchuan, who had turned on the gene lock. It's a matter of course. Even though this little girl is weak and fragile, her real strength and stamina are hardly any weaker than Lin Qi's. Tuan, you will go to the laboratory with me later. I want to record some data. From morning to now, Zhao Tuanchuan has opened the gene lock 3 times, but his body has not shown any sequelae, which is completely different from their previous research data. If a solution can be found, it will be an opportunity for human evolution. After breakfast, the two entered the laboratory on the 2nd floor to conduct research. It seemed that they would not be able to get out of the situation for a long time. After Lin Qi was busy for a while, he carried the equipment and walked outside. When he arrived at yesterday's bait site, several zombies appeared around the car, and there were also a few gray magpies hovering in the air, swooping down to attack the zombies from time to time. Every time he attacks, he will tear off a piece of rotten flesh, swallow it in his belly, and scream excitedly for a while. A large piece of a zombie's scalp was torn off, revealing its bare skull, but it was still pulling at the car glass excitedly. The allure of flesh and blood is really great. It was cold in winter, so even if they were placed in a car, the bird carcasses would not rot. The smell of fresh flesh and blood would continuously attract zombies and mutated beasts around. So Lin Qi didn't have to worry about finding prey. After getting closer to a few tens of meters, Lin Qi set up his bow and fired an arrow. The spiral arrow easily hit the mutated gray magpies in the sky, and the force of the rotation even directly tore their bodies apart. The gray magpie is smaller than the magpie of yesterday. This bird is also a gregarious bird. Several of them often live together and chirp non-stop. Feeling the death of their companions, the remaining gray magpies suddenly became irritable. They flapped their wings and rushed towards Lin Qi screaming. However, with the blessing of high-level archery, mutant creatures of this level could not get close at all, and would only become Lin Qi's living target, shooting several of them to death in succession. The rest flew high into the sky and quickly fled the place. This bird is quite smart. There are few birds in winter, and the local resident birds can only see magpies and sparrows. The chance of survival of small birds, like sparrows, is really very small. Lin Qi opened the heads of these gray magpies and took out 5 genetic crystals. He threw all the corpses into the car and continued to use them as bait. The villa area is different. Rats are very rare. After searching around the area and encountering no strange things, Lin Qi was about to return to the villa when he suddenly heard the roar of a car in the distance. Somebody is coming? More than a dozen cars lined up and were slowly driving in this direction. They seemed to have the same purpose as Lin Qi, and were preparing to find a suitable campsite in the villa area. When the cars were about to arrive at the villa, Lin Qi had already returned to the villa 1 step ahead, but he could still see the situation outside through the observation hole on the door. Parking. The off-road vehicle at the front happened to be parked at the door. Several men got out of the vehicle and looked around. Boss, there should be someone in this villa. Along the way, the snow in most areas has not melted away, and it is clear whether there are any human activities. After all, the movement trajectories of zombies and mutant beasts are completely different from humans. The people here are not simple. On the way we came here just now, there was a zombie nest. It should have been attacked by people here. The way this man talks is like a fisherman. The window of the second car slowly opened, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with dark skin. Boss, do you want to pay me a visit? The group of them came from the west of the city and stayed for a few days. After the snow partially melted, they arrived at the villa area in the north of the city. In the villa area in the north of the city, there is a property owned by this gangster, but it is not in this area. Don't bother. If people want to say hello, they will come out when they hear the sound of the car. They have made it clear that they don't want to see us. So why bother asking for trouble? The car window gradually rose. Boss Hay glanced at the door of the villa and smiled nonchalantly. Before the end, he owned several factories and was worth hundreds of millions. Because of special channels, he learned some secret information in advance, so he made a lot of arrangements. He also has a villa in the north of the city, which stores a large amount of supplies. And his team has been a loyal subordinate of his own factory for many years. Anyone who could open a factory has some relationship with Black and White. The family predecessor of this Black boss was originally a gang-related force. But at that time, he cleared his identity in time, bought some factories, and gave money to the superiors every year. Only by paying tribute can it continue. There are a total of 18 vehicles in the convoy. The first 5 are off-road vehicles, filled with people, and the 3 in the middle are modified trucks. The bodies are all made of heavy steel plates, and even the windshield is covered with steel mesh. The next 10 vehicles are box goods, filled with supplies. Cars roared past, and some drivers even deliberately increased the accelerator, seeming to declare their rights. Such movement also alerted Bai Su and Zhao Tuanchuan inside the villa. They came to the door of the villa, pistols in hand on guard. Husband, who is that person outside? The two of them didn't know what they talked about upstairs. But Tuanchuan now dared to address Lin Chi intimately in front of Bai Su. A group of convoys, with a large number of people, probably want to occupy some villas as a camp. Originally, there were only 3 people in the villa area, and there were no outsiders to disturb them. They should be able to survive for a few months, or even longer. But now that there are so many people at once, there will definitely be more unknown changes. The large number of people means that there will be various accidents, attracting unknown mutant beasts, or people with evil intentions. Chapter 50 Headshot. The 3 of them quickly climbed up to the 3rd floor. Through the high view, they could just see the motorcade gradually driving towards the center of the villa area and stopped in front of a villa. After a while, hundreds of people gathered in front of the villa, especially the modified cars in the middle, with several young women getting out of them. Boss Hay stepped forward and opened the door of the villa. Half of the group went in, and the rest were guarding outside. Looks like we're going to have neighbors. One villa cannot accommodate more than 100 people. They will surely slowly occupy nearby villas and even disturb them. Bai Su's eyes were full of worry. The other party had a large number of people, and it was a troublesome thing for them to attack openly and secretly. Don't worry about it. We don't offend anyone. If you dare to offend, there will be no return for them. As his physique gradually improved, Lin Chi became more and more comfortable with the bow and arrow. Now the 80-pound bow felt a little light, and coupled with the ability to see at night, all that is needed to destroy this team is enough arrows. Lin Chi did not intend to continue searching when there were people outside. Fortunately, he had obtained several gene crystals today, which were enough for the next period of time. In the afternoon, Bai Su took the 2 of them to the laboratory on the 2nd floor and began to explain the direction of human genetic evolution and its various extensions. Most of the genetic change direction of mutated beasts is manifested externally, which is called atavism, while the genetic change direction of insects is manifested as a whole, which is called evolutionary phenomenon. Human beings are somewhat different from the first 2. They are called genetic awakening. They stimulate their own genetic awakening by taking the genetic crystals of various mutated organisms. You can take up to 1 gene crystal per day. After 24 hours, wait until the body has completely digested it, and then take the second one. Generally, after 10 pills, the body before the first level gene lock is opened will reach the limit of endurance. Some of the information I had seen was partial on the internet before, but there was no detailed explanation. Now that I heard Teacher Bai's detailed explanation, I suddenly became enlightened. As expected of a teacher, his explanations are very comprehensive. It was not until evening that today's classes were stopped. After dinner, Lin Chi and Tuanchuan returned to the room, took out the gene crystals, and started taking them. Husband, I have opened the genetic lock, so I won't eat it. I will leave it all to you. Tuanchuan now knows how precious gene crystals are. In addition to taking them, they also have special uses. So he wants to save some. We can get genetic crystals at any time. There's no need to save this thing. Besides, if you don't eat it, you won't be able to last that long. Lin Chi swallowed 2 genetic crystals in one gulp, pried open Tuanchuan's mouth, and inserted one. The tongue pushed directly into the throat. Suddenly, a wave of heat flowed through the 2 people's bodies. Tuanchuan's pupils expanded slightly, and he directly opened the genetic lock. He turned over and saw that she had removed all the clothes on her body with just a few simple movements. Good guy. It turns out that you still have the ability to open the gene lock. This way of undressing is simply unprecedented. It is more about the flexibility of Tuanchuan's body. After many physical changes, Tuanchuan's physical fitness has reached the limit of ordinary people. Especially after turning on the gene lock. He can accurately control the strength of his limbs and make movements that were previously unthinkable. The scenes in the laboratory were still playing. Baisu was adjusting the culture solution absent-mindedly, his eyes always wandering on the monitoring screen. In just 3 days, her concept of men and women completely collapsed. Is it the sequelae of gene awakening? The original reproduction process has become so crazy. Will I become like this in the future? Baisu said to himself, seeming to notice something strange about his body. So he reached out and touched it, looking at the transparent mucus between his fingers. He was stunned. In the next few days, Lin Chi would only go out to hunt when he saw mutant beasts attracted by the bait truck, and then return quickly. Most of the remaining time was spent exercising with Tuanchuan on the second floor of the basement. With the gene lock turned on, Tuanchuan possesses instinctive fighting skills and is Lin Chi's best partner. From being defeated in one move at the beginning, to gradually being able to sustain it later, Lin Chi's learning progress became faster and faster, and he was able to fight with the group again and again, exercise in the morning, study in the afternoon, and have in-depth exchanges with the group in the evening. Make full use of the time in the day. On this day, while eating at noon, an alarm suddenly sounded in the villa, which shocked all 3 of them. Someone is approaching the villa. During this period, most of the villas were occupied by that force, and people were searching outside for supplies almost every day. But they were never disturbed. However, this situation cannot last long. There are always some people who cannot control their curiosity. Lin Chi glanced out the window. On the wall next to the gate, someone had already poked his head out, obviously preparing to climb over the wall and enter. What a courage! Regardless of whether it is peacetime or the end of the world, it is unforgivable to enter other people's residence without authorization. Not to mention the purpose of these people is very clear. Opening the window, Lin Chi took out an arrow and put it on it, then pulled the bowstring hard and took aim. At this moment, on the outside wall of the villa, the man who climbed over the wall had seen the layout of the villa and was reporting to the north with a look of joy. Brother Wang, there are only a few people in this villa at most, and there aren't many footprints on the ground at all. During this period, they broke into several villas, occupied the comfortable environment of the rich, and enjoyed the comfort they had never experienced in peaceful times. With his ambition rising, even if he knew there was someone in this villa, he wouldn't take it to heart. Even after breaking in, you can have some fun to release the stress in your heart for many days. Go in and pry open the door. If there is something good, I will let you be the first to enjoy it. Outside the villa, a man wearing sunglasses gave a cold order. The door of this kind of villa is very special and cannot be opened by ordinary means. You must enter inside to find an opportunity. Brother Wang, are you telling the truth? Do you want me to enjoy a woman first? The man on the wall looked happy. Just as he was about to cut off the power grid, his body suddenly shook and his head exploded instantly. An arrow remained unabated and nailed directly to the big tree outside the villa. Blood and brain matter sprayed all over the floor, covering the heads of the people below. And the sticky nausea almost made people vomit. Grass! Run! A headless corpse fell straight down, frightening several people and running away in a hurry. No longer daring to stay at the door for a long time, he ran to the corner a few hundred meters away. The remaining 4 people were still pale and panting. Brother Wang. Xiao Zhu's head exploded. The younger brother next to him trembled, and he didn't even see clearly what happened. Damn it! I saw it! You don't need to remind me again. Brother Wang took off his sunglasses, wiped the brain from his face vigorously, and put the sunglasses back on with trembling hands. Let's go! Go back and shake people. The people here are not easy to mess with. Since the end of the world, they have seen life and death, and even killed people. But this is the first time they have experienced this kind of head explosion in front of them, and they were frightened and confused for a while. Chapter 51: The Power of Shooting. When the door of the villa opened, Lin Chi glanced at the corpse on the ground and the tools dropped aside, with murderous intent concentrated in his eyes. It seems that they think we are easy to bully. These people must be allowed to reflect on themselves. If the well water did not interfere with the river water, Lin Chi would not care about the villa occupied by those people, as long as it did not disturb his life. But now that everyone is climbing up the wall, If you continue to give in, you will undoubtedly feel like someone is easy to bully. If you kill one, there will be a second one. And then, there will be a group. The boss of the other party will definitely not sit back and watch his little brother die outside. So from the moment the guy climbed up the wall, the matter was a foregone conclusion. Bai Su and Zhao Tuanchuan also came to the door with rifles, showing off their only armed forces. After all, the opponent has a large number of people, and Lin Qi alone can't even shoot an arrow at them. You go in and hide. Don't come out yet. Sure enough, not long after, several cars came quickly. When they saw Lin Qi standing in front of the villa, instead of slowing down, they hit the accelerator in protest. Be careful. They might have guns. In the car, Brother Wan looked nervous. He took a special look in front of the villa and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was only one person holding a bow and arrow. They have guns. But we don't. The guys we have are not vegetarians either. In the back seat, a strong man held a double-barreled spear with a look of disdain on his face. Before the Doomsday came, the boss had prepared for rainy days and made several thermal weapons in his own factory. The double-barreled spray gun in his hand was extremely powerful. He could sweep across an area with one shot. He once used this gun to open fire in a crowd of zombies, having created a passage. Its power is self-evident. Run him over. Hit him to death. Seeing that there was only one person holding a bow and arrow, they naturally didn't take it to heart. Looking at the car getting closer and closer, Lin Qi took a deep breath and placed the metal arrow on his back on his bow. Spiral arrow. Yulong throws the world to pieces. The second time the two skills were superimposed, and a more powerful bow and stronger arrows were used. Even the illusory light and shadow on the arrows showed a spiral shape, and the sword feathers were also 3 feather spirals. A swimming dragon broke out of the cage and brought up a tornado, which arrived in an instant. Boom! The arrow passed through the car, and the accelerating off-road vehicle was suddenly hit hard. The front of the vehicle exploded instantly. The entire car's parts were cut by an invisible force and shattered into countless pieces in an instant. Several people in the car were also turned into pieces of flesh and blood, entangled with the debris, indistinguishable from each other. The metal arrow passed through the car and was nailed to the hard concrete ground, exploding a large crater in the ground and throwing up a piece of cement. Several cars behind suddenly hit the brakes and almost rear-ended the car before they had time to react, causing a car accident. Seeing this, Lin Qi was silently shocked by the destructive power of the new weapon, and took out another metal arrow. Zhao Tuanchuan looked in admiration. This was his husband's strength. He could destroy a car with just one arrow. His eyes were filled with little stars, and he almost couldn't help but step forward to celebrate. Bai Su opened her mouth in surprise. She had the most say in the particularity of gene awakening, but it was only limited to the power of the human body itself. There was no way to extend it. Lin Qi's current methods have already beyond her knowledge. Get out of the car. He's going to come again. There were constant sounds of panic in the car. After scrambling to get out of the car, they hurriedly hid in all directions. Staying in the car was just a living target. Only by running out would you have a chance of survival. However, the second arrow was shot out at a faster speed, and the extra flight distance even allowed the arrow's power to be fully exerted. The rotating hurricane roared past, and even the snow on the ground was lifted up, and the arrow turned into a line. Snow dragon. An arrow flew past, like a hurricane passing by, and the car at the back exploded, blocking the entire road. Tuan. Bai Su. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Lin Qi ordered in a deep voice. The hand that let go of the bowstring was already feeling a little numb. If he fired another arrow combo at this moment, he would probably exceed the load. Therefore, we can only replace it with ordinary carbon fiber arrows. Draw the bow and shoot. But even so, it is like an arrow of death, constantly taking away the lives of those people. Zhao Tuanchuan was the first to react. His pupils expanded slightly, and he instantly entered the state of unlocking the gene lock. He quickly pulled the gun bolt and aimed at the panicked crowd. Bang! Bang bang! With every gunshot, there was a tremor in her chest, offsetting the impact. Under the silencer, when a gun hit, the sound was very dull. Watching the heads explode in the scope, she gradually felt the blood in her body boiling. A flush appeared on his face unconsciously. Bai Su just hesitated for a moment and took aim with her rifle. However, the speed of her shooting was far inferior to that of Zhao Tuanchuan, but her accuracy was equally amazing. Every shot hit the head. Not a bullet was wasted. 3 minutes later, There was no life on the road, and only a few damaged cars were left, reminding them of the tragedy that had just happened. Lin Chi slowly stepped forward with a bow and arrow in hand, and checked next to a car. Even the corpses that ran far away were not spared. These people are unusual. They even have homemade firearms. Several homemade firearms fell on the ground, including modified air guns and double-barreled shotguns. Lin Chi picked one up and looked at it. Although the workmanship was a bit rough, it was quite powerful. Don't underestimate the federal industrial system. As long as the federal government gives an order, some third-rate small factories have the ability to independently produce thermal weapons. What they lack is the limitation of precision materials. Bai Su was not surprised when she saw those weapons. In fact, this was the reason why she did not object to Lin Chi's assassination. Once a group becomes a force in the apocalypse, they will definitely do evil. Don't underestimate human nature. If the boss does not give his subordinates a chance to indulge, who will be willing to give up? Only by joining the Federation can the behavior be truly restricted. Lin Chi picked up a few that seemed to be relatively complete and took them back to study. As for the corpses and fragments on the ground, he left them here. Firstly, they could warn the group of people. And secondly, they could also attract some mutant beasts and zombies as a bigger bait. Back in the villa, in front of the window on the 3rd floor, I could just see the situation outside. The big movement just now had attracted the attention of those people. After a while, some more people appeared, wandering around. But there was no one dare to get close. What if they come again? Bai Su looked at Lin Chi worriedly. She had inspected the weapons she brought back just now. Although they were rough in workmanship, they were powerful. If the other party was prepared, they might not be able to take advantage. Do you think they dare to come again? If my hand hadn't cramped, I would have killed them directly. Lin Chi asked Tuanchuan to massage his arms to relieve the sore muscles. Although he could not fight back at this time, he did not panic at all. Don't be brave. They also have a lot of guns. We only have 2. Tuanchuan squeezed Lin Chi's arm hard and wondered if he should apply hot milk on him at night, which might help him recover faster. 2 rifles are enough. Let's occupy the terrain. As long as we guard the villa, they can't get in. I will strengthen the security system of the villa in the next few days. It will alert you whenever someone approaches. Bai Su turned on nearby surveillance cameras and turned on the alarm system. As long as the 2 rifles are fully fired, they can easily crush hundreds of people on the opposite side. As long as the opponent does not have a strongman who has unlocked the gene lock. Sure enough, those people just looked at it from a distance for a while, and then disappeared from sight. We can calm down for a few days, and they should not dare to come again. More than 20 combatants were killed in the first battle, and several vehicles and weapons were also lost. This was already a strain on this force. There is no sense of loyalty in the apocalypse. No matter how angry the leader is, his men will not dare to die. If he makes the wrong decision, it might even cause turmoil. Sure enough, in the next few days, no one was seen who dared to set foot in the villa's field of vision. The corpses outside also became bait to attract mutant creatures. As soon as Lin Chi finds any sign of the mutant beast, he will quickly run out of the villa and kill it. The convoy didn't even dare to send anyone here anymore. It even narrowed its control area and drove several trucks to the edge of the villa area, with the possibility of leaving at any time. In the laboratory, Bai Su prepared a special potion and soaked several mutant beast materials into it. If you want to make a special bow, you need the horns of special mutant beasts. Rhinoceros horns are the most suitable. Ox horns are also acceptable, but it is difficult to encounter such creatures in the city. These things can only be made for you. An arrow. On the table were materials Lin Chi obtained from hunting mutant beasts, including cat and dog claws, teeth, and bird claws. The gelatin decomposed through genetic crystallization can dissolve these hard substances into liquids and then reshape them. This is the use of a new type of material. Chapter 52, Open the Gene Lock. Lin Chi had no choice but to give up the idea of a new weapon. Anyway, this bow was enough now. A few days later, mutated rats appeared outside the villa. But they were just a few scattered ones, and did not pose a threat at all. However, Lin Chi still took out the animal repellent powder and sprinkled it outside. Maybe once there are more rats, we can take care of that group of people without taking action ourselves. On this day, Lin Chi had taken 10 gene crystals and felt the continuous changes in power in his body. Just as Bai Su said, the 10 gene crystals had fully improved his genes, and he could faintly feel that there was more in his body. Some changes. Your body has grown 3 centimeters taller and gained 20 kilograms in weight. but you don't seem to have changed much. After testing, Baisu presented Lin Chi's detailed data. There was no external display of weight gain, which indicated that the bones and muscles were becoming denser. However, after taking 10 gene crystals, Lin Chi did not feel at all what Baisu said, that the gene tolerance had reached the upper limit, and it seemed that he could still take some more. When he learned about this situation, Baisu pushed up his glasses and explained patiently. This has happened before. The people who participated in the experiment were all physically strong soldiers. The best among them could withstand 11 or even 12 gene crystals before their genetic endurance reached the limit, touched the genetic lock barrier. For ordinary people, 10 is already the limit. Of course, those who can exceed the limit must be the best among humans. Only Tianquan is a little special. She seems to have never taken gene crystals before. This is the first time that she has unlocked the gene lock in advance without any sequelae. Baisu looked at Xiao Tianquan, who was studying on the side, his eyes full of envy. Without the restriction of gene locks, it will accept its own power more quickly, fully absorb the ability of each gene, and even start the second stage of evolution in advance. The genetic lock in the first stage does not have many restrictions. As long as you accumulate enough, you can touch the layer of restrictions and try to open it. But the second stage after that was completely different. In the experiments that Baisu participated in before, the genetic crystals of the second-order mutant beasts were used to give warriors who unlocked the gene locks a dose to further enhance their strength. However, different crystals taken have different effects. Some mutant beasts with special abilities can even give humans special abilities. There is also a kind of crystal in the body of the mutated Zerg, called evolutionary crystal. Most of the color is green, and the effect is basically the same as the second-order mutation knot. If, after opening the gene lock, there is no official guidance and the wrong choice is made for gene crystal absorption, one's own potential will not reach its limit, and it will stop at this level, and the genes will no longer be able to be improved. These unknown information have been sealed up by the Federation. Only a few people know the inside story. Firstly, in order to seize the opportunity, the major forces in the Federation obtain a large amount of genetic crystals in advance. Secondly, they can also use this kind of secret information later. Recruit survivors. Of course, there is another limitation. That is, the strength of ordinary survivors must not be superior to that of the Federation. Sure enough, the means to become stronger are generally in the hands of big forces. And those results that have been studied through countless experiments will definitely not be released so quickly. He was able to know in advance because of Baisu's glory. 2 days later, Lin Chi absorbed 2 genetic crystals again, and finally reached the limit of his own genetic tolerance. However, when his hand touched his chest, a prompt to open the genetic lock appeared. It has been detected that there is a gene lock in the body. Do you want to turn it on? Lin Chi did not hesitate, and started to chant silently. The moment his mind turned, a powerful force spurted out from his blood and spread throughout his body. The pupils of his eyes dilated slightly, and everything around him seemed to slow down. His perception became extremely sharp. The scenes from the previous fight with Tianquan gradually replayed in his mind. In an instant, there were several more ways to deal with it. If he was given another, he can easily subdue the opponent with one chance of fighting. This feeling is like the sublimation of the body. Lin Chi slowly stood up and moved around. He could almost feel the beating of every muscle in his body, and even his strength was more than twice as strong as before. Of course, this situation varies from person to person. I have taken 12 gene crystals, which have enhanced my physical fitness far more than the average person. Previously, when Tianquan only took 1 gene crystal and turned on the gene lock, his strength only increased by about 30%. After moving his body for a while, Lin Chi, like Tianquan, did not feel any restrictions on his body. It was not until 10 minutes later that he felt that his whole body was slowly getting hot. This was due to the pressure on his body, due to the faster blood flow. Feeling this change coming, Lin Chi turned off the gene lock. Suddenly, he felt a heavy feeling, as if something had been stripped away from himself. Sure enough, I don't have any side effects. Is this a perfect lock-picking ability? Lin Chi put his hand on his chest again, and another illusory light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. It has been detected that the gene lock has been turned on. Do you want to force it to close? The new prompt that appeared surprised Lin Chi. He had already turned off the gene lock. So how could such a prompt still appear? And it's still forced to close? But you can turn it on at any time. So there's nothing wrong with giving it a try. So with a thought in my mind, I forced it to shut down. I instantly felt as if a power had been sealed in my body, and the blessing I had received from breaking through the genetic restrictions gradually disappeared. What's the use? Lynchie tried to actively open the gene lock, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not feel the previous barrier. It was not until he put his hand on his chest and opened the gene lock again that the feeling returned to his body. One is the main switch, and the other is the sub-switch. After studying for a long time, he was still confused. Lynchie had to give up temporarily, and went to the research room on the second floor to think of a solution. Baisu was instructing the group to study, and the two of them were studying the insect eggs in the petri dish. When they saw Lynchie coming in, they raised their heads and said Lo. Tuan Tuan. Come here. Lynchie waved, and after Tuanchuan came over, he put his hand on her chest. Oh, what are you doing? The teacher is here. Tuanchuan subconsciously thought that Lynchie was going to do something, and his voice trembled slightly. Don't move. How do you feel? Lynchie saw the prompt to turn off the gene lock again, so he turned off the gene lock in Tuanchuan, trying to figure out how she would feel. Huh? If you don't tell me, I really can't feel it. It seems like my gene lock can't be opened. With a clear understanding of the body, just the slightest difference will be noticed. Zhao Tuanchuan felt the changes in his body in an instant. The power that he could easily master before had disappeared. However, she was not impatient, but believed in Lynchie unconditionally. Let's leave it like this for now. Try it, and see if there are any changes. If you feel anything unusual, tell me in time. By trying it on both of them at the same time, Lynchie could find the problem faster. After all, perfect lock-picking ability should not only have such a simple effect. Chapter 53 Top Marksmanship and New Skills. While Lynchie was repeatedly studying gene locks, the Black Boss in the villa area encountered big trouble again. The Black Boss's name was Zhou Zhikuan. More than 20 of his subordinates were injured in front of Lynchie's villa. He moved immediately and hid in the outskirts of the villa area, the one closest to the main road in the north of the city. Originally, he had a desire for revenge, but the group of people under his command were frightened out of their wits. After listening to the two paths he analyzed, they chose the one of retreat, and retreat without hesitation. The dead brothers are all dead, and the living brothers must enjoy themselves in order to live up to the tragic death of their brothers. According to eyewitness reports, the man shot up 2 cars with just a bow and arrow, which was as powerful as an RPG rocket launcher. Moreover, there were 2 people in the villa who were using rifles as if they had been unlocked and hung. And the thieves were extremely cruel, hiding on the edge of the villa. Zhou Zhikuan sent someone to keep an eye on him every day, fearing that the man would come to trouble them again. He had even begun to look for a suitable safe area and planned to leave this place of right and wrong. But the events of the past few days had somehow attracted a large number of zombies, which almost gathered in groups outside the villa area, and slowly gathered around the artificial lake. His villa will bear the brunt, and will face the impact of the zombie swarm. Boss, why don't we change places? There are too many zombies. Looking from a high place, one could see a dense parade of zombies around the lake, crowded with people. Many of them were even pushed into the lake, but in the blink of an eye, they were eaten into residue by unknown creatures in the lake. Damn! It's so hard to find such a good place. Where did these zombies come from? Zhou Zhikuan cursed and roughly guessed that too many people must have died in the past few days. After the blood energy dispersed, it attracted nearby zombies. In fact, these zombies were all infected people in a nearby large hospital. When the apocalypse came, most people could not bear the mutation of the virus and mutated into zombies. The isolation hospital was the first to bear the brunt, and it completely collapsed in just half a day. But the closed doors and high walls trapped these zombies inside. As the snow melted away, the zombies resumed their actions. A large number of zombies were about to knock open the iron door of the hospital, and gradually moved in the direction of the blood villa area. At the same time, Lynchie also noticed the zombies outside the villa area. Looking through the high-power scope of the rifle, there were many mutant beasts. Here it comes! The big wave is coming! If an ordinary survivor saw so many zombies, he would hide as far away as possible. But for Lynchie, these are all his experience-based skills. So many zombies. Tuanchuan's little face turned pale, looking at the dark figures by the lake, and subconsciously moved closer to Lynchie. Baisu on the side observed carefully, with the scope of another gun. From the clothes on the zombies, he could tell which area they migrated from. There are traces of the zombies' movement patterns. It should be the butterfly effect caused by the blood spread in the past few days. I am afraid that zombies in the entire northern district of the city will continue to gather here. These low-level zombies are usually inconspicuous. Even if a dozen of them gather together, they will not make any waves. However, if thousands of them gather together to form a zombie tide, they must be avoided without heavy firepower to suppress them. Its edge. There was a trace of worry on her face. If she was surrounded by these zombies and couldn't get out for a long time, the trouble would get bigger and bigger. If we leave here now, wouldn't the entire villa's supplies be wasted? Just wait. Maybe these zombies will leave soon. Lin Chi continued to wait and see with the scope. And the group in front would bear the impact first, so he could also see how powerful they were. Throughout the morning, the three of them stayed at the third-floor window, observing the zombies' actions. Zhou Jikun also arranged in front of the villa. He mobilized the remaining trucks and blocked all the passages leading to his villa, hoping to stop the tide of corpses. After all, the supplies he brought were all stored in the villa, and there was no way to evacuate them in a short time. Although these zombies moved slowly, they passed through the grassland by the lake in half a day and gradually surrounded the villa area. His arrangement was obviously effective. After the zombies encountered the blocking vehicle, they could only follow the reserved passages, divert to both sides, and gradually spread. That guy is pretty smart. Lin Chi used a high-power sight to take a panoramic view of the situation in the distance. In his field of vision, the leading zombie was almost arriving near his villa. It wasn't until the next day that the mainstream of the zombie tide slowly passed through the villa area. But there were still a large number of zombies left behind, making the originally quiet villa area lively. Standing at the window on the third floor, as far as the eye could see, there were 3 or 2 zombies wandering almost every 10 meters. I'm going out to find some zombies to practice with. You guys take care of your house. Lin Chi came to the studio and took a look at the weapons hanging on the wall. Bow and arrow skills cannot be improved in a short period of time. Instead of slowly accumulating them, it is better to focus on improving new weapon skills. So I took a look at the skill requirements for the spear, and found that there were only a dozen zombies left to complete the advancement requirements. Get a gun and a knife, and that's it. With a long knife strapped to his back, Lin Chi picked a fine steel gun, put on the mutated cat leather armor Tuanchuan had sewn for him, and walked towards the front door of the villa. Opening the door of the villa, there was a rotting zombie 3 meters away. He noticed the movement coming from the door. Before the zombie could turn around, the gun tip had already penetrated his head. 1. Lin Chi withdrew his hand and put away the gun, took 3 steps, and accurately hit another zombie with his spear. Most of the zombies left in the villa area at this moment are slow-moving and severely decomposed. Such zombies have not eaten for a long time and have excessive energy consumption in their bodies, so they do not pose much of a threat at all. Along the way, more than a dozen zombies have fallen on the ground, and the advanced spearmanship skills have finally advanced. High-level gun skills can be advanced. Advanced conditions. 1. Kill 100 targets with a spear, completed. 2. Kill 3 mutated creatures, completed. 3. Consume 3 gene crystals, completed. Advanced spear skills completed. Top spear skills. Special skill, Fulong Xiantian break. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Kill 500 zombies. 2. Kill 100 mutated creatures. 3. Consume 50 second-order gene crystals. 4. Consume 10 second-level evolutionary crystals. It was another impressive name, and after completing the advanced conditions, the special skills of the spear had appeared in Lin Chi's mind, as if it had been engraved on it, and the previous first skill seems to have changed to a certain extent. This skill is a bit gorgeous. Lin Chi simulated it in his mind, and changed the position of the spear in his hand, holding it horizontally in front of him. Not far ahead, a mutated zombie appeared. It sensed the aura of a living person and roared towards Lin Chi. This mutant zombie is nearly 2 meters tall, with cuticles already growing on its body. Its exposed skin is dark and shows off its explosive muscles. It is already the best among mutant zombies. It strode forward, and when it stepped out, it splashed mud on the ground, leaving a deep footprint. Its whole body rose into the air and rushed towards Lin Chi. Fu Long Xiang Tianpa. With a thought in his mind, Lin Chi held his spear horizontally and spun around. Suddenly a hurricane blew up around him. The strong wind pressure directly knocked back the mutated zombies. When he was more than 10 meters into the air, he fired a shot. A huge gun shadow hit the mutated zombie on the ground with a powerful impact, instantly drowning the mutated zombie. Chapter 54 Brand New Energy. Lin Chi fell from the air and hit the ground with his spear before he stabilized his body. Did your husband fly just now? On the second floor of the villa, Bai Su and Tuanchuan were studying something. But through the window just now, she still saw Lin Chi's flying figure. Ah? Where? Tuan came forward out of curiosity. But the wall outside blocked her view, causing her to miss the wonderful scene. Teacher, you are lying to me again. Tuanchuan looked shy. When he was doing the experiment just now, he was distracted several times and peeked out of the window from time to time, hoping to see Lin Chi's figure. After all, there are a lot of zombies outside now, and she must be worried. She didn't expect to be teased like this by the teacher, and the girl must have lost her face. I'm not lying to you. You'll know when he comes back and you ask. Bai Su has seen many abilities after Gene awakening, no matter how strange they are. Bai Su is not surprised. She is concentrating on studying the things on the experimental table at the moment. It was the crystal decomposed from 3 genetic crystals. She shaped it into a cylindrical shape and fixed it on the instrument. At this moment, after the electricity is turned on, the transparent cylinder gradually emits a rich light. Fortunately, it didn't fail. This kind of crystal conversion energy is a new energy source that the Federation has previously developed using biotechnology, although its development and utilization have not yet been fully popularized. After being activated by current, the energy in the crystal will be continuously released, and the effect is hundreds of times stronger than ordinary batteries. Bai Su carefully took out the cylinder, which was only 2 centimeters long, from the instrument and placed it in the equipment. Teacher, is this the new energy you are talking about? There was only a small amount of crystals separated from the 3 genetic crystals, and the energy block made did not seem to be able to effectively store much. Tuanchuan did not hold out much hope at all. Don't underestimate this thing. It's the light bulb in our room. This one can keep lighting up for a month. And this is only the crystal separated from the lowest level of gene crystallization. And the energy conversion it possesses is far less than that of pure and high purity. Outside the villa, Lin Chi put on a long sword and began to brush up on the advanced requirements for the long sword skill. There were a lot of lone zombies, and dozens of them were even trapped in some remote corners. To Lin Chi, it was like a group of mobs spawning. He quickly killed 10 zombies with the long knife. This weapon, which is equivalent to an extension of the arm, is more flexible. It was only the first stage of mastering it, and Lin Chi fell in love with this feeling, especially when chopping melons with a knife at close range. The touch that penetrates the bones and cuts the muscles will make Lin Chi feel that his blood is swelling and his mood is inexplicably restless. This feeling is completely incomparable to that of a spear. Basic sword skills have been advanced. Advanced sword skills. My sword is already hungry and thirsty. When using the long sword, it is surrounded by domineering energy. Special skill, Thunder Slash. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Use a long knife to kill 100 mutated zombies. 2. Use the long knife to kill 10 first-level mutant beasts. 3. Obtain 5 first-order gene crystals. Domineering? Lin Chi held the knife with one hand, and a realization gradually came to his mind. It was probably just a bluff. How could the zombies on the opposite side feel the threat of domineering? But this Thunder Slash is a bit of a gimmick. He immediately drew his sword and charged up his strength to slash. A bolt of thunder burst out from the long knife, leaving a shallow mark on the ground that extended to an ordinary zombie 10 meters away. Just hearing a roar, the zombie exploded in half instantly, and the split body was charred. With a thunder attack? It's getting more and more perverted. At this moment, Lin Chi felt like a peerless master, completely different from the survivors in the apocalyptic world. After cleaning up all the zombies around the villa, Lin Chi returned to the villa, put the weapons back, cleaned up his body, and walked towards the laboratory on the second floor. Under normal circumstances, Bai Su and Tuanchuan will be in the laboratory. Seeing Lin Chi wiping his hair appearing at the entrance of the laboratory, Tuanchuan hurriedly greeted him. Honey, Teacher Bai said he saw you flying just now. There were little stars of anticipation in her eyes. Fly? It's nothing. It's just a matter of jumping higher. Lin Chi glanced outside and roughly understood that Bai Su had seen him when he used his spear technique just now. In fact, after unlocking the gene lock, humans are likely to awaken the ability to fly. Bai Su pushed up his glasses and recounted the data he had seen when he first participated in the experiment. Human genes are very comprehensive, and most of the special abilities that appear in dreams when you are a child are the deep calls of genes. When Lin Chi was a child, he often dreamed that he was flying in the sky. He only needed to find a position to borrow strength and push hard to fly a long distance. But when I grew up, I never had such strange dreams again. My own abilities are so abnormal. There is nothing I can't accept if others can fly. There are many things in Baisu's laboratory that Lin Chi can't even name. But this kind of experiment always gives people a sense of curiosity. Especially the insect eggs cultured in a few glass vessels in the corner. Under the right temperature. These insect eggs are already showing signs of hatching. And there are even several insect larvae. It's just that these larvae are really different from the original bugs. Just like the mantis eggs that Baisu had plucked from the tree. At this moment, several almost transparent little mantises hatched from the eggs. In just a moment, the little mantises turned into a yellow-gray color. And the originally soft sickles were filled with a metallic luster. Seeing that Lin Chi was interested in the praying mantis, Baisu started to explain. Don't underestimate these praying mantises. They are only in the larval stage now. As long as they start to grow, they will continue to metamorphose. The final adults should be about half a meter long. And this is still the first level of mutant insects. In order for Lin Chi to understand in detail, Baisu projected an image. A mantis of this size was already qualified to prey on large animals. 100-fold increase in body size? Is this the special nature of genetic evolution? Lin Chi recalled in his mind that a half-meter-long mantis launched a surprise attack in the air, slashed it with a sharp sickle, and a head flew up. Such a big mantis should be delicious fried. Of course, this kind of thing will eventually become food as long as the quantity is not enough. Indeed, it's high in protein. Most of the remaining experimental subjects had not yet completed their transformation, so Baisu did not introduce them. Instead, she began to explain the crystallized energy she had just done. The purpose was nothing more than to make Lin Chi realize the convenience of this energy source and gain more research resources. Until the evening, the three of them had just finished dinner, and when Baisu was left to make up lessons, they suddenly heard a roar from outside, as if something exploded. The sound should be near the villa area. It's the villa of the previous team. Lin Chi was also very sensitive to the transmission of sound and determined the location immediately. So he quickly picked up the rifle and went to the balcony on the 3rd floor. Sure enough, at the edge of the villa area, a fire rose, and roars were heard from time to time. Chapter 55 Aerial Cleanup Plan. The zombies during the day had just passed through. But unexpectedly some special creatures appeared at night. Those were some mutated zombies and mutated beasts that wreaked havoc in the villa area during the day. They were one step ahead of the ordinary zombies and ate the corpses of the survivors before hiding. But at night, looking for the smell of blood, they gradually arrived near the group's villa. The mutated zombies already possess powerful mobility and can easily climb over even a 3-meter-high courtyard wall. Once they enter the villa, it will be a massacre. Damn it! Didn't I tell you to disinfect and disinfect? Sprinkle alcohol around the villa. How come these zombies still come in? Zhou Zhikuan hid on the 3rd floor of the villa in his pajamas, with a frightened look on his face. When he saw the black shadows scurrying outside, he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Boss, these guys are pouring alcohol every day, so we only need to take a shower with it. We don't know where these guys come from. Several of Zhou Zhikuan's men were holding double-barreled shotguns, but they did not dare to go downstairs. When they heard the screams coming from outside, they were all so frightened that their legs became weak. Damn it! Fight with these bastards. Zhou Zhikuan is worthy of being the boss. He mustered up the courage at the critical moment and went out with a handful of spray guns. At this time, everyone retreated to the lobby on the 1st floor and guarded the door of the villa. Once a zombie approached, several spray guns burst into flames at the same time, and countless steel balls exploded, covering the door. Even that kind of mutated zombie couldn't withstand this kind of fire suppression. As soon as it showed its head, its limbs that were hit exploded into pieces. This type of nozzle, which is roughly machined in the factory, is very powerful, but its shortcomings are also very obvious. After only 2 rounds, everyone was in a hurry. Get on top. Move things to block the door. Zhou Zhikuan gave loud instructions from behind, and at the same time asked his younger brothers to carry weapons and constantly come forward to support. But suddenly, a woman's scream came from upstairs, and some agile mutant zombies climbed directly upstairs and rushed into the bedroom on the 3rd floor. The women hiding there are all Zhou Zhikuan's women, but now they have become delicacies in the mouths of zombies. In just a short moment, the scream stopped suddenly, and heavy footsteps came from upstairs, gradually approaching the stairs. Boom! 2 smooth long legs flew down from the stairs and landed in front of Zhou Zhikuan. The smooth thighs were full of torn wounds, but a large bloody band-aid fell out from where the legs crossed. Seeing this thing, Zhou Zhikuan immediately understood, and his face turned red instantly. Damn it! Come on! Your mother's aunt! At this moment, how could he not understand how these zombies were attracted? The roar of the explosion continued for half an hour before the sound gradually stopped. Lin Chi put down the high-power sight, and roughly understood that the people in the convoy were basically gone. If you don't have absolute strength and dare to be so arrogant, what's the difference between seeking death? Ever since this group of people came to the villa area and brought so many women with them, Lin Chi knew that they wouldn't be active for long. However, every death will bring survival experience to the living people, and it is not without any effect. Until dawn, the three of them did not dare to fall asleep. After all, after this riot, the mutated zombies and mutated beasts hiding in the dark became active. After devouring fresh flesh and blood, and in a full stomach, these troubles would become extremely active and even kill each other. Lin Chi took out some more animal-repelling powder and sprinkled it around the villa to completely cover up the scent of the three of them, and then planned not to go out for a while without turning on the gene lock. The gunmanship and sword skills he exerted were enough to kill ordinary mutated creatures with one blow. For now, they were enough. But when encountering a large number of mutant beasts, you still have to avoid their sharp edges. After repeatedly turning on the gene lock yesterday, Lin Chi finally realized the loopholes that could be exploited. After taking 12 genetic crystals, I felt the bottleneck of genetic restrictions and opened the genetic lock. Subsequent consumption of gene crystals will have minimal physical improvement, making it difficult to improve further. But after the gene lock was forcibly closed, the bottleneck that I felt before seemed to disappear. It wasn't until Lin Chi took another gene crystal that the feeling of bottleneck restriction reappeared. In other words, Lin Kika had a loophole and took 13 gene crystals before the first level gene lock was opened. 4 days later, Lin Chi felt that the bottleneck restriction had disappeared again. So he took another gene crystal. The 14th one. Let's move to the basement for the next few days. On this day, Baisu destroyed all the experimental subjects he was studying, sealed the data records, and completely terminated his experiment. What's wrong? You don't plan to continue research? Lin Chi looked at Baisu's abnormal behavior and was a little confused. Even if she did not continue the research, she would still observe the changes in the mutated Zerg and record the data on genetic evolution. Why did she terminate the experiment so quickly? I have received some news that the whole world and the federal government have jointly decided to implement an aerial cleaning plan in no man's land or in cities that have been evacuated. Baisu looked heavy. The aerial cleaning plan passed. The resolution was divided into 3 levels. The first is to target sparsely populated areas such as mountains, hills, basins and rivers, and use cluster bombs to cover and bomb them on a large scale to strangle the unhatched mutated Zerg in their cradle. The second is to carry out carpet cleaning near the edge of the town and isolate the safety camp to clear out an absolutely safe area for the camp in the future. The third is to target uninhabited areas, implement small-yield hydrogen bombs to annihilate them, completely destroy all living things, and use them as a new territory for mankind to rebuild their homes. After listening to Baisu's narration, the room fell into absolute silence for a while. Lin Chi subconsciously turned on the gene lock and put himself into a state of absolute calm, and then began to analyze the feasibility of this plan. But after a while, there was still a heavy look on his face, and he had no choice but to exit the gene lock state. There is insufficient information, and from my point of view, I cannot judge the feasibility. Anyone who can come up with an aerial cleaning plan must have taken all factors into consideration. Those factors are not something Lin Chi can know at all, so naturally he cannot take them into consideration. This is the method most beneficial to mankind, chosen by a brain-awakened person who has turned on the gene lock after deducing it hundreds of times. In fact, they all know that doing so will cause irreparable damage to the whole world. But almost everyone at the meeting agreed. Baisu's face became more and more ugly because of her special status. She knew more comprehensively than Lin Chi. How is it possible? There must be at least some opposition from different factions. Right. Lin Chi expressed his incomprehension. There is no shortage of holy mothers in the world at any time. How can almost everyone agree with this plan? Because after the aerial cleaning plan is implemented, the pattern of the entire world will change. The entire world will no longer have federal boundaries, nor will there be national restrictions. There will only be various shelters and safe zones. The intensification experiment made people realize that when disaster strikes in the future, the harm to mankind will be far more terrible than it is now. Only when the first level Zerg has not hatched, and when they are at their weakest, can a devastating blow be carried out. Chapter 56, The New World After Destruction. The three of them moved the important instruments from the second floor to the basement overnight. By the time they finished everything, it was already late at night. In the safe house on the third floor of the basement, the floor was simply laid, and the three of them slept in the same clothes. A small lamp is placed on the table nearby. Even with the smallest power, it can illuminate the safe house clearly. Tuanchuan hugged Lin Chi's arm tightly, and her confusion about the future made her feel depressed for a short time, and her whole person became depressed. Even if you are just an ordinary person, you will feel a sense of powerlessness in your heart after knowing that the whole world is falling apart. In fact, most of the survivors have always hoped that the Federation could quickly calm down this crisis and return to a normal life. People hate dullness in their hearts, but after truly experiencing the apocalypse, they will envy the dull life. What they have always had is what they can only hope for. Boom! Suddenly there was a roar, and the earth trembled. Tuan subconsciously hugged Lin Chi. Even Bai Su, who had always been calm and composed, subconsciously hugged Lin Chi closely, looking for that glimmer of security. After a roar, there was a continuous roar. Even in the safe room on the third floor of the basement, Lin Chi could feel the violent tremors, from far to near. It even feels like it is exploding above your head. The three of them hugged each other and resisted the trembling feeling together. It didn't last long, and when the aftermath dissipated, they fell into silence again. It should be fine. Lin Chi slowly released the two of them, picked up the energy lamp that fell on the ground, and turned the power to the maximum, illuminating the entire space. The safe house is still strong, but some dust has been shaken off, and there are no obvious cracks in the wall. It's really ridiculous to say that in order to strengthen themselves, resist foreign enemies, the Federation and even various countries have vigorously developed their own weapons and equipment to deter foreign enemies. Unexpectedly, these weapons were eventually used in their own countries. Even the guns and ammunition were used to massacre them. Of nationals. Under the light, Bai Su's face looked even paler. Now that the Federation is divided into safe zones, it represents the top-level decomposition of power. The leaders of the major safe zones have become the highest commanders. You guys wait here. I'll go out and check the situation. Lin Chi ignored Bai Su's sigh, pushed open the somewhat deformed iron door, and entered the third floor of the basement. After the bombing of the upper floors, although the basement did not collapse, most of the shelves where goods were previously placed fell to the ground, and materials were scattered all over the floor. And most importantly, the villa's power supply system was completely paralyzed. The damage on the second floor of the basement was even more serious, with cracks even appearing on the walls. But the stairs leading to the upper floor were still intact. When Lin Chi reached the basement level, he was completely blocked by the collapsed ruins. The spiral staircase was completely buried. It seemed that a bomb had landed on top of the villa, blowing the three-story villa into rubble. The wall of the garage exit also collapsed in half, but the gap could still allow people to get out. Lin Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Since there was an exit, it would be no problem. So he returned to the safe house on the third floor of the basement and brought Tuanchuan and Bai Su out. The three of them climbed out of the ruins. It was already bright outside, but the gray sky completely blocked their sight. But one can still see streaks of fire streaking across the sky, flying everywhere. After being bombarded in an all-round way, the smoke and dust spread by the explosion had not dissipated in a short time. Even though Lin Chi had excellent eyesight, he could not see very far away. The three-story villa behind them completely collapsed, and there were still burn marks on the ruins. The three of them stood in the ruins, giving people a sense of loneliness and desolation. This is the real Doomsday. Tuanchuan nervously grabbed the corner of Lin Chi's clothes. Her bright eyes filled with tears, and that sad emotion filled her heart unconsciously. Don't be afraid. Even if the world ends, I will still be by your side. Lin Chi comforted him in a low voice. His sense of belonging to this world was not that strong, so his mood swings were far less intense than the two of them. The buried basement could be used as a temporary shelter. The three of them retreated, and after reinforcing some measures at the entrance of the cave, they began to count the remaining supplies. Several cars in the garage were damaged to varying degrees, but the armored vehicle was still intact. As the last means of transportation, this armored vehicle was Lin Chi's last resort. Bai Su checked the circuits in the basement and installed the crystal energy on the connected circuits. The basement became bright again. This energy battery can only last 3 days. I need to make another one. The instrument brought out from the laboratory was not damaged. After Baisu installed it on the workbench, he connected the power supply and started it again. I still have 5 genetic crystals here. You can break them down and use them first. The most important thing right now is to keep the electricity flowing. I don't need to take gene crystals for a short time. After Baisu took it, he became busy on the experimental table. You guys should also learn it. This method of producing new energy must be in your own hands in the future. Baisu has no secrets. And now she is also very confused. After the division of the Federation, the unit she originally belonged to has probably been disbanded, and it is unknown what power her family is in now. Therefore, this 3-person team now gives her a greater sense of belonging. After the hydrochloric acid was diluted to a certain level, Baisu put the 5 gene crystals in and then waited. After about an hour, the hydrochloric acid in the vessel slowly returned to calmness. Baisu carefully took out a ball of genetic fluid wrapped in soft glue, placed it in another glass, and used tweezers to carefully sink it to the bottom. The crystals are pinched out. The crystal at this moment still has some elasticity. After being placed in a special container and pressed, it forms a simple cylinder. The last step is to apply a constant current to the crystal to activate the crystal energy. Baisu explained every step in detail, making sure that the two of them remembered everything clearly. After all is completed, the cylindrical crystal gradually emits a blue light, even brighter than a light bulb. Finished. Baisu used an insulating clip to take out the energy crystal. The energy crystal made from the material decomposed from the 5 gene crystals was not only 3 times larger than the previous one, but the energy contained in it was far more than dozens of times greater. Linchi opened the energy device, took out the dim energy crystal inside, and adjusted the size of the energy bin. After putting it in and closing the energy compartment, the basement lit up again. This is the source of new life. It's really convenient. This is just the energy crystal separated from the genetic crystals in the body of the lowest mutant beast. If it is a powerful mutant beast, it is really unimaginable. 2 days later, the smoke and dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Chapter 57 Second Order Gene Crystallization. The villa area was severely damaged, and most of the area was in ruins. The lake in the distance was damaged by the bombing of the dam, and the lake water was diverted. Looking from a high place, almost half of the entire city was destroyed, with only the central area of the city still relatively intact. The aerial cleaning plan is not to clean all places. Most of the heavy industrial cities have been preserved through satellite positioning. Major traffic arteries, factories, mining areas and other places have been demarcated. Baisu walked slowly to Lin Chi's side, looking at the messy home. His eyes gradually became dull. As a scientific researcher of the Federation, she had always had strong confidence in the Federation. But this sudden change completely destroyed the only pride in her heart. The two stood outside for a long time before returning to the basement and starting to collect important supplies. You can't stay in the basement of a villa for a long time. No one knows when it will collapse again. Lin Chi moved all the weapons he made to the armored vehicle, and the long guns were fixed on the roof. In addition to the necessary food, Baisu's energy synthesis instrument was also installed in the empty compartment. The computer brought from the community was also put to use. It happened to be installed in the corner of the carriage. After being connected to the satellite network, it could receive news from the new world. Finally, the energy device is installed in the car to provide a stable power system for the car. This armored vehicle is a universal gasoline electric vehicle. This energy battery is enough to last hundreds of kilometers. After spending half a day clearing the exit, the 3 of them got into the armored vehicle and rushed out of the ruins like giant beasts with the engine roaring. I used my computer to connect to the armored vehicle's satellite network system, and I will receive the information later. Baisu sat in the back seat, and the space was transformed into a place for placing a computer, just enough for her to operate. Lindy nodded, turned the steering wheel, and slowly drove out of the ruins. Arriving outside the villa, we have explored this area before. With the performance of the armored vehicle, we can easily drive through the bombed villa area, but we need to take some turns. The armored vehicle slowly rolled over the ruins. When it reached the gentle road, it slowly accelerated its speed. After more than 10 minutes, it drove out of the villa area and onto the road beside the lake. Honey, are there any fish floating in the water? Tuanchuan was lying on the car window and saw something white on the lake, feeling a little unsure. After the bombing, several missiles fell into the lake. blasting out several large craters at the bottom of the lake and significantly lowering the water level. It looks like a fish. But this fish seems to be too big. Lin Chi stopped the car, opened the door, and walked out. When he arrived at the lake, he finally saw clearly what was floating on the shore. The fish has a fat white belly, a long beard, and is surrounded by mucus. There is a huge crack on the fish's body, almost splitting the body in two, and the bright red flesh is still trembling slightly. What a big catfish! The belly-turned catfish was almost 3 meters long. It must have been blown out of the water, and its body was severely injured. But it was not completely dead. In the past, the most common fish in the viewing lake in the villa area were ornamental fish. Even if there were catfish, they only weighed more than 10 kilograms. This catfish, which is more than 3 meters long, weighs at least 500 kilograms. It can be said to be one of the mutant creatures. The best? If there was a genetic crystal in its head, it would definitely be purer than what Lin Chi had obtained before. Feeling someone approaching, the mutated catfish shook its tail. But the physical trauma left it unable to resist. Don't get close yet. Wait until I get something to bring it up. Lin Chi quickly reached the roof of the car and pulled out a long spear. The gun body shook, and an illusory sickle hook tip extended out. When he found a suitable position by the lake, he suddenly plunged towards the fish's head. Wake it up for me. The big catfish weighing more than 500 kilograms can be started as soon as it is mentioned without any hesitation. With Lin Chi's current strength, he could lift more than 500 kilograms of things with ease. After lifting the mutated catfish to the shore, he lifted the fish's head with a spear, and the wide fish head split into two in an instant, revealing the catfish's fine pieces. Jagged fangs. After the head was completely broken open and the gray brain sputtered out, Lin Chi picked it a few times with his spear and pulled out a crystal with blood-red threads from inside. This genetic crystal is about the size of a walnut, like red jade, with delicate lines on its surface. This guy's genetic crystal is so big. Lin Chi was really surprised to see such a large genetic crystal for the first time. This is a second-order genetic crystal. The larger the animal, the larger the genetic crystal. Catfish grows throughout its life. After mutation, its size is its strong point. If it doesn't die, it won't be long before it will become the most powerful creature in this lake. Bai Su found a glass bottle from the car and put the second-order gene crystal into it. This kind of individual gene crystal cannot be taken directly. It must be broken down and turned into genetic fluid to be slowly absorbed. Lin Chi followed the catfish's belly and threw it away completely. After seeing what was in the belly, he picked it out in disgust. Ah! These catfish are eating people. The contents in the stomach were actually several skeletons that were almost completely digested. And even the bones showed signs of melting. Tuanchuan covered his mouth and ran away quickly. The stench of rotting corpses was not only a torture to the human senses, but also a shock to the soul. I was still thinking about cutting 2 pieces of meat and boiling them in a hot pot. Once the juice drips, it's all over. The green water from the rotting corpses flowed all over the ground, dyeing the white and tender fish meat green, completely making Lin Chi lose his appetite. Theoretically, this fish is edible and is good for the body. If you really want to eat it, you can just try a piece of it. Bai Su pushed up her glasses. When she was doing biological research, she had seen more disgusting scenes than this, and she had long been accustomed to it. Forget it. Before cutting meat next time, remind me not to break my stomach. Maybe I will still have an appetite. Lin Chi shook his head quickly, shook off the mucus on the spear, inserted it back into the roof of the car, and prepared to leave the lake. The armored vehicle was started again, accompanied by a roar. And after climbing up the slope, it finally came to the spacious road. I downloaded the new satellite map. Bai Su tapped the keyboard, and a brand new map slowly appeared on the screen. Different from the green and faint picture before, this map was completely gray, with a foggy and confusing feeling everywhere. Lin Chi glanced at him and was speechless. The maps scanned by satellites are all in this condition and cannot be viewed at all. This map may have been scanned during the explosion a few days ago. You can even see mushroom clouds in some areas. And there are traces of missiles everywhere. The new map hasn't come out yet, so I can only look at this first, as long as I can roughly judge the location. Bai Su slowly zoomed in on the location of the 32nd city and drew an area. We are at this location now. The nearest isolation and safety zone from the 32nd city is 30 kilometers southeast. But that isolation and safety zone is relatively small. It should be planned as a shelter now. I don't recommend that we go there. There. It was originally a safe area converted from a factory. Even if it is expanded, There is not much usable equipment in it, and people will be used as laborers to build fortresses for shelters. Then where should we go? Find a large shelter? Lin Chi didn't want to go to a sanctuary controlled by the Federation. Once he entered, there would be no freedom at all. Even if he showed good strength, he would face a lot of trouble. I am not looking for trouble. Go north. Keep going north. The further north you go, the safer it will be. In the spring festival evening in the north, hibernating animals and insects come out later than in the south. As long as we keep going north, we will have enough time to avoid the peak period. Chapter 58 What you can do. In peacetime, you can cross the Commonwealth in a few hours by flying or taking a high-speed train. Even if you drive on the expressway, it won't take long. But the situation is different now. After being bombed, some roads are always destroyed. If you want to cross most of the Federation and reach the north, you must make long-term preparations. The armored vehicle drove onto the provincial road and moved forward slowly. After the bombing, the city was full of ruins, and there were not even many zombies left. Ziz, sizzle, warning, warning. Survivors who have received the message, please take the nearest shelter ahead. The southern coastal city has fallen. Please follow the Federal Army and evacuate to the north. The sound of the radio kept coming from the car, and through the signals of a few words. The news obtained was consistent with Baisu's analysis. Gradually, from those messages, the three of them found some information about the nearest shelter. About 100 kilometers north, you will enter the next city, and there is a shelter near this city that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, and it is now on the right track. It was just that the 20-kilometer perimeter of this shelter had been accurately bombed, and the only way to enter the shelter was to pass through the ruins. The outer bombing should clear out a lifeless safety isolation zone to act as a buffer for the shelter. A high wall should be built there soon. Lin Chi's judgment was accurate. On the third day after the bombing, the shelter began to organize survivors and participated in the construction of fortifications. During the 3 months of cold winter, a simple wall was built to block the crisis of recovery in spring. It's okay not to go to the shelter. Unknowingly, we have arrived at the outskirts of the city. The buildings on both sides of the provincial highway are still somewhat intact. Such villages and towns are generally concentrated near the provincial highway. The single-yard wall buildings can ensure the maximum safety inside before the Doomsday comes. A person's chance of survival. Unlike the centralized quarantine in cities, most towns and villages are under home quarantine. Therefore, the aerial cleaning plan completely avoids village and town buildings and only bombs nearby lakes and mountains. As soon as the armored vehicle drove into the town, the roar of the engine attracted the zombies hiding nearby. Most of these zombies are infected with swollen body muscles, faint signs of mutation, and are far more agile than ordinary zombies. Several zombies were lying on the car and roaring, constantly slapping the thick steel plates, and a few were blocking the front of the car. However, when Lin Chi stepped on the accelerator, they were directly rolled into the bottom of the car. After being crushed, it was even more. The crisp sound of bones breaking can be heard. Help! Come and save us! Suddenly, a cry for help came from the nearby roof. Looking towards the source of the sound, two figures on the roof next to the street were shouting with their arms raised. When they saw the Federal armored vehicle, they thought the Federal Army was coming. But there were zombies outside, and they didn't dare to go out. So they had to climb on the roof. With the first one, there is the second one. And there are even people holding children and supporting old people. We can't take them with us. Baisu noticed that the car's speed had slowed down and reminded Lin Chi. She was afraid that Lin Chi would stop. In this case, as long as he stopped, it would be difficult to leave. I know. But since we're passing by, let's help if we can. Lin Chi shifted into a low gear, adjusted the seat back a little, and turned to ask Baisu, "Can you drive?" Baisu nodded, wondering what Lin Chi meant. "Okay. You drive, and let me go to the back." Lin Chi grabbed Baisu's arm, lifted her up with all his strength, and placed her on his lap with his bare hands. Baisu exclaimed. Her body tensed subconsciously, but when she sat in Lin Chi's arms, she relaxed instantly. Your reaction is a bit big. At that moment, Lin Chi had a strange feeling, but he couldn't figure out why. You say H, low in advance. I'm not even ready. Baisu complained and quickly moved his buttocks away, letting Lin Chi move back. Such close contact, and in front of his own students. How shameless is it for a teacher? When Lin Chi moved to the back, he opened the roof of the car and stood up with the rifle in hand. Bang! Bang bang. Lin Chi deliberately removed the silencer and killed the 3 zombies next to the car with 3 shots. The sound of the gunshots was carried an extremely long distance. It's a rare opportunity for me to practice my marksmanship. Ever since he mastered firearm skills, Lin Chi has never had the chance to use them. Firstly, bullets are precious. And secondly, he wants to save good things at critical moments. But the current situation is different. Facing such a gathering of zombies, using arrows is not as cost-effective as using guns. Guns are the violent aesthetics that every man longs for. After trying to fire 2 shots, Lin Chi only saw those living targets. Slow down the speed and let the zombies behind you catch up. Lin Chi only shot those who fell behind. But unknowingly, there was a zombie team following behind the armored vehicle, extending nearly 100 meters away. Are you planning to lure out all the zombies near this street and kill them all? Bai Su suddenly realized that they couldn't help so many unarmed survivors. But they could still use other methods to kill as many zombies as possible so that these survivors would face less crisis. How can we kill them all? The bullets must be used at critical moments. The rest depends on their luck. Lin Chi stopped decisively after looking at the progress of completing 50 zombies, according to the advanced conditions. Hey, there are still a few mutant zombies. Mutated zombies are also mutated creatures. But they don't have that kind of genetic crystallization in their brains. In addition to losing their human sanity, they are almost like killing beasts. The ones running at the front at the moment were zombies that had mutated characteristics. The claws they waved while running emitted a bloody light. Boom! A shot hit the zombie's head, lifting up a piece of the skull and spraying out the sticky brain. Mutated zombies of this level are still unable to compete with thermal weapons. As long as they hit the head, they can still be killed in one blow. 1. Boom. 2. When the people on the roof saw that the armored vehicles had begun to clean up the zombies, they felt the desire to survive. At this time, they no longer dared to shout for help, for fear of attracting the zombies. But gradually, the car became farther and farther away until it disappeared from the end of the field of vision. They should have lured all the zombies away. And they will definitely come back to save us. A woman huddled on the roof comforted herself and said that since the end of the world, they have been self-isolating at home. Fortunately, most people have the habit of storing food, even if they persist for a month. No one has starved to death. But the bombing a few days ago completely shattered the psychological endurance of these ordinary people. As the 5th mutant zombie was killed, Lin Chi put away his gun decisively. At this moment, the firearm skills have reached the advanced requirements, and the data of the firearm skills appear in front of you in time. Basic firearms use has been advanced. Firearms proficiency. Accuracy. You are proficient in using various firearms, and bullets will always hit the most vulnerable parts of the target's body. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Use firearms to kill 500 zombies. 2. Use firearms to kill 50 mutated creatures. 3. Consume 20 genetic crystals. Seeing the need for advanced firearms, Lin Chi decisively put it aside and did not plan to pay attention to it in the short term. Tuan. Pass me the bow and arrow. Seeing that a row of zombies were still chasing behind the car, Lin Chi signaled to Anchuan to hand over the bow and arrow. Drawing the bow and setting the arrow tail rotated 90 degrees, and an illusory airflow condensed on the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, and the rotating carbon arrow collapsed instantly. But the condensed cyclone continued to expand until it turned into a tornado and swept the entire street. Chapter 59 Primary Mechanical Transformation. When driving into the evening, the armored vehicle drove into a repair shop on the roadside. Lin Chi got out of the car, opened the door of the repair shop, and directed the armored vehicle to enter. Judging from the snow that has not yet melted at the door, this garage has been closed for at least 3 months. You two wait in the car while I go check it out. Although there may not be anyone here, routine inspections are still necessary. Lin Chi drew out his long knife on guard and slowly searched inside. The repair shop on the roadside is very messy. There are several cars waiting to be repaired in the yard. The discarded parts piled up in the corners are almost all rusty. When you open the door of the repair shed, you will be greeted by the smell of engine oil. Even zombies and mutated creatures wouldn't want to stay in a place like this for long. The accommodation area and warehouse in the backyard were checked inside and out. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Chi walked out and waved to the two of them to drive the car into the repair shed. Let's spend the night here tonight and continue our journey tomorrow. There were so many supplies piled up in the car that the 3 of them couldn't even lie down. It would be very uncomfortable to just sit there all night. Then I'll make the bed, and Tuan prepare dinner. We can just make do with something. Bai Su has a clear division of labor. Lin Chi will definitely help when preparing dinner. And he is not too tired. The three of them quickly divided up the tasks and got busy. After a while, Bai Su walked out of the accommodation and helped Tuan with the food, leaving Lin Chi completely free. With nothing to do, Lin Chi wandered around the garage in boredom. Whenever he saw strange parts, he would get closer and study them. You should be able to dismantle some parts and put them on the armored vehicle, and then install a water tank or something on top. When the idea came up, Lin Chi began to think about it. First, he looked for tools and prepared to build a shelf of appropriate size. As for the water tank, one removed from other cars will suffice. As soon as I got the materials and was about to use the tools to make it, an illusory picture appeared in front of me again. Use tools to activate skills. Primary mechanical modification, upgradable. 1. Make a roof water tank. 2. Disassemble a car. 3. Stay in the repair shop for 10 days. Different from combat skills. This special type of skill seems to be more cost-effective. The moment he got the prompt, Lin Chi felt as if a lot of knowledge about repairing machinery had been stuffed into his mind. And there has been no pause. You won't have to stay stuck for 10 days. Thinking of the third advanced requirement, Lin Chi's scalp went numb for a moment. This feeling was like strengthening his brain, outputting it all the time, making him want to take off. He took out the cigarette and took a deep breath. The rising feeling slowly dissipated. At this time, Lin Chi couldn't concentrate. Pictures of mechanical repairs and modifications kept appearing in his mind. Husband, it's time to eat. Tuan leaned out of the kitchen and shouted, then walked out with 2 bowls of noodles. Here. Put it here. Lin Chi cleared the clutter on the table, found 3 chairs, and went back and forth to the kitchen twice before everything was ready. Fragrant egg noodles. You can eat a big bowl. Tuan pushed the big bowl in front of Lin Chi and handed over the chopsticks. It was a very happy thing to have hot noodles in the apocalypse. Bai Su said nothing. She did not have such an optimistic attitude. She was always thinking about something. I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for about 10 days. Lin Chi took 2 bites and felt much better in his stomach. So he opened his mouth and told the 2 of them his plan. Mechanical maintenance skills are a hard one and must be completed as soon as possible. Otherwise you may encounter a suitable repair shop somewhere next time. Stay here for 10 days? Is there anything you want to do? Is it to save those people you met during the day? Bai Su was a little surprised, and even put down his chopsticks, trying to persuade Lin Chi. If they delay on this matter, they may not be able to reach the north in their lifetime, and there will be many survivors waiting for them to rescue on the way. It's not because of those survivors. I think there's something wrong with our car. It just so happens that this is a repair shop. Let's stop and check it before we go on our way. Lin Chi had already made an excuse, although he did not receive much repair knowledge now. As time passed slowly, the amount of repair knowledge he received in his mind became larger and larger, and he would eventually form a complete theory. Well, I just need time to decompose the second-order gene crystal. You have opened the gene lock and can already take the second-order gene crystal. After the gene lock is turned on, although taking ordinary gene crystals has no effect, taking second-level gene crystals has an extremely significant improvement, and you can always take 23 pills before reaching the barrier limit, taking advantage of the opportunity to eat. Bai Su told the 2 of them about the incident, but she was not very clear about how to lift the second restriction afterwards. After all, the Federation's intensification experiments at that time only produced a few third-level mutant beasts, which could not satisfy the improvement of warriors at all. Okay, I'll ask Tuan to help you, and let me know when it's broken down. Lin Dian nodded, shoveled all the noodles in the bowl into his stomach, stood up and started moving. A simple exercise after a meal can help digestion, and the information that is constantly passing through your head must be calmed down to comprehend it all. So Lin Chi found a broken car, opened the door, put down the seat, laid down on it, closed his eyes and meditated. The model of the car was slowly formed in my mind, and then disassembled piece by piece, each part automatically emerging its own role, until it was finally dismantled into pieces. Isn't this the car I'm riding in? Lin Chi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the equipment in the car again, feeling a sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. I originally knew little about cars, but now I clearly know everything inside the car. I can name every part and know how to completely disassemble it. But dismantling an ordinary car had no effect at all. So Lin Chi got out of the car again and walked towards the armored vehicle. Sitting in the armored vehicle, Lin Chi took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The next second, the data of the entire vehicle appeared in his mind again. The car body is decomposed bit by bit, and the detailed data of each part is memorized in my mind. And the function of the combination is also clear at a glance. But after all, armored vehicles are much more complex than ordinary cars, with countless times more precision parts. There are even some hidden functions in them that Lin Chi didn't know about before. This time lasted for a long time. Until late at night, Tuan Tuan came to ask Lin Chi to go back to sleep. "Husband, why are you still in the car? Go back and rest." Tuan Tuan called Lin Chi up with a distressed look on her face. She had never seen Lin Chi look so tired before. "What time is it?" His mind was always busy, making Lin Chi completely forget about time. He woke up in a daze, rubbed his eyes, and got out of the car. "It's already 12 o'clock. It gets dark early in winter. It was only after 8 o'clock when we finished eating. I didn't expect that 4 hours would pass in such a short time. I prepared water for you. Wash up and go to sleep." The garage was a little dark, but there was still some light in the house behind it. The two did not dare to connect the circuit for fear of attracting the attention of nearby survivors, so they only lit a dim oil lamp. After Lin Chi finished washing, he came to the room, looked at the big bunk on the bed, and subconsciously looked for his own bed. "The teacher said it's not safe at night, so we can just sleep together." Tuan Tuan's face turned slightly red. After all, it was a little hard to accept the 2 men and 2 women alone. However, Bai Su was already lying in the corner, holding an engine maintenance manual in his hand and flipping through it. He didn't know if he could read the words clearly. Chapter 60 Second Level Genetic Fluid. "Then sleep like this." Lin Chi said that he had no objection, as long as he was not embarrassed. Others would be embarrassed. The 1.8-meter large bed seemed a bit crowded after 3 people were lying on it. They were lying in the middle, and it was difficult to turn over. For a while, the 2 of them stared at each other, and no one took the initiative to speak. Lin Chi's mind was already in a state of overload, so he would not care about the 2 people's little thoughts. As soon as he lay on the bed, he closed his eyes and digested what he had learned today. After a long time, Tuan Tuan turned over and looked secretly at the person next to him. When he saw Lin Chi breathing slowly and closing his eyes, as if he had been sleeping for a long time, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Then he closed his eyes and just silently hugged Lin Chi's arm. Seeing the 2 of them falling asleep, Bai Su showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes, put down the manual in his hand, and closed his eyes. This was the first time the 3 of them slept in the same bed, and no one got a full night's sleep. Although Lin Chi was asleep, his mind was very active, and he was constantly receiving knowledge about mechanical transformation. Tuan Tuan had been looking forward to it for most of the night, but didn't wait for Lin Chi to take any action. With a hint of disappointment in his heart, he fell asleep unconsciously. Bai Su was the one who slept the latest. She always felt that something was going to happen, and she was still looking forward to it. But in the second half of the night, the 2 of them still didn't move at all, not even making slight contact, which made her feel a little unmotivated. It was getting bright. The oil lamp had long been extinguished, and a ray of light shone through the window on Lin Chi's face. At this moment, he finally completed the assembly of the armored vehicle in his consciousness. As soon as Lin Chi relaxed, he opened his eyes. "It's already dawn." He sighed vaguely, looked down, and saw that Tuan Tuan was curled up in his arms, and his left hand fell into a soft ball. My hands involuntarily moved to the most comfortable position. Lin Chi couldn't help but joke, and suddenly realized something was wrong. He was holding a soft ball in his right hand, although it was not nearly as big as the ball. Subconsciously, I squeezed hard, and then I realized what I was doing, so I slowly pulled my hand back. Teacher Bai is also quite knowledgeable. The deadlock lasted until Tuan Tuan woke up and was broken. The girl, who was a little angry, stretched out and kissed Lin Chi hard before sitting up, after belatedly realizing that there was still his teacher beside him. Tuan Tuanxio carefully prepared to get up. "Are you awake so early?" Lin Chi then pretended to have just woken up, quickly sat up and put on his coat. But Bai Su, the innermost man, remained motionless. "Shh. The teacher is still sleeping. Please keep your voice down." Tuan Tuan reminded her softly, and put on her clothes lightly. After the 2 of them left the room, Bai Su slowly opened his eyes, and stared at the ceiling for a while, before reaching out and rubbing the painful area pinched by Lin Chi. In fact, she was awakened the moment Lin Chi put his hand in. But she did not stop him. Instead, She endured it until dawn, as if nothing had happened. Breakfast was very simple. Tuanchuan made a cup of milk for Lin Chi alone. After drinking it, Lin Chi sat in the armored vehicle and began to receive the knowledge passed on in his mind. Bai Su stayed with Tuanchuan in a relatively clean room. Tools for sorting out crystal decomposition. Second-level gene crystals are very rare at this time, and this one is even more precious. As long as Lin Chi can successfully consume it, the degree of gene awakening will be greatly improved, and his strength will naturally be stronger than now. 2 hours later, Lin Chi began to try to complete the first requirement for mechanical transformation and advancement. Make a roof water tank. There were several trucks in the yard. Lin Chi found a relatively new one, disassembled the water tank, and then took the tools to make a rack to install on the armored vehicle. As soon as this idea came up, the best plan for installing the water tank automatically came to mind, and all the steps were fully presented. Lin Chi connected the energy device on the armored vehicle to the tool and began to operate it. It only took an hour to weld the brackets and drill holes to complete the installation of the water tank. Lin Chi felt that he was very motivated and started to try the second advanced requirement. Disassemble a car. There were several cars in the garage. Lin Chi chose an SUV. After sitting inside and understanding the structure of the car, he began to try to dismantle it, without borrowing any tools, using only his own hands. He violently dismantled the car and quickly disassembled the entire outline of the car and placed them next to each other piece by piece. The two people who heard the sound were stunned when they saw the scene. "Honey, why are you dismantling this car?" It was the first time that Lin Chi was dismantling a car, and she was not very skilled at it. The result was that she was covered in oil and stains, which made Tuanchuan dumbfounded and did not dare to step forward. The engine, which was sizzling and leaking oil, was very much like when she was in heat. "I'm learning to repair cars. Otherwise, what if our car breaks down and we don't know how to repair it in the future?" After hearing Lin Chi's explanation, even Bai Su looked unconvinced. Even if you have learned how to repair cars before, armored vehicles are for federal military use after all. Unlike civilian cars, even old masters don't dare to say they can repair them. Moreover, armored vehicles are not easy to break. As long as you can change tires, it is enough. Bai Su is right. If an ordinary car is driven normally, annual maintenance is enough. It is not easy to break. Thinking too much about it is worrying about gains and losses. But she had no idea how complicated the knowledge Lin Chi was receiving now was. Has the second-level genetic fluid been decomposed? Lin Chi changed a small wrench and started to disassemble the car engine, and asked a question while distracted. Lin Chi is also looking forward to the second-level genetic fluid. It's already decomposing. The second-order gene crystal is different from the previous ones. It takes a longer time to decompose. Gene crystals can be taken directly, but the main effect on genes is the genetic fluid contained in them, which is easier to absorb when broken down. Okay, wait until you break it down and give it to me to try. As a combat member, Lin Chi would naturally be the first to enjoy such achievements, and neither of them would have any objections. Taking advantage of this gap, Tuanchuan went to prepare lunch, and everyone was reasonably busy. Until night, Lin Chi finally dismantled the car into pieces and placed the parts neatly in the open space of the car repair shed. There are so many areas that can be improved on civilian cars. Just by dismantling them, we found a lot of shortcomings. Putting aside the power of the engine, most of those accessories were not up to standard. In Lin Chi's opinion, if all were replaced with standard accessories, the performance would definitely be improved several times. With a thirst for knowledge, Lin Chi looked at the armored vehicle aside, and the desire to dismantle it emerged in his heart. This is the second-order genetic fluid. In the evening, Bai Su held a test tube containing some red liquid, which glowed slightly red in the darkness, giving people an inexplicable attraction. Chapter 61 Modification of Armored Vehicles. The first second-level gene crystal was picked up by mistake, giving people a feeling that there was not much achievement. Looking at the red liquid in the test tube, Lin Chi took a sip without hesitation. As soon as the warm energy entered his throat, it turned into a stream of heat and spread throughout his body, making Lin Chi couldn't help but relax. But the next second, a sense of heat continuously hit every part of the body, inevitably making every part of the body excited. "Husband, why is your face so red? Is there something wrong?" Tuanchuan watched Lin Chi's reaction nervously. When he took the first-order gene crystal, there was no such big change at all. This is a normal reaction when energy enters the body. Absorbing the second-level genetic fluid will completely activate the genetic power hidden in the body. which is equivalent to opening a genetic lock. Baisu explained on the sidelines that she had read some federal experimental materials and had some understanding of this aspect. Just prepare some cold water for him to cool down. There is already a water reservoir in the repair shop. After the electricity is connected, the water supply system can be used. Lin Chi couldn't feel the cold at all now. So he took off his clothes directly, removed the head of the car washing water gun and hung it high, and poured cold water on his body. Baisu blushed and turned around. Just a glance just now made her heart skip a beat, and her body couldn't help but feel a little soft. Tuan Tuan. Find me a bottle of shampoo and shower gel. I just want to take a shower. The cold water cooled down, and Lin Chi felt better. The cold water poured on his body actually started to smoke, which showed how intense the heat emanating from his body was. Husband, I put the clean clothes next to you. Please be careful, and don't catch a cold. Tuanchuan's eyes were filled with salivation, but the cold water kept her from getting close. So she could only return to the room with a face full of resentment. Feeling that his body temperature had dropped a bit, Lin Chi turned off the water and put on clean clothes. This second-level genetic fluid is indeed extraordinary. It has directly doubled my physical fitness. Without testing, Lin Chi had a rough feeling in his mind. At this moment, he came to the car beside him, grabbed the front of the car with one hand, and lifted it up directly. The increase in physical fitness has brought improvements in all aspects, not only strength, but also speed and cell strength. And the effect of the genetic fluid has not completely disappeared. Such a powerful improvement was possible because Lin Chi took the second-level genetic fluid for the first time. If he took it in the future, the bonus might only be an increase of 20% at most. His body was full of strength, and his mind was even clearer. Lin Chi didn't feel sleepy at all, and walked towards the armored vehicle with a wrench in hand. At night, there was a lot of tinkling in the garage. Baisu and Tuanchuan came out several times to call Lin Chi to sleep, but failed. So the two of them could only guard the empty room alone. Until dawn, Lin Chi looked at the parts all over the floor and felt great satisfaction in his heart. After all, dismantling in the mind is different from reality. Only by doing it in person can one understand the performance and function of each part. At this moment, in Lin Chi's eyes, this armored vehicle had no secrets at all. The next step is to see if we can add some modifications to the armored vehicle. There are still 8 days left. Enough for Lin Chi to complete his idea. The space of an armored vehicle is not small to begin with, but after loading a large amount of supplies, the movable space inside becomes much narrower. Lin Chi's idea is to use the original shape of the vehicle body to reinforce the external devices for carrying supplies on both sides, making it lightweight and portable. Practical. As for the internal power system and electric system, Lin Chi also reorganized it, using energy devices as the core, replacing the original electric system, and adding some entertainment facilities. 3 days later, as the last steel plate was closed, a brand new armored vehicle appeared in the repair shed. The new armored vehicle is 1/3 larger than the previous one. The original camouflage paint was changed by Lin Chi into a rusty and battle-damaged version. In addition to the internal space, there are small spaces on both sides for storing supplies. The roof, the additional water tank can provide domestic water. The front part of the car is welded with a triangular opening and rejection angle, so it can be easily pushed away when encountering obstacles blocking the road. The internal space was also rearranged by Lin Chi. The place where the computer was originally placed was expanded into a simple small bed for temporary rest, and the computer was installed behind the seat. Come and visit! Lin Chi called to Anchuan and Baisu over to let them feel the armored vehicle he had modified. Entering it, the first thing they felt was that it didn't have the same cold texture as before. The extra bed surprised both of them. After all, sitting in a car for a long time is also a burden on the body. Being able to lie down when you are tired can make you feel happy both physically and mentally. Husband, you also installed a central control system? Originally, the dashboard on the armored vehicle was a simple one, without any bells and whistles, and it also had a monitoring screen. However, Lin Chi still installed a central control screen so he could watch movies, listen to music, etc. to relieve boredom. How about it? I'm awesome. Even Baisu had never heard of modifying a car like this in 3 days. If he didn't have enough strength, he wouldn't even be able to move those parts. Have you ever repaired a car before? Baisu looked at the brand new armored vehicle inside, and really didn't understand how a person's ability could be so abnormal. From Lin Chi, she felt too much shock. I once worked as an apprentice for 2 years, working for the master. It's really hard to explain this kind of thing. After all, no one would believe that a person without any foundation can directly disassemble and install a car. Or even add some new things. Your brain must have awakened too. I didn't expect you to be a brain awakener. Gene evolution generally has prominence. And only the most prominent one will be selected and presented to achieve some kind of mutation. It has never been so comprehensive. Even in previous experiments, we have never encountered such a change. Such a unique existence. I am indeed different from ordinary genetically awakened people. My biggest golden finger is those abnormal skills, which are the foundation of my life. After starting the vehicle, the low-pitched sound of the engine was heard. Exactly the same as before, without any abnormal noise, which made Lin Chi feel relieved. Although his unique modification technology is meticulously completed, no one can guarantee whether there will be any accidents before actually inspecting the goods. After checking the vehicle, the three of them got out of the car and returned to the room. They had been working continuously in the past few days. Lin Chi had so little time to sleep that he lay on the bed and fell asleep without even talking for long. When I woke up again, it was already the next morning. Honey, wake up! There's someone knocking on the door outside. When I entered the repair shop, there were clear wheel marks at the door. Anyone who is attentive will definitely be able to detect that someone has entered the repair shop. Don't panic. It should be a passing survivor. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Chi quickly put on his clothes. And when he arrived at the door of the repair shop, Bai Su was already on guard at the door with a pistol in his hand. Chapter 62 Survivors ask for help. Who is it? Stop knocking. Lin Chi signaled Bai Su to put away his gun. There was no need to be nervous in this situation. Brother, we are going to the Central Plain safety zone. Our car got a flat tire here, and we want to find some tools. A man's voice came from outside the door. With a hint of nervousness, Lin Chi glanced through the crack in the door and found three people outside, all dusty and wrapped in thick clothes. There were several cars parked next to them. Then he opened the door and walked out. I remember there is no shelter near the 32nd city. Why do you want to go far away and take such a long detour? Although these people did not look threatening, and children could be vaguely seen in the cars on the roadside, Lin Chi still maintained a certain degree of vigilance. We came from the shelter in District 32. It was full of people, so we had to continue going north. The leader was a middle-aged man with unshaven beard. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and gave it to Lin Chi with a smile on his face. But this smile showed a helpless look. Lin Chi took the cigarette, opened it, took out one, and threw the rest back. In this damn world, one of your cars has a flat tire. Let me see. The bearded man was a little surprised, but he walked forward quickly and took Lin Chi to inspect the car with a flat tire. There were a total of 5 cars in their convoy. The one driving the road was an off-road vehicle, a minibus in the middle, and 2 boxcars at the back. The one with a flat tire was the minibus. There were a lot of blood stains and bump marks around the car body, so I guess I encountered a lot of trouble on the road. My name is Liu Yongping. These are my 2 brothers, Su Wen and Fan Hanjun. We have a close friendship. Seeing Lin Chi's willingness to help, Liu Yongping's face was filled with gratitude. Along the way, they have seen too many human relationships, and have even been blocked and robbed. If they didn't still have some strength, they might not be able to get here. My name is Lin Chi, and I also go to the north. I came here a few days ago. My car broke down, and I parked it for repairs. I feel like you are in the same boat. Lin Chi had already seen the car with a flat tire, and remembered that there were wheels of the same model in the garage. So he motioned for them to wait, and returned to the repair shop. After a while, he came out carrying a jack and the tire. I'll give you the tools. You can change them yourself. You don't have to return them after you change them. It's promised to be useful when you take them with you on the road. Lin Chi wouldn't mind if he could help as much as he could. After all, the things weren't his. Thank you, Brother Lin. Brother Lin, why don't you come with us, so that we can have someone to look after you on the way? Liu Yongping rubbed his hands, his eyes full of gratitude. Good people are rare to find in the apocalypse. If they can win over each other as teammates, they can avoid intrigues and secret defenses. My car hasn't been repaired yet. I have to wait here for a few days before I join you. Lin Chi never took the initiative to get involved in troublesome matters. He was able to help them this time for the sake of being a human being. That's right. I was abrupt. Liu Yongping didn't force himself. He took out a cigarette again and wanted to give it to Lin Chi. Lin Chi did not refuse this time. He took it and put it directly into his pocket. Lin Chi stood at the gate and watched the group of people busy. A few more helpers got out of the car, and several others were on guard nearby. There are zombies over there. You two come with me to deal with them. Liu Yongping saw several zombies walking out of the alley across the street, and quickly called people into fighting mode. Perhaps because they had encountered this situation many times on the road. The convoy did not panic. Only the two people quickly returned to the car and took off their weapons. A crossbow, a spear, and a long-handled hammer. The three of them took their weapons and quickly rushed forward, one behind the other. 2 crossbow arrows accurately hit the zombie's head, knocking down 2 of them first. After getting closer, the spear pierced through the mouth of one zombie. Liu Yongping held a long-handled hammer and struck one at a time, smashing the heads of the remaining zombies to pieces. Facing 7 or 8 ordinary virus zombies, the 3 of them were able to do so with ease. Sure enough, those who can survive have fighting qualities. These 3 people are obviously genetically awakened, and their physical fitness is far superior to ordinary people. And this is the key to daring to face zombies. After a while, the tires were replaced, the truck behind opened, and a group of survivors stepped out one after another. Previously, the CMB had a flat tire. In order to be able to move on, the people on top got off part of the way and moved into the truck. But the narrow space must have been very uncomfortable. These people have children of several years old, and some are cautious women. Under the influence of the Doomsday, everyone's face is full of confusion about the future. Uncle, thank you. The 8 or 9-year-old girl blushed and was a little nervous, but she still mustered up the courage to be grateful. Lindy nodded and waved hello. The car started slowly, and the children in the car window were still curiously asking the adults why the uncle didn't leave with them. After all these cars had left, Bai Su and Tuanchuan walked out of the yard. Don't look nervous. There are not so many bad guys. They are just ordinary people struggling to survive in the apocalypse. From the beginning, Liu Yongping's attitude gave people the impression of a struggling little man at the bottom. This is a habit that cannot be changed for a while even if his own abilities change. Neither of them responded. They just looked at the direction the convoy was leaving. Thoughtfully, after closing the door of the repair shop again, Lin Chi felt much better after taking a nap. But the knowledge about machinery was still popping up in his mind. Therefore, the two of them had a feeling of being preoccupied, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. During this period, Lin Chi took another genetic crystal, pushing the tolerance limit in the first stage to 15. In the blink of an eye, the 10th day passed. During this period, several waves of survivors passed by outside, but none of them disturbed them. Early in the morning, Lin Chi made a detailed inspection. After breakfast, he started the vehicle and came to the yard. Get ready to go. The 10-day stay was a great harvest for Lin Chi. Not only did he digest the power brought by the genetic crystallization, but his mind also became clearer in the process of accepting the continuous transfer of knowledge. This change can be said to be a manifestation of improvement in mental power. But there has not yet been any qualitative change. The biggest gain is the advancement of mechanical transformation skills. Basic mechanical transformation has been advanced to advanced mechanical transformation. Machine affinity. You can understand the operating principles of most machines. Precise transformation. You can always find the most suitable transformation method. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Transform the armored vehicle into a mobile fortress. 2. Make a third-level energy crystal core. 3. Consume 22nd order gene crystals. Another advanced skill that cannot be completed in a short time. Seeing these 3 advanced requirements, Lin Chi lost interest for a while. Chapter 63: The Temptation of Modified Cars. The armored vehicle drove onto the road, and the comfort of the leather seats did not make the 3 of them feel much bumps. In addition, the music is turned on, and along with the sense of rhythm, the mood is inexplicably soothed. It's just that Tuanchuan has been depressed. She originally thought that if she stayed in the repair shop for a few days, she would always have a chance to be alone with Lin Chi. But she didn't even kiss her for 10 days in a row. So when he looked at his teacher, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful. I originally set off today, thinking that when I was looking for a place to stay at night, I would no longer share a room with Teacher Bai. But I never expected that my aunt would come. So I felt even more depressed. Even the cheerful music couldn't arouse her interest. What's wrong with Tuanchuan? Lin Chi noticed Tuanchuan's depression and asked with concern. It's okay. I feel a little upset in my stomach. Tuanchuan rubbed his belly and huddled in the seat. His chin was just supported by his pushed-up breasts. He trembled when he spoke. Drink hot water if your stomach feels uncomfortable. There is a water heater installed at the back. Ask Teacher Bai to help you get a cup. There was nothing Lin Chi could do about this kind of thing. He couldn't let Tuanchuan accept a good pregnancy now, and not have his aunt for a year. In that case, it would be even more uncomfortable. Bai Su took the initiative to take a cup of hot water and handed it to Tuanchuan. Then immersed himself in collecting information through satellite signals. The armored vehicle with a high chassis didn't have to worry about the road conditions. It kept going very fast. And it didn't take long before it overtook the two cars. When the survivors saw such a special car, they parked their cars on the side of the road and deliberately moved out of the way. Dee Dee. Lin Chi honked the horn twice and passed quickly. There are no buildings on this section of the road, with wheat fields on both sides. Normally you don't even see people, let alone zombies. In addition, a large number of animals are inactive in winter, so there is no danger at all. After passing the wheat field, there was an area that had been bombed. The woods on both sides were all burned, and the land was scorched black. Most of the insects and insect eggs that had probably been hiding there for the winter were burned to ashes. The new satellite map is loaded. Bai Su tapped the keyboard, and a picture gradually appeared on the computer screen. After gradually zooming in, it finally appeared clearly. After zooming in frame by frame, we finally located the area where they were located. Plan the most suitable route for me, and find a place to rest tonight. Although he could park his car and rest in the wild, it was not as comfortable as a room. Moreover, Lin Chi had to spend some time to kill mutant beasts and obtain resources. Okay, walk about 10 kilometers further, and there is a town. We can stop there for a while. Seeing that it was already noon, the three of them were going to find a place to rest and prepare food. After half an hour, they crossed the road affected by the explosion and finally arrived near the town. There are a lot of people here. There were several cars parked on the streets of the town, including a very eye-catching armored vehicle. However, Lin Chi's armored vehicle has changed its appearance. Even if it is recognized, it can be said to be a civilian-modified version. Brother, look! That car is so cool! Hearing the roar of the armored vehicle, the survivors stationed in the town came out and looked curiously at the arriving special car. The rescue team on the armored vehicle also noticed the situation and sent one person over to maintain the situation. There's a spot here. Stop here. The heavily armed soldier waved his hand, signaling Lin Chi to drive to the door of a shop next to the street. Honey, there are federal soldiers. Tuanchuan looked nervous. After all, their car was stolen from someone else, and there were 2 guns in the car. Don't panic. Lin Chi stopped the car and turned off the engine, then got out of the car and stepped forward. Thank you for your hard work. Monitor. There was obviously a trace of astonishment on the face of the federal soldier. During this time, they went out on missions and met countless survivors. There are various names for them. Some even call them Juni. Lin Chi's voice as squad leader made him feel particularly friendly. Have you ever been a soldier? He lowered his guard, but still carefully looked at the strange car in front of him. Some traces of armored vehicles could still be seen in this car, but the modifications were so powerful that he couldn't judge for a while. I served as a compulsory soldier for several years, and then I came back and opened a car repair shop. This car is a civilian version of the armored vehicle I bought, and I modified it myself. It is illegal to modify cars, but in the current situation, as long as people are not killing people on the street, no one will care about it. No wonder it looks familiar to me. The car is well modified. The soldier held out his thumb, his eyes full of envy, and then pointed to the shop road next to the parking lot. If you want to rest here today, you should requisition this shop first. Parking the car at the door will make it easier to watch. All the people in this town have been moved away. During the cold winter, these federal soldiers never rested for a day. Not only did they repair the damaged roads, but they also continued to rescue survivors in the towns and move toward the safety of the Central Plains. Area transfer. Don't worry. We promise to abide by the rules. There may be some evil people in the town. Even if they have special thoughts about this special armored vehicle, they certainly don't dare to show it at this time. After the federal soldier left, Lin Chi let Tuanchuan and Bai Su get out of the car, locked the car door, and opened the door of the nearby shop. This is a sanitary ware store. The first floor is the store, and the second floor is the sleeping area. Restaurants, cigarette shops, etc. in the town have long been occupied by survivors. Even if there are good things, they are all looted by passers-by. Empty. As soon as the 3 of them arrived in the town, everyone caught their attention, especially the domineering armored car. which was almost the most dazzling presence in the apocalypse. At this moment, there were a few people in the town pretending to be idle, slowly approaching, checking the area, and then slowly going back to report. Boss, we have investigated clearly. There is one man and two women, and they are both beauties. They entered the store without weapons. There was a hint of excitement on the face of the little brother who was investigating. After the end of the world, it was rare to meet beautiful women. Even if they were reserved for some powerful people. The remaining ones were not deliberately ugly, and could not be seen at all. But these two are different. They belong to the type that can't be forgotten at a glance. Really not armed? Damn it. Why is it my turn to do such a good thing? The man called the boss was a man wearing leather clothes. He looked to be less than 40 years old and in his prime. At the same time, another group of people also got the news. After a brief thought, the two groups of people walked out of their residences at the same time and walked towards the armored vehicle. The two of them had met each other in the town, and each had some influence. Because of the presence of federal soldiers, there had been no friction before. But when they arrived in front of the armored vehicle, both sides understood what the other meant. Brother, I like this company first. Please give me some face. The leather-coated man had a sullen face. The other party, like him, was also accompanied by 4 people. He was obviously not someone to be trifled with. But how could he give up such a big cake to others? I, Wang Jin, am afraid that you can't bear it. So you should know better and stay away. Otherwise I will deal with you too. Wang Jin lifted up his clothes and revealed a pistol. His tone full of intimidation. It's just a broken gun. It doesn't look like anyone has won. You can't scare me with just this. Before the two sides found the rightful owner, they started to confront each other in a tense situation. Chapter 64. A slap in the face can activate skills. What are you guys doing? On the armored vehicle of the federal team in the distance, the soldier standing guard saw a group of people gathering together and shouted a warning. They also noticed Lin Chi's armored vehicle, and the soldiers who went to inquire specifically explained the owner's situation when they came back. Subconsciously, I feel closer to this car owner who has served as a soldier. Sir, let's borrow something. Wang Jin subconsciously opened his mouth to explain, but his momentum weakened by half before he knew it. Don't cause trouble here. Go back quickly. The soldier raised his gun and warned again, without any command in his words. People on both sides were trembling with fear, and neither dared to stay here. They could only glare at each other fiercely. Turn around and leave quickly. If they delayed any longer, they would definitely believe that the soldier would dare to shoot them. After all, the current world is different from before. Complaint? It's only until we can find a department to complain to. Moreover, people are fighting outside and have the power of life and death. It is common for ordinary people to be mistakenly killed as zombies. Lin Chi naturally saw this scene on the second floor, and at the same time, he remembered the location where the two parties left. It seems that our car is still a bit ostentatious. Bai Su is a little worried. If this kind of thing is not handled well, there will definitely be trouble. While enjoying it, it will definitely cause trouble. Just solve it, and it's okay. Don't leave today. Otherwise they will definitely follow after leaving, which will cause even more trouble. There is only one bedroom on the second floor, which means that the 3 of them will have to squeeze into the same bed at night, which makes Tianquan feel a little unhappy for no reason. But considering his own condition, even if he wanted to fight bloody battles, Lin Chi would not agree. I had to prepare food and make it rich. The small energy battery in the car can provide power for the store, allowing most of the appliances in the store to operate normally. With the cooperation of the two, today's food was ready in less than an hour. After dinner, boil some hot water for me. I want to take a shower. Lin Chi took out the dagger and put it aside. He took this opportunity to brush up on the dagger's advancement conditions. You're going to take care of trouble? Before Tianquan could react, Bai Su noticed Lin Chi's thoughts. Yeah. They would never think that I would dare to go there in broad daylight. Right. All along, everyone has subconsciously believed that night is the best time to commit murder. But at night, those people would definitely come here secretly. Unless federal soldiers were stationed near the armored vehicles. Lin Chi didn't want to be disturbed when sleeping at night. So he took advantage of the opportunity to take a hot bath after finishing his meal and solving the problem. I believe in your strength. Be careful. Bai Su held out his thumb. Lin Chi's actions were firstly to protect their armored vehicles, and secondly to protect them. He had no reason to object. What's more, the purpose of those people is not just to rob the armored vehicle. Relatively speaking, Women are also a kind of material. Thinking about it this way, I felt a little sad. After eating, Lin Chi changed his clothes, inserted the dagger into his waist, and left the shop through the back door. After a slight change of appearance, no one would recognize him. After all, everyone was a stranger. The only person who had seen Lin Chi up close was the soldier who went to rest. Lin first felt the foothold of the force in the distance. There were 3 cars in their group, and there should be more than 10 people in total. It was noon now. Everyone was eating inside, and they were not worried that anyone would dare to do anything to their supplies. Moreover, they were occupying a cigarette shop. There were enough drinks in the store, and a lot of cigarettes in stock. At this moment, the inside was filled with smoke, and everyone was blushing and necking. In this situation where the pressure can be life-threatening at any time, no one wants to miss such an opportunity to relax. The door was open, making it easy to see the cars parked outside, which also saved Lin Chi the trouble of breaking in. Brothers, I'm not bragging. It's a pity that you didn't go to see them today. Those 2 girls are so beautiful. They look like big stars. My eyes were opened. At the wine table, after a glass of wine, a man began to brag for an unknown number of times. Although his companions were a little upset, they were still happy to listen to his heart-wrenching words. Didn't the boss say that we are going to kill that boy tonight? The 2 girls will be ours. When the boss eats meat, we can also drink some soup. Right? The speaker's voice was so loud that even those sitting at the table upstairs could hear him clearly. The purpose of this was obviously to let their boss know his younger brother's wishes. Otherwise, the younger brothers will not be willing to eat alone when the time comes. As soon as Lin Chi came to the door, he heard this discussion and immediately sentenced these people to death in his heart. So he walked directly in and closed the door. Why are you closing the door? Open it and breathe some air. The room became dark, and it was already filled with smoke, making it even harder to see clearly. He only felt his eyes blur, and the figure at the door disappeared. At the same time, he felt a chill on his neck, and his consciousness suddenly flew up, and the world was spinning. Lin Chi turned around to avoid the splash of blood, turned around, and slashed the dagger across the other person's neck, but silently withdrew most of the force, and then turned over. A flash of white light passed by. The dim environment did not have any impact on him, and with the gene lock turned on, he was able to determine the best route for the dagger in just a moment. When he landed on the stairs, he walked directly upstairs. The group of people behind him all covered their necks, and blood was pouring from their fingers. The head of the first person to die just fell on the table. Angry eyes. The brief silence downstairs did not make the people upstairs realize that something was wrong. Compared with the bustle below, the situation above was only slightly restrained. Brother Wang, let's have a drink. Don't hold on. The woman who was held in Wang Jin's arms had a distressed look on her face. It was a waste that she had such a strong physique, but she had a silver-like head and could only do kung fu. What? You think I'm not good at my craftsmanship? If I didn't have important things to do in the evening, I would have made you beg for mercy. Wang Jin twisted it hard, then pulled out his hand, stuffed it into the woman's mouth, and asked her to lick it clean. Then he turned around, picked up the wine glass with a smile, and clinked it with the 2 people sitting at the same table. In addition to bringing over the car tonight, as well as the 2 women, we also need to be on guard against that bastard Zhang Xiong. We will ask the people below to drink less to avoid confusion. Drinking some white wine can warm you up when the weather is cold, and alcohol can make you brave. But drinking too much can be bad. He had already ordered the younger brother below to control the amount. But once he started drinking, no one would listen to him. At this moment, I noticed the silence below, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why were those guys so quiet? The door was pushed open, and Wang Jin subconsciously pushed the woman in his arms away, trying to take out the pistol from his waist. But as soon as he made his move, he felt a pain in his neck, and a force directly carried him away. The dagger completely penetrated into his neck, severing his spine, leaving only his body twitching slightly. The other 2 people were frightened and tremblingly tried to pull out their guns. But when Lin Chi came up to them, they pulled at them several times with trembling hands, but could not pull out the guns. The woman opened her mouth wide in fear, but before she could make a sound, Lin Chi slapped her and shouted, and her face instantly twisted and turned to the back of her head. The remaining 2 people pulled out their guns, but before they could raise their hands, Lin Chi held their necks. There were only 2 clicks, and their hands completely went limp. Activate skill, Junior Dafu Kabuto. The current skill can be advanced. 1. Perform 10 blows on the target. 2. Use the big dick to kill a mutated beast. Can a skill be activated with a slap in the face? Chapter 65 Bloody Bait. Pulling out the dagger and shaking off the blood, Lynchy put away the pistols on the three of them. This should be a police pistol, and it must have come from something shady. Lynchy put all the pistols in his pocket, checked that there were no survivors, then opened the window and jumped out. After wandering around, we came to the residence of another group of people. But this time, there was some trouble. This group of people was obviously stronger than the previous ones. During the meal, there were people on duty in the car, so it was very difficult to kill them all quietly. But for Lynchy, it was not necessary to completely solve the problem. Killing the boss was enough. The man in the leather jacket was in a meeting. Unlike the previous boss, who only played with women, he had far-reaching plans for his future. Boss, I have a plan to seize his car, kill his people, steal his daughter, and occupy his house. In the office on the second floor, several people gathered together to discuss. The modified armored vehicle was really eye-catching. Tell me more. If this can be done, I will give you a woman. The leather-clad man narrowed his eyes. This promise was not small. But as for which woman he would share, he did not say it clearly. He still had someone he was tired of playing with. So he gave it to the dog-headed military advisor. Boss, this is my plan. The dog-headed military advisor was about to speak when suddenly the window glass burst, and a branch flew out of the window and flew in. He and the man in leather were sitting in a straight line, and the branch directly penetrated the man in leather's back, burst out of his chest, and spun towards him. At this moment, he couldn't react at all, and could only watch as the bloody branch penetrated his neck. There was chaos in the house, and the remaining people looked for cover to hide, took out their pistols, and fired randomly out the window. However, after Lynchy threw a shot, he quickly disappeared and now returned to his residence. After returning to the room and changing clothes, the bath water had just been heated. The gunfire soon alerted the federal soldiers stationed in the town. Even though 2 people quickly went to check, they were stunned by the situation before them after going upstairs. A nearly 2-meter-long branch directly penetrated the 2 of them, and blood flowed all over the floor. The chest of the leather-clad male boss exploded like a flower of blood, and his internal organs splattered everywhere. A group of his younger brothers were so frightened that their faces turned pale. After all, this kind of death situation was really unacceptable to ordinary people. It came in from the window. The person who did it should be an awakener. Outside the broken window, another soldier checked and found traces of cutting on a tree, which was where the branch came from. Make sure it's not a mutated beast. Release the alert and dispose of the body. Don't let the bloody smell spread. Federal soldiers did not want to pay attention to personal grudges. In this situation, their main task was to clear traffic arteries and guide survivors to safe areas. After confirming that it was a certain awakened person seeking revenge, he evacuated directly. However, before returning to the armored vehicle, screams were heard again from another place. The tragic situation of Wangjun and his group was also discovered at the same time. The smell of blood made the survivors, with a keen sense of smell, realize that it came from the genes. The fear spread quickly. The trouble is big. So many people have died. This time, even the captain of the federal team was alerted, looking at the blood stains all over the room with a solemn expression. Captain, he probably did it while eating. But we were in the town and didn't hear any movement at all. The soldier couldn't take a step at all, and the blood on the ground had already covered the floor. At least they are awakened ones, who have unlocked the gene lock. Such people are difficult to deal with. There is no need for us to make enemies. The captain mused that there was an instruction from above not to conflict with the awakened person unless necessary. After all, no one knew how powerful the other party would be after awakening. Set fire to burn all these corpses. Notify the survivors in the town, and leave the town. The team leader immediately ordered that no matter who the target of the awakened killer was, it would definitely be more dangerous to stay here. Not only should we guard against the opponent, but we should also be careful of mutant creatures attracted by the smell of blood. The group of people quickly exited, and before leaving, an incendiary bomb was thrown in. In an instant, the tragic situation in the house was completely swallowed up by the flames. The 2 soldiers made the announcement one after another on the streets of the town, and even used the loudspeaker on the armored vehicle to shout several times in succession. After all the cars in the town started and left the town one by one, they started taking action. Captain, the modified car hasn't moved. The soldier who first dealt with Lin Chi had been paying attention to the armored vehicle. After seeing everyone setting off, the people on top had not yet come down, and they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could it be that they were also in danger like those two groups of people? Go and call him. If the person dies, his car will be requisitioned. The squad leader held a trace of fantasy in his heart, and after issuing the order, he started the armored vehicle to warm up. The soldier quickly ran over, and after shouting a few times, the window upstairs opened, and Lin Chi poked his head out after taking a shower. Brother, it's time to go. We are getting ready to evacuate here. Seeing that Lin Chi was fine, he felt inexplicably relaxed. Squad leader, you go first. My friend is taking a shower. He will set off in a moment. I will definitely catch up with you. The soldier looked at Lin Chi, with an inexplicable trace of envy in his eyes. After waving his hand, he quickly returned to the armored vehicle and returned to the team. Bai Su and Tuan Tuan were indeed taking a shower, and Lin Chi had no intention of leaving the town at all. In less than an hour, almost all the survivors in the town were evacuated, with the armored vehicles behind them and slowly driving forward. Originally, there were still some aborigines in the town, but after a few more cars arrived, these people all had seats, and the rest were squeezed in. Finally, no one was allowed to walk on their legs. I wonder what mutant beasts the smell of blood will attract. Lin Chi sat at the window and observed the situation outside from time to time. After solving the troubles at noon, it could be used as bait to attract mutant beasts. In addition, all the survivors in the town have evacuated, so there is no need to worry about anything. Bai Su and Tuanchuan, who had changed their clothes, were also sorting out their firearms. They were not relaxing at all about the upcoming battle. Actually, you two don't need any help at all. I can handle it by myself. Lin Chi looked at the magazines placed next to the two of them, and felt inexplicably distressed. Each of their bullets was missing. Honey, I don't want to be a vase. I can't let you stand in front all the time. Tuanchuan skillfully installed the magazine, raised his aim, and performed a set of movements smoothly, showing a heroic attitude. I can only help you clean up some ordinary zombies. Those mutant beasts are too fast and difficult to hit. Bai Su smiled apologetically. She roughly knew that Lin Chi's strength must be stronger than those awakened ones trained in the research room, so she was not worried. 2 hours after the survivors evacuated the town, a gray shadow finally appeared on the street. Chapter 66, second level atavistic mutant pig. Rabbit? Why is it a rabbit? Lin Chi was full of expectations for the unknown mutant beast, but when he saw the jumping rabbit, he couldn't accept it for a while. Okay, how about some rabbit tonight? This rabbit squatted on the ground and was more than half a meter tall. It was furry and looked very fat. It had a pair of scarlet eyes, like rubies. The rabbit is so cute. How can you eat the rabbit? Tuanchuan clamped his throat, imitating the tone of the internet that wanted to be beaten, and stuck out his tongue after speaking. Hey, there's also a chicken. How about you eat chicken tonight? Lin Chi knew she was being funny, so he also started playing jokes. Where are the chickens? Bai Su thought that another mutant creature had really appeared. He raised his rifle and searched back and forth, but there was no trace of the chicken in his field of vision. Tuanchuan was the first to react. He gave Lin Chi a hard blow with his small fist, and his face turned red with embarrassment. She really had this plan to secretly eat alone when Teacher Bai fell asleep at night. The quietness of the town did not last long. The burning shops gave off a burnt aroma like refining oil, which spread dozens of kilometers away and made a black ribbon appear in the sky. Several big black birds were hovering in the sky. Every time they passed through the black smoke, they would scream excitedly. I'm going down. You don't have to do anything yet. The nearby zombies seemed to have been cleaned up by the federal team. Even though the smell of blood was permeable, it didn't attract many, but it did save Lin Chi some bullets. Lin Chi drew out a carbon arrow, took aim, and shot out. The arrow, which was spinning to the extreme, brought with it a whirlwind and instantly hit the rabbit on the street, pinning it directly to the ground. The movement was very loud, instantly attracting the attention of the mutated beasts in the dark. Weak mutant beasts came to the town in search of blood and meat, but those powerful mutant beasts came for hunting. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, with the oriole behind. Lin Chi plays the role of the hunter behind the scenes. A mutated rat couldn't hold it any longer, poked its head out of the shadows, and quickly crawled over. The bloody aura of the mutant beasts was extremely attractive to the creatures living in groups, and within a short time, several mutant rats appeared. However, the next second a black shadow flashed across the sky, grabbing a fat mutant rat and flying high into the sky. The mutated rats on the ground were frightened by the movement and fled. But within 10 seconds, they came out again. The temptation of fresh blood food is simply irresistible to this low-level mutant beast. Anyway, with so many companions, he will definitely not be so unlucky and be captured by natural enemies next. The mutant rat really thinks so. As a social creature, if you don't fight for food, you will starve to death before being hunted by natural enemies. The black shadow hovered in the sky again, and another black shadow passed by. This time the prey was more greedy, and he actually caught 2 mutant rats. Due to greed, its figure paused briefly, which made Lin Chi, who had been looking for opportunities at the window, catch it. Whoosh! An alloy arrow shot out of the air, whipping up a whirlwind and even distorting the surrounding air. The flying alien beast flapped its wings vigorously, but still could not escape the lock of the arrow. It was hit hard in the body and hit the ground heavily. There was a loud bang, and a deep pit exploded in the ground. Black feathers exploded all over the sky, slowly drifting away like black snow. This crow is bigger than the magpie before. The strange black bird that was shot was a huge crow, a bird that is said to bring ominous death. But Lin Chi didn't care whether it was auspicious or not, as long as the genetic crystals in his head were not lost. So he turned over and jumped out of the window, landing on the armored vehicle. He pulled out a spear and threw it at a mutant rat on the ground, pinning it to the ground. Then he took off a spear again, quickly jumped out of the car, and came to the mutant beast's body. He quickly took out the 2 gene crystals and stuffed them into his pocket. At this moment, Lin Chi had become the common target of all mutant beasts. Another crow in the sky screamed sadly, holding a mutated rat in its mouth, and flew away quickly, obviously knowing that Lin Chi was not easy to mess with. But those rats, no matter how strong the opponent is, will never back down as long as they have something to eat. This group of rats won't be the only ones to disgust me. Right? The chance of gene crystals being born in mutant mice is really very small. From Lin Chi's eyesight, these mice are just ordinary, and have no gene crystals at all. However, if they are not solved, there will be a steady stream of troubles. Fortunately, the prey in the sky had left at this moment, so Lin Chi didn't have to be distracted. With the spear in his hand, the area within 6 feet of where Lin Chi stood was like a vacuum zone. Any mutant rat that came close would be blown away by the spear, and its head would be separated. In just a few moments, dozens of mutated rat corpses rolled all over the ground, covering the entire floor. The smell of blood filled the air again, mixed with the fishy smell, and gradually spread throughout the town. Huh? There is also a mouse king. Among the corpses on the ground, there was a mouse that was obviously different. The hair on its body looked darker, and its tail had a metallic luster. Lin Chi used a spear to crack its head open, and sure enough, he saw a genetic crystal that looked like a small bean. This kind of impurity-laden gene crystal will cause physical discomfort when taken, and is of little use when decomposed. But it is perfect as a requirement for skill advancement. Lin Chi had just put away the genetic crystal when he suddenly felt the ground shaking. Be careful. There's a big guy. The 2 people who had been on guard at the window quickly reminded them, and saw a giant beast radiating heat trotting over at a fork in the road not far away. Hack! Before he even got close, Lin Chi felt an inexplicable impact and subconsciously tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. It was a pig. A giant pig. Even the introduction of the largest wild boar I had ever seen was not as big as the mutant giant boar in front of me. This wild boar must have returned to its ancestors. It is almost 2 meters tall, taller than the average bison. Every time its strong body steps on the ground, it can cause the ground to shake. It slowly stops. Scarlet red, his eyes stared at Lin Chi. A puff of hot breath spurted out from the fanged mouth, blowing the mud on the ground in front of him. Quickly retreat. This is a 2nd-level mutant beast, and it has returned to its ancestors. It is difficult to deal with, Baisu said anxiously. The gun in his hand was already aimed at the mutant pig on the street, and he was ready to support at any time. Is this the 2nd-level mutant beast? It seems that the catfish before was just an ordinary thing. They are both 2nd-order mutant beasts, and there is a huge difference between those with atavism and those without. This mutant pig is huge, weighing at least 5,000 kilograms. If it were to collide with it, it would not be Lin at all. Can resist it now. After a brutal collision, Lin Chi felt the authenticity of this word for the first time. But having a gun in his hand gave Lin Chi an inexplicable confidence. Bring it on! Chapter 67 I heard that what you eat is what you eat. As if feeling Lin Chi's contempt, The mutated pig snorted and blew out a stream of hot air from its nostrils, blowing up a puddle of mud on the ground. It slowly moved its short legs, and as it stepped down, the ground began to tremble. From starting to accelerate to charging, it only takes 2 seconds. Turn it up as soon as you get up. Mutated beasts of this size no longer need cumbersome attack methods, such as biting and trampling. They can easily kill most opponents by simply crushing them with their strong body. And human beings, seemingly fragile creatures, are even more insignificant in the eyes of the mutated giant pigs. And its flexibility has not been reduced because of its large size. In a frontal impact, even if you have taken the second-level gene crystal, you will not be able to compete with such a giant beast in terms of strength. And you can only temporarily avoid its edge. Lin Chi's pupils expanded slightly, and he found a suitable fighting method in just a moment. Borrowing the power of the spear, Lin Chi jumped up from a spot on the ground and rushed towards the mutant giant pig. However, in the air, he stepped on another spear that had been thrown before and soared into the air again. With 2 uses of force, he just turned over and reached the sky above the mutant giant pig. Strange fluctuations were emitted from the tip of the spear. The original tip of the spear seemed to extend a layer of illusory spiritual light, which easily crossed the mutant pig's back. The feeling of cutting flesh made Lin Fei's jumping body slightly blocked, but he still landed smoothly on the ground. A stream of blood surged up, and the giant mutated pig screamed and rushed forward nearly 10 meters before stopping. It glided and turned around, and the manies on its back as thick as chopsticks exploded and stood up one by one. The wounds tore apart under the violent movement, revealing scarlet flesh. Such a thick pigskin. Even if it was transformed into a spear tip, it only scratched the surface and did not hurt the bones at all. But the severe pain completely aroused its ferocity. If there wasn't a special spear point, I'm afraid ordinary cold weapons wouldn't be able to break through its skin. This is still an unarmored wild boar with no protective layer on its body. Once it is armored, it will be more difficult to deal with. However, the indestructible nature of the spearhead made it much easier for Lin Chi to deal with such rough-skinned and fleshy creatures. The mutated giant pig adjusted its body shape again, its muscles trembling and squeezing, and the wounds on its back quickly closed. It closed the wounds in a short time, and rushed towards Lin Chi again. It's just that this time the speed is much slower, allowing it to be adjusted at any time. Learn to be smart. There are countless possibilities with slight changes. It is obviously not feasible to follow the previous method at this moment. Lin Chi's heart sank, and he was ready to use his ultimate move to kill the mutant giant pig in one fell swoop. With the spear lying across his body, when the mutated giant pig rushed in, his body spun and flew up, and a hurricane swirled around his body, rolling up the surrounding soil. Although this wind pressure was strong, it could not shake the collision of the mutant giant pig. However, when it saw the target flying, the mutant giant pig also stopped its body, and the power of its hind limbs exploded, and it jumped up. The mouth was open wide, the fangs were exposed, and with a smelly heat, it was swallowed towards Lin Chi. Although such an attack would most likely seriously injure him, as long as he could swallow this human into his mouth, he could bear the price. The powerful recovery ability of the second-level mutant beast can restore the injury to its original state in just a few days. Boom! When the air wave like a dragon raising its head reaches its peak, it blasts out along the gun body. With 2 people watching, it was impossible for Lin Chi to shamelessly call out the name of the skill. But this sharp aura only brought out the sharp edge all over his body. A huge dragon-shaped spear shadow poured out and hit the mutated giant pig's mouth. The powerful energy completely penetrated the mutated giant pig's head and smashed the entire huge body to the ground. The ground shook violently, and the spreading force caused all the glass in nearby buildings to burst, and cracks appeared on the hard cement floor. Lin Chi landed and retracted his gun. His pupils slowly contracted. He exited the gene-lock state, and his breath gradually stabilized. The head of the mutated giant pig in front of him exploded completely, and blood and brain matter flowed all over the floor. It was still panting hot breath, and it was not completely dead for a while. Lin Chi used a gun to pick out the second-order gene crystal in its head, and the mutated giant pig's trembling body slowly calmed down. This genetic crystal is larger than the previous catfish. It is about the size of an egg. It is rosy and covered with complex lines. It feels warm in your hand. Although the mutated giant pig is dead, the aura it exudes makes nearby mutant beasts afraid to approach. Even its corpse can frighten those weak mutant beasts in a short period of time. Only then did Tuanchuan and Baisu come downstairs with guns in hand. Even though the mutated giant pig's body had fallen, it was still like a mountain of meat. My husband is so powerful. I can beat such a big Beiji to death. This thing must have become a spirit. Tuanchuan didn't dare to get too close. But the shock to her from this mutated giant pig was much greater than that of a catfish. After all, big fish are often seen on the internet. But such a large wild boar has already exceeded the world record. It's not like becoming a spirit. After all, it's a second-level mutant beast. It's normal for it to grow to this size. Lin Chi walked around the mutated giant pig, thinking about getting some meat to take with him, not knowing what it would be like to eat it. Of course, it was impossible to take away all the more than 5,000 kilograms of meat. So Lin Chi decided to just chop off the limbs and get some lean meat. Pigskin has high defense and is very strong for making armor. It can be eaten at critical moments. Its tusks are stronger than ordinary metal and can be broken off. Bai Su knew very well how special the material on this mutated beast was. But with their current abilities, they wouldn't be able to use this pigskin for a while. It is really troublesome to deal with pig skin. As for leather clothes, we can still consider it. Lin Chi's eyes swept over Tuanchuan's body. Wearing ordinary clothes, Tuanchuan could not restrain himself from being a burden. Only the tight leather clothes could restrain the trembling. And it can also increase defense. So why not? Lin Chi didn't care what kind of skin it was. After processing it, he couldn't see it at all. The spear transformed into a sharp blade and slowly cut along the pig's leg. It took a lot of effort to remove one of the hind legs. Not to be outdone, Tuanchuan found a long knife from the armored vehicle and wanted to step forward to help. But although her strength is not small, the toughness of the boar's skin cannot be broken by ordinary cold weapons. She only broke through a white mark by cutting and scratching. The ball of anger directly opened the gene lock. And with skill, he opened a hole. There was a gaping wound on the back of the mutated giant pig. After making 2 cuts along the body, Lin Chi only took out the entire piece of skin. Be careful. Don't puncture your stomach. I don't want to see what this thing has eaten. Lin Chi watched Tuan stab the mutated giant pig's belly with a knife, and quickly shouted a reminder. Tuanchuan then took back the knife with a look of reluctance. Husband, I heard that you will get what you eat. Or else. Chapter 68. Be careful with your little tiger teeth. After untying the pig's skin, Lin Chi found plastic sheets to wrap all 4 legs and other items and stuff them into the armored vehicle. As for what he eats and replenishes, how can he use it as a powerful hero in the later stage? The town is obviously no longer suitable for living. The smell of blood from the corpse of this mutant giant pig is too strong, and it will definitely attract a large number of mutant beasts to eat at night. The ones most likely to visit are definitely the ubiquitous mutant rats. If they attract a large group, Lin Chi will feel troubled. So I poured some gasoline, lit a fire, and then drove the armored vehicle and slowly drove away from the town. Residential households and townships are widely spread out, sometimes with only a few houses separated by miles. And after several months of isolation, most of the buildings have become vacant. Coupled with the migration after the apocalypse, it is already very lucky to have 1 out of 10 households left behind. After driving for a few kilometers, it was completely dark. Lin Chi looked at the time and saw that it was just after 7 o'clock. The house in front is quite big. Let's spend the night there tonight. It was a 2-story small foreign-style building on the roadside. The door was closed and the courtyard was dark. Okay. This house is nice. You will definitely be very comfortable to live in. Tuanchuan stretched. In her current state, her waist and limbs always felt sore and sleepy. If she didn't lie down, she would always feel that she was bleeding. The armored vehicle turned onto the side of the road and stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. The sound of the vehicle did not cause any movement nearby, which meant that there were no mutant creatures nearby. But Lin Chi still waited for more than 10 seconds and listened for a while before opening the car door and walking out. There are no signs of prying on the door lock. At the beginning of the apocalypse, most of the survivors were not short of supplies, and there were few attempts to plunder houses on the roadside. Opening the courtyard door, Lin Chi's eyes with night vision scanned the courtyard. Judging from the traces of clean snow on the ground, no one should have been active in the courtyard in the past half-month. Asking Bai Su to help light the lamp, Lin Chi removed the backup energy device from the car and installed it on the leakage circuit breaker, restoring power in an instant. The street lights in the courtyard turned on, dispelling the haze of darkness and making the 3 of them feel inexplicably relaxed. I'm going to go upstairs and check. You guys get some food. How about some meat tonight? The legs and skin of the wild boar need simple processing, and the rabbit also has many edible parts. which is the main ingredient tonight. Okay. I haven't eaten fresh meat in the past few days. I'm already hungry. Tuanchuan's current physical condition allows her to avoid food taboos during special times. And she even wants to drink something cold to suppress the fire in her heart. The room in the small building was very clean, except for a thin layer of dust on the floor. After entering the living room, Lin Chi turned on all the lights and checked every room upstairs. There were a lot of milk, ham sausages, and several boxes of wine stored in the guest room on the first floor. The bed in the bedroom on the second floor was clean and tidy. After turning on all the air conditioners, Lin Chi went downstairs to help the two of them. The pig skin is hung in a ventilated place to dry, and the 4 pig legs are put aside to be smoked over a fire later. This will not only remove the smell of blood, but also preserve it for a long time. As for the 2 longest pig tusks, special means are required to make it into a weapon. There was firewood piled up in the corner of the courtyard. Lin Chi lit a fire directly in the courtyard and moved the table to prepare the ingredients. In the kitchen, Tuanchuan and Bai Su were busy, adding all the seasonings and quickly cooking a sumptuous dinner. There's rabbit meat stewed in the pressure cooker. Let's eat it first. Tuanchuan placed 2 soup bowls of hot food on the table and gave the chopsticks to Lin Chi. The supplies in the car are all sealed cooked food. They only need to be heated before they can be eaten. But the taste is definitely not as good as fresh rabbit meat. A safe place always makes people relax. Especially this small courtyard, which can eliminate most dangers and give Lin Chi no worries. Lin Chi took out the white wine from under the table. In fact, drinking white wine is the most comfortable on such a cold day. And with their current physiques, they don't have to worry about the danger of getting drunk. Lin Chi poured himself a glass and took a sip, slowly savoring the taste. In fact, without worrying about getting drunk, the feeling when drinking is completely different from before. After taking a sip of wine, Lin Chi could even feel a heat slowly passing through. This was actually not the effect of the liquor, but the cells in his body felt the influence of alcohol and gradually became active. No wonder some people become more and more violent after drinking. It turns out that's the case. After the gene awakens, the human body's perception is more acute than before, and subtle changes in the body can be clearly perceived. Pour me a drink too. Tuanchuan watched Lin Chi drink with gusto, and was very curious in her heart. She had only drank beer and red wine before, and had no contact with white wine at all. But for some reason today, she wanted to try it too. I want to drink too. Bai Su is not to be outdone. After drinking a glass of wine, Tuanchuan choked and coughed, and his face turned rosy to the naked eye. However, Bai Su looked like a normal person and didn't even see any changes on his face. So spicy! So spicy! Tuan ate 2 bites of food quickly before suppressing the smell of liquor. But he became excited unknowingly. Stop drinking. You are young. What are you drinking? I remember there is milk in the house. Do you want me to get you a few bottles? Lin Chi stopped Tuanchuan's urge to continue drinking. People who have never been exposed to alcohol will have the courage to try it for the first time. They simply cannot control the amount. If they drink too much, the night will be lively. What kind of milk do you want to drink? I have it myself. Tuanchuan curled her lips. She had internally digested all the milk in the past few days. I just had a drink and started talking nonsense. The pressure cooker quickly cooked the pot of rabbit meat. After Lin Chi let the gas out, he brought it to the table. When he opened the lid, a strong aroma came out. After wild rabbits are mutated, their flesh and blood has been greatly improved. Just simple cooking brings a peculiar aroma, and coupled with the flavoring of aniseed, all the flavors are stimulated. I'll try a piece first. If anything goes wrong, my physique is more resistant to it. After all, it was his first time eating mutated beast meat, so Lin Chi felt a little uneasy. He took a piece and blew on it, then put it in his mouth and chewed it a few times. The firm rabbit meat is stewed until it is soft and tender, and it falls off the bone with just 1 bite. There is no trace of fat, and the taste is excellent. How's it going? Is it delicious? Tuanchuan's eyes widened, wanting to get feedback from Lin Chi. She held her chopsticks, ready to pick up a piece and taste it at any time. Wait, I didn't taste it. I'll try another piece. Lin Chi frowned, picked up another piece, and put it into his mouth. Tuan, there's no need to wait. If you wait any longer, he'll be done with it. The mutated beast's meat is delicious, and it can also replenish chi and blood and enhance your physique. As long as it's not specially mutated, you can eat it, Bai Su explained with a smile. Took a piece for Tuanchuan, took a piece for himself, and started to eat in small bites. Oh, you are so bad, Tuanchuan complained, lowered his head, and started to cook. After a while, the three people picked out a pot of meat. After having enough wine and food, they simply tidied up and returned to the second floor, ready to wash up and go to sleep. There are 3 bedrooms on the second floor. Lin Chi specially asked Tuanchuan to tidy up the 2 rooms, so that they would not be uncomfortable crowded together like before. Bai Su closed the door early, and seemed to be in a low mood. But Tuan Tuan had been very excited after drinking. Honey, let me unblock the bar for you. As soon as they arrived on the bed, Tuanchuan eagerly lifted up her clothes and sat astride Lin Chi. You know quite a lot. Lin Chi would naturally not refuse what was put to his mouth. Not to mention eating too much meat would be a good way to relieve his tiredness. Moreover, the effect of Tuanchuan brand special milk is very significant. Lin Chi can clearly feel the improvement in his physical fitness every time he drinks it. After a while, Lin Chi burped, indicating that he couldn't drink any more. Oh, I didn't even eat enough tonight. You took all the meat away from me. With a sigh of relief, Tuanchuan rolled around on the bed, and unknowingly rolled onto Lin Chi's lap. Okay, whatever you want to eat. I'll go down and get it for you. For a girl with such an active personality, Lin Chi always felt a sense of accommodation in his heart. After being coaxed, he would be submissive. So why not do it? Hey, didn't you say today that you want me tonight? Tuanchuan laughed shyly, and got into bed. Yeah? Watch out for your little tiger teeth. Lin Chi took a deep breath, and quickly held Tuanchuan's head. Chapter 69 Crossing the bridge and blocking the road. As soon as he woke up in the morning, Lin Chi felt like he was immersed in warmth, and couldn't extricate himself. So I patted Tuanchuan. After a while, Tuanchuan lay down contentedly, and took a deep breath. So sour. She pinched herself, complaining. Okay now. You don't have to have breakfast. Lin Chi was speechless. If this continued, his normal speed would not be able to keep up with Tuanchuan's absorption. The 2 of them lingered for a while, before getting dressed, and came downstairs. Bai Su had simply cooked some porridge, and prepared a portion of food for lunch. After the 3 of them had finished packing, and loaded the supplies into the armored vehicle, they set off on their way again. I didn't eat anything spicy last night. Why is it so swollen? Bai Su obviously noticed something was wrong and asked Tuan Tuan curiously. His mouth felt a little sore, and Tuanchuan hadn't spoken much all morning. When he heard Bai Su's question, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed on his face. Maybe the rabbit meat is too filling, and I got a little angry. In a hurry, he quickly found an excuse to cover up. Your situation is different from getting angry, Bai Su muttered, then ignored it, and concentrated on collecting information on the computer. Whenever she saw something important, she would share it with the 2 of them. Unknowingly, she got a lot of useful information before they even reached the Central Plain safe zone. After crossing a deserted provincial road, another village appeared ahead, and the square of that village was full of cars. The armored vehicle I met in the town before was in the square, and several federal soldiers were directing the evacuation of the personnel in an orderly manner. Seeing the familiar modified car approaching, everyone stopped what they were doing. But Lin Chi did not stop and drove straight past, making the survivors who wanted to say low take their chances. First time is fresh. Second time is familiar. If we stop, we will get familiar with those soldiers. Maybe they will ask us to help transport these survivors. There is no need to cause trouble. Lin Chi looked at Bai Su Tuanchuan's confused look and opened his mouth to explain. In the apocalypse, if you don't want to get into trouble, don't be too enthusiastic about other people. They will still lend us supplies. Right? Tuanchuan understands that she is a person who is not good at rejecting. Yes, although I am not a stingy person, there is no need to share my own things with others. The modified car passed through the village, and the cars blocking the road moved out of the way. The original road could only allow ordinary cars to pass. This car was much wider than other cars. It's those 3 people. They should have stayed in that town yesterday. They are so brave. On the federal armored vehicle, a soldier looked at the armored vehicle with envy. But his tone was just envy. They are not simple. What happened yesterday should be related to that man. Don't provoke him unless necessary. The team leader thought more than others. He could tell at a glance what the purpose of the 2 waves of people yesterday was. After being stopped by his own group, he must have been unwilling to do so. But before he could take action, something unexpected happened. The only person suspected was the owner of the modified car. After passing this village, we are already at the edge of another city. The provincial road has also become a 2-way road. Although the buildings on both sides were not affected by the explosion, they were greatly damaged by the survivors passing by. You can even see scenes of survivors haunting stores, carrying supplies. There's someone blocking the way on the bridge ahead. Baisu noticed something was wrong at a glance. There were too many survivors staying nearby. Some even settled in houses on the roadside, and had not entered the city for a long time. This bridge is the only way to enter the city. If you want to go around it, you have to break through a bombing zone and enter from another bridge more than 10 kilometers away, which is very troublesome. Therefore, even if someone blocks the road, they cannot stop the survivors. Boss! Here comes a big guy! In front of the bridge, several cars blocked a passage, but it was blocked by iron bars. 2 survivors were holding double-barreled guns, and were counting the supplies paid by people entering the city. The first time they saw the modified car, several people stopped what they were doing, their eyes full of enthusiasm. If it were before the end of the world, they wouldn't even dare to think about it if they saw this kind of car. After all, the person who can transform this kind of car is either rich or noble. But now the situation is completely different. Stop and check your voice. If you're not a big shot, let me keep the car. A man who was sitting in the car smoking suddenly straightened his eyes when he saw the car. After taking 2 deep breaths, he put out the cigarette, took out the gun in the car and walked out. Stop. If you want to cross the bridge, each person has to pay 10 kilograms of supplies. A survivor with a banner on his arm and a double-barreled spray gun stopped the modified vehicle. Lynchie got out of the car, holding a rifle in his hand, and pointed it directly at the people who came over. I really don't want to live anymore. Who asked you to block the road here and collect tolls? What is the name of your leader? A federal-issued rifle was pushed forward, and its momentum frightened these people to the spot. After all, the firearms in their hands were shotguns and handmade guns independently developed by small factories. The craftsmanship of the bullets was not up to standard, and their power was far from comparable to the federal rifles. The most important thing is that the tone of Lynchie's words was very much like that of a warlord. Forgive these low-level forces, who have never had contact with high-level people. In their impression, warlords and young men are generally like this. The nearest stupefied young man subconsciously raised his gun and wanted to resist. But when he saw a slap in the face, his brain was blinded for a moment, and he fell straight to the ground. What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't have any eyesight. Put the gun away. The boss, who had just stepped out of the car, quickly put the gun into the hands of the younger brothers beside him, walked over, and slapped each of the younger brothers who resisted with guns. This military lord. Calm down. Calm down. It is no secret that the world situation has changed. This has slowly turned the ordinary people's respect for the Federation into awe, recreating the scene of warlord separatism 100 years ago. This military lord is the most reasonable change. Come on. Tell me. Who told you to do this? Lynchie noticed that the other stunned green man beside him was a little dissatisfied. The homemade spray gun in his hand gradually increased, and he fired a bullet casually. Boom! A bullet accurately passed through the guy's unruly eye, and the back of his head exploded, splattering blood and brains onto the car behind him. The body also fell straight down. Don't move. Don't be impulsive. The boss turned pale with fright, but he still held down the younger brother beside him. This guy never died. Right? He just wanted to shoot me. Did you see that? Lynchie was most afraid of meeting such stupid young people with simple minds. They really dared to shoot. Master, calm down. That fool is ignorant. Don't be as knowledgeable as him. I will open a way for you to pass. The boss's scalp felt numb. It's hard to imagine how big a background this person has. Although he had the numerical advantage, the power of the opponent's 2 rifles was beyond his comparison. Once they fought, he would never survive. If a little brother dies, then he will die. Who makes him have no eyesight? This kind of stupid young man can deal with ordinary people. But it can be seen that those dignitaries will only cause trouble for him. Seeing that the gun in Lynchie's hand was always aimed at him, the boss's face trembled, and he forced out a sad smile. Chapter 70. College life is good. The armored vehicle slowly crossed the bridge. Lynchie put away his gun and looked behind him through the surveillance camera. Those people were still on the bridge, even nodding and bowing to watch them leave. The body was quickly dragged and thrown into the river, and the bridge was blocked again. Baisu was a little silent. It had only been a while since the Order of the Federation was already in such chaos. Actually, things like this also happen in peacetime. They are temporary workers. Lynchie was not surprised. As long as he had a gun in his hand, all living beings would be equal. It's really hard to understand the feeling of not having any scruples after killing someone. That slap just now was really enjoyable. In this case, we will encounter a lot of trouble after entering the city. Just approaching the city, something like this happened. The local gangsters dared to intercept it. It is not difficult to imagine how much trouble there will be after encountering someone spying on this modified car. Try to leave from the edge of the city. Ordinary people really can't take us down. The defense of the modified vehicle can withstand ordinary thermal weapons, as long as it does not conflict with the federal army. Some civilian forces have nothing to do with it. After crossing the bridge, Lynchie saw that the road on the left was blown up, so he had no choice but to drive from the right. This road is a passage around the city. There are many vehicles abandoned by survivors on the road. In the pit not far away, hundreds of corpses are piled up. Judging from the degree of decay, they should be virus zombies. It is obvious that this place was once someone specially cleaned it. Look at the map I sent you. If you go around from the east, the distance will be relatively long, because not far ahead is a 30-kilometer bombing zone. Baisu passed a map to Lynchie. The clear satellite map could even see the ruins of the ruins. The center of the charred bombing zone was the newly established safety zone. There were 2 passages left on the ruins, and a deep trace surrounded half of the ruins. It doesn't matter if you take the outer ring. I'm afraid the city has been cleaned up a long time ago. Even zombies are very rare, let alone mutated creatures. With Lynchie's strength, maybe he will be reused if he enters the safe zone, and even get a good position in a short time. But if he wants to contact those mutated creatures again, he will have to wait until next spring. And he will probably be in the safe zone throughout the winter. Do some troublesome things. It's better to fight alone, which can enhance your own strength to some extent. When you really can't resist next year, you can find a safe zone to avoid the limelight. This is a university town. Tuanchuan recognized the location of the safe zone. Her previous choice for graduation was the university in this city, and she had also visited there before. College life is great. Lynchie couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little curious about the safe zone. If you want to enter the safe zone, I still have some ideas. Baisu heard the yearning in the 2 people's voices. With her status, she should be taken seriously by the safe zone. No, you may have misheard my sentence. Lynchie slammed the accelerator, turned onto the outer ring road, and headed towards the industrial area on the edge of the city. The Central Asian Federation is the federation with the most developed industrial system. Each city has a mature industrial system and can basically achieve self-sufficiency. Before the big bombing, these industrial areas will be deliberately avoided and will be used at any time in the future. But now, this place has been temporarily abandoned, and almost everyone has evacuated this area. Even the search and rescue team will not come here to clean up the danger. The roads here were very wide, and Lynchie could drive at full speed. But after a while, he passed by a factory. The snow on the factory building has not melted yet, and the rising temperature has almost melted the snow on the road. But there is still a thick layer of snow in the areas that block the sun. Lynchie noticed that there were many human and animal footprints on the snow, and secretly thought that this was the right place. Just search around the area these days, and try to get more genetic crystals. Both you and Tuanchuan need to improve their strength. Second-level mutant beasts are hard to come by, and Lynchie doesn't have extravagant hopes. However, his first-level genetic limit has not yet been reached, so he is not in a hurry. During this period of time, you only need to accumulate the upper limit of gene tolerance below the first level, and it is not too late to continue taking the second-level gene crystals. Baisu hesitated to speak, but did not say anything. During this period, all the genetic crystals obtained were taken by Lynchie and Tuanchuan. She had not eaten even one. Lynchie is now willing to share it with her, and he should be ready to accept her into the team. You just need to improve your strength first. I can do it later. Baisu pushed up his glasses, and the corners of his mouth curled up inexplicably. This factory area is very concentrated, but there is another factory area a few thousand meters away, and there is also a living street and factory dormitories nearby. This is the only place where workers living near the factory can relax. Moreover, the degree of greening here is relatively high, and there is a small forest every distance. With wholesale market, shoe factory, refractory materials, garment factory. This is it. Seeing the sign of a garment factory, Lynchie stopped decisively and turned the steering wheel. There happens to be unprocessed mutant giant pig skin on the car. If it can be made into armor in this garment factory, it will have less worries when encountering mutant beasts in the future. Although Lynchie could easily kill the mutated beasts he encountered now, He still had to make more preparations. After putting on Baisu to drive, Lin Chi went down and pushed open the retractable door of the garment factory and drove the modified car inside. There were signs of human activity in front of the garment factory. But Lin Chi didn't care. Even if there were people in such a place, they would be survivors hiding in the factory or zombies wandering nearby. Sure enough, after entering the factory, the roar of the modified car's engine attracted the zombies from the darkness. A low roar came, and a mutated zombie with torn clothes ran out of the factory. Its upper body clothes were torn in half, revealing its ferocious muscles. The thick red tendons spread like giant earthworms, and they could be seen squirming as they ran. The hands of this mutated zombie are obviously larger than those of ordinary zombies. The finger joints are slender, and the nails are glowing with a black light. Are the zombies in big cities so mutated? Lin Chi quickly patted the car window and signaled to Anchuan to hand him the bow and arrow. But he saw that the mutated zombie was several times faster than ordinary zombies. After only a moment's delay, it was almost in front of the modified car, so he didn't have time to grab a bow and arrow. So he jumped on the roof of the car and pulled out a long spear. Baisu, play a war song. Lin Chi planned to get rid of all the zombies in this factory area once and for all, so as not to have to be careful at night. When a powerful piece of music sounded, the factory area became completely lively. The zombies hiding in the dark were alerted and slowly surrounded the source of the noise. Tuanchuan also opened the roof cover of the car, squeezed his upper body out while holding his chest, and sat on the car roof with his hands on it. Husband, let me try shooting an arrow. Lin Chi had taught Tuanchuan how to shoot arrows before, but when faced with zombies, she rarely had a chance to take action. Now that she was at a high place and protected by Lin Chi, she naturally wanted to try it out. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Chi's response, he took an arrow and bow, and aimed at a zombie in the distance. She took a deep breath. Her pupils expanded slightly, and a sharp aura slowly appeared on her delicate little face. Chapter 71, Making Armor. Lin Chi shot the zombie's head near the modified car and smashed it open, and threw the sticky brains all over the floor. Looking back, a bunch of arrows had been shot out. The carbon arrow hit a zombie in the eye, instantly stopping it. She had seen Lin Chi use a bow and arrow many times, and with the gene lock turned on, he naturally mastered it very quickly. After just a few arrows, he became more and more proficient. A hint of excitement gradually appeared on Xiao Nizi's face. Every time she shot an arrow, her chest trembled. Unconsciously, there were only a few arrows in the quiver. Teacher Bai, give me some more arrows. When there were only 2 left, Tuanchuan decisively spoke up for her needs. Baisu quickly handed over another quiver. But zombies with a relatively high degree of mutation already have the instinct to avoid danger. When targeted by arrows, they will subconsciously block their arms in front of their heads, and shoot several arrows through a zombie's arm. But they never kill it. Kill. You handle the simple ones. Leave this kind to me. Lin Chi did not get out of the car. He guarded the area around the armored vehicle with a long gun in his hand. As long as any missing zombies approached, he would stab the head with one shot. Even mutated zombies could not stop the indestructible sharpness. There were not many zombies in the factory, but in just 2 rounds, almost all of them had been killed by Tuan Tuan and Lin Chi. Only the slow-moving virus zombies were left, slowly approaching at a slow pace. This kind of zombie was almost dormant under the ice before, but as the temperature slowly rises, it has the power to move again, and its rotting body actually shows signs of improvement. But now, the zombies are still the lowest level, and pose no threat to the awakened ones, with certain abilities. We're almost done packing. Let's move the car. Lin Chi knocked on the roof of the car with his gun, and the loud music was turned off. Baisu restarted the vehicle, suppressed the zombies on the ground, and drove the modified car to the other side of the yard. Hey, you said there are genetic crystals in the heads of mutant beasts, and Zerg species also have evolutionary crystals. Why are there nothing in the zombies' heads? Out of curiosity, I dissected a mutated zombie before, but my mind was empty. Moreover, according to the information obtained, the Federation did not announce that there were any useful things on the zombie. According to the balance of biological evolution, this really shouldn't be the case. We have also had doubts about this issue. We even scanned the bodies of those who had activated the 2nd level gene lock. No crystals appeared in their heads. When Baisu heard this question, his tone was a little heavy. From a biological perspective, there is actually no difference between humans and animals. It's just that from a human perspective, I always feel that I am above all living beings. Why crystals do not appear in human heads and people become awakened is probably because the characteristics of this virus are inexplicably related to human genes. Baisu hesitated for a moment and did not tell Lin Chi his guess. Even if ordinary people knew about this kind of thing, it would be of no use at all. It's okay if you don't have one. Otherwise everyone would have a crystal core in their head, and they might be remembered by others every day. Killing mutant beasts to obtain gene crystals is the way for awakened people to become stronger. In the future, there will definitely be a large number of people who do whatever it takes to gain power. If there are genetic crystals in the minds of awakened people, I really can't imagine what some people will do in order to become stronger. What's going on? After taking out the pig skin and locking the car door, the three of them entered the factory one after another and began to clean up the remaining items. The industrial buildings of the garment factory are all three-story buildings, with the second floors on both sides connected in the middle. However, they are divided into several areas. Lin Chi stood in front of the factory planning map and read it over, remembering the general introduction of the factory in his mind. Then led the two of them up the nearest stairs. Passing by factory buildings, the doors are all locked and the interiors are clean and tidy. It is obvious that the factories have stopped working at the beginning of the apocalypse. Those zombies may be the first survivors to hide in the factory area, as well as the workers guarding the factories. The leather jacket production workshop is at the end of the second floor. Let's go take a look first and settle down here tonight. The environment of this factory is very good. There are even offices and rest areas in the workshop, which is not much worse than a small hotel outside. There is also a canteen in the factory. Although the materials have been moved away long ago, there are still many facilities that may be used. They didn't encounter any danger all the way to the leather clothing workshop. Lin Chi pried open the door lock, and the three of them entered the leather clothing workshop. There are dozens of machines in the workshop, and a large amount of leather is piled on the shelves in the corner. Next door is the workshop for brewing raw hides, and the smell of chemicals is very strong. Let me see if there are any instructions for soaking leather first. You two learn how to cut it, and try to get the armor out in the shortest time. The mainstream combat uniforms in the future will definitely be obtained from mutated creatures. Mastering some skills in advance will help you to be prepared. Lin Chi went to the rawhide workshop next door, directly opened the gene lock, and concentrated his energy through the clues in the workshop and the operation diagrams painted on the wall. I quickly got a general understanding. Put the pig skin into the soaking tank and pour in the prepared chemicals. It only takes one night to complete the simple treatment. Back in the workshop next door, Tuan and Baisu were selecting finished leather coats on the hangers. As expected, this woman couldn't help but look pretty wherever she went. Seeing Lin Chi approaching, Tuan turned around in a circle, hoping to get Lin Chi's praise. Yes, this dress suits you very well. Lin Chi did not hesitate to praise him. With these clothing templates, the three of them would not have to fumble around. 2 pieces of wild boar skin are put inside to brew, but the material separated by genetic crystallization is still needed to further enhance the strength of the skin. Moreover, the second order gene crystal has not decomposed yet, so it is time to find an opportunity to take it. Lin Chi found an office next door with a rest room attached. After cleaning the desktop, he went back to the armored vehicle and moved all Baisu's work instruments over. After installing the energy device and restoring the power to the room, the three of them got busy. Tuan was cooking a simple dinner on the induction cooker. At the desk, Lin Chi and Baisu cleared a table, placed the instruments, and started operating. The genetic crystal of the mutated giant pig had always been carried by Lin Chi. After diluting the decomposition solution, the washed genetic crystal was put into it and gradually emitted a red light. Several other gene crystals were also taken out by Lin Chi. The decomposed materials can be used to make a backup energy device, and the decomposed colloid is also of great use. After many federal studies, this colloid is extremely useful. After being formulated in a special way, it can melt the bones, teeth, claws, etc. of mutant creatures. After being reshaped, it can be made into weapons suitable for human use. Chapter 72 Too Courageous. After molding the long knife, all the basic work was completed, and Tuan also prepared dinner. After the three of them had eaten, they tidied up the lounge in the office and prepared for a good night's sleep. The temperature emitted by the air conditioner makes the room very warm, but looking at the narrow bed, it is obviously more crowded than last time if 3 people sleep there. I'll go to the factory and take a nap. It's not very cold there. Lin Chi took the initiative to back down. Otherwise Baisu would definitely notice if Tuan launched another sneak attack at night. The last time they lay together, their hands were in the wrong place. If they fell asleep this time, their lower bodies might not behave properly. It's okay if we squeeze in. The factory doesn't have electricity, and it gets very cold at night. Baisu didn't care at all. She took off her coat, revealing her curvy figure, and was the first to sit on the bed. She curled up in the corner, lying on her side, leaving most of the space. Okay then. Let's make do with it for one night. When the backup energy is ready tomorrow, I will organize the rest room. Since Teacher Bai didn't mind, Lin Chi naturally wouldn't force him anymore and motioned for Tuanchuan to lie down in the middle while he squeezed in on the edge. As soon as he lay down, half of Tuanchuan's body was pressed against Lin Chi's body, his little hands stroking up and down. With her back to Teacher Bai, she didn't dare to make any big moves. She just put her hand on the hottest part of Lin Chi's body and slowly felt the swelling and jumping. Until midnight, the three of them were sleeping deeply. Tuanchuan, who was lying in the middle, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, and there was no trace of sleepiness. She turned her head carefully and saw Teacher Bai, who was very close to her, facing her, and her breathing stopped a little. After adjusting his body position, he slowly slipped under the quilt, and his little head gradually disappeared in the middle. Lin Chi, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up and glanced at Teacher Bai next to him in fear. Tuanchuan, who was originally sleeping in the middle, disappeared, and the extra person in the bed was making a sneak attack in the darkness. Tuanchuan's boldness made Lin Chi no longer sleepy, and he was terrified for fear that Teacher Bai on the side would notice. Although in this case, if he is discovered, he will definitely not be the one who is embarrassed. Come out quickly. Teacher Bai is waking up soon. But Tuanchuan didn't seem to hear it, as if the bed was even warmer. The weak movement made Teacher Bai frown slightly, subconsciously pulled the corner of the quilt, and opened his eyes in a daze. After a while to get used to the darkness, I noticed something was wrong. A trace of confusion appeared in Baisu's eyes. She opened her eyes, and saw not the nearest Tuanchuan, but Lin Chi, who also had his eyes open. Subconsciously, she thought Tuanchuan had gotten up, and when she was about to ask, Lin Chi suddenly stretched out his hand and covered her mouth. Baisu's eyes were full of surprise, and his face instantly turned red and hot. After watching the surveillance several times, how could she not understand what was happening? And this time it still had that heart-shaking sound. Tuan, who worked hard to make the transition, slowly got out of the bed, lay in Lin Chi's arms and fell asleep, never looking back at Baisu. When the breathing sound gradually stabilized, Lin Chi kept his hand on Baisu's face and did not take it back. He could even feel the warm breath slowly gathering in the palm of his hand. Baisuro woke up from her dream, quickly turned her head away, turned her back, got rid of Lin Chi's hand, bit her lips lightly, her eyes full of inexplicable color. After dawn, Lin Chi got up early and went to the garment workshop to inspect the processed wild boar skins. After a night of soaking, the fat and hair on the pigskin have fallen off. After simple processing, only 2 pieces of soft leather are left. After further dehydration, drying and pressing, it will be a qualified piece of leather. Breakfast was a cup of hot milk brought to Tuanchuan. Naturally, Baisu didn't get this treatment and could only drink some authentic milk. Throughout the morning, Baisu couldn't look directly at Tuanchuan. Every time he saw Tuanchuan's red mouth, a strange picture would appear in his mind, making him uneasy. By noon, the gene crystals were decomposed, and Baisu prepared a gel liquid to break through the hide evenly, strengthening the characteristics of the hide. He only had to wait for complete fusion before cutting could begin. The second-order crystal was made into a backup energy device, and a tube of red genetic fluid was handed to Lin Chi. I'll find a place to take it and try it. After taking the second-order genetic liquid for the second time, Lin Chi had already gained experience and went outside specially. When the red genetic liquid was drank into the mouth, it turned into a heat that spread throughout the body. The next second, a feeling of heat came over, filling every part of the body. The gene lock state is automatically opened, and a sense of power transmission arises from the inside out. The overall improvement is about 20%, and the strength is the most obvious. After turning on the gene lock, he will have a clear understanding of the body. Lin Chi can intuitively feel the increase brought by the genetic fluid, but it will definitely increase slowly in the future. Before the hot air dissipated from his body, Lin Chi simply took a long knife and started moving outside. Most of the vegetation inside the factory area is holly trees, which have not been maintained for a long time. The branches and leaves of these trees are all very tall. Lin Chi simply waved his long knife and chopped at random. From the beginning to the end. From the factory area to the end. At the door. I was very happy. A man's pleasure is sometimes that simple. Arriving near the modified vehicle, Lin Chi was surprised to find that all the zombies on the ground had turned into skeletons. And there were even signs of eating on the bones. A mutated rat again? I didn't notice any movement of mutated rats last night. I think they were all attracted to these corpses. Garment factories often process leather, and even have warehouses where leather is stored. If you think about it, rats have already taken over the area. This made Lin Chi cautious. Maybe tonight, these rats would come out in groups and attack them. It seems we need to prepare early. Thinking of this hidden danger, Lin Chi gave up his intention to continue shopping and quickly returned to the factory area, looking for the warehouse where the raw hides were stored. The rawhide warehouse was at the very back of the factory, and it was a separate warehouse. As soon as he got closer, Lin Chi smelled a rotten smell mixed with the stench of sewers. So he slowly approached, and sure enough, he found a hole with a diameter of more than half a meter under the warehouse door. What a big rat's nest! There couldn't be only one entrance to the mouse's hole. But Lin Chi turned around and didn't find a second hole. His original plan to burn down the warehouse had to be given up. In that case, you can only drive the rats out. But you cannot kill them all. We still need bait. In this case, we can only go outside and get some. It is easy to find zombies or mutant beasts in the factory area outside. You only need to kill a few and bring them back. And throw a few nearby. You will be sure to lure out the mutant rats from the warehouse at night. Chapter 73 Mutated Sheep. Lin Chi only took a long knife and walked outside the factory, climbed over the stretching door, and followed the road to the nearby living street. From a distance, several zombies were wandering on the street, walking aimlessly. Most of this living area is filled with restaurants and some entertainment venues. There is a barber shop every few hundred meters, but the rolling shutter doors are closed tightly, so there is no trace of formality. I found a pickup truck on the side of the road, opened the door and checked it, started the ignition, and the fuel gauge showed there was still 1 bar of fuel. So he ran directly towards those zombies. A zombie was not 10 meters away. Its arms were a little twisted, but after rolling a few times, it struggled to turn over and crawled towards Lin Chi with a roar from its split mouth. As soon as he got close, Lin Chi stabbed his head with a knife. He raised the knife and killed all the nearby zombies and threw them into the truck. A zombie only weighed more than 100 kilograms. Lin Chi estimated that at least it would take more than a dozen to lure out all those mutated rats. So he drove the pickup truck slowly down the street, honking the horn constantly. The noise soon alerted nearby creatures. Not just the zombies hiding in the corner, but also some survivors. The window on the second floor of the bathing center was opened, and a head was poked out to observe carefully. Hey, buddy, don't seek death. You're honking the horn like this and attracting all the mutated beasts. He lowered his voice and looked left and right, fearing that he would see something that scared him. Are there mutant beasts? Lin Chi stopped the car after hearing this, leaned out the window and looked around. But there were only a few zombies on the street, and there was no sign of mutant beasts at all. When the zombies approached, he raised his knife and dropped it. Dude, you're so awesome! The young man at the window watched several zombies fall to the ground and were thrown into the truck bed. So he could only squeeze out these words. They usually dare to kill zombies, but they are always cautious, for fear of accidents. How can they be like this person? Just like chopping melons and vegetables. Brother, what kind of mutant beast do you think that mutant beast is? Is it powerful? If it's just an ordinary mutant beast, that's fine. But if it's a second-level mutant beast, it's worth hunting for Lin Chi. There are no mutant beasts that are not powerful. Hide quickly. Those guys will come over soon. The sound of a car horn is very transmissive, and it can be heard clearly on a quiet street even if it is hundreds of meters away. The hearing of mutant beasts is often more sensitive than that of humans. It's just the right time. I just need this thing. From what the young man said, there seemed to be a lot of mutant beasts, which made Lin Chi look forward to it even more. But when he turned his head and glanced at the street, he was suddenly stunned. Hack! I saw dozens of huge giant sheep appearing at the corner of the street, each like a calf, and they were running with great momentum. Although they are all first-level mutant beasts, they can easily knock over a car when they come in groups. The sharp horns on their heads also poke 2 holes in the iron plate. The devil sheep is coming. Hide in. The man at the window on the second floor shouted. quickly went downstairs and opened the door, signaling Lin Chi to go in and take shelter. With only one knife in his hand, Lin Chi really didn't want to fight with such a large number of mutant beasts. Without any hesitation, he quickly abandoned the car and hid in the bathing center. There was a lot of debris piled up at the door, and there was only one exit that allowed people to pass. After Lin Chi entered, the man quickly sprinkled a bottle of disinfectant on the door and locked the iron door. The next moment, a banging sound was heard, and the pickup truck parked in the middle of the road seemed to have been hit by something, and there was a violent collision. Lin Chi noticed that there were several people in the hall, but they all had a look of panic on their faces. "Young man, you are too bold. You dare to honk your horn on the street. Those demon sheep can eat people." A skinny middle-aged man in the hall couldn't help but complain, and now led the sheep to the door, fearing that they would not disperse in a short time. Honest people dare not express their dissatisfaction directly. Complaining is already the greatest courage. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crunching sound of chewing bones outside, which made people's hair stand on end. At this time, the man at the window first checked the soundness of the door before letting out a sigh of relief. "Brother, are you from somewhere else?" Lin Chi's actions made him roughly guess that he wanted to hunt zombies on the street, but he seemed to have no understanding of the situation here. "Yeah, there are a lot of you here. Why don't you go to the safe zone? This industrial area is only a few dozen kilometers away from the city. Perhaps not far away. You can encounter the federal search team, so you shouldn't be trapped here. We thought about it too. But there are a lot of mutant beasts out there. There is a breeding farm nearby, and the animals in it are all hacking mutated. Several waves of people who wanted to leave before were mutated before they could get very far. The beast attacked. The young man seemed to be the leader here. When he listened to his words, several people nodded. Okay, let's go to the second floor first. If you stay in the hall for a long time, you will smell human smell outside." The young man glanced at the long knife in Lin Chi's hand, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the knife was extraordinary. After waiting on the second floor, Lin Chi found that there were more people here, including men, women, old and young, and even a few 4- or 5-year-old children. This is a group of real survivors. Everyone came to the window. At this moment, the group of mutated sheep on the street had overturned the pickup truck, and several zombie corpses were dragged back and forth. However, the mutated sheep only ate the infected zombies, but stayed away from the virus zombies. Are these mutated sheep so picky about their food? This was the first time Lin Chi saw a mutant creature eating zombies up close. And it was also a herbivorous mutant sheep. Actually, sheep are omnivores. They usually eat grass and occasionally eat some small animals. After the mutation, in terms of food selection, meat is naturally more nutritious. Otherwise, it would not be able to grow so big. The young man lamented that at first. They did not realize how scary these sheep were. At that time, they chose to stay in a safe place and wait for the federal soldiers to rescue them. But as day by day, these mutated creatures became more and more fierce. I passed by several factory areas when I came here. There seemed to be no mutant beasts there. You can actually leave through that road. Lin Chi explained the route he took when he arrived, hoping to give the other party some help. No need. We have received notification from the Federation. They will send people to clean up the mutant beasts here in the next 2 days. At that time, a rescue team will escort us to the safe area. The young man was very calm. After all, he had already contacted the federal rescue team, and there was no need to take any more risks. That's fine. After all, there are old people and children. The faces of the old people were full of pain, and the children were confused and a little afraid. They might not have realized what terrible thing had happened. My name is Suyu. I am also an awakened person, and my home is nearby. Suyu briefly introduced the people around him, and even gave the names of the children. If a person has no sense of existence, as time goes by, he will gradually disappear from everyone. My name is Lin Chi. Don't worry. I will help you take care of these sheep. This kind of mutated beast has genetic crystals in almost every brain, and Lin Chi will definitely not let it go. Moreover, these people were willing to open the door and let him in to escape, which was worthy of Lin Chi's help. Chapter 74 Advanced Big Pussy Bag. Don't be impulsive. Even the awakened ones can't deal with so many mutant beasts. When they finish eating, they will leave. Suyu had seen Lin Chi's extraordinary skills before, but that was just to deal with ordinary zombies. Give him a sharp knife, and he could do it. Where can I find so many mutant beasts without me? Don't worry. I will leave one for you later. Enough for you to eat for a few days. After Lin Chi said this, he pushed open the window and jumped down. He slashed with his sword in midair, and a bolt of lightning burst out from the blade. The head of a mutated sheep was instantly split into two, with neat cuts and a trace of scorch marks. Before his head was completely separated, Lin Chi ran towards the street and ran towards the clothing factory. The sheep that reacted started to roar angrily, and their bleating sound contained a unique ferocity, like the roar of a ram in heat. The leading sheep quickly chased Lin Chi with all four limbs, and the remaining mutated sheep followed closely, and the ground shook again. Lin didn't start running very fast, and just happened to be hanging the front sheep to ensure that no one would be left behind. This thing's flesh and blood attraction was far more attractive than ordinary zombies, so it could be used as bait when the time came. When he arrived at the clothing factory, he jumped over the retractable door. Lin Chi quickly ran to the modified car, used his strength to push off, and climbed onto the roof of the car. Then he pulled out a spear. Throwing the gun, the sharp spear directly pierced the body of a mutated sheep. It jumped twice and then collapsed on the ground. But the remaining ones had already jumped through the retractable door and surrounded the modified vehicle. On the roof of the car, Lin Chi placed a total of 10 spears. At this moment, he used them as throwing weapons, which was suitable for killing such mutant beasts. The spear in his hand was charging up, and a swimming dragon condensed on it. The gun body trembled faintly when Lin Chi threw it with all his strength. The air in front of him was distorted, and it turned into a dragon-shaped gun shadow, which hit a mutant on the sheep. The sheep's body exploded instantly, and even the following ones were impacted and knocked to the ground. A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and cracks spread. Lin Feifei quickly picked up the remaining spears and shot them one at a time. When he finished throwing them, he jumped out of the car decisively. The long knife in his hand was chopped off, and another head fell. When holding the sword, Lin Chi felt domineering in his heart. He even felt that he would become more courageous as he fought, and he felt that he could kill anything with a swing of the sword. The mutated sheep were already in a mess, but the bloody nature of the mutation made these ferocious guys ignore death and lower their heads to hit Lin Chi one after another. Thunder slash. The long knife was attached with thunder and lightning, and it fell with one strike. The light of the arc-shaped lightning knife spread out and flew out. The head of the nearest mutated sheep was split into two in an instant. Half of its face fell to the ground, and its body continued to rush forward. Lin Chi dodged sideways and swung his knife again, slashing across the neck of a mutated sheep. After hearing the inquiry, Bai Su and Tuanchuan saw so many mutated sheep appearing in the open space of the factory area, and they raised their guns and took aim. The bullet exploded on the mutated sheep, exploding into a cloud of blood, but it was impossible to kill it without hitting its vitals. Don't waste bullets. I can do it all by myself. Lin Chi stopped the two people's wasteful behavior. These mutated sheep just allowed him to refresh the progress of skill advancement. When he had killed the last one, Lin Chi inserted his long knife into the ground and rolled up his sleeves. The skill that is currently the easiest to advance is the newly acquired Big Pocket, and it has already been completed once. The last mutated sheep was breathing heavily from its nostrils. Its rectangular pupils were locked firmly on Lin Chi. Its head was slightly depressed, and the curved horns on its head were like two spikes. Its strong limbs moved towards Lin Chi, and it rushed towards Lin Chi. Snapped, throwing it away with a slap. The mutated sheep staggered and ran diagonally several meters away. Then it stabilized its body and turned its head again. Its left eye instantly became bloodshot and red. But this slap completely aroused its ferocity. Two streams of red-hot air spurted out from the nostrils and hit Lin Chi again. Snapped. Another slap came up, causing the mutated sheep to stumble and almost fall to the ground. Lin Chi shook his hand, and his hands were a little numb after these two slaps. But after two attempts, he also found the feeling. This inexplicable sense of release was even more enjoyable than swinging a knife and shooting an arrow. Honey, what are you doing? Do you want to beat this sheep to death? Tuanchuan held the gun with a confused look on his face. They didn't dare to get too close at this time. After being slapped twice, the mutated sheep was obviously a little crazy. I thought of a special attack method. It's very sharp. The mutated sheep was too afraid to step forward, and even faintly retreated, with a tendency to escape. But how could Lin Chi let go of this rare experimental material? He quickly chased after him, grabbed the horns of the sheep, slapped him and shouted again. After the first advanced condition was completed, the mutated sheep was bleeding from all its orifices, collapsed on the ground, and could no longer stand up. Half of its head was swollen, and its entire brain was turned into paste. 1. Perform 10 blows on the target. Completed. 2. Use the big dick to kill a mutated beast. Completed. Baby Kabuto has been advanced to the powerful Kabuto. Shock. Using Big Force Kabuto will cause psychic damage to the target, making it stiff for 1 second. When attacking a faceless creature, the effect is doubled. Current skills can be advanced. Advanced requirements. 1. Use the big bag 100 times. Not repeatable. 2. Use the big punch bag 100 times on the faceless creature. Not repeatable. 3. Consume 10 first-order gene crystals. The loophole has been closed for me. Lynchy had just brushed the mutant sheep's face 9 times. He thought that this skill would be easy to upgrade in the future. But he didn't expect that the loophole would be fixed in the next level. Come and help put away the genetic crystals. There are more than 30 mutated sheep in total, representing more than 30 genetic crystals. And the mutton can also be divided and stored for future food. As for sheepskins, the fur of first-order mutated beasts, Lynchy already looks down on it. It is a little difficult to break open the mutated sheep's head with a long knife. But after switching to a gun, it only takes a light pick to open the head, revealing the fresh brains. The two of them did not find it disgusting. So they found clips from the modified car and searched for genetic crystals in their brains. There are 35 in total, and one of them was broken by you. The mutant sheep that was blasted to pieces had its head exploded. Although the genetic crystal had a good hardness, it could not withstand the impact. Crush it into pieces. 35 pieces are enough for a while. Process some of the meat and pile up the rest. It may attract some mutated rats at night. Lynchy still needs to live in this garment factory for a few more days. If the rat infestation is not cleaned up, he will not be able to sleep peacefully at night. When Tuan heard about the mutated mice, he felt goosebumps all over his body and shivered subconsciously. Rat infestation is a big trouble after all. A few of them alone may not matter at all. But as long as they reach a certain number, even if the federal army comes, they will still have a headache. Baisu showed a rare expression of caution. The possibility of genetic crystallization in the brain of such a gregarious creature was low, so there was no need to hunt it. But he couldn't ignore it yet. I have an idea that should be able to wipe out these mutant rats in one fell swoop. Lynchy looked at the open space in the factory area, and an idea gradually came to his mind. Skipping Chapter 75 does not affect viewing. Chapter 76 Power Grid Trap. The newly created energy device has extremely powerful electrical energy. If it is connected into a power grid and placed in a surrounding open space, even a person can easily knock it over. Lynchy once saw someone trying to catch animals like rabbits on the mountain, using nothing more than a car battery. When Lynchy expressed his idea, Baisu said that she could help with this matter. The material was nothing more than some metal objects such as iron wire. Lynchy quickly found some from the factory warehouse. He inserted a few spears into the ground and fixed them. The iron wire was wrapped around them, and a line was arranged on the ground around the mutated sheep corpses. A dense grid. Okay. Now we just need to wait until night, when the mutated rats are attracted by the smell of blood, and we can get rid of it once and for all. The three of them sat in the modified car and looked outside through the surveillance camera. It was still dark at the moment, and it would still be some time before night fell. No. Something seems to be coming in from outside. After a while, a dark shadow passed through the surveillance camera and landed on the high wall near the factory. The huge figure looked like a black panther, with smooth hair all over its body and a pair of bright blue eyes. It was another mutant cat, and it was completely black. It was much larger than the one we encountered before. From the aura emanating from it, we could tell that it was a second-level mutant beast. Unexpectedly, instead of attracting mice, we attracted cats. Lynchy had always thought about eliminating the rat infestation in the factory area, but he didn't realize that the bloody smell emitted by so many mutated sheep almost filled most of the industrial area. With the mutated creature's sensitive sense of smell, he was afraid that all of them would be destroyed. Attracted, not to mention the nearby breeding farms. The number of stray cats and dogs is also quite large. But the cat was extremely cautious and kept squatting on the wall, although it could be seen that it coveted the pile of mutated mutton. The movement from outside confirmed that more than one mutated creature was approaching. Don't make any noise. Today's scene may be a little too big. Lynchy carefully reminded the two of them that through surveillance, the mutated black cat had shown a wary look and was staring at the outside of the factory. At the same time, a low roar came, and the hair on the mutated cat's body exploded, and a whimpering reluctance came from its throat. Slowly, it jumped off the wall and turned into a dark corner. As the footsteps approached, a huge mutant dog jumped over the retractable door and easily fell into the courtyard, followed closely by a second and a third. This kind of mutated dog is larger than the previous mutated sheep, especially the first one. It has a strong and slender body with fluffy black and white hair. It is like a giant wolf and has a full sense of oppression. Although the remaining two were smaller in size, they were equally ferocious. It was their appearance that scared the mutant black cat away temporarily. The three mutated dogs also stayed in place and did not immediately enjoy the food they found. The leading mutant dog growled, and the thinnest mutant dog behind him slowly stepped forward and tentatively circled the pile of meat. The spear inserted into the ground was 3/4 of the way into the ground. It bit and dragged it several times, but it didn't move. It shook its head and stepped on the wire on the ground to slowly reach the mutton pile. Lin Chi had removed the essence of the meat, but the internal organs and brain were still the favorites of mutant creatures. At this moment, it couldn't resist the temptation, opened the chest of a mutant sheep, and started to gnaw on it. Immediately afterwards, the second one couldn't hold it anymore and quickly came forward to eat. Only the largest mutant dog was always observing everywhere. These mutated sheep were their prey before. Only when they found them alone could they have the opportunity to hunt one. When encountering those in groups, even the dog king did not dare to resist. It circled around the pile of corpses, looking at the corner where the mutated black cat had been hiding from time to time, telling it directly that the cat had been watching it secretly. Lin Chi sprinkled animal repellent powder around the modified car, which completely blocked the smell of the three people. Coupled with the thickness of the steel plate, he was not afraid of being discovered by these mutated creatures. This dog is really cautious. This mutated big dog is also a second-level mutant beast. Its two younger brothers are only first-level mutant beasts. Even if they are powered on at this moment, they will not gain much. Lin Chi wanted to catch both the second-order mutated dog and the second-order mutated cat in one fell swoop. But given the caution of the two guys, it might be too difficult. While he was hesitating, sudden movement in the corner caught Lin Chi's attention. It was not dark yet, but the smell of blood had already attracted the attention of the mutated rat in the factory. A cunning mutated rat was squatting in the corner, its small scarlet eyes staring at the pile of flesh and blood in the open space. With its intelligence, it couldn't figure out why there was so much food there. But as a social creature, it immediately returned to the cave and informed the rats of the news. Not long after, a group of dark mutated rats came out in full force, rushing over like a tide. The two mutated dogs that were eating meat were startled. Their bodies lowered slightly, and they issued a low warning in their mouths. At the same time, the mutant cat hiding in the dark also came out, and its ethereal cry made the mutant rats instantly agitated. However, the temptation of flesh and blood still failed to make this group of foodies shrink back. The largest mutant rat in the rat group stood upright and squeaked a few times. The mutant rats around him gathered around and started again. Move closer to the pile of meat. The largest mutant dog jumped up onto the pile of meat, as if declaring its sovereignty. But it still couldn't stop the footsteps of the mutant rats. A mutant dog rushed over first, bit the nearest mutant rat to death in one bite, threw it aside, and then slapped it with its claws, splashing a piece of meat. Although dogs look for mice and are nosy, little do they know that dogs are also the natural enemies of mice. Their hunting instinct makes them naturally aggressive towards such hiding little animals. A group of mutant rats all surrounded them. The smell of death completely made their eyes red, and they aimed at the mutant dog. When the number reaches a certain level, a qualitative change will occur. The mutated dog that originally had the upper hand suddenly screamed, shook violently, shook off the mouse that climbed on it, and retreated to the pile of meat. In just a short moment, several blood marks appeared on its body, and even its nose was dripping with blood. Woof! The mutant dog king suddenly roared angrily, and the mutant rats that were approaching were immediately shocked and stopped. Some of the bodies closest to them shook violently and twitched, rolling on the ground as if they were frightened. However, a large number of mutated rats have formed an encirclement. The dark group surrounded the pile of meat, narrowing the area bit by bit. Neither side is willing to take a step back. But the situation is obviously not good for the mutant dogs. No matter how strong they are alone, they cannot last long in the face of this tide of mutant rats. The Rat King stood up again at this moment, squeaking incessantly. At the same time, several large mutant rats around his body protected him tightly, guarding against the mutant black cat watching from the side. The mutated black cat jumped down from the wall with elegant steps, and its agile figure slowly approached the edge of the rat group. A mutant rat felt threatened, and as soon as it pounced, it was swatted away by its claws and crashed into the pile of rats. Sensing its intention, the mutated rat king screamed even more urgently. The mutated rats around his body almost formed a ball around him, squirming quickly towards the pile of mutton. Cats are afraid of dogs. Dogs are afraid of rats. But rats are afraid of cats. The three parties just form a balance. Chapter 77. The rescue team arrives. The mutated dog took the initiative to retreat to a corner, guarded by its two younger brothers. It quickly devoured the mutated sheep's internal organs to replenish its physical strength. The Rat King was surrounded by a group of rats, holding a sheep's head and sucking the brains inside. The mutated black cat jumped to the ground, and the surrounding mice automatically dispersed. Not daring to get within 3 meters of it, it walked slowly and gracefully, occupying a pile of corpses. It popped out its claws, tore open the chest of a mutated sheep, took out the warm internal organs and ate it. It seems that all three parties have restrained their impulses, but no one knows what conflicts will happen after they are full. But at this moment, these mutated creatures happen to be within the scope of the power grid. I didn't expect to catch 2 second-level mutant beasts at once. This time I made a lot of money. Although if you wait for a while, it is possible to attract other mutant beasts. It is almost impossible to eliminate them all at the same time. So Lin Chi decisively pressed the power button. The next second, blue electric lights suddenly erupted from the pile of meat in the open space of the factory. Along with a crackling sound, the mutant rats fell straight to the ground. The largest mutated dog screamed, its hair bursting, and it was constantly trembling. The mutated black cat was equally miserable. It had just stepped on an iron wire, and was now firmly attracted by the electric current. The black hair on its body was constantly flashing with electric current and making random crackling sounds. But this situation only lasted for 5 seconds. As the wire was burned, a burning smell suddenly filled the open space. The weak mutant rats were directly scorched black by the electric fur, and even the most powerful mutant dogs and cats fell to the ground and twitched continuously. Maybe they could recover if they were given some time to react. But how could Lin Chi give them a chance? He quickly opened the door and got out of the car, grabbed the spear stuck on the ground, stepped forward and stabbed it several times, piercing the heads of all 4 struggling mutant beasts. You too. Check these mice, and don't let go of any that have genetic crystals. This harvest has far exceeded Lin Chi's expectations, especially these 2 second-level mutant beasts, which are the strongest mutant beasts that Lin Chi can encounter at this stage. The 2 red gene crystals are smaller than those in the previous mutated giant pig's head, but the pure energy contained in them is not much less. These 2 pieces of leather are just enough to make a fur coat for each of you. Lin Chi picked out the corpses of the second-level mutated dog and mutated black cat to avoid being stained with too much blood. As for the remaining 2, there is no need to deal with them. After all the collection was completed, a total of 2 second-order gene crystals and 2 first-order gene crystals were obtained. The rats also checked them, except for the Rat King. There were 8 remaining gene crystals with relatively high impurities that could only be decomposed. These corpses are still piled in the open space of the factory and continue to be used as bait to attract mutant beasts. After repairing the burned wire, Lin Chi directly activated the circuit, connected the alarm device, and returned to the factory with the loot. Next, as long as a mutant beast touches the trap, an alarm will be triggered, and the 3 of them will be aware of it immediately. Back at the factory, the newly peeled fur was simply processed. The 2 gene crystals were also ready to be decomposed, and the energy crystal could create a backup energy device. More than 30 first-level gene crystals are enough for Lin Chi to use for a long time. He can even take Tianquan and Baisu without restraint to increase his first-level strength. Not long after, an alarm sounded outside. Lin Chi picked up his weapon and quickly went out to check. Not long after, he returned to the factory with a first-order gene crystal. Although this feeling of getting something for nothing is very satisfying, it cannot increase the demand for skill advancement, which is not the right way after all. After dinner in the evening, Lin Chi specially arranged a new room. After last night's embarrassment, he said that he could no longer share the same bed with the 2 of them, and the sirens would keep sounding tonight. So Lin Chi didn't have time to get dressed. 1 night passed, and every hour on average, Lin Chi went to collect the loot, but he never encountered another second-order mutant beast, and only got a dozen first-order gene crystals. Baisu was busy going back and forth between the 2 factories. In addition to decomposing the genetic crystals, She also had to deal with the furs and mutated sheep horns. She didn't seem to sleep a wink all night long. Finally at dawn, all the preparations were completed, just waiting for time to settle. Ah, it's already dawn? Tuanchuan opened her eyes in a daze. She couldn't help it all, so she simply lay on the bed and squinted for a while. But she didn't expect that it would be dawn as soon as she squinted. I got up quickly, washed my face, and started preparing breakfast. Teacher, bye. I will finish the rest of the work. You can take a rest after dinner. Throughout the night, he secretly squinted for a while. But Baisu was very energetic and kept busy going back and forth between the two factories before completing the decomposition of all the dozens of gene crystals. Having such a professional person can help him deal with so many trivial matters. I used to study staying up late and then just go. After taking a short rest, Baisu didn't look tired at all, and was eating breakfast by himself. Let's do this. When the genetic fluid is decomposed, you can keep 10 copies. As your strength increases, everyone will benefit. Only when the average strength of the team increases can the team be more united. Lin Chi never mentioned it before because the genetic crystals were not enough, and Baisu had a special identity. He was afraid that he would leave them one day. But now that I see her busy all night, it's time to give her some benefits. Baisu smiled. But before he could respond, there was a sudden gunshot outside, followed by a continuous sound, which seemed to be near the factory area. I'll go out and take a look. Lin Chi put down the bowls and chopsticks, picked up the bow and arrows placed aside, and quickly ran outside. Such dense gunfire is not something that ordinary civilian forces can possess. I am afraid that the federal rescue team from the safe zone has arrived here. Sure enough, when Lin Chi arrived at the open space of the factory, he saw an armored vehicle parked at the entrance of the factory, and several federal soldiers were shooting at the nearby zombie groups. A large number of mutated beast corpses were found, and it is suspected that someone deliberately did it. As soon as the soldier finished reporting the news, he saw a man running out of the factory area and subconsciously aimed his gun. Don't shoot. We're one of our own, Lin Chi quickly warned, waving his hand to indicate that he was not in danger, and slowed down. The soldier then waved his comrades around him to put down their guns. But he still did not relax his guard. Survivor, did you get the bodies of these mutated beasts? They opened the retractable door and saw the iron wire arranged around the mutated beast's body. They quickly realized that it was a trap. Looking along the iron wire, a domineering modified car came into view in the corner. What a fool. Awesome. At this moment, everyone's focus has shifted from the mutated beast's corpse to the modified car. These are the mutant beasts I have hunted these past few days. They are piled here as bait. Be careful not to touch the power grid. Lin Chi walked to the modified car, turned off the power, and introduced it calmly. There were 2 armored vehicles outside, and at least a dozen federal soldiers. Everyone was heavily armed and had to be treated with caution. We are the rescue team from the Central Plains Safety Zone. I am the Captain Wensi, and I have been ordered to rescue the survivors in this industrial zone. Can you tell us about the situation here? At this moment, another soldier walked in outside the door. He looked slightly older than these people, with a tall figure, and exuded a fierce aura. But this name is a bit clever. Captain Wensi? My name is Lin Chi. I have just arrived a few days ago, but I heard from the survivors on Life Street that there is a breeding farm here, and these mutated sheep ran away from the breeding farm. Lin Chi didn't intend to hide it. Now that these rescue soldiers are here, they will definitely know the nearby information quickly. There is no need to be secretive. Several soldiers circled around the modified vehicle, seemingly observing the situation of the vehicle. After understanding the situation, they passed the information to Captain Vinci. Listening to the information coming from the headset, Captain Wensi frowned slightly and focused his eyes on Lin Chi. Where did you get this vehicle? It should be a federally equipped protective armored vehicle. Although you modified it perfectly, some details cannot be changed. Captain Vinci's tone gradually became serious. He had the authority to execute someone for stealing federal military supplies. This is a long story, and we have to start from the 32nd City District. Lin Chi's mind was racing, and he was about to make up a story. At this moment, a large amount of information appeared in his mind, and it was slowly gathered together. This car is mine. Suddenly, Baisu's voice came from afar. She and Tuanchuan were running over nervously. After getting closer, they slowed down. My name is Baisu, and I am a researcher in the Federal Intensification Experiment. He is the security personnel accompanying me back to Beijing. Now the Federation's intensification experiments are no longer a secret. At least these soldiers have received the benefits of the intensification experiments. After hearing Baisu's explanation, when she became more cautious, I need to verify your identity. He turned around and returned to the armored vehicle, seemingly seeking confirmation from his superiors. The other soldiers changed their formations and surrounded the three of them intentionally or unintentionally. Why did you two come out? Lin Chi whispered that if he was alone, he might still have a chance to fool him, even if he was found to have borrowed a federal armored vehicle. As long as he showed his due strength, he should not be targeted too much. But when both of them came out, the situation was different. The teacher saw federal soldiers and was worried that you might get into trouble. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, there is no reason to explain. They don't care about the rules. If they feel threatened, they will deal with it in their own way. Tuanchuan was also very worried, with a look of embarrassment on his face. After a while, Captain Wency walked out of the armored vehicle, and when he came to Baisu, he actually performed a military salute. Doctor? Bai. I didn't expect to meet you here. Our team's mission has been changed, and we will escort you to the Central Plains safety zone. At this moment, he didn't know what the people above him had told him. He actually respected Baisu so much that he even put aside the upcoming rescue mission. No. I'm safe now. Your mission is to rescue survivors, so there's no need to waste resources on me. Baisu shook her head quickly. The place she wanted to go the most was naturally the Beijing safe zone. Although the Central Plains safe zone was close, the facilities and energy it had were far beyond what the capital city could match. I hope Dr. Bai won't make things difficult for us. Talents like you must be protected at all times. Captain Wency's tone was very firm, and it seemed that he would not leave if Baisu disagreed. Chapter 78 Central Plains Safety Zone. Actually, it's okay to go to the Central Plains Security Zone. Right. But we have to stay here for a few days. Some research things have not been processed yet. How many days can you wait? Lin Chi sensed something was wrong in the atmosphere, spoke quickly and winked to Baisu. Yes. I am conducting this experiment here. Now it has reached a critical moment and cannot be interrupted. It will take a few more days. Only then did Baisu react. Since he couldn't refuse, he could only choose to delay it for a while. I will ask my superiors for instructions. Please wait a moment. Captain Vinci nodded. As soldiers, although they could not understand those complicated experiments, they still knew the importance of them. After going back and asking for instructions again, he jogged back to report. Doctor? Bai. The rescue team will be on standby during this period to protect your safety. I hope your experiment goes well. Vince commanded his soldiers to open the retractable door and drive in the two armored vehicles outside, just in front of the modified vehicle. Lin Chi is self-aware. For the Central Plains Security Zone to treat him with such caution, it must be because of Baisu's special status, which has nothing to do with him. But being dragged into it, I felt a little unhappy. I'm sorry. I didn't think carefully, and shouldn't have exposed my identity. While the soldiers were busy settling in, the three of them discussed in front of the modified vehicle. Baisu looked remorseful. She originally wanted to use her status as a scientific researcher to help Lin Chi take responsibility, but she didn't expect that it would attract the attention of the Central Plains Security Zone. Don't blame yourself. In fact, I want to thank you. If you didn't say anything, I really don't know how to explain it. After all, the origin of this car is somewhat irregular. The Federation could easily find out where the armored vehicle was lost nearby. How would they give Lin Chi a chance to explain? It would be very unwise to conflict with the Federation now. And it was still near other people's safety zones. I was able to leave safely. But what should I do with this cart of supplies and the small group? Tuanchuan looked embarrassed. She really couldn't get a word in. Well, you tell them that the current experiment requires a lot of genetic crystals, and ask them to help collect some. So much combat power cannot be wasted. Looking at the soldiers setting up defense lines in the factory, Lin Chi didn't want to suffer any losses. Don't you pay attention to scientific researchers? Then let you pay attention to them. You are still thoughtful. Baisu's eyes lit up, and he thought this was a very good idea. So he walked quickly towards Captain Wency. After a brief exchange, Baisu returned to Lin Chi with a smile on his lips. It's done. I asked them to help me hunt down some mutant beasts and help rescue nearby survivors. In this way, these federal team members are spread out a lot, and it can be easier for them. The three of them returned to the workshop office, first sorted and packed the decomposed items, and then began to process the soaked fur. After soaking overnight, the fur of the two second-level mutant beasts has been degreased and just needs to be dried. pressed and cut. The process of making leather is actually very complicated. But time is tight, so most of the steps can be omitted, and it can be used almost as well. The previous mutated pig skin has completed the final process. At this moment, it was laying on the workbench. Bai Su disassembled a leather jacket that fit Lin Chi, and drew the shape of each piece on the hide. Last night, she took advantage of her free time to check out the cutting process of the garment factory and learned almost everything. Although I have no experience for the first time, I can easily make it by copying the painting. This leather is enough to make you a windbreaker, and the rest can be used to make trousers and a jacket. The defense of the second-level mutated wild boar is very outstanding. The cutting requires the sharp blade that Lin Chi transformed from a metal arrow. The stitching needle is also a small gun that he specially made. The three of them worked together very quickly. In just one morning, they completed all the processes except for the final dyeing and drying. At noon, the rescue team that went out to search returned to the factory and brought back more than a dozen survivors, all of whom were placed in the vacant workshops of the factory. As for the mutated beasts, nothing was found. Captain Wincy has already contacted the Zhongyuan safety zone and asked the nearby rescue team to approach the Chengdong industrial zone. While clearing potential threats, he also covered Dr. Bai's smooth return to the Zhongyuan safety zone. Actually, it's not bad to go to the Central Plains safe zone. With the strength of the Federation, even if the Zerg revives next year, it should be able to easily resist it. Right? The area around the safety zone is a top priority. When several people came here before, they passed by the bombing zone. It can be said that the soil is so ripe that no life can survive. Coupled with regular inspections, an isolation will definitely be formed. Based on this isolation zone and slowly radiating outward, the area of the safe zone will become larger and larger, and more survivors will be recruited. They can indeed withstand it. At least there will be no danger in a short period of time. However, the capital safety zone is the largest safety zone in the Federation. In fact, before the end of the world, the construction of the safety zone, the main research laboratory for intensification experiments, began just within the safe zone of Beijing. At that time, large animals from zoos across the country were transported to the capital. After other cities learned the news, they could only capture some stray cats and dogs for experiments, and they lagged far behind. The earliest third-level mutant beasts were cultivated in a laboratory in the capital and are still trapped in a cage. So you want to go to the capital safe zone? After hearing Bai Su's words, Lin Chi understood why she insisted on going north. In addition to the disaster of recovery, she also wanted to seek the greatest shelter and opportunity. Of course, there might also be some sense of belonging. After all, Bai Su's home is in Beijing. Lin Chi didn't have much idea about where to go. He had 3 months to improve his strength. When spring comes, he would be able to keep up no matter how fast the Zerg evolved. The safe zone in the capital is the most suitable place for survivors to survive. While the Zerg have not yet recovered, there is still a chance to go. If we wait until spring comes, we will be completely trapped here. But the current situation is a bit special. Knowing the existence of Bai Su, the Central Plains Security Zone would be willing to let a scientific researcher leave. It will definitely take some measures to let her stay. Then have you ever thought that although the capital safe zone is powerful, it is all controlled by the safe zone? I'm afraid that most of the mutant beasts nearby have been hunted down. So how can there be any survivors left? Lin Chi's considerations were completely different from Bai Su's. She always stood from the perspective of the Federation and focused on the overall situation. But Lin Chi thought about himself. Once you enter the safe zone of the capital, you should understand how difficult it is to obtain genetic crystals. Not only is it difficult to get out of the safe zone, but you will even face numerous restrictions. In the apocalypse, the restrictions of human nature are suddenly relaxed. It's very difficult to restrain them. If he kept going north to more remote areas, Lin Chi would have no objection. After all, he would encounter unexpected mutant beasts along the way, which would make his strength continue to grow. But if you go to the safe zone of the capital, your freedom is restricted, and you become a slave and exploited cow. It is better to stay in the safe zone of the Central Plains. At least you still have a chance to fight for it. Bai Su bit her lip and lowered her head unconsciously. Her aura was pitifully weak. Don't worry. If the benefits we strive for are not enough, it won't be too late for us to find a way to leave. Lin Chi would never consider starting a conflict with the Central Plains safe zone for Bai Su. Although he was strong, he could not compete with the forces in a safe zone with only a few pounds of means. Although the name of Captain Vinci outside sounds a bit ridiculous, his strength cannot be underestimated, and he may even have opened the gene lock. Lin Chi winked at Tuanchuan and asked her to take the opportunity to persuade her teacher, while he walked out the door. The industrial zone is very close to the Central Plains safety zone, only a few dozen kilometers away. It is said that with the strength of the rescue team, they should be able to come to the rescue at the beginning of the apocalypse. But why has it been delayed until now? Lin Chi had not considered this aspect before, but now he has an idea. Captain Vinci, thank you for your hard work. Seeing Captain Vinci coming out of the workshop where survivors were housed, Lin Chi took out a cigarette and handed it to him. After Captain Vinci took it, he reached out and patted him on the shoulder, then walked past. A trace of astonishment appeared on Captain Vinci's face, and he stared blankly at the cigarette in his hand. But he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly chased after him. Brother Lin, wait a moment. When they first met yesterday, both sides were wary. But now their stance has changed, and there is no need to be fussy. What's wrong? You're not angry? Lin Chi took out a lighter and handed it over, taking the initiative twice. Vincent almost couldn't keep up. He had to take the lighter and light a cigarette before he had a chance to speak. It's like this. There are some more survivors in the factory. The meat is piled on the ground. I'm afraid it will attract a lot of mutant beasts and zombies and cause unnecessary trouble. I want to deal with the meat first, but I still have to get your opinion. After all, these mutated beasts were hunted by Lin Chi and were their private property. Without permission, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. Do you want to destroy it or take it away? Lin Chi just thought about it and realized that although part of the mutated sheep's meat had been left behind, it was an edible mutated creature after all, and most of it could be eaten, and it was of great benefit to the human body. Although the fur of the first-order mutated creature is not used by itself, it is a good defense for the soldiers of the rescue team. These meats and furs are of good value. I can buy them from you on behalf of the safe zone. As for exchanging points or supplies, you can choose at will. Captain Vinci's behavior is destined to prevent him from taking advantage of others. I understand this material. What do you mean by points? Lin Chi didn't know most of the news in the safe zone, so he could take the opportunity to learn some from Captain Vinci. The points model is a newly released system by the managers. You can use materials to exchange points, and you can also use points to exchange materials, so that some people will not accumulate a large amount of materials in their hands and consume them for a long time without wasting it. In this way, survivors entering the city can not only save space to store supplies, but also avoid the worry of being watched by others. This system is very simple, but very practical. What can the points be exchanged for? Since you want to understand the system of the Central Plains Security Zone, you must understand it clearly before you can enter with confidence. This can only be exchanged for daily necessities at the beginning, but as it gradually improves, the safe zone will gradually open up other exchange items, such as medicines, genetic fluids, guns and ammunition, independent housing areas, identities, etc. Captain Vinci said it very generally. After all, even in the apocalypse, things like guns and ammunition are used by high-level officials to restrict survivors. How can they be exchanged easily? However, with Bai Su's relationship, there was no such restriction on Lin Chi. Can the second-level genetic fluid be exchanged? Until now, Lin has only obtained 4 second-order gene crystals, which shows how precious these items are. Chapter 79 Logistics Minister and Xian. Do you know why the industrial area is near the safety zone, but has not been rescued? Captain Vinci took a deep breath of cigarette, his eyes full of melancholy. That's because the leader of the safe zone learned that there were several breeding farms here, so he ordered them to be sealed off and did not allow the rescue team to enter in advance, hoping to allow the mutant beasts here to grow smoothly. After saying that, he smiled to himself. For a few second-level mutant beasts, or third-level mutant beasts, they abandoned an entire area of civilians, and even had the intention of using them as food for the mutant beasts to advance. This shows how precious second-level genetic crystals are. It seems that it is quite difficult to obtain the second-order gene crystal. Lin Chi retracted his idea of exchanging a large amount of materials for genetic fluid. This idea would only come to people who have no fighting ability or are afraid of death. Doctor, Bai Su has a special status. As long as she joins the Central Plains Security Zone, she will get great privileges. She can even apply to use second-order gene crystals for experiments. As her security guard, you will also have some rights. It will even give you the qualifications to form a combat team. In the apocalypse, The original system can no longer maintain a balance of survival. If survivors want to survive, they cannot rely on relief from the safe zone. If they want to live well, they must have a certain degree of strength and role. Those who work hard can build the city wall and get 2 meals a day. Those who are connected can climb up and find some management positions. Those who want to live well and become superiors must put themselves in danger and escape from the city. Find supplies in the ruins to exchange for points and gain a higher status. Okay. I will discuss it with Dr. Bye. If the top management of the safe zone can provide more benefits, I think Dr. Bye will be happy to join. Lin Chi patted Captain Wincy on the shoulder again, gave him half a pack of cigarettes, then turned and left. After getting farther away, he looked at the illusory light curtain that just appeared. Use lock-picking skills to open the opponent's skylight. Open the skylight and speak frankly. The other party will not hide anything from you. Although he could let the other party open the window and speak frankly, it was unknown what would happen afterwards. So Lin Chi was very careful not to give too much information. Sure enough, after he left, Captain Wincy frowned, glanced at the cigarette in his hand, subconsciously threw it on the ground, and stepped on it with his feet. What's going on? Why did I suddenly become so sincere? He even suspected that it was the cigarette. So he threw half the pack in his hand into the trash can. In the past, even when facing soldiers from other Federation squads, he had a certain degree of wariness. Even the team members did not know these secrets. But facing a stranger, he had only known for a day. He said so many things that should not be said. It was really shocking. Something unusual. There are endless ways to conduct research. So we must be careful in the future. He took a deep look at the direction Lin Chi was leaving, his eyes full of caution. In fact, in Lin Chi's view, it was perfectly normal to deliberately slow down the rescue speed to allow the mutated beasts to grow smoothly in order to obtain more high-level genetic crystals. When you live at a certain height, your considerations are completely different from those of ordinary people. In their eyes, the survivors in the safe zone camp are just a statistic. 300 to 500 more. 20 or 30,000 less. There won't be much change at all. Back in the workshop, the two of them were still busy, dealing with the final sewing stage of the leather jacket. Although the two of them were novices, they were both smart people after all. They learned everything quickly. Plus, they had ready-made molds. So they quickly sewed the cut leather together. Husband, put it on and try it. The leather jacket is very heavy, and although it is a bit ugly without coloring, it is enough as long as it has excellent defense. Put the clothes aside for now. I'll discuss something with you. Lin Chi motioned for the two of them to come over, and then told the news he learned from Captain Wincy. The benefits of entering the Central Plains safe zone are obvious, and the only one who feels wronged is Teacher Bai Su. But he had helped her so much along the way, and it was time to start paying back. Teacher Bai, I have already inquired with Captain Wincy. As long as you enter the Central Plains safe zone, they will give you some rights and scientific research resources will be tilted towards you. At the same time, we can also get considerable benefits. If not satisfied, I can still strive for more. Hearing this, Bai Su pulled back the hair hanging down by her ears and stared at Lin Chi seriously. If I want to go to the safe zone of the capital one day, will you accompany me? In the short time just now, she had already figured out that if the three of them wanted to cross hundreds of kilometers along the way north, they would definitely encounter a lot of trouble. It would be better to stay and use the power of the Central Plains security zone to improve your own strength. If I have the ability, I will definitely help you. Lin Chi didn't agree directly, but he was still willing to help if the time came. Well, let's enter the Central Plains security zone to take a rest and see how far they have researched biotechnology. For a long time, the three of them seemed to have gone off the rails. They had no idea what was going on in the safe zone, or even to what extent they were utilizing crystallized energy. You must know that Bai Su's method of making energy crystals was developed at the beginning of the apocalypse. After such a long gap, it seems that special weapons have been developed using that new energy. The two of them reached an agreement, and Lin Chi finally felt relieved. Put on his clothes and tried them on, and found that they fit perfectly. Just after lunch at noon, several armored vehicles drove up outside the factory. A group of soldiers entered the factory, and there was even a team of people surrounding the factory to investigate. Look, how much people value you. Going to the safe zone will definitely help you live a good life. At this moment, Lin Chi was already planning to enter the safe zone and find some way to make a living. He had the ability to modify machines, so he could open a modification shop and complete his skill upgrades at the same time. You want to sell me, and count the money for you, right? Baisu glanced at Lin Chi dissatisfied. Although her spirit was a little tired, she still held on. It would not be long before someone would come to contact her. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Another armored vehicle came quickly and stopped steadily at the entrance of the factory. The appearance of this armored vehicle is somewhat different from the others. It seems to be one size larger and darker green in color. Several federal soldiers quickly jumped out of the car, and one of them, a female soldier, attracted everyone's attention from a distance. Why is this guy here? Captain Wincy's expression changed next to him, and he muttered something softly. Captain Vinci, are you talking about that woman? When Lin Chi heard the muttering, he was suddenly curious. Could this gentleman have some evil thoughts about the female soldier? Then the heart of Bagua rose, and he reached out and patted Wincy on the shoulder. Her identity isn't a big secret. It's just a little bit hard for people to see. Do you know? When she didn't want to tell Lin Chi, but when the words came to his lips, he said them directly for some reason. This woman is the daughter of a leader of the safety zone. She has been very active since the establishment of the safety zone. Most people are very resistant to this kind of people who rely on connections to get to the top, and it is normal for them to find it hard to accept. What a blessing it is to have a good father. Lin Chi didn't think there was anything wrong. If he had a daughter, he would probably give her greater rights. The two exchanged words in low voices without letting anyone nearby notice that the female soldier walked straight towards Baisu after getting out of the car. Before coming, she had read Baisu's information in detail. As they were both women, it was naturally more appropriate for her to come forward. Dr. Baisu, I am the logistics person in charge of the Central Plains Security Zone. My name is an Xian, and I am here to pick you up. An Xian was wearing a dark green battle suit. Judging from the material, it should be made of mutant beast leather. The tight-fitting battle suit made his figure look concave and convex, especially his thighs, which looked very powerful. She has refreshing short hair and a faint rosiness on her cheeks, probably caused by the temperature of the air conditioner in the car. I am Baisu. Baisu stretched out her hand and replied simply. The Central Plains Security Zone sent a woman to pick her up, obviously taking care of her feelings. Doctor, Bai, do you want to leave with us now? And Xian knew that the mission was the most important. The longer he stayed here, the greater the possibility of something unexpected happening. Only by sending Baisu to the safe zone could he truly feel at ease. The survivors here can be dealt with by the remaining rescue team. Baisu did not answer, but turned to look at Lin Chi and Tuanchuan. After all, there were still some unsolved matters here. If he left, he would have to take them with him. It's getting late today, Doctor. Bai still has some experiments to complete. How about setting off early tomorrow morning? Lin Chi suggested in a low voice that there were still their supplies and genetic fluid in the workshop. If these people were asked to help, they would definitely find those things. Such a quantity would probably arouse other thoughts. And Xian's bright eyes glanced at Lin Chi in surprise, and then looked at Baisu. His name is Lin Chi, and he is the person responsible for protecting my safety. This is my student, Zhao Tuanchuan. We do still have some things to deal with. We can only wait until tomorrow before setting off. Baisu simply introduced the two of them. Since he had decided to enter the safe zone, he had to raise their status. Okay, stay here tonight, and we will protect Dr. Bai's safety. And Xian looked at the two people carefully, and his eyes finally landed on Tuanchuan, especially the one who was almost twice as big as himself. He couldn't help but show a hint of envy in his eyes. As a logistics manager, and Xian has certain talents. Otherwise, even if he has the connections to get to the top, he will not be able to convince the public. In just a moment, the interior of the factory was rearranged, and an area for the survivors to rest was planned. The mutated mutton was also counted by an Xian. That night, in the factory restaurant, the stove was restarted and hot mutton stew was prepared for the survivors. For survivors struggling to survive in the apocalypse, eating well and sleeping well are already the greatest satisfaction. In a short period of time, they have forgotten why federal rescue came so late. Chapter 80 Entering the Safe Zone. In the evening, Lin Chi packed all the things separately and put them into a suitcase. As for the mutated sheep's horns, they have not been completely processed. After special treatment, these things will soften and reshape, and they will be very suitable for making long spears and arrows. There were outsiders nearby at night. Baisu had been tired for a day and fell asleep early in another lounge. Tuanchuan lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep. Honey, we went to the safe zone. If someone discovers my ability, will they imprison me? She was always on tenterhooks, thinking about messy things. She even took Lin Chi's hand and put it on her chest to comfort her trembling little heart. Have you read too many banned comics? How could there be such a mess? Even if you have a special ability, as long as you don't expose it, others won't notice it. And you have yourself to protect it. No way. I didn't look. Tuanchuan looked shy and buried her head in the quilt. After a night, the sky was getting brighter, and the rescue team changed shifts early to clean up the zombies and mutant beasts wandering nearby. The sound of gunfire woke everyone up, and the survivors who woke up from their sleep once again realized that they were in troubled times. The three of them packed their luggage and carried it several times before getting all the materials into the modified vehicle. And Anshin's team had already assembled at the door of the factory. Doctor? Bye. Can we set off? And Xian walked around the modified car several times, and was very surprised at how sturdy the car was. However, no one else could enter without the permission of the car owner. Let's go! Baisu nodded, and was about to get in the car when he saw an Xian following him. I'm very curious about your car. Can you let me go up there and have a look? I can also introduce you to the Central Plain Safety Zone. Although there were armored vehicles escorting them from the front and back, and Xian didn't feel at ease at all, as if he was afraid that the three of them would run away. No problem. Come up. Lin Chi did not refuse, and getting to know him along the way would be of great help to him in the future when he lives in the safe zone. After all, this girl has a different identity, and I will have to rely on her in the future. There was an armored vehicle guarding the front and rear, and the road was smooth. After leaving the industrial area and driving onto the main road, the speed gradually picked up. Along the way, Anshin kept introducing the benefits of joining the Central Plain Safe Zone to the three of them. But obviously, he only talked about some good aspects. There were varying degrees of damage on the road, which delayed a lot of time. By the time we reached the bombing zone outside the isolated safety zone, 2 hours had passed. Looking at the endless bombing zone in front of us gives people an inexplicable shock and a sense of sadness in their hearts. There were still some signs of human habitation and people passing by before. But this kind of place is the real Doomsday wasteland. There may be some small creatures hidden under the building debris, but at this level, there is not much threat. This isolation bombing belt will slowly become a living place for ordinary survivors in the future, and will be built into a new line of defense in the safe zone. There was a road opened in the middle of the bombing area, and armored vehicles drove slowly on it. During the period, a rescue convoy passed by and greeted each other. After driving for half an hour, we saw a low city wall. This was exactly what we had seen on the satellite map before. A brown mark in the middle of the bombing zone. The wall is 12 meters wide, and there are cars on both sides constantly transporting the debris from the ruins and transporting it to a large mixer. The deafening roar is accompanied by the operation of the machinery. This is the first line of defense in the Central Plain Security Zone. At the beginning of the coming spring, a solid line of defense will be erected here to block the resurgent mutant beasts and Zerg. It will also be the boundary between the inner city and the outer city. After the safe zone is built, the inner city will definitely be an area where high-level people live, or some important places. However, the number of people is still small, and they can still be settled. When more and more survivors nearby come, they will definitely spread out. City expansion. Passing through the gap in the city wall, there is another bombing area in front of you. But the nearby ground has been cleared, and the debris on the ruins has been crushed again, mixed with cement, and poured into a wall. The three vehicles drove about 10 kilometers more, and complete buildings gradually appeared in front of them. Many survivors were cleaning debris in the ruins and picking out some usable things. Near the ruins, several excavators continued to clean the damaged buildings into garbage trucks and transported them to the city wall one by one. Our Central Plain Security Zone retains a complete infrastructure team, which is one of the foundations for the reconstruction of the wasteland. In addition, there are advanced research laboratories in the university town. Doctor, I can rest assured that your talents will be put to use. And Xian deliberately chose a prosperous route and walked along it. There were soldiers guarding both sides of the route, and he didn't notice any irregularities. This kind of expression of face is absolutely indispensable whether it is in peacetime or in the end of the world. Armored vehicles have been driving on the road, and there are few pedestrians on the streets on both sides. Even inside the building, it is quiet. I heard that there are at least more than 1 million people in the Central Plain Security Zone. Why is this place not as lively as imagined? If he hadn't looked at the location on the satellite map, Lin Chi would have almost thought he was in the wrong place, and then smiled when she heard this. As a logistics manager, she knew the situation in the safe zone even better than those leaders. Recently, a large number of survivors have poured into the safety zone. In order to facilitate management, I placed them all in one area, distributed food uniformly, arranged their work, and selected those with skills among them, and gave them suitable positions. If there are no restrictions, and the survivors are allowed to choose their accommodation without authorization, the safe zone will definitely be a mess, and it will be much more difficult to rearrange it. Therefore, Anshin has planned several regional levels for the safe zone. People with what kind of status will enter the safe zone, and what kind of places they will go. If they want to change their status, they must do something. Then what area are we in now? Bai Su felt that this management method was a bit inhumane, but he was the beneficiary after all, so he couldn't say much. Dr. Bai, this is the most protected area in the security zone. Your residence is only separated from mine by a wall, and we have arranged the highest level laboratory for you. While talking, the armored vehicle drove into a villa area, but all the water near the villa was drained. There were a large number of organisms hidden in the water. The water was extracted in advance for disinfection and purification, and even boiled and stored in case of emergency. You stay in this villa first. If you are not satisfied, I will arrange a suitable place for you. In the afternoon, I will send you identification cards and take Dr. Bai to visit the laboratory and you. Do benefits. Being able to live in the villa area here is already higher than 90% of the survivors in the safe zone. If you think about other benefits, it won't be much weaker. Lin Chi parked the car at the door of the villa. The door had not been opened yet, so it was difficult to enter for a while. A few people could only carry the important things to the villa first. This villa is also a 3-story building with an independent yard and basement. However, although the interior is luxuriously decorated, no supplies are stored. And Xian sent the 3 of them to the villa all the way, explained some specific matters, and then left. This place is nice. I see people are working on hardening the road outside. I think it will be safer after spring. After all, there are still some hidden little creatures in the safe zone, which will definitely cause a wave of chaos in the spring of next year. Make all preparations in advance to be prepared for emergencies. It's indeed good. Even the lake water has been taken into consideration. It seems that Anshin's logistics management still has some tricks. Along the way, through an Xian's introduction, the 3 of them also gained some understanding of the Central Plains security zone, but they did not have an in-depth understanding of other areas. You guys sort it out first. I'll go to the safe area to see what the situation is like for ordinary survivors. Lin Chi only brought 2 pistols and walked towards the outside of the villa area. There are a total of 12 school districts in this university town, each with a separate scale building. Beyond that, there are living areas and nearby floor communities. The center of the school district is where the leaders of the safety zone live. It is tightly guarded, and ordinary survivors are not eligible to enter. And those 12 campuses are also occupied by the Federation. And beyond that is where the survivors live. As Lin Chi walked across the street, he saw a thick iron fence suddenly appeared in front of the road, completely blocking the 2 areas. Outside the iron fence, as far as the eye can see, there are only survivors.